Hello guys, myself Rakesh. I have designed this Python full course for the beginners. As a beginner, you may or may not have knowledge on coding. You might have not done coding before. Not to worry. This entire course is designed in such a way that anyone who doesn't have any knowledge on the coding, they can learn, they can start. As you know, Python is on high demand and learning the skills are absolutely important for anyone who wants to get into the IT field. So definitely this will be a life changing tutorial for you. So not to worry if you have got no knowledge around the back, you're coming from a different background or a different skills that you got trained during your college time. Not to worry. Or you also have bit of knowledge on the coding. Wherever your status, whatever your status doesn't matter, you can just start from this specific course. So without wasting any further time, let's start the highly on-demand skill of Python through this tutorial. So one more point I would like to make while you are going through the course, ensure you are not skipping the instructions because I am covering from all through my experiences which I have gained. I want to cover each and every point for you so that it will be highly beneficial. So do not skip and let's begin the course. So let's get started. Now to download Python, all you have to do, type Python on your browser or else you can directly navigate to python.org. Once you open this page, click on the download option and here on the screen you would find Python 3.10.4. That is the latest available version. If you are watching this video in the future, whatever the version is available, you can simply click on this and download. So I have clicked on this and within few seconds it will get download. In case you are using some other version of Windows, use this option and click on view full list of downloads. Here you would find all the versions for Windows. If you are using Mac OS, same thing, use these tabs. Okay, and the links available on those tabs will help you to choose which is the version that you should install on your Windows. Okay, so with that we are done with this page. We'll just close this out and we are going to get onto our downloads folder and look for the file. Double click on this file and this MSI file is going to install Python on our system. Now there are a lot of things that I need to understand on the screen. The first thing, there are two different options given to you. Either you can go for a direct installation. Now if you install directly, it's going to install in the app data local programs Python. That means, let me show you, you have to go to your C drive, then uses your whatever the username you have, and then click on the view button and ensure the hidden items are selected. Then you will find app data. Click on app data, click on local, and then here you would find a Python folder once you have installed, and that's where the installation would happen if you go through the install now. So look at the location shown here on your screen and just have a look of that location. Where exactly is that? And this includes, there is something called IDLE, that means Integrated Development Learning Environment. Integrated Development Learning Environment. This is the IDE, Integrated Development Environment, where you will be writing the code, right? So that is known as IDLE, Integrated Development Learning Environment. Okay, there's also something called PIP. So PIP is nothing but the package installer for Python. So this will help to install and manage packages or the modules and documentation. So if you go with this top option, if you click on it, it will automatically continue. So do not click, just understand this. Okay, and the other one that you have is customized installation. Customized installation I'm going to show you. Look at the two options given over here. Install launcher for users, all users. So on your laptop there could be multiple user accounts, right? For yourself, for your brother, or for somebody else in your family or friends you have created. So if you would like to install launcher for all users, this is recommended, so go for it. Okay, it is not going to hamper anything, simply go for it. Now the other second option available over here, add Python 3.10 which is 10.4 now, 3.10 to path. What is this? That means if you check this, it is going to allow you to access Python on your Windows command prompt. I am going to show you that. Okay, so check this out. So on this page you have understood everything properly. What is IDLE, integrated development learning environment, PIP, package installer for Python, right? It is going to help install packages and manage packages, and there's a documentation included. So now this is quite simple. If you want to go for that, even you can choose that. Otherwise you can also go for customize installation. So I'll go with customize installation just to show you little more detail. So here it is saying documentation will be included. You can uncheck that if you don't need a documentation, but let it be. Then PIP, install PIP which can download and install other Python packages. Okay, very important, so have it. And then IDLE is also required, install, and the IDLE development environment, Python test suite. So I'm going to select all the options and going to hit on next. Okay, install for all users, let's select that. Okay, and let everything be the same, and this is going to install. The last one was installing the app data, but here if you look, the location is slightly different. C program files Python, you can also change it, but let's go with this. Okay, 310 means 3.10, understood, and let's hit on install. If it is asking for a user prompt, just say yes, and the installation setup will continue for maybe a minute or so, and then once it's complete, I'm going to show you what are the different modules get installed and how to use them. Okay, one by one we will understand. Okay, now the setup is successful. Now for some of you, you would also find a small prompt here which is telling disable the max path. So if you see that prompt over here, please click on it. So that max path that you see for the very first time when you are doing, if you have not enabled it earlier, here you would find the max to enable the max. So what would happen? The limitation of a file path. For example, let's see where our Python has been installed. So let's go to C drive and let's go to program files, and here you can see Python 3.10 has been installed. So this is a file, so there is a limit of the file path which is 260 characters. Okay, so to disable that limit, so anything beyond 260, it is going to throw an error if you do not disable. So you can disable that if you see that prompt. In case you see that prompt, just click on that prompt and hit on close. So now we are done with installation. Now is the time to find, just type Python on your screen. Now the moment you type Python on your screen, you will find there are 1, 2, 3, 4 options you will find. The first one is the Python 3.10. So this is known as Python shell. Okay, so this is known as Python shell. Now let's open the second one. Then you have something called IDLE, integrated development learning environment. So let's open this. Okay, so what we have opened in the background, the black one is the Python shell, and this is the IDLE shell, integrated development learning environment shell. So how to use all that I'm going to show you, and then there are also a couple of other things. For example, there is a manual. Okay, there is a manual, and so this is complete documentation. Okay, if really you would like to go through this, this is what you can use it. And the other one, there is something called module docs. One is manual and the other one is the module docs. Okay, these are various modules. So anyways, so we have got an understanding. Now let's understand. I'm going to show how to use the Python shell, how to use the IDLE shell. So let's start with the Python shell. Let's say if I have to type print, and I'm going to say hello world, you can write, or you can say hello Rakesh. Okay, so this has been printed. Let's say I want to print something else. Print hello world. So this is the Python shell, usage of the Python shell, where you are executing each command at a time. Now let's use the IDLE, integrated development and learning environment. Let's use this particular window. So this window, let's minimize everything else. So on this window, again it works more or less in the same way. For example, hello world. So there is a syntax error. Let me try again. Print hello world. Now if I have to print Rakesh, print again within parentheses, I'm going to write hello Rakesh. Now you will say, Rakesh, again you are typing one command at a time. So this can be avoided. All you have to do, click on file, hit on new file. Okay, hit on new file, and in the new file I'm going to write, and let's say I'm going to write hello world. Okay, let's say I'm writing one sentence. If I have to execute, before executing this, let me save this file, Control S, and for making it easy, you can create a folder on your desktop or simply store it anywhere you like. So for the moment, let me save it on the desktop, and I'm going to say my first program dot py is the extension for Python. So py, and I'm going to save it. So the file has been saved. Now let's say I would like to know the execution of it, how the output of this one would look like. I can hit on run and hit on run module. The moment you do this, what would happen here? From this particular file, it has run, and this is the output. Let's say I want to make some modification. I'm going to say print, or I want to write another line, and I'm going to say hello Rakesh. Okay, I'm going to type my name, and let's say I want to save. You can do a Control S, or you can just save it, and let's hit on run. So you can see the output that both the lines have been run through this py file. Okay, this is one thing. There is also another thing I spoke about from the command prompt. You remember add to file, add to path, you have enabled it. So you can also call Python from the command prompt. Okay, so how to do that? Simply I'm writing py, hit on enter, and this 3 arrows is the symbol that it has been called 3.10.4. The same thing, you can also use the command prompt, and using the Python shell, it's going to execute. Okay, it is calling the Python shell and it's executing. You see the output has come. So these are the 3 different basic things that you have learned in this video. So thank you guys. Hopefully you have installed Python successfully and you got a knowledge what is the ideal, how to create a py file, and how to run that, how to call the Python from the Windows command prompt, and how to execute a command. In this video, we are going to learn how do you create a test.py, let's say using a notepad or any kind of a text editor, and how can you run that file using Windows command prompt. Okay, there are multiple ways I'm going to teach in the upcoming videos. Let's see how can I run a test.py from the Windows command prompt. To do that, first thing, we will open a notepad and we are going to quickly go with a simple command, print, and you can say hello world, or you can type your name. I am going to type my channel name, automate with Rakesh, and this is done. And let's quickly save as, and I'm going to save it in a very specific folder which I have created, that is my Python codes, and here I'm going to give it a name, test.py, and hit on save. So let's have a look of that file. You can see the Python symbol has come the moment I saved as .py. This will only come if you have Python installed on your system. So first thing, as I said, our topic is how can you execute using the Windows command prompt. So let's open CMD. Now in the CMD, let's type Python. space version. If you type this, it is going to let you know what is the Python version if you have it. In case you do not have, you can watch the previous video which I have created on my channel. Just go to Automate with Rakesh and you will find how to install Python 3.10.4 and the complete setup process I have explained. You can use that video. Now for this video, I want to access the file. So remember, your file is there in a different folder. So this is the directory where it exists. So let me copy the directory. The first thing I should do, because this is Windows command prompt, and on the Windows command prompt, let me first get inside the directory just by typing cd space the path, the folder path. So what happened? Now I am inside the directory. So once you are inside the directory, all you have to do, simply type Python and the file name, whatever the file name you have given. So here test, so I'm going to say test.py. So that way it is going to run. Now you have a question, how about me typing the name, because the T is in uppercase? How about if I type in lowercase? What would happen if I type in lowercase? That doesn't matter, it will still run. So you see, Automate with Rakesh has been printed properly. So here many people would do a mistake. For example, when for the very first time when you log in, right, this is what you find. So let me do a cd dot dot. Okay, so this is where you have logged in. Now what many people will do, they will type py or Python. So the moment you type Python, what happens? This is calling the shell, the Python shell. So once you enter into the Python shell and then type, let's say Python space test.py, if you type, this is going to throw an error. Okay, so let me exit. And many people also will type py. Even by calling py or typing py, it is going to call the Python shell. So what is the Python shell? If you type Python on your Windows search, here you find something called Python 3.10.4, right? So this is the one, this is known as the Python shell. This is the window given from Python. This is the Python window, and this is the Windows Microsoft window, Microsoft command prompt. So by typing py, you are actually getting inside the, or you are calling the Python shell to work along with command prompt. Okay, you are calling in that. So you can see there are 3 arrows with the symbol. So you should exit in case you would like to execute any file just in the command prompt. All you have to do, first thing, I should go to the directory, type in the directory, and once you are inside the directory, very simple, just type Python and the file name and it will be run. Now you have a question, Rakesh, okay fine, what if I would like to run this using the Python shell? So here on the top you can see it's saying Python. How to do that? So for that, please do watch my next video. And today we are going to learn how do you run a Python file in Python shell. So if you see, this is not the command prompt, this is the Python shell. So how can I run a Python file within Python shell? So if you see, these 3 arrow marks are the symbol that the Python shell is on. So how do I run? Let's see that. Now first of all, this test file I have created using a simple notepad. Anyone who is very new, let's do that. Let me delete this file so that it's going to help anyone who is very new. I'm going to open a notepad and here I'm going to say print, and in bracket I'm going to say my channel name, Automate with Rakesh, and then I'm going to save as this particular file in a very specific folder which I've created under documents, and I've given a name called my Python codes. I will select this folder and here I'm going to give it a name called test.py Python. So test.py, and I'm going to save it. So the code has been scripted and it has been saved in the .py extension. Okay, this is the Python file. Now the question here, how do I run it within the Python shell? I don't want command prompt. So if you see, you need to differentiate. This is the command prompt. So where it is saying command prompt. But if you type Python and if you select this one, Python 3.10, or you could have any other version, if you click on this app, so this is here you find it is written Python 3.10. So this is known as the Python shell. Now the question is, how do I call that file which is available in this location? This is the location of the file. So how do I call within Python shell is something we are going to see. So the very first thing what we will do, we will highlight this file. I'm not clicking on the file, I'm just, I'm not doing a double click, I'm just highlighting, and then I'm going to hit on the shift key, highlight once again, shift key, and then hold on the shift key, right click and do a copy as path, or using properties any ways you want, you can copy, right click and do a copy as path. So once you have that path, so I'm going to close the command prompt because this is not for the command prompt, this is for the Python shell. So on this shell, let me expand it. Let me show you what exactly I should type to execute this one. So execute, you will write the command execute, and then I'm going to say open, and then within the close parenthesis I'm going to place the entire path. Okay, and then there is a problem over here, I'm going to let you know. So here I'm going to say dot read, and I'm going to close the entire one. Okay, execute, open this, and then read this. Now if you hit enter, there is a syntax error, Unicode error, codec cannot decode bytes in position, and there's a truncated error. So how to fix that, let me show you. We'll go with the same code, and the only small change that we have to do after the colon, let's come over here and put one more backslash. Okay, one more backslash, and now if I execute this one, now let's try to execute this one and see what is the output of this one. So you can see it has printed the value automate with Rakesh. So that means I was successfully able to access the test.py file, and I'm able to execute that. I am able to read that, and the output of the file is automate with Rakesh. So I was able to execute. So the small learning over here with this execute, you can make a note of this, how I have written, and you can make further modifications as you need. So this is the simple way to execute a .py file or a Python file. How to run a Python program using idle. So this can be also pronounced as IDLE, or you can call it idle. This stands for Integrated Development and Learning Environment. I mean, this is a place where you can develop a script, develop a code, and also or develop a program, and also you can learn in that environment. So let's see where this idle you will be able to find. On your start search, just type Python. The moment you type Python, you should be able to find there is something called idle. There will be cases where you may not see idle. This could be because you might be using an older version of Python where idle was not part of the setup, or it is highly possible that you have unchecked the idle during the installation. In case you wanted to see the idle application, all you have to do, go to my channel by clicking on the icon, clicking on the logo, and then come to the video section of my page and type Python. Here you would find a complete setup video how to install latest Python 3.10.4 on Windows 10, and here I have informed how to enable the idle if you are going for a custom setup. So you can watch this entire video. Now let's focus on idle. So as I said, this IDLE or idle stands for Integrated Development and Learning Environment. That means I can develop and learn. So let's see how this idle can be used, or this idle shell can be used. Let's start with a very simple command. I am going to type print, and within the parenthesis I am going to give two double quotes, and within the double quote I am going to write hello world. And then if you hit on enter by going to the end of the code, you can see the output has been printed here. Now let's say I want to type another, let's say I want to type my channel name, or you would like to type your own name. So you can do that. I'm going to type my channel name, automate with Rakesh. I'll go to the end, hit on enter. Now you can see automate with Rakesh has been printed out. Let's say I would like to do some kind of a calculation where I'm going to provide a value to the value a is equal to 10 and hit on enter. That got executed. Now I'm going to say b is equals to 20 and hit on enter, and then c is equals to a plus b. Now I wanted to hit on enter. Here I would like to see the output print, and in the bracket I don't have to give a double quote because this is a variable and I can simply print. So you can see the output has come. And remember, this 3 arrows that you see, this is the symbol for the Python. That means the Python shell is active to take your codes, right, that you have written in the Python codes. It can execute. Now I'm also going to tell you, let's say I'm going to write P in capital, and here I'm going to say I want to print my name, let's say Rakesh, and I'm going to hit on enter. So what is happening the moment you hit on enter? It is giving you an error. What is the error? Name print is not defined. Did you mean print in lowercase? So please be careful while you are using the specific codes. Now what is happening, for every specific code I have to type and hit on enter to see the output. You will have a question, Rakesh, what if I want to type everything in a given file and I would like to execute? Yes, that is possible. All you need to do, click on file, click on new file, and keep this window beside this window. Okay, and the very first thing, once you open a new file, the very first thing you must do is you have to save it. So let's hit on save as and give it a name, and I'm going to store it in a very specific folder where I would like to store all my Python code. So in the documents I have created a folder called my Python codes. I'll go inside that, and here I'm going to create a file called test2.py, stands for Python. Okay, so the file is created and you can see the new file has got a name and it knows where it is in the C drive. Let's write a few codes here. So I'll be saying print, and I'm going to, within the double parenthesis, I'm going to give double quote, and I'm going to write automate with Rakesh. And then let's say I want to make a calculation. I will say a equals to 10. So I'm writing, hitting on enter. So I'm writing multi-line code and still I have not executed. Okay, first I want to write everything. Then c is equals to a plus b, right? And now I would like to print c. So what is happening, by hitting on enter, it won't print anything. You can see it is not printing. So what I should do, the very first thing you should do is you should file and save it. This is the rule. You have to save the file. Once you save the file, then you should click on run on the idle window. This is the idle application. Now on the idles, here you have to hit on run and hit on run module, or you can also use F5. The moment we do that, now you can see on the idle shell, the primary page, it is showing me the output automate with Rakesh. Now let's say I don't want to do a control. Let's say I want to make another, I want to write another formula. C is equals to b minus a. So the output should be 10. And I would like to print C. I want to make some modification to the code. So I have done few modification to the code. Now if you directly go and hit on run, what would happen? As I said, as a rule, it will ask you to save it. Source must be saved. Okay to save. Okay, first you should save it, and once it's saved, it will run and it is giving you the output automate with Rakesh 30 and 10. Getting it? So you got an understanding how to use the idle shell or the integrated development learning environment shell, and how do you create a new file. And the same thing can also be saved in a notepad. For example, let me type the same code. I don't want to use the idle shell. Let me close it, and I'm going to save this in a notepad. Okay, let me close this. Now this is a notepad. The notepad file I'm going to save as, and I'll go to the same location where I have my folder to store my codes, and here I'm going to give it a name called test.3.py, and it's going to save it. So what happened, this file has become a Python file. Now let's go to the location, my Python codes, and here the test3 has become a Python file. Now how do I run this Python file from idle? Very simple. Open the idle application, and in the idle application I'll click on file and I'm going to say open. Okay, file open, and I will go to the specific file test3 which is created using Notepad. Click on open and you can see it has opened, right? So once it is open, I would like to run this. Very simple, hit on run module, and it's going to show me the output. Getting it? So I showed you all the different ways that you can use your idle shell. In this video, we are going to practically see what is Python indentation, or what is indentation in Python. Generally, indentation means space. So the space that we provide in the beginning of a code line. Remember the word beginning. At the beginning of a code line, when you are providing a space in Python, is known as indentation. So let's see this practically, and if you do not give a space, or if you do not give an indent, what's going to happen, we are going to learn. So the very first thing I will do, I'll type Python on my start search, and here you have the idle application. This is the integrated development learning environment, and this is where we can develop our codes in Python. There are various different applications like PyCharm, Jupyter Notebook, there are many, but let's use the application which is given by Python, right? So let's start. Now once you open idle shell, there are a couple of things you might be interested. One is you have to hit on options and you want to configure idle. Okay, hit on configure idle, and whatever the font size, right, font you need, or what kind of a color that you might look for, right, all this can be selected over here and applied. Very simple. So once everything is done, now let's do one thing. Let us create a new file. In the idle, I'm going to hit on file and hit on new file. Okay, and in the new file which is open, which is untitled, let's give it a name. So I will hit on save as. I have created a very specific folder under documents known as my Python codes, and in this folder I'm going to save, I'll give it a name called Python indentation. Okay, so you may feel like giving an extension .py, but because we are saving it from the Python idle application, you don't have to, because this is going to save us Python files. So I'm going to hit on save. So what would happen, the .py, the Python extension has already been added. So what we did till now, we have created a Python file. And how did we create? We open idle, hit on file, new file, and we have saved that file. Very simple. So the file is created. Now few things you might need here is hit on options, and you might look for a show line numbers. Okay, you can enable that. Let's get started. So our main intention here is to learn indentation. So I'm using a hash for a comment, and I'm going to say we are going to learn Python indentation. Done. Now in the line 2, let me print. Remember, if you type P capital, again there will be a problem. So do not type P in capital, it is case sensitive. So I'm going to type P in smaller case, print, and here within the parenthesis I'm going to say program started ... Okay, now let's see. I'm going to create some two variables, and I'm going to provide some value. A is equals to 10, and I'm going to say B is equals to 20. And in the fifth line, I'm going to say if space B greater than A colon. If B is greater than A, then print, and I'm going to say B is greater. So what is happening, you noticed the moment I typed this if, Generally for a if you will be using curly braces, isn't it? Most of the program where you will be using a curly braces. But in Python, instead of a curly braces, they are using a space. Remember, instead of using a curly braces to represent a block of code, in Python we will be using a space. Getting an understanding? So here what happened, the moment you hit on enter, a space has been given before the print. So that represents that it is a block of a code. Clear? Now let's do one thing. Let's save this. Save, you can do Control S and then you can run module by doing F5. So what happened? Program started, B is greater. Let's see if I'm going to remove this space. I'm going to remove this space, okay, and do a F5. You can directly do a F5. See, let's do a F5 and you will get this prompt to save. Hit on OK. So what happened here? It is throwing an error, expected an indented block after if statement on line number 5. Okay, so here there is a, after this in line number 5, after this there has to be a space, it is saying. So what we are going to do, we have to give a space. At least a single space has to be given. You can give multiple spaces, doesn't matter, but minimum a single space has to be given. Doesn't matter how you want to give space, how many spaces you want to give, but ensure at least a single space is given. So I have given a single space, Control S, and I can do a F5, and here you see the program has started. Now let's learn one more thing. Let's say I want to type one more thing below this print, and I'm going to say program ended. Let's say I want to type this. So let's do a F5, run it, click on OK. So program started, B is greater, program ended. So here I have given the similar space, single space. Now let's say I want to give a little more space, and let's run it, F5. Okay, what would happen? Unexpected indent. Do you see? So it is telling you, if you are writing a block of a code, whatever space that you have maintained, let's say I have given one space for the first print, in the same block I can't use more than that. I have to go with only one space. So I have to follow the rule. What is the rule? Because I have given one space, I have to go with one space. So Control S, F5. If you run it, now it has run. Let's say I want to give double space. So if you have given double space to the first one, and for the second one I have given only one space, let's do a F5. Click on OK. What happened? Again it has thrown an error. Unindented does not match any outer indentation label. So it is not matching. So you have to match the indent. How many spaces you have given for the previous line, you have to maintain that everywhere for that block of a code. So I have done it. Control S. Okay. And let's do a F5. Now the program has run. Very good. Let's go back. Let me add one more sentence. Let me use a backspace, and I'm going to say else colon, and here I want to print else A is greater, right? Let's say A is greater. Let's say I want to print another sentence, and here below this again I'll repeat print, and I will say within double quote I will say program ended. Done. So let's do a F5. What would happen? Will it run? Yes. So let's change the value. I want to make A is greater, so I'll give it 100. I will do a F5, hit on OK. So program started, A is greater, program ended. So it is coming. So here if you see in this block I have given one space, but in this block there is a great space. Let's say, let me increase it. Okay, I have given more spaces in this one. So let's do F5, hit on OK. See, it has run. So whatever the block of code you are using, ensure the space is maintained properly. This is all about indentation. If you do not maintain a space, if you make a single mistake, it's going to give an error. It has to be exactly the same, should match with the previous indent. So you have to maintain it. So thank you guys for watching it. Hopefully it would have given a lot of knowledge about the rules, the indentation rules in Python. In this video, let's learn what are comments in Python, or how to use comments in Python and when they are used. Generally on my screen, if you see, the comments are used to explain and make the code more readable, right? So you have created a code, and in the future somebody wants to make a change. If you have written comments, that makes it quite easy to understand. And also it can be used during you are testing or you are developing a project. You would like to disable some of the codes, you don't like to run it, right? Sometimes when you would like to disable, even the comments are used. So the comments, let's see practically how this can be utilized. So I'm going to open idle. So you can do this on any of the editor windows like Jupyter, PyCharm, Notepad. So I'm using idle here just to keep it simple. And this is the software from Python. So let's use it. The very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new file and give it a name, save as, and let's give it a name, and I'm going to store it in a specific folder that I've created, and I'm going to give it a name called comments and hit on save. So once this is done, the comments are generally done by putting a hash symbol. So I'm saying hash, this is a comment, okay? And let's say I want to say a, or let's keep it simple, let's say let's use print, okay? I want to say print, and I want to say hello world. So what happens the moment we have entered a hash symbol, this particular line, so everything will have a line. So let me enable the show line numbers. So the line which starts from, remember, which starts from hash symbol, that becomes a comment, and the interpreter is going to ignore it during execution. For example, let's run it. You can run it by hitting on run module, or simply by hitting on F5. So let me hit on F5, and it's going to ask you to save the file. Hit on save, hit on OK, and you can see hello world has been executed. Let's go back, and here you can see this particular line has been ignored, right? This line has been ignored. Let's say what will happen if I am going to say print, right, and then within the bracket and within the double quote, if I'm going to say hash hello world, is it going to be ignored? Do you think is it going to be ignored? Let's do a F5 and hit on OK. So what happened? Hello world and also hash hello world has been executed. Why this has happened? Why it has returned the value hash? Because this has been written within the, this has been taken as a string value. Python considered this as a string value because it has written in the parenthesis and has been given a double quote. So this will not work. So if you write at the starting of the line, okay, remember starting of the line. So these things are known as, this you can also call this as individual comments. You can call this as individual comments. Now let's say there is something called inline comment. What is inline comment? For example, let me type print and let me type within double quotes, I'm going to say automate with Rakesh. That's my channel name, guys. So with this, if I type here, after this, if I'm going to type hash for in this line, in the line number 3, I'm typing this is my channel. So what would happen? This entire code will be executed. However, anything after in the line, anything after this will be ignored. So let's run it. Hit on F5, click on OK. So what is the output? Hello world, automate with Rakesh has appeared, but this is my channel, so this has been ignored. So this is known as inline comments. Getting it? Now you will ask how to do multi-line comments. So anywhere you would like to do a multi-line comment, very simple, you have to simply keep on adding hash. And by adding hash, what happens? The command is ignored. You can see that the color also have changed. Okay, the color has changed. For example, the first one I have ignored. So in the last run, we saw the hello world was printed here. Now if I execute, hitting on F5, clicking on OK, what happens? Only automate with Rakesh is printed. That means only the second line was printed and this line has been ignored. This can be applied to any code The moment you type a hash at the beginning of the line, remember at the beginning of the line, then it is completely ignored. What happens if you write, after the code, if I'm writing, this is known as inline comments. So in a line, I'm trying to comment inline comments, and in this inline comment, the previous set of code that you have written, right, prior to this, it will be executed, and anything after hash will be ignored. So that's more or less about comments and how to use them in Python. Thank you guys. Please do connect with my channel where I'm going to teach you in a very simple way, and you can learn Python and master in a couple of months. In this video, we are going to learn how to apply multi-line comments in Python. Basically, on Python, till now, we do not have a syntax for a multi-line, but you can still apply this. So let's see how to do it. I'm going to open one of the .py file, and here I'm going to write, let's write a sentence. This is a multi-line comment in Python. So what is the meaning multi-line means? What is the understanding we have? So instead of writing in a single line, I'm writing multiple lines. Very simple, multiple lines, maybe multiple sentences, multiple, whatever you say, but it is written in multiple lines. So what are these lines actually? So if you hit on configure, show line number, so you can see every time you hit on enter, you are entering into a new line actually. So here this is a simple sentence I have written. So how do I put a comment? Generally, if you are having a multi-line, you can use a hash, and there is also an alternate way I'm going to show you. I'm using a hash. So what would happen? All these three lines will be ignored by the Python interpreter. And let's say I want to say print. I'll write print, and then I'm going to say automate with Rakesh. Done. So if you do a F5, if you execute this, hit on OK. So what would happen? What is the output are we expecting out of this? Automate with Rakesh, and all the top three lines has been ignored. Now the other way to do it, because this may not be this may be slightly difficult to put a hash symbol with all the lines, right? So people wanted to make it easy. So the simple way, what you can do, hit a enter within 3 triple quotes. Okay, within 3 triple quotes, whatever you are going to type, this is actually read by the interpreter. This is not exactly ignored, this is read, but this is not going to be used anywhere. Reason being, this value is not assigned to a variable. So let's see that. So I have written this in this way. Hit on F5 to execute on this window, on this idle window. Hit on OK. So what happened? Automate with Rakesh has come. This thing will immediately change. For example, if I'm going to say A is equals to, what I'm doing, A, I'm assigning a variable, and I'm assigning this value, and here if I say print, and within that I'm going to say A and try to print this. Let's do a F5. Okay, so look at the output now. First thing, it has printed automate with Rakesh and is saying this is a multi-line comment in Python. Just ignore my spelling while teaching, it happens. So here you can see this is a multi-line comment in Python, and it also has printed because we have assigned the entire value to a variable. That's why the output has appeared over here. Getting it? So in case you do not want, ensure these things are not assigned to any variable, and if you run it, this 3 will be read by the interpreter, but again it will not be used anywhere. All right, so let's delete this print A because we are not using it. Do a F5, hit on OK, and you should see the output. Okay, you can see automate with Rakesh was printed and all the 3 lines were ignored. So this is one of the way where you can write multi-line comments in Python. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and I'm here today to explain almost everything about Python variables. So there are 6 major points that you must know about Python variables. So let's get started. The very first thing I'm going to type Python, and I'm going to open the idle application to practice variables in Python. So you must be already aware that IDLE is the application provided from Python to practice, to develop and learn, right? So integrated development learning environment. Now on this, let's create a very new file and let's save this file. Let's maximize this and let's save this file on any given location. If you are using any other notepad, for example Notepad, Jupyter, or PyCharm, any other editor window that you are using, that's also fine, because everything would remain the same, the concepts would remain the same. So let me quickly save it and give it a name, Python variables, and click on save. Okay, so once our file is ready, you can see the .py extension has been added. Now here we have to learn some 6 major points about variables. So the very first thing you should understand, when I am saying x is equal to 3, let's say. Now what happens, this variable, what are variables if I ask you? What are variables? So variables are nothing but they are containers, right? Containers to store data values, isn't it? Very simple. So x becomes a container which is going to store the value 3. And remember, this is the first major point that you should understand. This is a container to store data value. The second major point about variable, these variables are created, okay? I'm just writing it over here. They are created at the time the values are assigned to it. These are created at the time values are assigned to it. So the moment it will get created at the time you are writing x is equal to 3 or x is equal to John, anything you are writing, at the same time the variables get created. Okay, this is a very important point that you should know. So there are 2 points we have understood. One, the variable is a container to store data values. The second point, the variables are created at the time we are assigning values to it. Okay, and remember, let's see that. For example, I'm typing x is equal to 3 and I'm going to say y is equals to, I'm going to say John. Okay, there are 2 things I have typed. Now let's say, let's print this. So I'm going to say print, in the brackets I'm going to say x. Okay, and the next thing I am going to do is print and I'm going to say y. So there are 2 variables I want to print. Let's hit on F5. If you are very new, click on run and run module and it will ask you to save it. Hit on OK, and the moment you do it, it has printed 2 values here. The first one is 3 and the second one is John. Now you have a question, Rakesh, what if I want to print both the things at the same time? Correct? So let's do that. Comma y. Just by putting a y, I can do that. So to run it, every time you can hit on F5. Okay, so let's do that. F5, hit on OK, and here you can see 2 things has been printed, 3 and John. Now because we are concentrating on variables, let's also understand what would happen. Let's say instead of x, here I am saying x is equal to John. So I have given 2x, x is equal to 3, x is equal to John, and I want to print x. So tell me, what is the value that will be printed? Is it going to print 3 or it's going to print John? So the 3, so at this time when it is taking 3, this is the integer value, and this time the x is taking a different data type. This is a string data type. So remember, we don't have to, like any other programming, we generally have to declare data type, right? Remember, generally in there are other programs wherein you have to declare a data type, right? But in Python you don't necessarily, you can declare, there is a way, but you don't have to necessarily declare it. Okay, for example, when I say x is equal to 3, this becomes an integer data type, and when I'm saying x is equal to John, it has become a string data type. So when I'm typing print x, what would be the output? Let's do a F5. The output will be John. Getting it? Because the last one, this is the value it is going to store, and this becomes John. Now the next thing that comes to our mind, Rakesh, what will happen? Let's do this. Let's start with, remember the variables are case sensitive. Okay, very important point. Variables are case sensitive. Okay, what do I mean by case sensitive? For example, if I type a is equals to, I'm saying 10. Now let's say I'm going to say a is equals to, let's say I'm going to type my name Rakesh. Now if I print small a, if I'm going to print small within the parenthesis, I'm going to say small a, right? And if I'm going to print capital A, what will happen? Tell me. Because variables are case sensitive, a will be a different variable and capital lowercase a is a different variable and capital or the uppercase a is a different variable. So here I'm going to see two different outputs. So let's do a F5. Okay, and here you can see the first one is saying 10 and the second one is saying Rakesh. So this is a very important point. When you are using a variable, whatever the way you have typed, you need to maintain that. You can't say you have written the variable a and you're trying to type or use capital A. That will not work. They are case sensitive. So remember that. Very, very important point. And you don't have to declare a variable. I said, right? You don't have to declare a variable. Now the question comes, Rakesh, what if, right? As I said, you don't have to declare a variable. Not necessary to declare a variable. Now let's say if I'm saying x is equals to 3. So what is the meaning? Now if I say x is, or let's say I'm going to take another variable, y is equals to, let me say, within double quote, let's say I'm going to say 3. So what this 3 and what this x will be, tell me. So for example, I want to know the type. Okay, so I'll say print, and here I'm going to use the function called type, and within the double quote I'm going to say x. Check this how I'm writing, print type x. Okay, the same thing let's repeat for the second one, and I'm going to say print double parenthesis for the print, and then I'm going to say type, and for the type function again parenthesis, and I'm going to say y. Simple. Now if you do a F5, if you execute this, what will be the output? See, the first one is saying the x is a integer type. Now the second one is a string type. Okay, it's automatically, so that's why you don't have to declare it. It will automatically understand. It automatically understand. Okay, because you have written in double quote, this must be a string, so it is a string type. Because x is equal to 3, that is a integer type. Okay, this one you have understand. Now the next, the fifth point. So what are the things we have covered? Containers. Variables are containers. The variables are created at the time you are assigning a value to it. They are case sensitive. If you are writing small a, upper a, there are two different variables. They are not the same variable, we have learned, right? Then the next thing we saw how you can see the type, what kind of a data type it contains. Let's say now we are going to learn something about casting. Okay, what is casting? For example, if I am saying x is equals to, and I'm going to say string, and I'm going to say string 3, because generally if I'm typing x is equal to 3, what happens? That takes it as an integer until you put a double quote. So if I want to say string 3, so this becomes a string type. Okay, now let's say I'm going to say y is equals to int 3. What? Int, in the bracket, in the parenthesis, I'm going to say 3. So what this y will become? This become a integer type, integer data type, string data type, and this is integer data type. Now let's say I'm going to say z or z is equal to, I'm going to say float, right? And I'm going to say 3. So this becomes the float data type. So first one is a string data type, the second one is the integer data type, and the third one is the float data type. And all of this you can just see. Just now I taught you how to write that, print and then say type, right? Then use double parenthesis, and within that you'll have to say, let's say I want to print, let's say z, I want to print float type. Okay, like that you can experiment. So let me do a F5, hit on OK. So what happened? Let's see the output. The class is float. Getting it? So this is how we can, so these are the 5 different points that we have covered. Now the 6th point is about, tell me, the single quote and the double quote. Okay, there are two things, single quote and double quote. So how to use this single quote and double quote? So what would happen? Let's say I want to declare a variable. Let's say x is equals to, I can write in double quote John, right? What will happen if I write x is equals to, and I'm going to say in single quote, I'm going to say Rakesh. Let's give it a different variable so we can print it. Okay, now if I print x, hit enter, and let's say I want to print y, I will write y and hit enter. So remember, they are case sensitive, you have to be very careful. Let me hit on F5, hit on OK. So what will be the output? John and Rakesh have come. So doesn't matter if you want to declare a string, you can either go with double quote or you can go with single quote. Okay, so let's recall what are the things, because revising is very important. What we have learned, first point we have learned is variable is nothing, is a container to store, I'm not writing the entire sentences, container to store the values that we have learned. The second point that we have learned is it's created at the time value is assigned to it. The moment you are assigning a value, it understand what data type this one, and you don't have to really declare a data type, right? So created, the variable is created at the time the value is assigned to it. The third very important point, they are case sensitive, we have learned, right? Very important point. And the fourth important point that we have learned, they don't have to be declared, not necessary to declare, I would say not necessary to declare. How? Because just now we also saw when you're typing x is equal to 4, the x becomes an integer. When I'm saying x is equal to John, the x becomes a string data type. So automatically it will understand what data type it is. Okay. And the fifth point that we have understood about casting, how we can do the casting. So what we have done, we have written x is equal to str, and in the bracket we are providing some value. Let's say 3 becomes a string now, right? Let's say I want to say y is equal to int, and I want to give it some value, let's say 3. So this become an integer kind of a data type. Getting it? So casting we have learned. And the sixth point, very important point, is when you have to declare a string, either you can use a single quote or double quotes, doesn't matter. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6, the 6 very important points that we have learned about variables in this video. In this video, let's understand what are the variable naming standards, right? If you have to name a variable like x equals to 2 or whatever you are typing, what are the standards? Are there any rules? Yes, definitely there are rules in Python while you are naming a standard, naming a variable. So let's see that. Let's understand one by one. Okay, the very first one, you can use the very first one. Okay, and ensure you are making note, you are maintaining a separate notebook where you are writing all this. Now the very first one, single letter variables. Can I create single letter variables? The answer is yes. You can declare single letter variables. For example, x is equal to 5, and let's say I'm going to say y is equal to Rakesh, and in case you would like to print this, you can do it. Print, and I can say x comma y. So this can be done, no problem with this. Let's run it. F5, hit on OK. Alright, now on the idle shell, print OK. Why there is an error? I made a small mistake. The piece has to be in lowercase. Okay, hit on F5. OK. Alright, so you can see the output has come 5 and Rakesh. So both has been printed. So single letter variables are allowed. Okay, this is the first thing we have learned. Now the second thing, we are also going to understand how about descriptive names. Can I go with descriptive variables? What do I mean by descriptive? For example, let's say I want to say employee name is equals to Rakesh. Is it allowed? Is it allowed? Yes, it is allowed. I can go with that. So let me say print and then say employee name, right? So if I do this and hit on F5, okay, then the output will come. Okay, you can see the employee name Rakesh has been printed quite well. Okay, let me keep it aside so that it's easy to verify. So this is also allowed. So the second point that we have learned is about the descriptive variable. Okay, now the third thing we are going to learn few rules. Okay, what are the rules? How do I, let's say someone will say, Rakesh, can I write a variable? So few rules I'm going to talk about. Okay, what are the rules? This is the third point we are covering. So what are the rules while I'm creating a variable? Okay, so what are the rules? The first one, let's say I'm typing name. Okay, I said name is equals to Rakesh, or let's make it slightly more easy. Let's go with customer name. So I've written customer name is equal to Rakesh. So this is going to work, no problem. But what if I'm going to start this with a number? Let's say I'm going to say first customer name is equal to Rakesh. Now this is wrong. You cannot have a numeric or the number at the beginning of the variable. This is the rule you should remember. You cannot have a number at the beginning of the variable. So for example, if I run this, if I do a F5 and hit on OK, you can see invalid decimal literal. So this is very important rule. You cannot have a number at the beginning of a variable. So how should I start? So you should always start with either a alphabet. You can start with a alphabet, or you can start with underscore. Okay, two things are allowed. For example, when I was typing first, right, this was not working, but if I type underscore first customer name, this is going to work. Let's print it. Okay, this is not going to throw any error, so I'm going to say double quote, and within the double quote I'm going to copy this name. So I've given a underscore before the number, because I said you can't use number, but you can use either a alphabet or you can use a underscore. Okay, so let's run it. Hit on OK. So here you can see it has printed the output as Rakesh. So underscore is allowed and alphabet is allowed. This is one of the very important rule. Now the other thing you can go with, let's say you cannot use any kind of another rule is, okay, only alphanumeric things are allowed. For example, alphabet and all the numbers are allowed in the variable. You cannot use at the rate, you cannot use any other symbols, dollar, right? For example, let's do that. Here I have written first customer name. Let's say first here I'm writing at the rate customer name. Is it going to work? If I'm using a at the rate customer name, is it going to print? So let's do a F5, hit on enter. So what happened? It thrown an error, cannot assign to expression. Here maybe you meant instead of, so this is the error which is coming. The rule is you can only use alphabets, all alphabets, capital, small, doesn't matter. Numbers you can use underscore, right? But you cannot use any special characters like at the rate, dollar symbol, right, star, all these things you cannot use inside a variable. Only alphabets, numbers and underscores are allowed. So to rectify this, all I can do is instead of at the rate, I can put an underscore over here, underscore, and this can work. Let me do a F5, hit on OK, and you can see it has printed the output. Okay, without any problem it has printed the output. Okay, very important rule we have understood. You can use alphabets and numbers at the beginning. You cannot use a number. You can start with the underscore. Okay, you cannot use any kind of a special characters. Okay, only alphabet, numbers and underscore is allowed. And very other important point that we have already covered in the previous video, that they are case sensitive. Okay, the fourth point, or the fifth point will be case sensitive. What is case sensitive? For example, if I type name, let's say I'm typing name is equals to Rakesh, and here I'm going to say another name in N capital, and I'm going to say N equals to, and I'm going to say John, and let's say I'm going to say NAME all capital, and I'm going to say this equals to Rohan, right? Any format you type. If you are writing in a different format, then all these variables are separate variables. Okay, let's say Yami. Okay, I'm typing all the names. Now let's say I'm going to print one of them, not all. I'm going to say print which one we should print. Let's say the capital one I'm going to print. So all this, the way you have typed, all these are 4 different variables. They are not the same variable. These are all 4 different variables. So if I'm saying print name, that means it's only going to print Rohan. It's not going to print Yami or Rakesh or anything else. It's going to print only Rohan because it is case sensitive. Remember that. So if I hit on F5 and run this, what would happen? The output is Rohan. Why the output Rohan has come? Because as per the the way we have written, right, they are case sensitive. So ensure the variable, the way you have written, the same way it has to be written. A small change will make a difference. Okay, so these are the 5 different points that we have learned. Now let's repeat what are the things. The first one, what we have learned, let's see how many people do remember. First thing is we can go with short names. Okay, what is the second thing we have learned? What is the second point we have learned? Descriptive names we can go with, right? What is the third thing that we have learned? Cannot start with number. You cannot start a variable with a number, that we have learned. We have seen the example. What is the fourth point we have learned? You can start with underscore, right? You can use a underscore to create a variable. Okay, at the beginning you can use an underscore, that will work. What is the fifth thing we have learned? You can only use alphabets, all kind of alphabet, uppercase, lowercase, doesn't matter, alphanumeric, right? Alphabets and numbers you can go with, right? But you cannot start with a number, but in between the alphabet, for example, I can say customer, let's say I'm going to first name, something like that. Okay, so I can go I can use a number in between. What is the other thing we have learned? Tell me. We can't use any special symbols like at the rate. You cannot use like at the rate in a variable, or let's say dollar symbol, or any percentage and all that. Okay, this is not allowed, and all the variables that you are going to use, they are case sensitive. They are case sensitive. So we have to be very careful while using or declaring a variable. So thank you guys. So with this examples, you must be very clear what are the naming standards of while creating a variable during your Python coding. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn the programming naming conventions. So there are 3 different standards that is widely used. The first one is the camel case, the second one is the snake case, the third one is the Pascal case. So what is this camel case, how to use, and everything we are going to learn practically. Okay, now it is very important, and this is generally used. You have a question, right? When I should use it? When you have to use multi-word variables, right? When I have to use multi-word variables, it is very difficult to read. For example, if I say employee first name, this is a multi-word employee, then I'm writing first name. So sometimes it is quite difficult to read. This is a 3-letter word. There could be even 4 and 5-letter words. It will be very difficult to read. So that's why there is a standard. So let's first learn the first standard. Okay, so the first standard is, I'll give it a hash and say the number 1. The first standard is camel case. Okay, very popular one, camel case. So how to write camel case? Let's say if I have to write employee first name, so I'll say employee first name. So there are three words. The first word is the employee, second is first, and the third is name. So the first word in camel case is always written in lowercase. The first word will be written in the lowercase, and the second and anything after that will be, the first letter of that word will start with uppercase. Okay, so first letter started with uppercase and you will continue, but the first word will, the complete word will be in lowercase. Okay, so this is the camel case. And what is the second one? The second one is the snake case. Snake case. So how to write snake case? For example, if you want to write employee, so I'll use a underscore to join all the words. Okay, first underscore name. So here you don't have to make any capital letters. Very simple, employee underscore first underscore name. So this is also one of the popular standards while naming a multi-word variable. Okay, so when to use? When there's a multi-word variable. Now the third standard is the Pascal standard or Pascal case. So how to write this? This one, every word starts with a uppercase. Every word will start with uppercase. For example, employee first name. Okay, this is also, some of companies would follow the Pascal case, where they will write all the variables in the first word of each word will start with a capital letter. So these are three different standards how you can define a variable when there are multiple words in a variable that has to be used. So thank you guys for watching it. Please do connect with our channel. Hey guys, in this video we'll be learning assign multiple values to multiple variables, and I'm using Python idle. So how can you assign multiple values to multiple variables in Python programming? So here I have got a small story. Let's read this. A customer whose first name is Rakesh and his middle name is Kumar and his last name is Behra store all the three values in three different variables. So the question is, you have to store all the values in three different variables, and most probably in the single line. Okay, let me write this in the single line during your Python programming. In the single line you have to write. And the next is print the full name with a space. You have to print the full name with a space. That means the first variable is containing Rakesh, the second variable containing Kumar, and the third variable containing Behra. Now this has to be printed like this: Rakesh space Kumar space Behra. So how to do that? Let's see in Python. Okay, how this can be achieved in Python. Let's understand that. Okay, now the very first thing what I will do, I'm going to write three different variables, and I am going to follow the camel case. So in the previous video I have shown you what is a camel case, what is a snake case, what is a Pascal case. So I'm using the camel case. So first name, comma, in the single line I have to write, right? So first name, and then I'll give a space, and then let me write middle name. Okay, I have to maintain the standard. So middle name, comma, and then last name. Fine, I have written all the three variables. Now I have to assign values to them. So how can I assign values to all these three variables? Very simple. Write equals to, and then you will use either double quote or single quote, doesn't matter. I'll say Rakesh, the first name, give it a comma. Remember, anytime there are multiple things, you're applying a comma. Very simple. Double quote, and here I'm going to say Kumar, and then comma, and then I want to say, doesn't matter if you give a space after comma or not, that doesn't matter, but ensure you are giving a comma. So what happens? The first one get assigned to the first variable, second one, third one. Getting it? So this way, store all three values in three different variables in the single line. So this is done, this is achieved in the Python programming. Now the second ask is you need to print the full name with a space. So how do you print all these three variables? So let's do that. In Python I am going to write simple print command, and then I'll use parenthesis, and within that I have to write three different variables. Because they are variables, you don't have to use double quote. I'll simply say first name, comma, I have to give a space. So remember, now within double quote I am giving a space, simple, and then giving it then a comma. Remember, comma is very important. And here then I have to write the second variable, and the way you have written the variable, the case and everything has to match, because Python variables are case sensitive, right? So let's put double quote, give it a space, comma, and then I'm going to say last name. Sorry, it's not a variable, so it's a variable, doesn't need that. So let's write last name. Okay, ensure the way you have written the variables, it is matching properly, otherwise it will throw error. So what would happen, because I have given two spaces within the double quote, what would be the output? So to run it, you can hit on run or directly hit on F5. Is going to ask you to save it, hit on OK. Now look at this. So the output has appeared. What is the output? Rakesh Kumar Behra. So did we achieve this? So this is a learning. How do you assign multiple values to multiple variables? So this is the format. If you maintain, your output will properly appear. So you can see my output has properly appeared, Rakesh Kumar Behra. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and in this video our agenda is how can you add one value to multiple variables. So this we can learn with a very interesting example. So here let's say there are 5 students, student 1, student 2 and student 3, 4, 5. All these 5 students are going for an interview, or they have gone for an interview. In the interview, 3 students were chosen, or 3 students only got selected and 2 were rejected. So who are those students who got rejected? Student number 1 got rejected and the student number 5 got rejected. That's a bad day for them. But the good day is student 2, 3, 4, these 3 people got selected. Use Python program to store the selected and rejected values. So how do you do it? Right, very interesting. So that's where you will be using adding one value to multiple variables, so let's see how to do it. So here what I'm going to do, so who are the students who got failed? Student 1 and student 5. So I'm going to write student 1 equals to student 5 equals to, you can say rejected or you can say failed, whatever you want to say. Okay, so I'm giving a single value to 2 different variables. And what happened to the next one? Student 2 equals to, so student 2, 3, 4, this 3 people got selected. So let's write it, student 3 equals to student 4 equals to, and I'm going to say congratulations, selected. Okay, some value I'm just trying to put it. So what is happening? One value I am assigning to multiple variables, right? Let's say, just think student 1 and student 2, these are 2 friends. Student 1 and student 2 are very close friends. So they wanted to check the results. So I'll say print and I will say student, and ensure the variables in Python is case sensitive. So I have to write in the same format. S capital means S capital. Okay, student 1 comma student 2. So they wanted to see their result of the interview. So when we use this command in Python, the Python command print student 1 comma student 2, and if I run this Python program, what is the output I will get? By hitting on F5 also you can do it. So what is the output? So for the first one, student 1, it has printed failed, and the second one it has printed congratulations, selected. Okay, so let's say I want to give little space just to differentiate both of this. So what I can do in the print command, let's give little space and then Okay, I want to specify some, give some space. So I've done that, and let's hit on F5, hit on OK. So what is the output? Okay, why there is an invalid syntax? Yes, because I need to provide a comma. Very simple. Okay, now let's do F5, hit on OK. So what happened? The first one is say it failed. There's a symbol I've given, and then congratulations selected, or you can give it a comma. Let's say I don't want a dash, that doesn't look appropriate, so semicolon or whatever you want to use. Okay, something like this. Now if you do a F5, hit on OK, it's up to you. How do you like to program? Failed and congratulations selected. So the student one failed and this one has got selected, right? So this is how we can print. So you can see how we have assigned one value to multiple variables, right? Here we have assigned it to multiple variables, and this value we have assigned to 3 different variables. So thank you for watching, guys. We are going to come up with more such interesting examples with which you can remember the facts, the codes of Python very easily. Unpacking a collection in Python programming. So what is a collection first of all? So for this, let's say there is a game, there's a tournament happening, there's a chess tournament happening, and there are 2 teams called team 1, team 2. So when there's a team, there are multiple people. So that is where you have to use a collection, right? So collection team 1, I will use a equals to mark, and then I'm using 2 square brackets. Fine. Now in the square brackets, I'm going to write some 3 names. Let's say John, comma, and the other person is, let's say, Steve, and the third person is, let's say, Rob. Okay, these are the 3 people from team 1. So what happens by mentioning this? This will become a collection. Remember, this is a collection. Okay, collection of 3 different values or multiple values. Now here I'm going to say team 2. Now let's form the team 2. Again, I'll use 2 square brackets, and then I'm going to provide some name. Let's say Carson is first name, and let's say I'm going to say Smith is second name, and the third name, let's say I'm going to say Joey. Okay, so this is the team 2. Now because it's a chess game, that means 2 people will play against each other. Chess tournament, right? So John will play with Carson, Steve will play with Smith, Rob will play with Joey. So how do you do it in Python? Very interesting question, isn't it? So first of all, let's try to print, because the first thing we wanted to see is, if I've created a collection, can I print it? Yes, you can print it. Simple. I'm going to write team 1 and hit on F5, hit on OK, and you can see it has printed the team 1, which consists of John, Steve and Rob. Correct? John, Steve and Rob. The team 1 has been printed quite well. Now let's say I wanted to form 3 different groups, right? John, Carson, Steve, Smith and Rob, Joey. So for this, there is something called unpacking comes into picture. Unpacking in Python programming. So how will you do unpack in Python? How is that possible? It's very simple. Let me take some 3 variables, a, b, c. A, b, c equals to, and I'm going to say team 1. Very simple. See, by doing this, what would happen? The values that are there in team 1, John, Steve and Rob, the John will get assigned to A, Steve will be assigned to B and Rob will be assigned to C. Very simple. Unpacking. So this is the unpacking. Now let's do it for the second team. So I'm going to use 3 other variables, x, y, z is equals to, I'm going to say team 2. But ensure the way you are writing the variables, because they are case sensitive, you have to write in the very similar way. So now I have unpacked. Now the interesting question is, I have to form 3 different groups, right? So I need to print the names. Let's say print, and I'm going to say double quote, I'm going to say players in group 1 colon, and I want to print the player name. So how do I print the player names? Give it a comma. Very simple. Give it a comma, and the group 1 will have A, that means John, right? John and Carson. So I'm going to say A, comma X, and in between while it is printing I want to give a double quote A, and I'm going to write the N symbol, okay, and give it a comma here. So look at the format I have written. A, and that means it's going to print player in group 1, A that means John, and X means Carson, okay, because we have unpacked. So this is a practical example. Let's copy this and hit on enter, paste it. Now here simply change the values. Group 1, this will become so group spelling I have made it wrong, so let's say OUP and then OUP, and this will be group 2, and instead of A I will say it is B, instead of X I will say it is Y. Done. Now let's print the same thing, copy paste, and here I will say group, and this is the third group, and this is between the C, that is Rob, and the Z, that is Joey. Done. Now let's run it and let's see what is the output is coming. So we have learned with a very simple example unpacking a collection. Okay, so let's do F5, hit on OK. Now look at the output. Has it given the right result to us? Players 1 in group 1, John and Carson, Steve and Smith, and then Robin, Joy. So it has given us the, so this is one of the practical example where I need to unpack it, right? This is one of the example. So thank you guys for watching it. We are going to come up, I'm pretty sure, with this kind of examples it will be very interesting to learn the concepts in Python programming. So thank you for watching it. We are going to meet again in our next video. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and I welcome you back to my channel Automate with Rakesh. Here our agenda for the training is when to use comma and plus sign during your print command, when to go for a comma and when to go for a plus sign in Python coding. Let's understand that. Okay, there are very interesting facts that you are going to learn in case you are not aware. For example, let's say I'm going to create a variable x is equals to, and I'm going to say my channel name, I will say automate, okay, and then I'm going to say y is equals to, and I'm going to say automate and then with, and then hit on enter. Then I'm going to say z is equals to, and I'm going to say Rakesh, okay, automate with Rakesh. These are the three variables storing three different data. Now what would happen if you say print, and then in the bracket, in parenthesis, I'm going to say x comma y comma z. What will happen? And what will happen if you print x plus y plus z, close the parenthesis. So what would happen if I print in this way? So let's see that. Let me execute, let me run this, hit on OK. So what happened? The first one with a comma, these are three different words without a space, Now these three different words, when we did x, y, z, right, with a comma, the output, look at the output. Let me close this. Okay, let's run it again. Let's let it open a new page. So what happened? The first one with a comma, right, it showed automate with Rakesh, and the second one with a plus sign, it is showing automate with Rakesh without space. So if you have to use, if you have to concat something, you don't need a space, then you can go with a plus sign. If you need a space, right, to print something, you can simply use a comma. Okay, very interesting facts about the comma and plus in Python while you are using the print command. Right, now the next thing, what would happen? Let's say instead of y, I want to give it some value. Let's say 1. Okay, automate 1 Rakesh. So let's say I'm giving a numeric value. The moment I provide a numeric value, see, there will be an error. Which one will give error? This command will give error or this one? Do you know? So let's see that. Hit on F5, hit on OK. So what happened? The first one x, y, z, it has printed automate 1 plus Rakesh, and there is a space given for each of the variable values. But for the second one, x plus y plus z, because it is a numeric value, it thrown an error. Can only concatenate string, not integer to string. Okay, right? We cannot do a concatenation for both numeric value and string values. Okay, very interesting facts that you must know. Thank you guys. We are going to meet again in our next video. In this video, we are going to learn creating and calling function in Python. Function, right? The moment you hear the word function, we are confused. What is function? It says function is a block of code. Again, you will have a doubt, what is the block of code again? And that only executes when it is invoked or called. So let's see a very good example which would help you to understand what is a function, what do I mean by block of code, and it only executes when it is invoked or called. So the entire meaning will be very, very clear. Now for this we will take an example. Let's say I have a company called ABC dot something like that. Okay, I have a company, just for an example, and any customer who comes, I would like to greet the customer with a message. Let's say welcome to ABC company. I want to greet the customer. And in a company there could be multiple customers will be coming, and I need to say the same sentence several times, right? So with this example, we need first of all we need to create a block of code which would print this welcome to ABC company. So for that, so when it comes to function, the function is actually defined. You need to define it. So to define it, you use the keyword def. Def stands for define. Okay, now here, because this is, I'll give a name called welcome message, and here I'm going to use the parenthesis and a colon. Look at this, I'm going to explain. And then the moment you hit on and enter, what happened? There's an indent, there is a space. By default it will come. Okay, so do not remove the space has to be there, otherwise the block of code will not function. This is a rule. So the space has to be there. Now here I will say print, and I'm going to say welcome to ABC dot something like that. Okay, company. Okay, so I have defined a function. So this is known as a block of code. It could be anything. Okay, you can do addition, subtraction, anything. It could be any kind of a calculation. But again, in simple terms, this is a block of code. A function is a block of code that only executes when it is invoked or called. So what is the meaning? For example, let's say I wanted to so go back in the line. I'm going back to the main line, and here let's say I want to call this welcome message, and I'm going to simply call it. Okay, and no colon will be used, simply a parenthesis is enough. Okay, remember, look at the syntax, the way I'm writing, there's no space, there's a colon, all these are syntax, and it has to be written the same exact way. And I want to call this, so this time what I'm doing, I'm simply calling it. Okay, I'm simply calling it. Hit on F5. I'm going to run this. I'm using idle, so run this piece of code. So what would happen? It is automatically printing welcome to ABC company, isn't it? So I can do it multiple times. Let's say there are multiple customers, this can be called several times, so I have to write in the exact way, okay, with the parenthesis, and I need to run it. F5. Okay, so you can see as many times I am calling it, it is saying welcome to ABC company, welcome to ABC company. So I can call, I don't have to write this code several times now. Print welcome to ABC company, print welcome. So with the just by calling it, it does the job for me. Now there is a question, Rakesh, this is not enough. Let's say the customer has a name. You need to greet him with his name. You want to make it more personalized message. So how this can be done? Yes, that can also be done using, let's say I'm going to create a argument known as customer name. So what is this? So remember how we have defined, how you have to define a function. First you have to write def, which is for define, and then you have to write the function name. You can give any name you want, any name, doesn't matter. So welcome message, right? So apart from the reserved names, so you are giving a name. Okay, you are giving a name, and then I inside this parenthesis you'll be using something called arguments. So whatever you are mentioning inside this is an argument. For example, let's see a demo. Okay, let's see a demo how this one works. So here what I have done, I have written customer name, and in the print, while it is printing, I will say customer name. Okay, I'm writing, these are all case sensitive, welcome message, customer name, so the variables are case sensitive, so ensure the names are case sensitive, so ensure we are typing it in the same way without any spelling mistake. And also lowercase, uppercase, everything has to match exactly the same in Python. Print customer name, I'm putting a comma, right, and I will give it a dash and then comma, and I'm going to say welcome to, or else just to make it more simpler, I can put a dash before this. That also does a job. So customer name Rakesh, and then it will say welcome to ABC company. So how do I use this? To call this, all I have to do to call the function, the entire block of code, all I have to do, I have to use the function name. What is the function name? Welcome message. This is the function name, and in the bracket this time, last time I was leaving blank because there was no argument. Here I have used an argument. Now I can pass a value to it. For example, I'm saying Rakesh, any value I can pass. So I'm passing Rakesh. So what would happen, just by calling this welcome message function and passing the name as Rakesh, it is going to print Rakesh, welcome to ABC company. So this is very interesting. Let's run it. F5, hit on OK, and you can see it said Rakesh, welcome to ABC company. Getting it? So it is giving a name. Let's say you want to do, instead of customer name, right, one more very important thing, what would happen if I call it as like this, welcome message. So I made a small mistake. Instead of writing in capital letter, I'm writing in lowercase. Okay, everything else remains the same. I'm going to simply write, let's say Rakesh, any name you can pass, by the way. So what would happen if I run this? F5. So there are two times I'm calling it. Okay, let's see what is the output. Now for the first one it has printed properly. For the second one it said there is an error. What is the error? Welcome message is not defined. Did you mean welcome message? So having a small mistake, it won't work. So ensure the way you have written, uppercase, lowercase, the exact way you have to write it. Okay, that is one of the important point in Python you need to remember. So what happened here? I have passed the customer name. So it is happily printing the customer name. I can pass any value to it. Let's say instead of customer name, I want to use the customer ID. So I'm saying cust ID. With customer name, I also want to print the customer ID. So for that, what I will do in the printing block, in the printing line where I'm printing the message, I'm going to make a little change. I'll say customer name, and then I'll use a single quote, and then give it, let's say I wanted to write it in, or let's use a small dash. Okay, for example, after custom name I'm using a small dash, and here I'm putting a comma. Okay, and after that, look at this, how I'm writing. By making small mistake, this will become a problem. So for this colon, and then I have given a comma, and this again is there in the double quotes. Here I will write customer ID, and ensure the way you are writing, it has to match as per the function. So I'll say cust ID. Okay, and give it a comma. Comma is very important. So customer name, and then it will print a dash, and then it will say customer ID, and then it is going to print this. Okay, now let's see how this one is working. Okay, so I will take the name of the function welcome message, and in the bracket I need to pass two different arguments now. One is the customer name and the customer ID. So let's say I'm going to print some other name, let's say John. Okay, comma, and customer ID. So the customer 1 2 3 4 5 6 is the customer ID, let's say. So what would happen, this John will pass to customer name when you are calling this function. 1 2 3 4 5 6 will pass to customer ID, and as per the block of code it's supposed to print it, so it is going to use those values and print it. Very simple. So let's run it. F5. So you can see John, customer ID, welcome to ABC company. So you can do a lot of customization. Okay, now you can think, once you have understood how it is working, you can do a lot of customization, up to you. Now let's take another example. Let's say I want to do some addition. So what is the benefit of this? I can call the function several times because this is having only one line of code. Just imagine there are multiple lines of codes, very big, it is doing a lot of work. So you don't want to write the same set of instructions several times in a project. You would like to call, define it as a function, and you would like to call that and do what it's supposed to do just by calling the name, right? So let's say I want to do a sum. Okay, so I will create another function and I will say addition. Okay, or the, let's say, purchase order. um, let's take simple example. Okay, I'm saying addition. Okay, I'm creating a function and given a name, define addition, and then here in the addition I'm going to pass two different values. One is to the argument x, this is argument y. So remember what is argument here? Within the function, when I'm writing two variables, this becomes a argument. Okay, so I've defined, and once you define, colon is very, very important. Colon represents the block of code, so ensure colon is given, then hit on enter. So what would happen the moment you do that? It automatically understands this is a block of code and it provides an indent or a space automatically. Okay, the moment you hit on enter, it automatically provides an indent or a space. Now let's say I want to print and I want to sum it. So I will say x and then I will say plus, and I want to say y. So what would happen? Whatever the value we are passing, this is going to add it. Okay, now let's keep it simple and let's call this function. Go give it a backspace, and I want to call and write it in the same. Okay, they are case sensitive, so I'm going to write it in the same way, and here I'm going to pass two values. So I'm going to pass 10 comma I'm going to pass 20. What I'm passing? 10 comma 20 I'm passing. So what should be the output? 30 should be the output. So let's run it. F5. Okay, so you can see the output is 30. Now you can do a lot of modification. You want to say that the sum is, you want to write all that, right? For example, the sum or the addition value is whatever value is, something like that you want to type. You can do that, give it a comma, very, very important. Okay, now let's run it again. F5, hit on OK. So the sum value is 30, right? So what would happen by defining such small block of codes, or maybe a large block of code, doesn't matter. It is easy for me to call this block of code several times in the project. Let's say the addition has to be done 10 times or 20 times in a project. You don't want to write the same formula several times. You will define it first, you will make it a function, and then call it several times. I can call it several times and I can pass various values. Let's say next time I want to do addition of 39 comma something like that. Okay, so if I have to do that, so what would happen? Even this is going to work. For example, if I hit on F5, okay, the first one the sum value is 30, for the second one the sum value is 497. Understanding? So it becomes very easy to provide a different value and get what we need, right? So that's where we are using arguments. So this is again a basic information about function. There are a lot many things we are going to learn as we proceed. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and welcome back to Automate with Rakesh channel. In this video, we are going to focus on what is a local variable and what is a global variable in Python. Right? In Python, they are very important. What is a global and what is a local variable? Based on the definition, the global variable created outside of a function. Now, you must have knowledge about function. If not, this video is going to help you to understand everything in detail. Okay, and can be used inside the function and outside. Okay, what is this meaning? Okay, we need to understand first of all. So function, when it comes to function, you start defining a function. For example, I wanted to do addition. Okay, so I will say, I'll give it a name to the function called addition, and I'm going to define it using def keyword. This is the very important keyword, define, and the name of the function I'm giving as addition. I'm using parenthesis and a colon. Getting it? So how do you create a function? You write define, you provide the function name and use a parenthesis and a colon. Very simple. And then let's say I want to add. Okay, so I want to add. So here I'm going to simply say print, and I'm going to show a message. This function is about adding numbers, something like this. I'm just giving a simple print command. So let's say I will write few more things inside that. Before that, the moment you hit enter, just notice here you have put a semicolon. The moment you are hitting enter, what is happening? By default in the line, so let me enable the line. Okay, by default in the line you can see there is an indent or there is a space given, and this space is very, very important. If you skip this space, your function will not work. So don't do anything with the space. You have to have at least one space. That is the rule. So I have created the function named addition. Now I want to use it. So I'll go to the next line and I'm going to hit on the backspace, and I want to call this function. Okay, I'm taking a very simple example. Just by taking its name and writing a parenthesis, I'll be able to call the function. So what is defined? The function is a block of code. Okay, so in this block of code, I'm simply printing this function is about adding numbers. So let's do a run. Let's run it by F5. Hit on OK to save this. So what is the output that has come? This function is about adding numbers. Okay, now what if I will create some values. Okay, let's say I want to say x is equals to 100, and I'm going to say y is equals to 200. So what I'm doing here, I'm creating two variables, and these variables when created inside a function, that becomes a local variable. Okay, when you are creating variables inside a function, so this is the function block, right? So you don't have to end the function will automatically end the moment you are hitting a backspace. The function completes over here. So these two variables becomes local variables. Okay, now let's say I want to do some kind of a sum. So I will say print, I'm going to say print, and here in the parenthesis I'm going to say x plus y. I'm doing x plus y. So now if I call this function with the name addition and try to run this, what would happen? In the line number 11, it's going to print it. It is going to do the job, and you can see the output has come, right? What is the output? Here 100 plus 200, it has added. This function is about adding numbers, and the 300. Let's say you want to make little bit of more changes. The addition value is something like that you want to write, and after this double quote I'm going to give it a comma. So now let's run it again, hitting on F5. Okay, so what happened? This function is about adding numbers. The first thing has been printed, right? This has been printed, and after adding, it is saying the addition value is 300. Getting it? So the variables which are created inside a function will be known as local function. So this is clear. What is a local variable? So the variables created inside of functions are called local variables. So this is clear. Now what about a global variable? So global variable is actually defined outside of a function, created outside of a function. Let's say I want to create another variable called z, for example. Z is equal to 300. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm creating another variable called z. So this z variable will become a global variable because this is created outside of your function. So this becomes a global variable. Simple. Now let's say I want to add z. So what I will do, plus z. So what is the output will come? 300 plus 100, 400 plus 200, 600 the output should come. Now I am calling the function. Let's call by just typing the name addition. The name of the function is addition and parenthesis. That's all. The moment I hit on F5 and hit on OK. So what is happening? The addition value is coming 600. Why it is coming 600? Because the global variable, it is using two local variables, x plus y, and also using the global variable. So at the end, what is the output? 600. So with this basic understanding, we have got what is a local variable, what is a global variable. Now let's make little more modification. Okay, what we will do, let's delete all this within the block of the function. I'm deleting everything, and here let's say I'm going to say x is equals to 100. What I'm doing, I'm saying x is equal to 100. Here I am inside this block, inside the block. Ensure the space is maintained properly, okay, otherwise your function will not work, it will throw error. Okay, so now I am in the right indent, in the right space. Here I am going to say x is equal to 200. So what I'm using the same variable name, but here inside the function I'm giving a different value to it. What I'm saying, x is equal to 200, and here I'm going to use print, within parenthesis I'm going to write x. So now tell me, this print will print 100 or it is going to print 200? Tell me what it's going to print. Is it going to print 100 or is it going to print 200? So let's do that experiment. So I'm calling the function over here in the line number 13. Delete the space. Okay, so in the line number 12 I am calling the function addition. Okay, so what would happen? What is the output? Is it going to print 100 or is it going to print 200? Because you can see there is a global variable called x is equal to 100, and also in the local I am saying x is equal to 200. So what it becomes, this x will become a local variable and is going to print the local variable. Within the function, the local variable will take precedence and it is going to print 200. So let's see that. Let's do a F5, hit on OK. So what is the output it has come? It is printing 200. It's not printing 100. Okay, because I am calling the function, whatever you have mentioned in the function, inside the function will take precedence or will take priority. So this is understood. Now let's say under addition, under the line number 13, I am going to print and I'm going to say x. Now tell me what will be printed. Is it going to print 200 or is it going to print 100? Is it going to print the value of the global variable or the local one? So it will, because I am not using the function, I am not calling the function. In the line number 13, I am simply printing the global variable. So the output should come as 100. So let's run it. So what is the output? The first output for the function for the line number 12, what is the output? For the line number 12, the output has come as 200. Okay, and for the line number 13, the output has come as 100. So this must give you a clear understanding what is how the global variable and local variable are working. Now let's say you will say, Rakesh, what if I do not want to create a local variable? I do not want to create a local variable, but using the global variable itself. Okay, I'm deleting everything. I'm simply in the function. Now the previous value in the global variable was 100. Now you will say, Rakesh, I don't want to create a local variable here as x. What I want to do, I want to simply change the global variable. How can I do that? Can be done just by typing global. Okay, global x. So what I am doing, I am trying to call the global variable x. Okay, now here in the global variable I want to make a change. So let's say I'm going to say x is equal to 200, or let's say x is equal to 500. So what is happening, whatever the default value was there in the line number 6, which was 100, here because I am saying global, so the spelling is incorrect, global. Okay, global x. Now what is happening, it is going to call the global x and is going to assign a new value to it, 500. So globally the value will become 500 now. So if I call it, so this is inside the function, everything in the same line. So this is the complete block of code. I'll hit on enter, double enter, going back, and let me simply call the function called addition. Okay, so what will be the output? Because here I am assigning x is equal to 500 to the global variable. Let's see, and I am also going to simply print. Okay, print, and in the parenthesis I am going to use the x, which is the global variable. Now the output will come 100 or the output is going to 500, because we have used the keyword global x. That means it's going to completely change the value which was there globally 100. It is going to completely change the value to 500, and then when I do a print x, let's see what's going to happen. Okay, because I'm running the function before the print x, what would happen? So let's do a F5, hit on OK. So what is the output? The first addition in the line number 13, the output is 500, and also in the print x, the output is 500. Now the question comes, what if I print before calling the function? Let's say I'll give it a space so that it's easy to understand. So print, and here I am printing x. So what is happening here in the line number 30? I am not calling addition, so the x value still remains 100. So here it should print 100, and here it should print 500, and if I use a print below this, getting it, now it should print 500 again. So how it is happening, let's see that. Hit on F5, hit on OK. So what happened? The first print, right, the first print where I'm simply saying print x, it has printed 100. Then it went to in the line number 14, it called the function, and it has printed the first line. The function is about adding numbers, and then it is printing the x, okay, in the line number 14, and the output of that is 500. Getting it? Now if I'm printing print x, now because globally the x value has changed, now the print x value is coming 500. Getting it? So with this example, you should be pretty clear. If not, please do watch it from the again and try to do the same thing how I am doing. You will have a complete understanding. So just to summarize, local variables are the ones which are created inside the function. Global variables are the ones which are created outside of the function. Can be used inside the function and outside. So I am using this x is equal to 100 inside the function, and also I can print it outside. Okay, so this becomes the complete function. Okay, wherever you see this space until here, this is a block of a code. This is the entire block of the code, and this function is using the global variable. If I have to change the global variable, all I have to use the word global and say x, whatever value I am providing inside that, it is going to take precedence. Okay, once the function is called, once the function is running, after that, whenever you type print x, it is only going to show 500 because the value has been changed after calling the function. Okay guys, so this example should be experimented pretty well and understood pretty well. So this is all about local and global variable in Python. In this video, we are going to learn Python data types, and we are going to focus on number kind of a variable. Okay, the data types, for example, integer, string, those are all different data types, right? So let's understand. In number, there are three different data types. It could be an integer, that means it's a whole number. It could be a float, that means a decimal number, or it could be a complex number. Many people have a good understanding what is an integer, what is a float, but a complex is a bit of confusion in most of us. So let's clear that through this example. So first of all, let's create some variables. So the moment you create a variable and you assign a value, it automatically understand, okay, the data type of x is now integer. Let's say I'm saying y. If I'm typing 5 point, so the Python will understand that now the y variable is a float data type. If I say z is equals to, let's say I'm saying 8j, okay, something like that. The moment I type or let's say minus 8j, anything I type, so this j denotes the imaginary number or the complex number. I'm going to talk about that. Now Python will understand, okay, the z variable is now a complex kind of a data type or a complex number. Okay, now you will be interested to see how do I see the data type. You said the moment you are assigning a value, the variable data type is determined. If I'm assigning 3, it says, okay, x is a integer type. If I'm assigning in a decimal number, then it understands a float. So how do I see that, Rakesh? Very simple. All you do, type print, and in the parenthesis you type is the function, and I'm going to understand the type of x, and I'm going to close the print. So what I'm doing, using the type function, I am able to identify what is the type for x. So let's run it, for example. Okay, if I run it for x, it is an integer type. Okay, the same thing we can copy paste just to see what are the other two types. Copy paste, and here I'm going to say y, and here I am going to say z. Done. Three things are done. Let's run it. So what happened? Integer, float, and complex. The third one is a complex types. Okay, so we understood. Now the question is integer. Now we'll go one by one. Okay, we'll start with the integer. Let's say I'll take only the x variable. Now let's say x is equal to 3. Okay, now this is an integer. Now anything, even let's keep those y. I'm just focusing on integer now. Okay, if I say -3, is it an integer? Yes, it is also an integer. Any whole number, remember, any whole number is an integer type. So what if I type 3 or -3 or whatever you type, right? So all this will become an integer type. For example, if I print x copy, and but it should not have decimal. Okay, integer means it should only be the whole number, no decimal. This is the point you should remember. If it has a decimal, then it will become a float type. So if I print x and y, for both of this it should show me they are whole numbers. It should show me the class is integer, or the data type should be integer type. It's an integer, it's a whole number. Okay, you can see the output has come integer, even though it's a negative number. Understood? Positive or negative, but again it should be a whole number, not having a decimal. Now the moment you have a decimal, then it will become a float. The moment I have a decimal, let's say for example 3 point something I'm typing. Okay, now even in the negative number, if I have some, if I print now, if I do F5, this will become a float type. The moment you have a decimal, this will become a float type. So the thing that you should remember, if anything has a decimal, then the data type should be a float type. It will automatically assign the float data type to x. Getting it? Now let's say complex. Complex. What is complex? Okay, first thing is, what is complex? Generally the complex, I will explain. Okay, that what is complex is very important. Now if I say x is equal to, if I say x is equal to -5j, I'm going to explain. Okay, the j, generally I is written in those who are mathematicians, they should know I is an imaginary number. Similarly in Python, instead of 5, the j is used to donate the imaginary part. So what is this imaginary part, right? Big question in all of our mind. So don't worry, I am going to help you a little bit. So here if I print this, first of all let's print this. If I'm printing x, what is the type? It is saying complex type. So what is this complex type, Rakesh? Don't worry, let me help you. Let's say if I ask you 5 into 5, how much? 25, right? So square root of 25 is equal to 5. Similar way, for example 8 into 8 is equal to how much? 64. So square root of 64 become 8. That means when you are multiplying two numbers, some value is coming, and if you put a square root of that, some value is coming. Now if I ask you square root of -1, what I'm asking you, can you calculate using a calculator also? If you calculate, if I ask what I'm asking you calculate square root of -1. Getting my question? If I asking you calculate the square root of 25, the value is 5. Calculate the square root of 64, the value is 8. It's very simple, you know. Or calculate. So here there is also a table where they are showing square root of 2. I mean, when you are multiplying 1.4 in 2 times, right, with the same number, the output should come 2. That means if you are multiplying 8 into 8, the output should come 64. That is the meaning. Now if I ask you calculate the square root of -1, now the value is actually an imaginary number. You cannot calculate, it's an imaginary number, but something has to exist, right? When I square root, I mean something should multiply to create a number, right? For example 2, or for example 6. 3 into 3 3 into 2 is equal to 6, or let's say 9. 3 into 3 is equal to 9. There is something to create it. Now for -1, what is creating it? So that's where the scientists have said, okay, it's an imaginary number. It's an imaginary number. So to donate that imaginary number, mathematicians started using I. But in Python, the same I is replaced with a j. Okay. So here this is a real number and there is an imaginary number. There is something understanding. So that is the whole meaning of a complex number. If you are not into mathematics, so you don't have to really worry about this so much, but again you got an understanding what is a complex number. Just typing a j will donate that as a complex number, and if you want to print that, if you want to print the type of that, you can just see it by typing x. Okay, that is more or less about the complex numbers. Okay, having little bit of understanding will be of lot of help. Today we are going to learn about the Python number variable type conversation. Okay, so we saw there are three different types. One is the integer, the other one is the float, and the third one we have understood with example about the complex data type in the previous video. Now let's see how we can convert this. For example, we'll start with a very simple example. I'll say x is equals to, and let me give a number. Let's say I'm going to give 8, and let's say y is equals to, let me give some number, let's say 5.236, and similar way for z, let me give a number, let's say 8j, something like that. Okay, I'm giving three different values. So what happened, the x variable becomes an integer type, the y, the moment I'm assigning the value, the y becomes the float data type, and the z becomes the complex data type. Now the question here, Rakesh, how can I convert this to a different data type? For example, the x is an integer type, I want to convert that to float. That can be done using a simple method. So let me write it as a equals to, and I'm going to convert that to float, right? Float, and I'm going to say convert x, which is currently an integer value or integer type of a variable, convert that to float type. Okay, and let's do a print of this. I'm going to say print a, and let's do a run. The moment you run this, you will see what happened. The x, which was a whole number, which was just 8, has been converted to a decimal by putting .o. Getting it? Pretty simple. Now let's say you want to convert the y, which is a float data type, into integer format. So I will say int, and then all I have to do, instead of x, I will say y. So it's going to convert y into integer type. Very simple. So let's run it. Control S, F5, and here you can see the 5.236, which had a decimal number, now has been converted. The decimal number has been removed and it is converted to an integer data type. So it has printed a integer. Getting it? Similar way, if you like to convert the any integer value to complex. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm going to type complex, and then I'm going to type, let's say, the value I want to convert, let's say x, I want to convert into a complex type, which is an integer. Now let's do a Control S and F5, hit on enter, and you can see the number 8 has been converted back to OZ. J is an imaginary number, and I have explained what is this imaginary number in the previous video. But the same thing cannot be done. You cannot convert a complex number to integer. For example, I am saying integer and convert z, which is an imaginary number or a complex number. I want to convert that to integer. This is not possible. You cannot convert a complex to a different type. So you can see there is an error. Argument must be string, byte like object, or real number, not complex number. That means you cannot, using this method, you cannot convert a complex number into an integer type. However, you can convert a string, or you can also convert a float into integer type. So that's all about the video. Try this on your Python idle and you should be able to understand everything in detail. In this one, we are going to understand what are Python modules, right? What are these modules first of all, and why to use it, when to use it, what is the location? All these answers we will get. I'm going to give you an example, a module. I'll give you an example of a module which is random. Random is a module. Okay. Now, what are these modules? I'm going to show you. First of all, we need to understand where these modules resides, or what is the location of this Python modules, right? So I'm saying import, and then I'm going to take it a name called random. And how do I know there is a module called random? All these questions are there in your mind, yes or no? All I have to do is simply write import random. Okay, hit on enter, and then type print, and print the, once you import that random, and say print random. Just do this, okay? Hit on save it and run it. The moment you run this, what would happen is going to exactly show you where this module random locates on your system. So it is there in my C drive, program files, Python 3.10, library, random.py. So immediately let's go to that location. So I'll go to C drive, I'll go to program files, and then Python 3.10, and then there is something called library, and then select one of the file and just type random. Okay, the moment you type, you will find this is the module. Okay, so what we done, what is this module? If you look at the output, this is a .py, this is a Python file. Random.py is a Python file. Let's open this Python file by clicking on edit with idle and click on this. So what would happen, you will be able to access the random.py file. You can see this is the random.py file, and within that we have got all different properties of this. For example, random dot, rand range, random, rand int, right? Shuffle, triangular. There are so many different properties that we can use of this module. So what we understood, modules are nothing but a piece of code or a block of codes or a file or a py file which contains all the codes within it. Okay, so that we can import this particular file and utilize it in our program. We can utilize this .py file in our program. So let's see how we can utilize. For that, let's go to the my program file. Here I will go and let's start utilizing it. Okay, we saw the location. Once you got to know where the location is and how that file appears, we need to utilize it. So how I can utilize the random one? For example, print. Okay, I want to print some random values. So I will say I will take the name of the module, which is random. I will take the name of the module and put a dot. The moment you hit on dot, wait for few seconds, and it is going to show you all these properties: random, system random. You see, is showing all this, and one of them property is read, right? Random range. So this is the file that you need to, this is the property that I need to select. Okay, now let's see this in the file. Okay, let's see. If you open this random.py file, and if you scroll down, you will find this rand range property is mentioned or defined in this py file, and the same thing we are calling it random.randrange. Similar way you can call all other available properties that we have for this module. Okay, now this would require two different values. That is the, what is the starting point? Let's say 1 comma, and I have to give 10. So it should print a random value from 1 to 10. So let's execute quickly. F5, and you can see it has printed 3. If I do again F5, so it is going to print all random values. If you see, it has printed 1. Let's do one more time, F5, and it has printed 9. So it is printing random values from 1 to 10. For this we have used a Python module whose name was random.py. So that's all about Python modules, guys. Hi everyone, myself Rakesh, and I welcome you back to my channel. In this video, we are going to learn casting, typecasting. So what is this word casting? So you have seen in the metal industries, they pour the melted metal into a mold, and this mold, right, after it cools down, it gives a specific form to the metal. So casting is a process of giving a specific form to something, right? Generally it is used in the metal industries. Now in the Python, what is typecasting? Let me tell you. Very simple, with an example we will understand. If I say x is equal to 5, what happens? Python understands, because you have written 5, the type of this x variable is integer type. If I say y is equal to 2.8, so because there is a decimal, it is a float type. If I say z equals to, in double quote if I write 3, then Python understand this is a string type. So how would I understand whether it's a string or not, or how do I check it? Very simple, within print type, use the type function, and within the double quote I am going to say x. So it is going to tell me what kind of a type it is. Is it an integer type or something else? Similar way, let's do it. Let's copy paste, and I am just going to change the variables y and I'm going to change the variable to z. So let's Control S F5, let's execute this. The moment you execute, it gives you the proper data. The first one is an integer, the second one is a float type, and the third one, because you have written in double quotes, it is a string type. This much understanding we have got. So Python automatically defines. Okay, very simple point. Python automatically defines. But what if the 2.8 what you have written, I want that, I don't want that after decimal. Let's say there are so many numbers after decimal, and I don't want the decimal numbers, I just want 2. So you have to give it a different form. So what is the current form? The current form is a float. I want to give it an integer form, so I have to cast it, right? Casting means giving it a specific form. So for that I will write a equals to, then what I will write, I will use the int function to cast it. This is the function you will be using, int, and then within int if I say y, right, then what would happen if you say print within double quotes, if I say a, what will be printed? 2 will be printed, not the entire float number. So let's see that. Control S F5, what happened? All the decimal has been removed and 2 is kept because you wanted to cast it or give it a form of integer. So it has done its job. Happy? We are happy with that. Similar way, there are a couple of other functions I'm going to show you. Okay, let's delete everything. Let's say there are 3 functions we should practice. One is converting into integer, you will be using the int function. If you want to convert something into float, you will use the float function. If you want to convert something into string, you can use the string function. These are known as the constructive functions, or the constructor functions you can call it. Okay, what you can call as, or casting functions, whatever name you call, doesn't matter, but you should understand what is casting or constructor functions. So it constructs something, right? Constructs, constructor functions. Okay, using these 3 you will be able to convert something. So it is not exactly string because it's coming in, you have to say str. Okay, str. Okay, so these are the 3 different constructor functions, guys. Okay, so let's say I want to construct something to integer. I have given you the example float. Let's say I want to construct 3. Okay, 3, which is a string when I'm writing this way. So I want to construct something into a float format. So let's do that. Print, then print has to be closed in parenthesis. Done. So what would happen? This 3, which is a string, will be automatically converted into float. So let's see that. Control S F5. So what happened? The 3 which was, it has now become 3.0. Similar way for string also you can do it. String, you want to convert something into string format. Let's say 2 point something is there, right? This is what I have to remove the, because if you put in double quote, it anyways becomes a string, right? So here I want to convert the float number into string. Print, and I want to convert that. Very simple. You can practice all these very simple ones. Now if I do Control S and F5, what would happen? 3.0 2.845. So what happened? This has now become a string. If you want to see the type, you can also do, anyways we are converting this to string, so this is a string type. Okay, so all this you can practice, and very simple. Casting is nothing but you are giving something to a different form. It is already in a different form and you are giving it a different form. So there are a couple of rules. Okay, you cannot let's say if you are writing Rakesh, this is a string, can you convert this to float? No way, it has to be a number. Okay, very simple, common sense. So we can use a F5 and we can see there is an error because you can't convert Rakesh into a float, but you can convert some string which is written in double quote, right, something like that, into a float. It's already a float. So F5. Casting is nothing but we're using the constructor functions to do it. So thank you guys for watching it. We're going to meet again in the next video with something new. Take care. Bye bye. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and I welcome you back to my channel. In this video, we are going to learn how do you display a string in Python. In Python, you have seen to display a string, I'll be typing print in lowercase and then use parenthesis. Within the double quote, I can write any string. For example, here I will write welcome back to automation with Rakesh. Okay, so I have typed this sentence. Now if you wanted to see the output, you will save it, Ctrl S and F5, and you can see the output has come. So this is one of the way to print. The other way to print is, you can also, let me copy paste the same sentence, same code, and paste it. Here instead of double quote, you can also go for single quote. Even this is correct. Okay, you can use double quote, that's fine. If not, you can also go with a single quote. Even this will work. So let's do a Ctrl S F5, and you can see it has printed from the first line, and also it has printed for the second line. Welcome back to automation with Rakesh. Right, so these are the two things. Now let's say you would like to assign a value to a variable. Let's say I'm taking a variable called a equals to, and I can use a double quote, same process. Here I will say, please subscribe to my channel. Hope you guys have subscribed to my channel already, so thank you for that. Please subscribe to my channel. And then if let's say I want to print this as a print in parenthesis, I will say a, simply writing the variable. Ctrl S F5 on the idle, Python idle. Now you can see Python has printed, please subscribe to my channel. Okay, this is one of the way. Now the same thing applies. Let's say you want to go with a single quote, even that works, up to you. I know most of us have the practice with the double quote. In case you would like to go with even the single quote, will do good. So Ctrl S F5, and this also typing the values. Now what if I would like to type some multiple lines? Okay, for example, let's say, hi, how are you? Okay, I want to type multiple lines. Hope you have subscribed to my channel, something like that. Okay, I'm typing multiple lines, right? Okay, so how will you display this? How will you assign this to a variable? Please like and share. Okay, something like that I have typed. Now there are 3 lines. Definitely if you put a single quote or double quote at the end, it is going to throw an error. For example, if you try to run this, it throws an error, right? Unterminated string literal detected at line 3. So it is not accepting. That means, as you know, Python would work based on the lines. Okay, each line is very important. So if you are writing something in the new line, it thinks it is a code that you have written, but it is not, right? And here itself it fails because the first line, it is not ending. Here you have put a single quote, but not here. So how do I fix this? To fix this, again, very simple process. You can go with single triple quote, and here also I can use single triple quote. Just by doing this triple quote, what would happen? This entire thing will be typed one by one. In the first line you will see this, in the second line you would see this, in the third line you would see this. Okay, so let's run it. Getting it? So if you want to, anywhere you would like to print in 3 different lines, this is how you will be using it, using a 3 single quote, even that will work. Or else you can go with 3 double quotes. For example, double quote 1 2 3, and same thing, let me do it here. Remove this, 3 double quotes. So Ctrl S F5, and you can see it has printed the value pretty well. So this is how you will be typing multi-line statements. I mean, you do not want the sentences to be in the single line, rather you want one after the other or one below the other. That is where you can go with this 3 triple lines. So that's all about for this video, and we are going to meet with another exciting concept about Python in the next video. Python string storage. So how a string is stored in Python and how they can be accessed, we are going to see. So generally strings are stored in array format. What is that? Let's understand. Let's say if I say a equals to, and if I type hello world. Now tell me how this is stored in Python. So I have a small picture which is going to give a elaborate understanding of how the hello world, the moment it is typed, how it is stored in Python. So generally the characters of the word that you have typed or the characters of the string that you have inserted in Python, that's going to be stored in an array format. That means it will be stored like this: HELLO, space is there, so space WORLD colon, even the space is also considered. Now what happens? The first word which is stored, the position of that is 0, and then it continues 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even the space has a position 5. Even the space has a position 5, and similar way it continues. Okay, so once you have this picture in mind, we are going to learn something that is going to be very, very interesting. So let's say I have stored hello world in the variable a. Let's say I want to access something, so I will say print, and I will say a, and in the square bracket, check this how I am writing. In the square bracket, if I say position number 0, so that means it's supposed to pull the word H for me. Okay, so let's see that. Control S, F5. What happened? Did it pull the word H? Very simple. So this is the way you can pull. So let's do one thing. It will be very, very interesting. I am going to teach so many other things. So stay tuned. And here I said A, so continuously print it. Okay, the first one is 0. Let's say I want to access the position number 1. I'll go down, position number 2. I will go down, position number 3. I'll go down, position number 4. That means it's going to pull HELLO 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Because why I am saying 0? Because the 0, any word that you are storing, that is going to be started from the position number 0. So that is how you can access. So I have mentioned until 4. So it's supposed to print till hello, isn't it? So do a Control S, F5 and execute. So what happened? What is the output you have got? HELLO you have got. Very nice. Now let's say I want to also access the space. So I will say print and then parenthesis. Then I will take the variable name, very simple, and then I'm going to say 5. So that way it is going to access the space. Control S, F5. Let's run it. So it has accessed the space. If you see it here, there is a position here. Let's say I want, because it's not very clear, let's copy this and paste it. And here, let's say I want to access 6. 6 means what is going to be pulled? W is also going to be pulled, right? So Control S, F5. Now you can see hello space W. Likewise, you can continue to see which variable you need. Let's say you need only very specific variable. You can also mention that. Let's say I need only the 5th position or the 6th position. Let's say I'll say print parenthesis. I will say A, then square brackets, and within that I will give the position number 6 and try to run it. So what happened? Only the W has been extracted. Getting it? Only the W has been extracted. Now this is understood. Now I said the strings are stored in an array format. If it is stored in an array format, can I, for example, let's say, can I access this using a for loop? Yes, you can access it. For example, let me write the code for this. So you will simply say for in lowercase, and then I will say x as in variable in which one? What is the word? Let me say hello world. Getting it? I'm saying hello world. So what would happen? Each word is going to be stored in x, and I can print x. So put a colon. This colon is very important. As I said, colon represents block of code, right? So the moment you hit on enter, what happens? An indent is given, a space is given by default, and then after that I will use print, and here in the print I am going to simply say x. Getting it? So what would happen? It will going to loop through the entire word. That means entire array. That means if you imagine this particular graph or this particular picture, it is going to loop through, because it is an array, it is going to loop through everything, HELLO, and it's going to print one by one through this expression that we have written. Okay, it's going to print. So let's see that what is happening. Control S and F5. Let's run it. So what the Python has done, as per the Python expression, it started printing HELLO WORLD. It has printed everything. You can see pretty well, pretty nicely. Okay, now So this is quite interesting, right? How you can loop through the entire thing. Now let's say you will say, Rakesh, how about this? If I'm saying A is equal to, see, there are so many things you are learning in a single video. Hello world. What I did, I said hello world. And now instead of writing hello world over here, I will delete this. And what if I say A here? Will it work? Tell me, will it work? Yes, of course it is going to work. Let's run that. So what happened? It has worked properly, right? Hello world has been typed. Now I missed the colon mark. So let's run it again. So you can see it has printed everything that is there in the string. Getting it? So this is an interesting concept, and once you know that the strings are stored in array, you also understood how you can fetch them as needed. Python string length. What is this use? What is the use of string length? Let's see that. For example, if I write a word A equals to, let's say I'm going to say hi. So how many characters are there in this? 2 characters. We can just read it, right? So let's say if I wanted to use or wanted to understand how many characters are there in Python, we'll use a print command, let's say, and I'm using the function len, which stands for length. Okay, length, and again because it's a function, parenthesis I'll be using, and provide the value either in the variable form or directly you can also give a word. Now if you run this, what is the output? It says 2. That means it is counting how many characters are there. 1, 2. There are 2 characters are there. So let's see a practical example. Okay. For example, let's say I will not take an example of password. Rather, I will go with let's say username. Okay. So let's say you have to create a variable called username or uname equals to. Okay. I deleted this. Okay, let me put it back. So uname, okay, uname equals to, and I am going to create a username. Let's say user is creating his username, and I have given some username like this. Okay, now once this username is created, I would like to check, I want to have some kind of a restriction. The length of the username should be minimum this much and maximum this much. Okay, so I want to check whatever the user has entered, whether that is right or wrong, or does it meet the condition or not. So I'll use a if keyword, if, and in the bracket I'm going to write it. What I'm going to write, I will say len length. Length of what? Which variable? Here we are using uname, so I'll take the uname variable. Okay, uname, then I want to put a condition, should be greater than or equals to 8. The length of the character total should be minimum 8 character he should use. Equals to 8 or greater than 8 is also fine. And I want to create another condition, the max length, right? I am saying length. This can be written in various ways. I'm just giving a very simple example. Now, and length uname, okay, is should be less than or equals to 12. Max character allowed in the username field is 12. So I'm writing a very simple condition. And again, this can be done in various simple logics, but this is how, just for a learning purpose, we are using the len, right? Len function to understand the length of the username should be greater than or equals to 8 and it should be less than or equals to 12. So now if it, right, and anytime you are writing a block of code, I said you have to use a colon, hit on enter, and then I'm going to say print, and I'm going to say whether the username is good or bad. So you can write any message. For simplicity purpose, I'm simply saying good. Okay, now if it is meeting length, it's good. If not, I'll hit a backspace, I'll remove that indent or a space. You can see that, right? After if there is a space. So done. Now I will write for the else block. I'm going to hit on enter. It's again going to get a space by default. Here I'm going to print. If does not meet the criteria, then it should show bad username, or you can put a message, whatever you like. Okay, you can put customized messages here. Now let's run this. Okay, Control S, F5. So what happened? It meets the criteria. So how many characters are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters are there. Let's say I'm going to make it less. So how many characters are there now? 1 2 3 4 5. Let's say I'm going to make 6 7. Okay, Rakesh 1 I have given. Now if I do this, Control S, and let me execute this, what it's saying? Bad. That means I did not meet the criteria. Let's say I want to increase it to 18. Control S, F5, then it's saying good because it is total 8 characters. Now let's increase it. 8 9 10 11 12. So now it is exactly 12. Let's execute. It's still saying good. Now let me increase few more letters. Control S, F5. So what is saying? It is bad. So you can see the usability of len, right? There are so many other practical uses of len. Wherever you need to count the character, right? There is a business rule wherein you have to maintain the length of something to certain characters. So that is where the len function will be very, very useful. So this is just one of the example, but once you learn how to use this len function, depending on the situation, you can use this keyword or you use this code. So thank you guys for watching it. We are going to come up with more such interesting explanation and easy way to remember new knowledge around Python. We are going to learn how do you find string using Python. In Python, how will you find a string? Here in this example, I am saying a equals to, I am typing a sentence, customer ID 1 2 3 4 5 6 is present in our database. Okay, let me repeat this sentence several times with some different numbers. Okay, so how I am doing, I am putting up 3 single quotes here. Okay, so at the starting, a equals to 3 single quotes. You can also go with 3 double quotes, even that will work, and at the end also you have to put 3 single quote. Okay, so be careful, you might put a single quote and double quote and then get confused. So ensure you delete everything and either 3 single quotes or 3 double quotes. So here I am using 3 single quotes. So done. So now our sentence is ready. Now let's say I need to find something. Let's say I need to find this number 789123. If this number is present in the a variable, okay. Now what I am going to do, I will say print, and then I am going to find that value. So here I will put that value, print this. So the keyword for this in, and the variable is a. So remember, I am using a capital A. So the same thing you have to use, whatever the variable name you have given, these are case sensitive, so you cannot go for a small a. Ensure the same thing is typed properly. So what would happen, this keyword in, this is responsible to find out whether this 789123 is present in a. Very simple. Okay, so this is going to give us a boolean output. So let's Control S and F5, or else you can from the run, I can run it, F5. Okay, so here the output has come as true. The output has come as true. That means this is present. What if I am going to put some extra numbers and Control S, F5? So the output is false. That means this number is not present. Now generally this kind of things you may also need to use with if condition. If this is present, then do this. If it is not present, then do this, right? Something like that. So here I am saying if, I will use the same format. What I want to find, this number, correct, and where I want to find in, find in capital A. Okay, remember this has to be written properly because variables are case sensitive, and then I have to give a colon. Colon is very important when I'm writing a block of a code like if, right? It's a block I'm going to write, so colon is very important. Hit on enter. So what happened, there is an indent given. You may put a parenthesis after if, or it's not really required. You can just go with a simple one, and here if it is available, print, you can say present, or data ID is available, ID is present, something like that. Let's say this is not available, so what I will do, hit on enter, hit on backspace, and I will write else, put a colon all the time, colon, then hit on enter. Okay, and here I will say print, the colon, that space is very important while you are writing, block of a code. Okay, this space is, if you remove the space, it will throw error. Okay, so the space is important. So here I will say not found or found not found, something like that. Okay, so I have written all this, very simple. Let's run it. Control S F5 on idle, on Python idle. So what is the output we have got? ID is present. So ID is present, so it went to this one. What if I change this to something else? Okay, I'm just putting something else. So this is not present, so it should come to this block and say not found. So Control S F5, it is saying not found. Okay, so this is a very useful technique. So the keyword that we should learn from this video is in. Okay, in is the keyword, guys. In this video, we are going to learn string not found. So in previous video, we have seen how the string, if it is not present, how the if block can be used. This is just the opposite. For example, here if you say if this is present, for example, let me copy a proper 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I am putting it here. If this is present, then it is going to print that ID is present in A. If it is not present, it's going to say not found. Okay, this one we have seen in the previous video, isn't it? ID is present. Now just the opposite. For example, if I say not in, if 1, 2, 3, 5, 4 not in A, then it should show, it's just the opposite. Okay, just the new keyword that you are learning, writing not in. Okay, very simple. So here you need to, if it is not in, then you will say not found. Very simple. So instead of writing a else block, you can just avoid it. Okay, something like that. Simply not found, not in A, then say print not found if the condition meets, or present in A, say it's found, something like that, to make it simpler. So let's run it. Control S F5. So what is the output? Let's close it. Control S F5. So here print not found. So this is not in A. Okay, so this is present, right? So it is not coming to the print block. Very simple. Okay, now let's change it. I'm adding few things. So this is not there, then it is going to print not found. Control S F5. So it is saying not found. Getting it? So pretty simple. Don't get confused. In means it is present. Not in means it is not in A, then do something. If you are writing in A, if it is in A, then do something. If not in A, do something. You want to print, you want to do some kind of actions, those things can be done. Very simple. Not found. What is a substring? What is a substring? So first of all, we need to understand what is the meaning of substring. For example, if I write hello world, so the substring, for example, only word from this entire sentence will become a substring. So this entire thing is a string. Now from that, some portion of that string will become a substring. It could be even one word, it could be multiple words, or in between, anything, a portion of it will become a substring. Okay, so what is the practical use of finding a substring? For example, there are certain areas where you will see product ID, right? Product ID equals to, wherein they will have a common word at the beginning, PRD, and then there will be a number. Every time it will repeat. A common PRD will remain common, right, as a prefix. So let's say we do not need the prefix, we only need the last one. Then I need to understand how the substring works. Otherwise, in such a project, I will fail. I will only be able to pull the substring if I do not know. So I must understand what is a substring. So that is the practical use. Now, first of all, let's understand how it works. So as I said, the moment you type a string, it gets stored in an array format. When I say array, what you do, you just, it is in the horizontal way, turn it into a vertical way, this word. So first one is H, second one is E, third one is L, O, like that. So the first word H is there in the 0 position. Remember, this is very important. The first word is there in the index number 0, then the index number 1, then this word is in 3, like that it will continue. So the first one starts from 0. Even the space will have its position. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth is the position of the space. So let's say I want to extract, if I write something like this, a within the square bracket, if I'm going to write 0, what is the output? The output will be h. So let's see that. Let me execute. So you can see the output has come as h. What if I am going to type let's say 6, Control S and F5. So the moment I am typing a number, it is pulling a specific word. It's saying in the 6th position W is there. In the 6th position W is present. So that means the number starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then 6. So this much you have understood. Now let's say I want world. So I want world. So what I will do, I'll put a colon and leave it blank. So the moment I leave it blank, or let's say from 6th to 7th I want, or let's say from 6th to 8th I want. So this is the 6th position, 6th, 7th, 8th. So 8th is the last point. This won't be fetched. Only our output will be 6 and 7. 8th is the last point. Okay. So remember, 8th is the last point. So the output should be WO. So Control S, F5. What is the output? WO. What if I'm going to type 9? So what would happen? 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th is not considered. So WOR. Getting it? So this understanding is very important. So WOR has come. Let's say I want the entire thing after this. So leave it blank. 6 till blank. Control S, F5. So what would happen? Entire world has come. The same thing in an opposite way you can do it. For example, this one you have understood. Let's say I want hello. So what is the starting position? 0, right? Sorry. So the starting position of H is 0. So I'm going to write 0 and the last position is in 5th, right? Space is 5th. So I'll say 5th. So what will happen? What output will I get? Control S, F5. So the output is hello. Okay. Let's say I don't want the first index. So I can leave this as blank. So anything from 5th on before that it will pull. Control S, F5. Getting it? These are very simple syntaxes. Very simple syntaxes. You should remember everything is written in square bracket and colon is used to define the position of the word from where you would like to fetch. So this is very clear. Now what would happen? Did you experiment if you type -1? Will it be accepted? Yes. Control S, F5. What is the output? It has given 1. So -1 means it is start from the end of the string. So that means this is -1. Let's say I want to pull world using minus. So what you do, the position of this is, if you count from here, -1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's say I'm going to say, let's try that. So I'm going to say -6, the starting point, till -1. So if you Control S, do F5. So what has come? World has come. Let's say I don't want to mention the -1. I need the colon. So leave that blank. Control S, F5. Getting it? So all these things you have learned. Pretty simple. Now let's understand a practical use of it. Okay. So as I said, product ID. So most of the companies, generally you have seen, they will have a prefix. Some prefix will be there. Let's say ticket number. Okay. Generally you must be seeing a ticket number generally. So a company will maintain their own standards. Ticket number. Okay, and the ticket number, every ticket will have, let's say, something called INC. It will start with, okay, INC, that means incident, and then there is a number. Okay, so I don't need that INC, I just need the ticket number. Okay, so that will continue for all the tickets. They will have INC, 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 and then there's a different number. There's a unique number. So if I need only this number, what should I do? If I know substring, what I will do, I want to transfer that number to a variable. So I'll say X. Okay, and then I want the substring of it. So what I will do, so this is available in ticket number. So I'm using the variable as it is, because variables are case sensitive, and then I will use square bracket, and within the square bracket I know the position I need to start is 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. I need to start from 3. So I will say 3 onwards. So I will say 3 colon. So that means whatever after that I want it. Getting it? and then hit on enter. So I want to print the X value. So let's see how the output is coming. Control S, F5. So what is the output? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Getting it? So this is one of the practical use once you know how the substring works. How do you convert a string into a uppercase, or how do you convert that to a lowercase? So let's see that. Very simple. Let's get started. And many times when we are setting up something, we generally use X, A, B, C, D as a variable. I would start going forward. Let's use proper variable name. So here I am going to say input text. Okay, is equals to, and I'm going to mention a word. Let's say hello world. Okay, let's use a proper variable. Now it is done. Let's say I want to convert that to uppercase. So let me create a variable called upper text is equals to, and I want to convert. What I want to convert? The input is there in input text variable. I'll use that variable name dot, then I have to use the function called upper. Everything in lowercase upper, and then I will use a parenthesis. Very simple. And let's print it. What I want to print, again parenthesis, I want to print the output which is there in upper text. So Control S and F5, you will be able to see the output has come in uppercase. Okay, the same thing if you have to convert something into lowercase. So let's create a variable lower text is equals to, again I will take the input variable which is input text, and ensure while typing the case sensitivity is maintained properly, dot, and I'm going to say the function lower. Very simple, right? Lower, and this is very useful in the project. So ensure we remember this function print, and what I want to print, I want to print the output which is there in lower text. Getting it? So let's do a Control S, F5, and we should be able to see both the outputs. The first one has come in the uppercase and the second one has come in the lowercase. This applies to any kind of a text. Doesn't matter you have written in uppercase, lowercase, everything can be converted into a specific one the moment we use these functions. In this video, we are going to see how can you trim or remove white space, right? Generally, when you are picking up some value or some string from anywhere, generally it happens that you may have a space either in the starting or maybe in the end. So I'm giving a space. How do you remove it? Let's see that. So for this, I will create a variable removed white space. I'll say removed white space. You don't have to create such a long variable, just for sample purpose I'm doing it. Now here I want to remove it from the input text, so I'll write the variable name input text dot, the function in Python is very important. Okay, so what is the function I'll be using? The strip function. Getting it? And I'm going to use the double quote, so because it's a parenthesis. So this is the function which is very important, and once it is done, hit on enter. And here let's see the output of print within parenthesis. I will write removed white space text. Okay, be careful about the variable. And this is done. Control S, and let's do a run, and you can see the space has been removed. Input text, right? So input text. So the moment I print the input text, let's see how that was appearing. Do F5, and you can see the input text had a space, and after you have used the function strip parenthesis, and what happened? The space has been completely removed. How do you do a string split in Python? In case you have not subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe. Let's get started with this topic, string split. For this, let's create a simple, let's say I'm going to create a variable called city list. Okay, and this is actually I have to not a list, city names, and I want to create a string variable. Very simple, I'm using a string, and within the string I'm going to write all the city names with a semicolon. Okay, Delhi, and then let's say Mumbai, so there's a space I've given knowingly, and then let's say Pune, right? So Goa. So I've written a few city names. Now there will be cases where many times when we get some information from the database, generally you will see in a single column you might have a single string data with lot of semicolon, separated by semicolon. You will have lot of data in a single string. So there are times where I need to separate them. Okay, so in Python it's quite easy. So how to do that? Let's say I'm going to say split text, another variable I'm using, equals to, all right, and then let me use the variable city names. Ensure your variable spelling remains proper, and then hit a dot and then type split. This is the function that I need to use, and I have to put parenthesis. Okay, so just by doing that, what happens? Let's see the output. Okay, how the output would look like. Now the split function requires an argument to be passed. That means how you want the string to be splitted. So here I want wherever it finds a colon, semicolon, right? The moment it finds a semicolon, it should separate that. So what's that? Let's have a look. Okay, very simple. Let's do a print, and then I'm going to use the variable split text. Okay, so this is going to split it and going to print this. Let's say Control S and F5. In the row number 4 it is going to split. Okay, so it has split it, and in the row number line number 5 it has printed the data. So what happened? I saw Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, Goa. Now you would say, Rakesh, this is not enough. This is not enough. I want to see one after the other. Okay, fine. We can do that. Simply use a for each loop. Okay, we'll use a for each loop, and I will say for x in, what is the variable which contains it? Split text. Okay, for x in, very simple. For x is the item which is going to be transferred from this array of, so this is an array, right? Split text, if you see, this contains array of data, array of strings. So I will use a for x, and here put a colon, hit on enter, and I want to print the x. Okay, so just by doing it, if you do a Control S and F5, what would happen? Now you see the first output where it has printed everything, right? Now in the for each loop, because of the for each loop, it got Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, and then it got the Goa. Why the Goa and Pune came like this? Reason being, there was no semicolon. Let me put a semicolon. Control S, F5. Now you can see it has printed properly. Still there is a mistake. What is the mistake? If you see there, I see a little bit of white space, right? So there is a white space. Now to remove the white space, what should I do? What is the function that I taught you that you should use? You need to, what is that? Strip it. Very good. So you need to strip it. So you have to use strip function so that it will remove the white space. So let's print it now. Control S, F5, and you can see the white space which was there has been removed. Getting it? So this is a very simple example of how do you do a string split in Python. So in Python, these things are becoming very easy. All I need to remember is the functions. Okay, what is the function I'm using here? Split. And what is the strip? What is the, to remove white space, what is the function I have used? Strip. Split and stripping the white space. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how do you replace string in Python. So first of all, let's create a simple variable, and here I'm going to give the variable name as message equals to, and I'm going to write my name is Ramesh, something like that I've written. So this is the sentence, but actually we need to replace Ramesh with my actual name Rakesh. Okay, so how to do that? Very simple. I can say message equals to message. you can go with a new variable. Otherwise, you can use the same variable. It is going to replace that value. So message dot, I'm going to say replace function. I'm going to use the replace function. It is easy to remember. And here within the argument, I have to provide old and new value. What is the old value? Ramesh. I want to replace that. So I'll say Ramesh, replace Ramesh, comma, with what? With Rakesh. Getting it? So I have done a replacement. Now I want to see the output. Simply say print, and within the parenthesis I will simply say message. So let's do a Control S and hit on F5, and we should be able to see my name is Rakesh. Okay, so this can be done for, let's say I do replace this with a space. For example, I don't want the exclamation mark, right? So how to do that? Instead of this exclamation mark, I want nothing. Okay, nothing. So Control S and F5. So my name is Ramesh. Okay, it has printed. So however you would like to replace, you can do it. Okay, wherever you want to make a change, right, you can do it. So ensure this works more like a Word document, right? When you do a replace, Control F, find it and then replace it, the similar function. Okay, it is going to replace everything that is available in that variable, which matches the condition. So that's all guys for this video. We are going to again meet in our next video. Please do subscribe for more Python tutorials. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. Hello guys, hope the last 3 modules you are finding them interesting. Now the time has come to move to module number 4. There are so many interesting topics covered in this module, so let's get started without wasting any further time. Welcome back to another Python tutorial. In this tutorial we are going to learn how can you do a string format in Python. First of all, one need to have an understanding what is string format, Rakesh, right? One will have that question. So let's get a practical example. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a variable, okay, and here I am saying the variable name as small text, okay, small text, and then I'm saying the number of products sold today is, right, let's say you want to say 30. So this is a simple string. What if every day this value will change? Today is 30, tomorrow it will be 35, tomorrow it could be 10, 12, right? It could be any number, right? 31. So how do I keep on, I don't want this string to remain a constant one, rather it should be a dynamic one. So this can be done through string format. What I will do, I will create a variable on top of that saying, let's say sold quantity, let's say sold quantity, okay, and I'm going to give it a value. Let's say here the value, this variable value can be easily changed. Let's say whatever value I'm providing over here, let's say I'm saying 35, today's it's 35, and here I'm going to replace this with a curly braces. I'm going to put 2 curly braces, and here in the variable I'm saying sold quantity, ensure there's no space, okay, 35. Okay, that is done. After that, how do I ensure what anytime I change it over here, it should change the value over here automatically and should print. So for that, all I can do, simply write text is equals to, look at this, very simple, text is equal to text dot, then I have to say format. Format is the function, and then within that, so it will understand the moment whatever argument you are going to pass within this parenthesis, is going to understand, okay, I have to take this value and put it over here. Okay, so here we are going to provide the variable. What is the variable name? Sold quantity. Okay, I'm going to provide the variable name. The moment I provide the variable name, what would happen? It understands, okay, whatever the value this variable contains, it should go and place it here. So it understands automatically when we write format. So let's print this and see the output. Print, and I'm going to say within parenthesis, I'm going to say text. Simple. Did you get this until here? So let's run this. Control S, F5. So what happened? The number of products sold today is 35. Let's say tomorrow is changing. All I have to do, only one place I have to change it, 75. Control S, F5, and you can see it is changing. Now you will say, Rakesh, is it possible instead of putting a variable, can I directly pass the number? Yes, of course you can pass it. It doesn't matter, but variable is a good way. But yes, for learning purpose, yes, you can do it. Let's say I'm going to pass 89. Okay, so some number. Let's say today only 5 products got sold. So I'm saying 5. Control S, and if I run this, so what is the number of products sold today is 5. So whichever way you want to do, you can easily format the sentence. This is one of the, and this is used in most of the projects. We use the curly braces to ensure the dynamic. Every day if the value is changing, we pass it in that way. Now you will say, Rakesh, what if I also want to show the amount? The number of products sold today is this, and total amount is something. Okay, so again I can use a curly braces. Now here, how do I pass two values? So either you can create a variable and pass it, or directly values also you can pass it. So here let me pass the value directly. All I have to put a comma. Okay, put a comma, and here I'm going to again put a double quote, and here I'm going to pass the string value. Okay, I'm passing the string value, and the value that I want to pass. What if I pass a number directly? That's a 75. Even the number will take. Okay, 75, and here I want to say total amount is 1200. Let's say Control S, F5. Okay, so you can see not required that you have to, because format will do the job. Okay, it will automatically format into string, so you don't have to worry about it. Simply I'm giving a number. So 75, 1200 I have passed, and it is going to put that number into the required space. So here you can see it said 75 and 1200. Okay, let's say I want to pass a text. Okay, I'll say nil, and I will say nil. That means nothing was sold today. Okay, now what would happen, because you are not because it is a string, ensure it is quoted, otherwise it will think it is a variable. Okay, and it will throw error. So ensure you try to put it double quote. Control S, F5. Getting it? So it is saying product sold today is nil and total amount is nil. Getting it? So this is one of the interesting way of formatting string, guys. So thank you so much for watching it. For all such Python series, Python learnings, please do subscribe to my channel. In this Python tutorial, we are going to learn how to do a string format, and I'm going to teach something in some advanced topics in the format. So look at the sentence here. The sentence is, the number of products sold today is 35 to 5 retailers. It was sold to 5 different retailers, amounting 1,20,000. So there are 3 different data which is available, and this data can change tomorrow. Tomorrow it could be a different value, and day after tomorrow again this could be a different value. So in such a case, when only portion of a string is changing, in that case what we generally suggest to go with a curly braces. Replace all those values with a curly braces. Okay, I'm replacing all the values with the curly braces. Now anytime whatever the new values are coming, I can pass it something like this, text, and I can say text dot, I can say format. You need to format this. How you want to format? The first value, the first curly braces, what is there you send the value 35. The product sold today is 35 to, let's say, 10 different retailers, amounting, let's say, 1,80,000. Okay, so 3 values I am passing. Now if you want to see the value, you can do a print, use the print command and say text, Control S, and run it. So what are you finding here? The number of products sold today is 35, 10 retailers amounting 1,80,000. Okay, so this is happening. Now let's say I want to replace this. So what is happening, the moment you are passing the data something like this, the first value get the index number 0, the second index number 1, the third index number 2, 0, 1, 2, and it will continue how many arguments you would like to pass. So here let's say I want to put the number of retailers here. If I say 0, and here if I say 1, and if I say 2, look at the difference what's going to happen. Okay, Control S, and let me quickly run this. The moment you run this, you will find the value which was previously going to this area, sold today, is 35. Now this is going to this area. So remember, this can be interchanged depending on our requirements. Let's say it may happen on a day number of products sold is 35 and also your number of retailers are also 35. So you don't want to pass the same value twice. So what I can do here, because this is there in the index number 0, I will say index number 0, correct, and to number of retailers is also the same. Let's say it is, if it is happening. So you can manipulate just like this, and here because there are two arguments, the value of this will become 1. So I will say 1. Getting it? Control S and run this. So what is the output? The number of products sold today is 35 to 35 retailers amounting so and so value. This value that you're passing, this could be a variable, this could be a string, this could be direct values. Okay, like I have shown. So this is more of a little bit of experiment for you to understand how, when you're passing these arguments, all these arguments has a position. The first one starts with index number 0. We call it in programming language index number rather than position. You say index number is 0, index number is 1, index number is 2, like that. So here, depending on the requirement, what would happen if I pass all 0, 0? Again, it will just do its job. It is going to pass 0, 0. If I'm not using this, even that's fine. Control S. Let's run this. You can see sold today 35 to 35 retailers amounting 35. Okay, all this can happen. So once you know how it works, that is more important, how it works. So once you know, you can utilize the way it is required for a situation. In this video, we are going to learn how to install the latest PyCharm on your system. So let's see how to do that. We'll start from the very beginning. So the very first thing that you have to do, go to Google and then type download PyCharm. Okay, and the very first link that you find, which is jetbrains.com, and this is where you will be having the option to download PyCharm. We will click on it. So PyCharm is one of the integrated development environment, one of the very popular integrated development environment for Python. Now there are two different options here. One is the professional option, the other one is the community. Professional would cost you. It is only 30 days trial available. After that, you have to pay for the license. The community remains free, right? So with this, we will go with the community edition. Hit on download. Now to save time, I have already downloaded the file on my system. I'm going to double click on the file. This will take a bit of time and you might get a prompt. Hit on yes, the Windows prompt that you get, right? Do you want to allow the app to make changes? Say yes. You might have not seen that. It will come on your laptop. So please click on yes. Okay, now in this one, how do I install? From step by step, right? From the basics we will learn. Now the first one, it tells about welcome PyCharm community edition setup. Hit on next and it asks you to select the destination folder. So by default, it will be in the program files JetBrains PyCharm community edition. So this is the default folder. In case you would like to change that, you can of course do it. It also gives you the space required is 1.4 GB, quite a huge file, and then space available on my laptop is so and so. I would not change the path, I would keep it as it is, and I'm going to hit on next. Okay, now this is the window where most of us would have question. Now we will go one by one. The first one, create desktop shortcut. So this is quite simple to have a desktop shortcut on my desktop. Now the second one, which says update path variable, restart needed, and it says add bin folder to the path. So I have given a check mark. Now what is the meaning? What is bin? So the bin folder is the folder which would have all the executable files for the application to run, right? So any application you take, there will be a bin folder which is responsible or which contains the executable files to execute the application, to run the application. So now if you want this PyCharm to open in the command prompt, okay, Windows command prompt, if you would like to open PyCharm in Windows command prompt and run codes, then you should select this. So this is an additional option, you might go for it. So generally it will be useful. Sometimes we can use the Windows command prompt and then try to run the Python codes. So this is the option, you should give a check. Okay, this generally will allow you to execute PyCharm through the Windows command prompt. Okay, so this is understood. The next one, update context menu. So what is this context menu? I will tell you. So Python update context menu. Yeah, okay, look at this. Here it says, right, when you right click on a file or a folder, on a file, then you will have the context menu, open folder as PyCharm Community Edition project. So this is what it is. If you would like to have this context menu, so when you right click on any file, right, you get a context menu. So in this context menu, you would like to add this open folder as PyCharm Community Edition. So for that, you need to just enable this specific option. Okay, add open folder as project PyCharm Community Edition. So this is what about that, and that's about it. And then the next one is create association. What is this dot? What is this? What is the meaning of this? So any .py file that I may be having on my system. For example, if I go to my Python, so these are all the .python files. So now by default, right now it's opening using the idle, Python idle. Okay, so when you install Python, so I have already a video how to install Python. I have gone through the complete setup, and this is the latest available Python version. So if you would like to open Python using the idle integrated development learning environment, that is the application provided by Python when you install it. So if you want to open any file, then by default this is what it will open, right? The moment you click on it, for example, the moment I open it, this is going to open in the idle, right? It's going to take a little time. If you wanted to open all this kind of a .py file in PyCharm, then you should go ahead and select .py. Okay, that's about it. Now let's select all these options and then hit on next, right? And the next option that you get, select the start menu folder in which you would like to create the program shortcuts. You can also enter a name to create a new folder. So I would leave it as JetBrains. I don't want to change this. I'm going to hit on install. Okay, you can see that on the desktop a shortcut has appeared. Now this is going to take a little time. I'm going to pause it here, and once it is to the end, I'm going to resume back. So I am towards the end of the installation. Now this is the final window where it is going to tell you completing PyCharm Community Edition setup. Your computer must be restarted in order to complete the installation of PyCharm Community. So you need to just restart your laptop. So I want to manually reboot later or reboot now. You can choose any of the option and hit on finish. So that's all about PyCharm, and I'm going to help you out, right? How do you make certain changes, or how do you run Python files, which I'm going to demonstrate in my next video. So here you can see on my system, I have the latest PyCharm available. In this video, we are going to learn in the PyCharm application, how do you change the theme? Many may not like the dark theme and they would like to go back to the light theme, or vice versa. In case you would like to change the theme, all you have to do, click on file, hit on settings, or else you can use the shortcut key Ctrl-Alt-S. Hit on settings, and then here you have the appearance and behavior. Expand this option, hit on the appearance, and in the theme you can go and select the theme that you need. For example, if I would like to go with the light theme, I will select Windows 10 Light. So you can see the theme of PyCharm has changed. I'm going to click on OK, and here your PyCharm with white theme. Similar way, you can go ahead and change whichever theme you would like. This is a short video. We are going to again meet in the next video where we are going to learn a lot of Python specific topics. In this video, we are going to learn how to create a new project and file in PyCharm. Right? How do you create a project? What are these files? Everything we are going to learn from the scratch. Okay. Before you learn, the very first thing you should be aware is you should go to your C drive. Go to your C drive, go to users, and then whatever your computer username is, right? Click on that folder, and here you have a folder called PyCharm projects. So this is the PyCharm project folder which would contain your project. So at this moment, I have created a project called as Automate with Rakesh, and the same project resides inside this specific folder. Now let's do one thing. I am going to close this project and going to start everything from the scratch so that you can learn. So I've closed it. So I'm going to delete the folder. So let me do a shift delete, enter. Okay. So the folder has been deleted. So what would happen if I open PyCharm? You can see it has become grayed out. So for you, it will be completely blank. So when you open PyCharm for the very first time, this will be completely blank, and here you would have an option create a new project. Okay. So click on that. Because I have already created a project, I do not see that, but I have an option here, new project. Either wherever you find that create new project, click on it. The moment you hit on new project, this is where most of you will have questions. Like, what are all this? What is this location? What is this environment? Let me help you out. So here what happens, all your projects get stored inside this PyCharm projects folder. C drive uses your username and PyCharm project. This is the main folder. Now here, whichever project you would like to create, you can delete the entire path until PyCharm project, and let's say test1 you would like to create, or test2, or whatever you would like to create. So I'll give it my own name, Automate with Rakesh. This is the project name which I've given. That's all. So you provide a project name, test1, test2, whatever you like to do. So once that is done, below this there is something called choose the environment. What is this environment? I'm going to tell you. There are different options. Once you create a project, every project will have its own settings. For example, the project font color, theme, it should be a white theme or a black theme, or let's say different dependencies required for the project to run, right? So all of the settings and the dependencies of a project, right, will be stored inside a specific environment regardless of how many different other projects you have. You might be having multiple Python projects you will be creating in the future. So for all this specific folder, there will be a specific environment get created, which will be stored inside a folder known as V environment. I'm going to show you that. So right now, if I go to my location, this is completely blank, and I'm asking PyCharm in this folder create something called Automate with Rakesh. So the moment I hit on create, it's going to do that. So this much is understood. What is environment? This is, in simple terms, this is responsible to manage settings and dependencies of a project regardless of other Python projects in PyCharm. Okay, this is going to specifically keep the modules saved, whatever the settings you have kept. Now below this, leave all these options as it is. Inherit global side packages, make available to all projects. So leave it as it is. Previously configured interpreter, leave it as it is. There is something called create a main.py welcome script. So you should be knowing, as you are learning Python, you'll be learning Python. The files for Python scripts are stored in the extension .py. For example, if you create a file on Notepad and store it and save it, it will be stored as .txt. Same way, any file will have its own extension. Similar way for Python, if you want to create a Python script file, that will be stored always with .py extension. So here it is only telling you, hey, I am going to create a file for you whose name will be main.py. Now later you would say, I don't want main.py, I would like to give it a different name. Of course you can do that. You can create your own py files, but as you are starting your I'm going to show you that. Okay, how do you create your own py files? I'm going to select this as it is and hit on create. Okay, now while it is getting created, let's have a look to the folder. If you see, a folder has been created with Automate with Rakesh, and also if you go, there is a folder got created, virtual.environment, virtual environment, and this is going to remember all the project settings, dependencies, and all the things about projects, all internal things about the project. For this specific project, it's going to store and remember. Okay, you don't have to really do anything inside this, just come out of it. Okay, this is understood. Okay, Before this will take a little bit of time to set up itself. Meanwhile, I'm going to show you few important things. Okay, now one thing you would always hear, IDE. What is IDE? IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. IDE. That means to create a script, you need a software on which you will write the Python script and develop the script. So those softwares are known as IDE. So Python IDE. So there are many popular IDEs. For example, PyCharm, Jupyter Notebook, right? One IDE from Python itself, from the python.org, known as Python idle. So let me show you. When you install Python, right? If you type, after you install Python, there's an option to enable, I want IDLE. IDLE means Integrated Development Learning Environment. This is created by Python. So this one, when you click on this, this would appear something like this. So this is a plain window. No, this is also you can utilize to create your scripts. Okay, here for example, here I have printed Rakesh, right? So same thing, you can develop it on IDLE. This is very good for learning purpose. Also, even PyCharm also I can use. So the question here is, Rakesh, which one should I use? Shall I use IDLE, Python IDLE, or shall I use PyCharm or Jupyter Notebook? What should I use to learn PyCharm? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter which application you are using. All it matters is you learn the script, you learn the commands, you learn how to write the syntaxes, you learn everything as a language, right? You have to learn all this. So this is important, not which application or software you are building, that is important. Okay, so to help you, I have created a playlist on my channel. My channel name is Automate with Rakesh, and here is the playlist known as Python videos. Okay, if you hit on the playlist Python videos, and in this video I have created series of contents which is going to help you step by step. If you are a beginner, you do not have any programming experience before, so this is the place where you should start, which I am going to guide you step by step, starting from installing Python, how do you enable IDLE, right? All the scripts that I have built initially for around 30 to 34 videos, all I have used the IDLE environment. What is IDLE? How do you access that? How do you run a PY file? How do you create a Python script file? Everything. What are variables, different rules, from scratch. If you are a beginner, just by following all these videos, you will be expert. Okay, all you do, start following one video at a time. For initial set of videos, I am using IDLE, and you will learn how to use IDLE. Now going forward, we will use PyCharm. Okay, so on this PyCharm, first thing I made you aware what is this main.py file. This main.py file, if you go to this folder, here you see there's a file got created known as main.py. .py is the extension of all Python files. Okay, now when you open this in a notepad, if you try with open with notepad or anything like that, you would see, for example, if I do right click open with notepad, you can see just now I have written print, so the print is appearing. So whatever you are going to write in within the PyCharm, everything is going to appear automatically by default for you. Okay, so first of all, what I did, by default whatever things were written, I have removed it. And here, let's say I would like to print something. Let's say I want to print a value. Let's say I want to do multiplication 3 into 48, right? Now if I hit on enter, what would happen? It comes to the next line. So how do I run a PY file in PyCharm? Here you have an option to hit on run. Okay, the moment you hit on run, it will show you the output, and the output is coming in the run console. If you see, this is the run console where you see the output, right? Okay, now the next thing, Rakesh, can I create a different PY file, a Python file? Yes, you can create. For that, all you do, right click, and here you have an option known as new, and here select Python file, new Python file, and here I am going to give it a name. You can give test1, test2, whatever you like. I am going to give my channel name, hit on OK. So what happens, just by doing this, this got created. For example, here I want to print something else. Okay, automate with Rakesh. Let's say I would like to print. Now if you run this, what is happening? It's still printing 144. Do you know why it is still printing 144? Because this is running the main PY, not this PY. Now to run this specific PY, all you do, come to the projects tab, right click on this, and here you have the option run automate with Rakesh. Now if you see name error, name print, print is not defined, did you mean print? Okay, because I have written P in capital, that's why it's throwing the error. So this is the benefit, you get a lot of hints, right? If there is anything wrong, it will correct you. Okay, now you can see Automate with Rakesh has been printed. Getting it? So this is, and here also you have an option to select. Let's say I would like to run from main, then I can select main. If I execute, then the main, whatever you have written in the main will run. If I, let's say, wanted to run execute this specific file, I can select this, run it. So this output will come. Now you would say, do I need 2 files? You really don't need 2 files. Any one you can use to practice commands. So we will first focus on how do you write commands, how do you write syntaxes, what are all this, what are different if statements, how do you write. So for that, all you do, follow this content one by one. You develop in PyCharm or you write that on Ideally, doesn't matter, that really doesn't matter. All you have to learn is the command and the syntaxes for some time, and then we will get into all those complex things later. Okay, so just follow the series as I'm teaching you. So this much is understood. So how do you, and one more important thing I'll show you, there is something called Python console here. Okay, what is this Python console? Let me open. So if you simply type Python, not Ideally, I'm simply typing Python. So like command prompt, right? Have you seen command, Windows command prompt? Similar way, it is Python command prompt. This we call it as Python shell. Now here I don't have to write print and all, right? For example, 3 into 3, let's say I want to write some lines. So I'll put a double quote, I'll put a hash, and I am going to say into 80, hit on enter. So what is happening, 80 times is going to print that dash. If you see, it has printed 8 times. But same thing, so this is known as the Python shell. But same thing, if I apply here in the py file, right, I'll hit on enter. If I simply say double quote, and then I'm going to say multiply by 80, hit on, if I run this, is it going to run? So it did not run, it only executed the first line but did not execute, because when you are using a .py file, you have to really write the command. You have to literally write the command for it. Okay, let me execute. And all these commands are written in lowercase, okay, in Python. So you can see now it has printed the output. But the same thing, if you would like to, instead of using Python console and opening and trying something over here for testing purpose, you can also open Python console. Sometimes you would like to check the command, or sometimes you would like to directly test the output, right, how the output would come. So this is the place where you can type. For example, I want to print star into, so I want to print star 80 times. So I'll put a double quote, put a star multiplied by, let's say 70, hit on enter. So here I'm not using any print command like in that Python shell, right? So without that, I can directly print here Python console in case you would like to test something. Otherwise, you will stick to this, and this is where you would be learning all your commands of Python. Okay, so I hope with this you must be very clear. Couple of other things if you would like to do, click on the settings, hit on settings. Let's say you would like to change the set theme. I would like a black theme or a white theme. This is where you could come and do that in PyCharm. Let's say you would like to, in the editor window, right, I would like to increase the font size, so you can hit on the font and then increase the size. So all these things you can explore, and this is quite easy, and keep it to minimal settings and hit on OK, and you are good to practice everything on PyCharm. In this video, we are going to learn all the basic Python commands for a beginner. We are going to learn multiple Python commands in this video. So let's get started. So now I have PyCharm on my screen. So first of all, you need to install PyCharm in case you have not done it. I have a separate video. Please do watch it. And once you have installed PyCharm on your system, then all you do, hit on File, New Project, or else you would find a New Project button. If you open it for the very first time, either in the center of the screen or in the right top corner, click on that. This is the window you get. You select the create, keep everything as default, give it a name. For example, here for my project, I have given a name, Automate with Rakesh. You can give test1, test2, or whatever your project name you would like to give. Just replace this Python project to your own name and enable this create a main py welcome script and hit on create. Okay, that's all you have to do. So I have everything I have shown. How do you set up your PyCharm? Please do watch that video in case you would like to learn everything in detail. In this video, we are going to focus on Python commands. Okay, now the very first thing what I will teach you is go to Windows Star Search and type command. Open the command prompt on your Windows. Okay, so once you have opened command prompt, now I would like to know if I really have Python and which version of Python do I have. So Python, so this is the very first command you should learn. So hit on enter. So this is going to tell I have the latest Python version 3.10.4, right? This is one thing. The another one, if you simply write py, which stands for Python, if you hit on enter, what would happen? This is going to call the interpreter. What is interpreter? For example, if someone is speaking Chinese and you do not have any understanding what is that Chinese language, so you call or you get an interpreter. What he does, he would convert or translate that language, Chinese language, to English language and tell you this is the meaning, right? That is the job of an interpreter. Same way, when I say py, it is calling Python program. Now using Python program, let's say if I type a command, the very first command, let's say I'm going to type print and I'm going to say hello world, right? Hello world. If I type this and hit on enter, what would happen? This is going to print. So this print command is part of the Python program, and which is understanding, hey, when somebody writes this, this should be the output. Let's say I want to add few values, 56, or multiply few values into 45. If I hit on enter, 2520 is the output. So when you see this three angular symbols, right? When you see these three symbols, that indicates you are inside the Python interpreter. So the Python, the moment you write py, it is calling the Python interpreter or the Python program, and whatever commands you are writing, it's going to execute. Now the problem with this is you have to write one line at a time, only one line at a time, and execute and see the output. So definitely you would not continue to use the command prompt, rather you would use an application. So the application here I am using is the PyCharm application. There are multiple applications which are known as Integrated Development Environment, or known as IDE. What is IDE? Integrated Development Environment, like PyCharm. Then you have Jupyter Notebook, right? Python Idle. There are multiple different integrated development environment where you can learn your codes. Doesn't matter which one you are using. So PyCharm is one of the popular one. Okay. Now in this list, we have to learn Python syntaxes. Okay, so the very first thing I'm going to teach you is the print command, which just now we saw it. Okay, so if you have to print something, what you are doing, you have to use everything, all the commands that you are writing in Python, everything has to be in lowercase. Remember this, do not write p. The moment I write it in capital letter, what happens? There will be an error. If you see here, there is an error. Okay, one weak warning. So you should always write in lowercase. Simple. Now let's say I want to print something. Now there are two ways to print. I can use a double quote and say Rakesh, and if I have to run this, all I have to do, run this prompt or shift F10, it will give you the output Rakesh. Okay, now the other way to print is, you can, instead of double quote, you can also write single quote. I am writing a single quote, and if I hit on run, it's going to print Rakesh. Or you can use your anything you would like to print. Okay, so double quote and single quote, both the things can be, or both the things are allowed in Python. So this is your first command. Now before you learn, there are a couple of symbols that you should understand. The moment you write hash, right, this is the hash symbol. So what this symbol stands for? This stands for to comment. If you want to comment something, then you will use this symbol hash. So for example, let's say I want to print a sentence, welcome to Automate with Rakesh. After that, here I would like to give a command, print command is used. So I'm writing some kind of a comment just to show why these comments are used. Generally this will help as to why you are building. So you can write something like this. Okay, so print hash symbol is used to, so the interpreter is going to ignore this hash. Wherever you are writing hash, is going to ignore the command. Okay, so if I run this, what would happen? The output is coming, welcome to Automated Bracket. What would happen if I put a hash here? It is going to ignore the entire line and is not going to print anything. See, no output has come. So you have learned the hash command, print command, py python space version. Okay, all these three different commands till now you have learned. Now you should be aware a couple of names. Okay, what you call this when somebody I'll use a hash, what you call this symbol. This symbol is known as colon. Okay, couple of symbols you should be pretty aware. What do you call this symbol? This one. This is known as semicolon. Okay. Now what do you call this one? Tell me. What do you call this one? This symbol is known as parenthesis. So I am using a hash symbol just to comment. Okay, so that there will be no error. So this is known as parenthesis. Okay. Then what you call this one? You say it curly brackets. You can say curly brackets, easy word, or you can say curly braces. You can also say curly braces. These are the two different words you can use. Curly brackets is the easy one to remember. Now let's say what you call this one? You call this square brackets or square braces. Okay, simple. And then if I say, what do you call this one? Angular brackets, right? You can say angle brackets or angular brackets, whatever you like. Angle brackets or angle braces. Okay, this one you have learned. And what do you call this one? This is known as double quote, right? Double quotes. What do you call this one? This is known as single quotes. Okay, so you should be aware. So what you do when you are learning the syntaxes for Python, very important thing is you are learning the words, the commands and the syntaxes, right? The syntaxes and commands are very important. So maintain a separate book, and in the book, in the notebook, you should write everything that you are learning one by one. Okay, so right, so what you should call parenthesis, you should not call anything else, right? So you have to name it in a proper way. So curly brackets, angle brackets, double quotes, single quotes, hash symbol, right? All this you need to call in a right way. Give a single quote. So you should know everything. So this is clear. Okay, now let's move on and understand. So the very first thing we have learned is print. Let's say if I say x is equal to I want to say one by one we will go. Okay, one by one we will go. Let's say I'm going to give it a value. X is equal to, let's say, 10. Okay, and then I'm going to create another variable. So these are called variables, and I'm going to say y is equal to 15. So what would happen? Remember, any variable that you are creating in Python, right, you do not have to declare the variable type. It's not necessary. With the moment the value is added to the variable, automatically it understands this is an integer kind of a variable, right? Let's say I want to say z is equal to in double quotes I am going to say Rakesh. So then z will be a string type. So this is a string type variable. X and y are integer type variables. So for example, if I would like to print these three variables, I can say x comma y comma z when I have to print multiple variables. Okay, if I want to print only single variables, all I have to say print x, right? Like this you can write, or you can say print, then you can say y. Similar way you can say print. Okay, so the print command, what we are learning here, print command in different formats we are learning. The moment I hit on run, what would happen? Okay, so for the z it has given an error, because why? Because z is not a, okay, sorry, so here I have made a mistake. What is the mistake I have done? Tell me. Here I have made a mistake, so I should have written like this. Okay, so this is clear. Okay, now let me run this. If you run this, what is the output has come? The first thing, print xyz, right? The moment I print xyz, if I scroll up, 10, 15 and Rakesh, three things has been printed in this line. Now print xyz, when I did, it printed 10, then it has printed 15, then it has printed Rakesh. Getting it? So this is all about the print command. Okay, now let's say you would like to know, Rakesh, how do I know what you said? Z is a string type, y is an integer type. How do I know this? Okay, so to know this, what I am going to do, I'll again use a print command. You are going to learn one more command here, which is known as type. So if I say type X, so what does this mean? It's going to say what kind of a X is what kind of a data type. For example, if I run this, it is going to say this is of class int. Int means integer type. It is an integer kind of a data type. Okay, what if I print Z, so, or Z? The moment I print Z, it is going to tell me this is a string kind of a data type. Getting it? So this type function is important, or this type command is important to understand the kind of variable data type it is, or what kind of a data type the variable is using. For that, the type command is used. So you have learned one more thing. What is that? Type. Okay, so this is very clear. Now another thing I would like to teach you, right? What if you would say, Rakesh, I do not want to the moment you are assigning a value, it is understanding. What if I would like to declare the type? I would like to say declaring a data type is known as casting. In Python, when you declare, right, cast, so you call it cast. Cast means declaring the data type for a variable. So this will be known as cast. For example, if I say X is equals to, I will say integer type, and here I am going to mention 1 2 3 4 5 6. So what is happening now? The X variable will become an integer type data type. What if I say Y equals to string, and here I am printed, I will print a name, let's say Rakesh. So what is happening now? This Y become a string type. Now let's say I would like to print it. Okay, print, for example, if I say print X, what would happen? It is going to print 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? It's very simple. Now I would like to know its type. So if I type, write the function type, and within the bracket I'm going to supply the variable, right, type X. Now here if you see, last time it has printed 1 2 3 4 5 6. The moment I'm using the type function, which is going to tell me, okay, X, what is the type of this data? So it is saying it is an integer type of data. Anyways, you have already declared, but you are trying to test it here. Let's say if I am going to write Y here, now if I hit on run, now it is saying it is a string type. So these are the very basic things that one should know. Okay, this is done. So I'm pretty sure you will be making a note of things on your notebook one by one, whatever you are learning. Okay, now let's go to our next set of things that we should learn. Now you will hear about the variables, right? When you create a variable, you hear about different standards. Okay, variable declaration standards, or you say nomenclature, right? So variable declaration standard. So there are three different standards. One is the very popular one is the camel case. What is this camel case? And the other one is Pascal case. What is this Pascal case? And the third one is your snake case. So these are the popularly used different variable types. For example, let me going to show you. For example, I want to say I want to create a variable called employee name is equals to, I'm going to say Rakesh. So this is one way. So what I have done, employee name, so I'm going to say employee name. So here what I'm doing, let me give it a different name, employee name ABC. So company name is ABC, let's say. Okay, employee name ABC. And here what is happening, okay, in this case what is happening, the very first word is employee, right, and the second word is name, and the third word is the company name. So here what we are doing, the very first word when we are writing, it has to be written always in lowercase, like a camel, right? You can imagine a camel. So always written in a lowercase. And the second one, the first alphabet is written in uppercase, and same thing, the third word, again, whatever number of words you are going to use, everything will start with a capital letter. So this is known as camel case. Now what is Pascal case? This is one way people love to use. This is one of the most popular one. They will start with a lowercase and then capital. They will continue with each word. Now Pascal case is what? They are going to make every word, the first word of every, the first letter of every word will become a capital letter. So this will known as Pascal case. And what is a snake case? all the words will be in lowercase. Okay, all the words will be in lowercase, and they will be joined by a underscore. They will be joined by a underscore. So this will be known as a snake case. This is very, very important. You cannot declare the variables as you like, but you have to use a specific format. Okay, the format is either you go with a camel case where the first letter will start with a small, the other letters will start with all capital letters of the word, and the Pascal is all the word will start with a capital letter, and snake case everything will be lowercase and joined by a underscore. Okay, this should be very, very clear when you are learning Python or any programming language. These are the three different widely used standard. Okay, there could be other formats also, but these are the three standard variable naming conventions that's being used. So this is very clear. Now the other thing, can I start a variable with a number? Can I start? See, it has given an error. You cannot start any variable name with a number. You cannot have a number. Can I have it at in between? Yes, you can have, doesn't matter. Can I have at the end? Yes, you can have, doesn't matter. There will be no error. Okay, you can see there is no error. Okay, what if Rakesh, can I create a variable? Let me take a very simple example. Let's say I'm going to create a single word variable called name is equal to Rakesh. Okay, can I use a number before that? A variable cannot start with a number. Can I start with @? No, you cannot start with the @ also. Can I use an underscore? Yes, a variable can be started with an underscore. You can start a variable name with an underscore, but generally people won't use it. Okay. Now, can I use a number at the end or in between? Yes, you can do it. There is no restrictions. Okay. So these are the couple of things that you should know, that a variable should not start with a number. You cannot write or any alphanumeric symbols like @ or dollar symbol. All this, all these things cannot be done. Only thing is allowed is underscore, and underscore can be used anywhere. Okay, doesn't matter. For example, I can put an underscore anywhere I want. Okay, so underscore is allowed. Alphabets are allowed. A to Z, capital letter, small letter, everything is allowed. Now, if I say name equals to, now one I am writing in uppercase, the other one I am writing in lowercase and giving some other name called John. Now if I do print, what would happen if I say print name, print the variable name, the variable doesn't have to be put inside quote. Okay, and then print, I am writing the small name. Now tell me, Rakesh, what would happen here? Is it going to print Rakesh or John? So let me tell you, in Python, the variables are case sensitive. So when you say name, that means this is a different variable. When you say lowercase name, this is a different variable. They are case sensitive. So for example, if I run this, you would say for the first one, it has printed Rakesh. For the second one, it has printed John. Getting it? So they are case sensitive. Remember, in Python, they are very, very case sensitive. So you have to be very careful about your case while creating a variable. Okay, this is simple. So this much is understood. Now let us learn little bit advanced thing. For example, if I create a variable x, comma, y, comma, z. So how many variables? 3 different variables equals to, now in double quotes, I am going to say Rakesh, comma, let's say I am going to say John, comma, and I'm going to write Harry. So what would happen at this point? So there are 3 different variables in the beginning, and there are 3 different values that I have declared at the end, right? So in this case, what would happen if I say print, for example, I want to print y. What I'm printing? I'm printing y. So what value will be printed? John should be printed. If you see, John has been printed. Getting it? So this is a list of multiple values I'm assigning into multiple variables in a single line. Just in a single line, I am doing all this. Is it clear? Okay. Now let's do one more thing. What if I would like to print everything? Print, I want to say x, comma, y, comma, z. So I'm printing 3 different things. So in this case, when I hit on enter, it will say Rakesh, John, and Harry. It is printing all the things. Now the same thing I will teach about another operator.
So what would happen if I say X? Look at this, X, then I'm writing plus Y, then I'm writing Z. So what is going to happen here if I run this? Look at the print, look at the difference. The moment I use the comma operator, there were spaces. The moment I am using plus operator, it is just concatenating the values, the string values, and there is no space. It is just adding all the values. Getting it? If it would have been an integer, if it would have, for example, instead of, I will say 5 and I will say 100 and I will say 5 again, right? Now look at the output. What would be the output? The first one, it has printed, because I have used a comma operator, 505, three different values were printed. The moment I am using a plus operator, because they are integers, because they are still strings. Why they are still strings? I am using double quote, so it has just concatenated all the values. The moment I remove the double quote from all of this, what would happen? It is going to add the value. This is very important thing to notice and understand. So let me run it. So what would happen? Now the second output is 110. The first output is, it has just printed the values. So this is clear? Very good. So you have learned so many things now. Now let's get on to the next thing that we should learn. Now let's say, Rakesh, what if, right? What if I would like to give multiple, another thing that I should teach you. For example, if I say Rakesh, so what would happen here? All the three variables will only have one value, that is Rakesh. For example, if I say print X, comma Y, comma Z, it is going to print all the variables going to hold the same value. So this is one way, okay, assigning single value to multiple variables in one line. So this can be done in Python. Okay, so all these Python codes are becoming clear, right? Very simple ones and easy ones, and the basics for you Python beginners. Okay, these are the basic commands, Python commands or Python codes for a beginner. Now let's say I am going to teach you one more thing. Let's say I am going to create a variable called my city name. Now tell me, what is the variable standard I am using? Which case I am using? Is it a Pascal case, or is it a camel case, or is it a snake case? This is a tell me, this is a camel case, right? Camel, it appears like a camel, right? Starting from low and upper and upper. So it's a camel case. And in this camel case, I am going to define in my city names. Okay, so it will have list of city names. So list of city names, if I have to define, this is known as a list or a collection of different data in one variable. For example, if I say Bangalore, okay, comma, if I say let's say Goa, comma, then if I say Delhi. Okay, now there are three different city names. There are three different city names in one variable, right? Now what if I would like to assign this three different values to three different variables? So what I will do, X, comma, Y, comma, Z. These are three different variables, equals to, I'm simply going to hit on tab and select the my city names. So in this case, what happened, all the three different values that were there in one variable, now it will be distributed to these three variables as per the line. So Bangalore will go to X, Goa will go to Y, Z will go to Delhi. Now let's print and see this. Okay, print, I'm going to print X, comma, Y, comma, Z, hit on enter. Now let's run this. Now what happened? Bangalore, Goa, Delhi. Now what if I would like to only print the value Delhi? So print, and I'm going to say capital of India is colon space, and I will give it a comma, and I'm going to print Z. Okay, because Z will be having Delhi, right? So if I do this way, if I write this way and run it, what will happen? Here it is saying capital of India is Delhi. Getting it? So these are a couple of interesting things where we have created a list or a collection of data, and we are trying to unpackage this collection into three different variables. I'm doing an unpacking of collections, and then trying to print the values of it. So this must be pretty clear. Okay, so you learned about comma operator, plus operator, you learned about cities. Okay, all these things are pretty clear. Now one more important thing I am going to teach you. For example, if I say x is equal to 10 and y is equals to let's say 100, x is equal to 10, y is equal to 100. What if I want to create a additional I need to write a code to add these two variables. So what I will do, there is something known as functions. So what is this function? You will be pretty clear. For example, if I say add function, I'm going to create, you can give your own name. Okay, here I am giving a name called add function, and all this function has to be started with def, means define. Def means define and give it a name, your own name, test function, add function, whatever name you would like to give it your own name. And here I'm going to have a parenthesis and colon. See, I should use the proper words, parenthesis and colon. So this is the way you create a function. So you'll be very clear the moment I design this. So what I have done, I hit on enter. The moment I hit on enter, there's a white space at the beginning, and the moment the white space is very required, very much required, you can't remove the white space because there will be error. There has to be a white space. Okay, so here you should come, hit on enter, and there has to be a white space. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply say print x plus y. I'm going to add these two values. Okay, and then hit on enter. Again, it has a white space. I want to close the function. I'm going to say add the function name and done. So what this will do, now you should have understood x and y are two different variables, and in this one we are using this two variable values inside the function called add function, and using this I am going to print the value. So if I hit on run, so what is the benefit, Rakesh? Why you can simply say print x plus y and print it, right? And it'll give you the same output. So when you create a function, this function can be called n number of times. You can call these functions n number of times in your project. So you can use this if you want to add two values multiple times in a project, you can call it. This is a little advanced thing which I'm going to teach you later, but at the moment you should only remember how the function works. How do you define a function? How do you type a function? Okay, this is clear. So this is how it is giving a value. So now the value is 110. What if I'm creating a scenario? What if I will say x is equal to 500 here? So the output will, so if I define 500, is it going to take this value of x or is it going to take this value of x? So let's see that. It will always take within, so this is known as the global variable. Okay, anything outside of the function, if it is created, that will be called as a global variable. Anything created inside the function, you can call it as a local variable. Getting it? So what would happen here, what value will be printed, because inside the function, this is a function, right? So inside a function, when you are defining a value of a variable, is going to take precedence. So if I run this, the output should say 600. Okay, so this is understood. Now what if I wanted to define a global variable inside the function? So this is slightly advanced, but again it is okay. So I'm saying global x. So what does become, the x is already declared, but again I am trying to declare it within the function. So this become a global x. Okay, this has become a, okay, one more thing I forgot to teach you. X is equal to 500, and what would happen if I print outside of the function? Okay, for example, here the value has come 600, but here it will still take the value of the global variable. For example, the first print has given the value 600, but the second print has given the value 10, because it is using the global variable value. Clear? Okay, so this is clear. Now what would happen? Can I do something like this? For example, I will say global x. That means I am saying x variable is a global one now. Hit on enter. Hit on enter. So why it is giving a red color? Because I have written in capital letter. So all should be in lowercase. Global x. Okay, done. Now here in this line, I am going to say x is equal to let's say 800. Now tell me, when this line will execute, is it going to print 800 plus y is equal to 900, or is it going to print 110, and what will be the output here? Okay, so let's run it. So what happened, because we have made global x and given a variable 800, even in the second line the value has come 800, it has overwritten the primary value, and here inside this anyways it has printed 800 plus 100 and it has shown the output as 900. So these are slightly, we are going into a slightly advanced mode, but again these are the basic set of things that we have learned today. Okay, starting from your print command, starting from different colon, semicolon, what are those, and then we have checked the Python version, py, right, and then type x. So a lot of things that we have learned in this video. So please do practice once again and make a note of everything that you have learned in this video. Hey guys, would you like to learn list of Python string commands in one video? So here is the video for you. Myself Rakesh, and I welcome you back to my channel. Please do subscribe and hit the bell icon to stay up to date. So let's get started and learn list of Python string commands. Okay, now the very first thing what I'm going to teach you, let's say if I have to print a word, right? So there are two different ways to print. One is you can use double quote and say hello, and the other way to print is simply by saying print, and then what if I say single quote and write hello, right? There are two different ways to do that. So if I run it both the way, I am going to get the value hello and hello. Okay, in both the things when you run it, it is going to print hello and hello. So it doesn't matter if you are using a double quote or a single quote. So that should be your first learning point. To define a string, you can either go for a double quote or with a single quote. Okay, that is the first thing. Now the second thing, how do you assign a value to a variable? For example, I'm creating a variable called a equals to, and I'm going to say hello. Okay, so this way, is it going to really assign this value to a? Let's check that. To check that, all I have to do, I'll use a print command, and then within parenthesis I will write a. Okay, so with that, if you run this, what would happen? In the first line, the hello value will be assigned to the alphabet A or the variable A, and here it is printing hello. Getting it? So this is, you know, this is the way to assign value to a string variable or a variable. Okay, so this is done. Now let's say, how do I assign, let's say this is what is happening right now, it is printing only one word. How about if I print multiple words? Let's say I would like to print something like that. Hello, my name is Rakesh, I am teaching Python, right? If I write everything, now you will have a question, Rakesh, how do I really do this, right? How everything can be written in one line and assigning it to one variable? Let me tell you, all you have to do for this, use 3 double quotes at the beginning. I'm going to remove all this. Okay, remove all this, 3 double quotes at the beginning, right? And at the end I will write 3 double quotes. Start with 3 double quotes, end with 3 double quotes. Now in this way you can print multi-line text, right? So if I hit on run, you can see hello, my name is Rakesh, and now here the question, why the space has come? Okay, because you have given a space here, or I have given a space here. Let me remove the space. Okay, getting it? So just by doing this, what would happen? I can print everything 3 different lines in one by giving the assigning the value to one variable. Okay, so this is clear. So multi-line string assignment to a single variable and printing that. This one we have understood. Now another interesting fact I will tell you. Let's say if I am defining something called a is equals to, and I am saying hello world. Okay, so this is a text which has been assigned to the variable a. Now remember, in Python the strings are stored in an array format. Strings are stored in an array format. What do I mean by that? For example, if I say print, right? Let's say I'm going to assign a value called x is equal to, if I say print a in square bracket, I'm going to say 0. What does that mean? Or in simple way, if you want to directly print, let me print this way: a hello world, print a, right? What I have done, a in square bracket, I have written 0. So what I said, the strings are stored in an array format, and this is the index number. Let me first show you. Okay, if I run this, what happens? The first value got printed, known as h. Okay, interesting. Now let's do one thing. Let's type print, and then I'm going to say a, and I'm going to put a square bracket and write 1. Right now, if I do this, what should I be, what it is going to print? First it is going to print h, then it is going to print e, isn't it? So you can see he got printed. Now if I repeat this several times, let me copy, paste, enter, paste, enter, paste. Okay, and I'm going to change the number. Let's say 2, and then come down and I will say 3, and I'm going to come down, I will say 4. Let's say, let me print one more, and I'm going to come down and say 5. Now what would happen by this? If I run this, it's going to print, if you see, HELLO, comma. So what happened? The first letter is donated by the index number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and comma is there in the 5th position. Okay, it's the position numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that way I can print hello. Okay, interesting. What if, Rakesh, you will say, Rakesh, what if I want to print everything at a time? Okay, that can be done. Let's say I'm going to say print, and then I will say a in square bracket. I'm going to mention from 0 to let's say 5. Okay, 0 to 5 I want to print. Okay, now if I do this, what would be the output if I hit on run? So the output is hello. What would happen if I say 7, 0 to 7, and I'm going to run this? What's going to happen? Hello, comma, space. What if I say 8? So what's happening? Hello W. So how this one is working, the moment I say, the first one is the starting point and this is the stopping point, right? You start from the position number 0 and stop at 5th. So 5th will stop. So it is going to retrieve anything before that. For example, if you count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th position is the comma. So when I type this, do I see a comma in my output? No. If I need a comma, then all I have to do, increase the position to 6th. Nothing but the space. The space is also counted. Now if you see, the output would come hello, comma. Getting it? Now you will say, Rakesh, why do you really have to write a 0? What if you remove this? Right? Simply write :6. So if I do this, it is going to print hello. So that means it is going to start from the beginning till the 6th position. Okay. What if you are going to say, start from the 6th position, starting point is 6, and the end point I am not going to mention. Getting it? I am not going to mention the end point. If I run this, what would happen? You are getting world, right? 6th position, starting point 6th, but there is a space also included. If you see, there is a space got included. I don't want the space. Okay, then do change it to 7th and run it, and you are going to get world. Okay, so from here, what you are understanding that the strings in Python are stored in an array format, and using the index number, we can fetch the values as we need, right? If I say 0, it is going to fetch the first value of the alphabet or first value of the variable, the string variable, right? So this one you have understood. Now the next thing, what if I would say, is there a way to print the length of the string? What is the total length of the string? Yes, we can do that. For that, you have to learn a function known as length. Okay, for example, I'll create another variable and I'm going to say x is equals to, and I'm going to say len, length is the function, right? These are all built-in functions, and here just I have to provide the value, the variable a. So by that, what would happen? It will check what is the word there in this, and it is going to count the length and going to show me the output. So if I say print and x, it's very interesting, right? So very simple way, and with the easy way we can do it. Now if I run this, it is going to count the length of a and it's going to print the value here. It's going to assign the value to x, and the x got printed as 13. Now if you count manually, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So there are 13 characters in this string. For example, to make it simple, what if I type one word? Let's say I'm going to type W. Okay, now if I run this, how many one word is there? If I say word, how many words? You say there are 5 different characters. So this is the function that you should make a note. len in the bracket, you provide the variable name. Pretty simple. Okay, len length, that's in Python string command. Now what if let's say I'll give a word. Okay, let me give it a word, and you need to find something. For example, welcome to automate with Rakesh. So in this entire string, so this is the string. In this entire string, if I have to find if automate word is there, if the automate word is there or not. Now to do this, there is a keyword known as in. What is the keyword? In keyword. So how to use this in keyword? Let me show you. For example, if I'm using a if statement, if what I want to find, the word welcome, so I'm going to write welcome in double quotes. In is the command. If welcome in a, that means if welcome is there in the variable a colon. So these are the very important syntaxes that you should learn. If welcome in a, right? Then what I want to say, print yes. I'll say yes, right? Else. So to write else, you have to go back, because the white space is very important. Okay, else equals to, hit on enter. So if you see, by default there's a white space. If you remove the white space, there will be error. Do you see there's an error? So definitely you have to have a white space while you are writing if commands, for each, or any function. When you are writing, that represents a block of a code. It's a block of a code, so that block has to have a white space, mandatory in Python. So here I'm saying else print no. So we'll do a little bit of experiment with this. Let's see, it will be very interesting. Okay, so I've done, I've written all the commands. Now if I run this, so what is saying? Yes. What if I type a word, let's say hello. If hello in a, so the output will be no, it is not there, right? Similar way, the alternative way is not in a, then print not present. So just the opposite word. Okay, in is the keyword. If you write not in, it will just do the opposite. Yes, yes, it's present. So in is the keyword and not in, just the opposite task it will do. So hello, is it present in this word? So it should say not present. Should say not present. How about if I say automate? If I run this, should say yes, present. Getting it? So this is how you will be using the command in to find a word in Python. Okay, in a string, the command is in that you have to use to find a word in Python. From a string, you have to use the command in. So that is understood. Now next thing we are going to learn, how do you change a word from uppercase to lowercase? For example, if I say x is equal to, and I'm going to write hello. Okay, so this has both uppercase and lowercase. Now if I have to convert this to lowercase or uppercase, so all I have to do, simply have to say a dot upper and parenthesis. So that why we are giving a parenthesis, that means it's a function, it's an inbuilt function. And now if I say print x, right, print x, if I say, what would happen? It's going to convert the a value to uppercase and going to print. So if I run it, you will see the hello has been printed, isn't it? Now what if I would like to convert it to lower? So I will again say x is equal to a dot, and variables are case sensitive. I cannot write a. Okay, this will give error. So they are case sensitive. So a, and I'm going to say lower, and then close the parenthesis. So now if I print x, what would happen? What value would I get? I'm going to get the hello in a lowercase. So let's run this and see the output. So hello, one is in uppercase, the other one is lowercase. Now what if I print just a? It will print the normal assigned value, what was there initially, right? So if you run this, hello, hello, and hello. Getting it? So these are important Python string commands. Okay, this is understood. Now the other thing I will teach you, one more function which is again very easy. Let's say if I have a space, I have a couple of space. Okay, I have a couple of space. I would like to remove the space. Now to remove the space, the function for this is a, the variable name, dot strip. Okay, strip is the, strip means you trim it or strip it. In Python it's strip. So trim function I have used, hit on enter. So whatever the white space will be there, it will be removed. For example, first I would like to print a, which with the white space, and I would like to print x. Okay, so that way you will be able to differentiate. For example, let me give some white space also in the beginning. It's going to remove any white space in the beginning and in the end. Okay, that's all. So if I run this, what happened? The first a, when it got printed, it had got a couple of white spaces in the second one, and also it has got white space in the end. If you click here, you can see. So here it has printed, it has removed all the white space. Now you will say, Rakesh, what if I have two words? Okay, let's do that. So I have two words. Is it going to remove this white space? No. The strip will only remove the white space in the beginning or end of the string. So if I run this, you will see the hello world, this the a with the primary one, how it was, and the second one where the entire thing has been removed. Okay, there is no space. Okay, there is no exact space in the beginning or at the end has been removed. Okay, so this is what did we learn? What is the next command we learn? A dot strip. Strip means trimming out the white space or removing the white space, right? Okay, let me teach you another basic thing. Okay, let's say I'm going to assign a value hello. Okay, and I'm going to assign a value world. These are the two different words. Okay, now if I say print concatenate, I mean, how do you add two words, right? This is also very important, very useful. So how do you add two words? So all I will say a plus b. So by doing this, what would happen? What is the output that would come? Hello world. But again, there is no space. Let's say I would like to give a space. So for that, all I will do, I'll use a double quote, give it a space. Inside this, I'll write a plus. So if I run this now, what would happen? Hello world with a space has come. Okay, these are also very important things. Appears to be very simple, but again, it will be useful. Okay, now this is one thing that you would love, that is how do you do string formatting. Okay, string formatting. So how to do string formatting, let me teach you. For that, let me write something called, let's say I'm going to write a variable called age equals to, I'm going to give it a value called 28. Okay, and I will write a word a, and here I'm going to say my name is John and my age is, right, and I want to write something. I'll give a space, and generally to write, what you do, you give it a plus sign, right, and then you will write that variable age. Okay, now with this, what would happen? There will be error because this is a string and this is a integer. So generally, when you run, it will give an error. Can only concatenate string, not integer to string. So what I will do, I'll put this 28 in double quotes and run it. So now, what happened? Okay, so I did not print it. So let me say print, and I will say a. Okay, so if I run this, what happened? My name is John, and so this is printing as normal. What if I'm going to remove the variable? I don't want to use the variable. Rather, I would print in a different way. So I'm using a curly braces or curly brackets. I'm using. Now in the curly bracket, what I will do here, the variable is holding this. So I'll say a dot format. Okay, this will be very useful. So make a note. How I am writing the variable name dot format, and here in the bracket I am passing the variable. Getting it? So what would happen just by doing this? It will take the value of a and it will format that, and then it is going to print. How it will format? The age, the variable age will be kept inside this curly braces. If I run this, it will be very clear. So what is happening? See, I am just printing this sentence. So how it is printing? It is saying 28. Now
What if I would use one more, and I stay in London, let's say, and I stay in London, and I'm going to use another curly braces. Okay, and here I'll create another variable, city. What is the variable name? City is equals to, and I'm going to give it a name, London. Okay, so I stay in London. So this London variable which I have hard coded, I'm going to remove it. And how do I pass this value to here? It's again pretty simple, age comma city. Okay, so if I do this and if I run this, what would happen? The first one, age 28, would go here to the first one. The second variable value will go to the second one, and you can see the output has been printed. My name is John and my age is 28 and I stay in London. Getting it? So how it is passing? Now you will say, Rakesh, is there another way? I have seen people have writing 0, 1. What would happen? Okay, even that can be done. For example, if I write 0 here and if I write 1 here, what would happen? 0 indicates the first variable in the format bracket and 1 indicates the second one. Likewise, more variables you have to add more numbers, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So if I run it here, what would happen? Even this is going to give me the output. So you can see it has given the output. Now what would happen if I say 1? Look at the fun part. If I say make it to 1 and make it to 0, what would happen? So logically, 0 means what? Age. So age will be typed here. I stay in 28, and city means 1, right? The index number is 1. It will be printed here. So if you see, my name is John and my age is London and I stay in 28. Right, completely different. So you had made an understanding. So how to write this? Okay, so for example, if I put city here and write age here, right, age is the second. Now in this case, the city, the moment you write it capital, it will become a problem, because these are case sensitive. The variables are case sensitive. So city comma age. So city is the 0 index, so where the city should go here, and age is 1 index, so it should go here. Now if you type, my name is John and my age is 28 and I stay in London. Okay, so that has come properly. So these are a couple of important things, right? You can pass in. Let's say I would like to add one more value. What should I add? And then city, age, company. Let's say company. Okay, company, but again this is not declared. So what I will do, I'll declare it here. Company equals to, let's say I work in ABC. Okay, so 3 different variables that we have defined, and here I am going to say I work in a company named, okay, and I'll leave it and I'll use a curly braces, and in the curly braces, so 0, 1, 2, if I mention 2, what would happen? The variable with the position number 2, so it'll start with 0, 1, 2 will be added over here. So you can define where you would like to have that. It's up to you. And I work in company named ABC. Okay, this is also one of the important Python string command, dot format. Okay, so multiple things that we have learned. I hope you have already made a note of all of this and you will be able to take benefit. So this basic set of Python string commands are really important for you to remember. It should just come automatically. You don't have to recall. So if you practice multiple times, it will be there in your fingertips. So thank you guys. So that is the set of Python commands that we have learned through this video. We're going to once again meet in the next video. Until then, please do take care and do subscribe to my channel and hit on the bell icon to stay up to date. Would you like to know what are escape characters in Python? Then this is the video for you. Myself Rakesh, I am from the channel Automate with Rakesh. Please do subscribe to my channel and hit on the bell icon. So let's understand what are these escape characters. Okay, what is it? For example, if I create a variable called a, and here I am going to enter a sentence, right? For example, my name is Rakesh and I teach Python. So this way, this is a pretty simple sentence, and I can highly, I am highly pretty sure that I can go ahead and print this without any problem in this printing. But there are times when in a sentence you would like to use a double quote, right, or a single quote. So in this case, what is happening? There's already a double quote at the starting of the sentence and end of the sentence, and in between you are trying to enter a double quote because that word has to be quoted. Now, if the word has to be quoted in Python, this will throw error. This will not allow you. Now, for this to function, there is something called escape character. So escape means it will tell Python, hey, there is a special word, it has to be treated differently. That means the moment I put a backward slash before that double quotes, that means it understands, hey, I need to type what? I need to type the double quote here. So it will not consider as part of the code, but it will consider as a string. Getting it? So this is the backslash here is the escape character. Okay. So how I have used, you see. Okay. Now if I run it, there are a couple of other things I am going to tell you. So now you can see the Python was printed in double quotes. So that suffice the need that if I have to type something in double quote, this is one way. The other simple way, let's say I am using a single quote. If I'm using a single quote for the entire string and I don't want to use escape character, let's say a single quote, then because the string is starting with a single quote, then it will allow the double quote. Now if I print, if you see, without any error, it is printing. What if I want to put a single quote? Will it allow me? Instead of a double quote, if I put a single quote, right? If I put a single quote, it is definitely throw me an error, syntax error. Getting it? Now again the same thing applies. I have to use the escape character. So what are we learning from this? The escape character means, let's say if there is a string where the double quote is used to define the string, and inside that string I would like to use one more double quote, then it is not allowed. To allow it, I have to use the escape character, that is the backward slash before the quote, and any number of times you are using the quote, before that you have to use a backslash, and that would allow it. Now if I print, it is printing. Getting it? So that is one thing. The other one very important part I would show you, many times you would like to print a word below the other, right? Below the other. For example, that can be achieved in different ways. But let's say I want to print hello, and below that I want to print word or anything. Let's say my name is Rakesh. My name is Rakesh, and Rakesh, this is one word, and below that I want to print I teach Python. Now how do you print this? How do you print? So there is also escape character for this. I'm going to show you in a while. So enter. Now what would happen if I print this? It is just printing everything in a single line. Now I want the second line to be printed in the bottom. So all I have to do, I have to use an escape character and say n. N means new line. Okay, this is one of the important and very useful one. Okay, here you can see my name is Rakesh and I teach Python. This has come one after the other. Okay, so there are multiple such escape characters, but these are the very common ones which are used. The backslash and the backslash n. There are multiple things, backslash r, double backslash. There are so many things, but these are the most useful escape characters. Okay, so that's all about it for the video. So thank you guys for watching it. We are going to meet once again in our next video. Keep making your note, keep building your notebook with new syntaxes that you are learning every day from the videos. So please do follow this playlist. Please do follow the Python playlist which I have created, and continue to learn Python in an easy way. Thank you guys. Please do subscribe and please do hit on the bell icon. We are going to meet once again in our next video. Hey guys, if you're using PyCharm and if you would like to enable or disable this parameter info. So what is this parameter info? The moment you are typing any code, right? For example, print, and then I'm hitting on a tab. If you wait for few milliseconds, what happens? There is a pop-up that appears, right? In case you would like to disable it or you like to enable, you must be looking for the option to do it in the settings. So all you do, go to the PyCharm, and here we have 3 dots, or you will have a settings button. Click on that and open the settings tab, configure editor tabs. Okay, so you'll have a settings button. Just open the settings tab. Now in this settings, you have something called editor. Go to editor, go to general. Okay, now under general you have something called code completion. Okay, code completion. Let's say to disable this parameter info, all I have to do is uncheck. If you would like to enable, click on it. So disable and apply and OK. Now if you see, if I type any code, the parameter info which was appearing, right, hit on tab, so the parameter info has stopped appearing. Okay, so this is the way, this is the place in PyCharm where you can enable or disable the parameter info balloon or the pop-up that is coming in the PyCharm. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn what are Python booleans. So boolean values we have heard as a true or false, and how this is utilized in Python. In this video we are going to learn. Myself Rakesh, please do subscribe to my channel. Please do hit on the bell icon to stay up to date. So let's learn. Let's learn what are these Python booleans, right? For example, if I write print and I'm going to say a statement 100 is greater than 99. Now tell me, what would be the output? Is it going to print 199 because I am asking it to print like this? Or is going to evaluate the value and say me whether it's true or not? So it's going to evaluate. So you can see it is going to evaluate and saying true or not. Let's say if I put a double quote around this, so then what would happen? Then it is going to print the values. So if you see, it is going to print the values. But if you don't put a double quote, it will take it as a mathematical evaluation and it will evaluate and give me the output whether it's true or not. If I interchange, let's say 99 is greater than 100, if I say, so what would happen? This is a false statement, so it is going to say false. Getting it? Now let's take some practical example of boolean values. Okay, for example, here I am going to assign a value. A is equal to, let's say I'm going to say 700, and let's say B is equal to, I will say 500, right? And I'm going to use a if statement, and I'm going to say A is greater than B. If A is greater than B, colon, the syntaxes are very important, and the indent or the white space given when I come down below the if statement. Else, if A is greater than B, then what I'm saying, print what? Print A is greater. So I'll say A is a variable, I'll say comma. See how I am writing, the syntaxes are more important. A, comma, and in double quotes is greater than, let's say I want to say B, greater than B. So I'm using a comma and writing it. Okay. After that, else. The moment you type else and put a colon, automatically it will shift the code to the left side and hit on enter. So here I will say print, just the opposite I will write. So what I will do, let me copy this and paste. Okay. Okay. Now here I will say B is greater than A. Okay. Now if I run this, what would be the output? Because A value contains 700 is greater than 500, it's saying. Let's say what if I make it to 200 and run this. So now it will say B is greater than A, it will say 500 is greater than. So this is the more practical example of Python boolean symbols. Okay, so this will be very, very useful in a later stage. So right now learning the syntaxes and learning what would be the output is important. Okay. Now next thing what we will do, we will try to I'm going to teach you one more thing. Okay, for example, if I say print, let's say I'm going to give it a value to a variable called x. Let's say I'm going to give it a value called 150. Okay, I'm giving it a value 150 and saying print. There is something called is instance. This is one of the method or function, is instance x is int. That means I am trying to evaluate if the variable x is an integer type or not. So if you run this, the print would print the output, yes, true. What if I am going to put a double quote in the value? So it will become a string. Now the output will become it's false, right? Because it's not an integer type. So if you want to evaluate a variable whether it's an integer or not, this is how you can do it. Print is instance, and in the bracket I'm writing. So Python codes are pretty simple to remember. All you have to do is, keep on writing on a single notebook
and every day try to refer it. Anytime you want to use, just refer the book. It will help you, and practice it multiple times so that it will be on your fingertips. Well done. Congratulations for completing the module number 4. Very good job. Now the time has come to move to module number 5. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn about list in Python. There are multiple things that you should know about list, okay? And in this video we are going to cover all of that. Myself Rakesh, and I welcome you back to my channel Automate with Rakesh. Please do subscribe to my channel and hit on the bell icon to stay up to date. Now let's see what are this list in Python and how this is created, what is the syntax, everything we are going to learn one by one. Now first of all, let's say if I have to store multiple numbers inside a single variable or a collection of different values inside a single variable. For that, a list data type is used. A list is a kind of a data type which is used. For example, 10, 12, 5, 85, right? Some numbers, random numbers I'm trying to insert. So what this will do, by defining this way, this nums variable is now containing multiple values. The nums variable is now containing multiple variables. Okay, now the first thing you need to understand, Rakesh, it's very difficult to remember if I have to use a square bracket, whether I have to use a curly bracket, parenthesis, what should I use? I generally forget. Don't worry. Now for a list, if you look at the alphabet L, the alphabet L is more like a square bracket if you put an upper one, right? So by remembering the alphabet L, it will be very easy for you to recall, hey, I have to use a square bracket. So this is a memory reference which I am giving. Okay, so this is how you'll be declaring. Now the first thing you would have, okay, I have created a list variable, but is it a list variable? How do I know that, Rakesh? Okay, no worries, just use a print command, and in the print command I am going to say type. I'm going to use the function type, and within this function I'm going to say the variable name. Getting it? So this way, if you hit on, or if the moment you hit on execute, you would see this is a class list type. Getting it? So the list will be always be created with this square bracket, and each value has to be separated by comma. So this is clear? This much is clear? Very good. Now let's move on to the next step. Okay. Now what if, Rakesh, I would like to print us, how do I print this list variable that you have created in Python? So the moment I say print nums and execute, what would happen? The entire, if you see, the entire values have been printed, right? What if I would like to print only a specific value from a list in Python? So how can I do it? It's very simple. All I have to do is use a square bracket, and in the square bracket, the moment if I mention 0 and execute this, what is happening? I got the first value. What would happen the moment if I say 1? What is happening? It is printing the second value. So remember, always your index numbers will start from 0. In most of the in the programming language, the index number will start from 0. So that means if I have to access the last value in this list, if I count, the first value is there in index number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the moment I say 4, what would happen? The last value 4 getting printed. Okay. Now what if I would like to print a specific set of values? For example, I would like to start from the index number 2 and print it to the end. So 2 colon, if I write and execute, what would happen? From the index number 2, which is 585.4, so 0, 1, 2, from here till the end it has printed. The same thing you can define. Let's say I would like to print till 2 to 4. So what would happen? This is the last index number. So the output of this will only have 2 values. Tell me why? Because the first one is the index number, so it will start from the starting index number and until 4. It will not include 4, but it's until 4. So the index number 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So until index number 4 it is going to print. Remember this, okay? The last one will not include the last value, rather it is until that point, starting point and end point. Okay, it is not going to contain the end point. Okay, so this much is clear. Now let's say I'm going to create one more variable called names, and in this again I'll use a square bracket, and within double quote or a single quote I'm going to provide some string values. Let's say Rakesh, and then within double quote let's say I'm going to say John, separated by comma. These are very important syntaxes, okay? John, and then let's say I'm going to give it a name called Rahul. Okay, these are the, now we have two different variables, right? Two different list variables. Now in this list variable, one more thing I forgot to tell you. What if I would like to print specific values? For example, if I say for x in, I'm going to use the second variable names colon. So by doing this, I would like to print each specific value, right? For x in names, if I say, and if I say print and I say x, so what is going to happen? The output is going to print Rakesh, John, Rahul separately. Do you see? One by one it has printed. First it has printed Rakesh, then it has printed John, then it has printed Rahul. Getting it? Okay. Now we have understood how to loop through the data. How do you print a list? How do you loop through the list? We have understood. How about, can I, Rakesh, can I combine this two lists into one list? Yes, that can be done. So how we will do it? Let's create a variable first. I'll create a variable called combine nums names. You can give your own names to the variable, doesn't matter, equals to. So how you write your list, the same way we will start. We are going to use a square bracket, and instead of values this time I'm going to use the variables. Okay, now if I say print, what would happen? Print, and I'm going to say combine the variable name, and if I execute shift F10, I can do on PyCharm. So you can see the entire value has been printed. Now you will say, Rakesh, I don't want entire value, I want only specific values. Okay, all right, so that can also be done. For example, if I say 0, what would happen? Now in this list, if you only focus on this list has got two different values. One is nums, the other one is names. Regardless of they themselves are list. That means I'm having list inside list. So the moment I say 0, the output of this would be the first set of values, right? Now I would like to access, let's say 85 I would like to access. So what is the index number of this? 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I say 3, how do I write that? Again square bracket, and I'm going to say 3. And if I hit on run, this is going to print the 85 value. The output of this is 85. Getting it? So you can give it to a variable like x is equal to this. You know, if you give that value, get carried over to a new variable. Okay, so this is understood. How do you access a specific value from list of lists? Okay, all right. Now there are a couple of new things that you must be aware. Python has got its inbuilt functions. Okay, Python has got its inbuilt functions. One by one we are going to learn. Let's say I would like to add a value to the list. So I'm going to use the nums variable here. Dot, I would like to add a value. So I'll use the function of the method called append. Okay, I'm using the function, or you can call it as a method, append, and I'm going to add a value called 100. The moment I add append 100, what would happen? The value will get added to the beginning, or it will get added to the end. Tell me. So it will always be getting added to the end of the list. For example, let's print it and see the output. So the moment I say print, and if I say nums, and if I execute this, what is the output? The 100 got added at the end of the string. Now I will say, Rakesh, I don't want to add 100 at the end of the list, but I would like to choose a position. Let's say I would like to add here. After 12, it should be added here. So how that can be done? Okay, that can be done using a function called insert. Okay, so the insert has an option to provide the index number and the object value. So here I am going to use the insert. So I'm going to provide the index number. So what is the index number? 0, 1, 2, right? I want in the second position. So I'll say 2, comma, and what is the value I would like to add? Let's say I would like to add 100 to the num array, num list. Now if you print this, what would happen? The 100 got added just after 12. Getting it? So insert is the function which can be used to specify which specific area or which specific position the value should be inserted into in the list. So this one we have understood. Now let's say we'll have a few more questions. Let's say is it possible to understand how many times a specific value is there? For example, if I'm going to add one more value called 10 here. Okay, I would like to know how many times 10 is there inside a list, how that can be done. Okay, so to do that, I will simply say print, and I'm going to say the variable name dot, I will use the function called count, and here in this I am going to provide the value which I would like to count. Now if you see, the output should tell me there are two times the 10 is present in the list. So if you execute this, the value is saying 2. Getting it? So this is the function. Count function should be used to understand how many times a value is there. What if I would like to remove a value? Let's say I would like to remove 10. Okay, so how do I remove it? Because it's a duplicate and I would like to remove it. To remove not duplicate, but again I would like to remove a value. So how do I remove a value from a list? For that, again I'll use the nums variable, and the variables in Python are case sensitive, right? So nums, and I would like to remove it. For that, again there's a function called remove. This is a very simple English language. Remove, insert, append. So it is very easy to also to remember. So nums.remove, and what value would you like to remove? I would like to remove 10. Okay, and then after removing, you print the nums list, and let me see how the output is coming. So now our list is in this format, having 10 2 times. Is going to remove it, and then the output will be printed here, right? So let's execute this. Okay, so what happened? The 10 right, so the 10 has been removed, right? The 10 has been removed, but again it has removed the first 10. It did not remove the last 10. Getting it? Now you have a question, Rakesh, why it has deleted the first one? I wanted to delete the last one. Okay, for that, so what it does, the remove will always go from the first to the end, and is going to see wherever the value is there for the first time, it is going to remove it, right? So it has removed it. Now let's say I would like to remove the last one, or let's say the 10 is here. For example, if I type a 10 here, so the 10 is there in the position number what? 0, 1, 2, 3. The position number 3 it is available. I would like to remove that. Now for that, pop means what? Pop out, throw it out, right? Pop it out. So I'll use the function called .pop, right? So this has an option to delete a value using the index number. So here the index number is 0, 1, 2, 3. The 3 is the index number, so I'm going to say 3. Getting it? Now if you print this, the output will remove this 10 from here and print the rest of it. Okay, you can see after 5 there is a 10, and the 10 has been removed. So for that, to remove a value based on the index number, you have to use something called pop. Now you have a question, Rakesh, how about I would like to delete, right? I would like to delete multiple values at a time. This is like one value. Can I if I say 3 comma let's say 4, if I say, and let me execute, so it is giving an error, right? Pop expected at most one argument at a time. So it got 2. So you cannot use pop to remove multiple values. Now to remove multiple values, all you have to use something called del. Del means deleting, right? Del. So delete from what I would like to delete, from the variable nums, right? And then within the square bracket, right? What exactly I would like to delete. So not parenthesis, I have to use the square bracket. So use the square bracket, and here I would like to delete from the position number 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3 till end. So what I will do, 3 colon, if I say, it is going to remove everything and print. So it is now what would be the output? 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So it should keep until here, and rest of it should be removed. So let's see that. Okay, let's see that. Let's execute this. So what happened? 10, 12, 5 has been printed. So until 3 it has been printed. 0, 1, 2. So 3 is not printed, but again until 3 has been printed. Okay, so first 3 values got printed, and the rest has been removed. And the same thing can be defined, 3 to 4, 3 to 5, whatever you like. You can do that exercise to specify. What if I would like to clear everything? I don't want to keep any value. I would like to clear the list. Sometimes you would like to clear the entire list, right? So to clear the entire list, what is the function I should use? Nums dot there is something called clear. Okay, clear and parenthesis. Now if you print, the output will be null. There will be no value inside the list. You can see it is a null value. Okay, so we have learned about insert, append, count, remove, right? Pop, clear, all these things, delete, we have learned. Now the next thing that we will be learning, how about sorting the value? Let's say I would like to sort the value, right? This is also very important. So sorting value, again you have a function nums dot sort. Okay, sort, and then you can close the parenthesis and look at this 10, 12, 5, 10, 85, 4, 10, like this it is there, right? Hit on this. So this way it has sorted the values to 4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 12, 85. Getting it? So there are different things that you can experiment, but these are the very basic useful methods in a list in Python. Now let's say many programming languages, if you are done, to find a minimum value, maximum value, you have to write a for each loop, and inside that for each loop you have to define, you have to really write a set of code. But in Python it's quite easy. They have their inbuilt functions. For example, if I have to print the minimum value, okay, so all I have to do, I have to simply say min, and then within brackets I would use the variable name. Let's say I'm using not names, it has to be number, right? Minimum value will be for the number, so I'll use the nums variable. Okay, now doing this, if you see it is going to print the minimum value from the list. What is the minimum value? 4 is the minimum value, right? If I'm going to execute this, the output has shown 4. The same thing can be done. Let's say I would like to print the max value. I will say max and num. So these are the inbuilt inbuilt functions. Sorry, I have written in capital, so max small. Okay, now if I execute, 85, getting it, the maximum value is 85. So these things are quite easy in Python. You don't have to really write a set of codes to find a minimum value, maximum value, but this can be easily done in Python just by using the inbuilt functions. Okay, now one more thing, there is something called let's say if you would like to add this this one with this one, so there is something called, for example, if I say nums, the variable name nums dot, there is something called extend. Okay, extend, and if I say the next list names, so what would happen, let me show you. If I say print nums execute, now tell me what would happen. This is going to add these two values or this two pair of data into a single list. So there are two different lists and I'm combining both the list into this one. Okay, this is one way. The other way, let's say I would like to add some multiple values into a existing list. So that can also be done. All you have to do, use a square bracket and mention some value. Let's say I want to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 5 values I would like to add into num. Okay, now if you print this, what would happen? The output would come. Do you see? It has been, all had been added, multiple values had been added to a list at in a one shot, right? With one code I have added all the multiple values to list in Python. Getting it? So these are the different ways or different functions that will be very, very useful in list. I hope you are enjoying this series, and I'm pretty sure in this video you have learned a lot of things around list in Python, how to use. We have learned about different functions. So please do visit, please do practice, and please do maintain a notebook where you are writing everything, because what you learned today, nobody can guarantee if you are going to remember it after a few days, right? You might have a little bit of doubt. So it is always good practice to write it in a book, and it is always a good practice to refer that book anytime you are free. Just refer that book, it will be quite easy to recall what you have learned. So thank you guys for watching this video. And in this video we are going to learn tuple. You can call it as a tuple in Python, or many people call it as tuple in Python. Okay, whatever you call doesn't matter, but we need to understand what is tuple and how do you use it. So let's get started and understand. Okay, so first of all, in the previous video I taught what is a list.
For example, if I have to create a list, I'll give it a name called my list, and here the list will always start from a square bracket. I said in the previous video 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what this is doing, this is holding list of collection of different values in a single variable. Okay, then what is tuple, right? For example, let me show you and I will make you understand what is this and what is the difference. So if I say my tuple, I've created a variable and the tuple will start with a parenthesis. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, Rakesh, what is the difference? Why do you call this as a tuple and why do you call this as a list? What are the differences? Okay, now first thing, before we understand the differences, let's focus on the syntax. When you are writing a list, right, what did I say? When you're writing a list, you should focus on the word L, right? L. So any list you would like to create should start with a square bracket. So L is a symbolic way. Okay, if you put a dash on the top, right, it appears like a square bracket. So using this L alphabet, I will memorize. Okay, so I have to use a square bracket when I have to use a list. When it comes to tuple, you have to focus on the word P, tuple. So P has a kind of a parenthesis symbol, right? So you have to use a parenthesis symbol in the tuple. So that is all about the memory part. That's simple. But we have to understand what is the exact difference. So let me tell you. For example, if I have to print the list, so what I will say, print the variable name, and if I have to print the tuple, I will say my tuple and run it. So shift F10 on PyCharm. So the moment I run, what happened? You can see the first one is the list got printed, and the second one is the tuple got printed. Now, what is the difference? Let me tell you. So if I ask you, can you add duplicate values in a list? Can you add duplicate values? Yes or no? Yes, we can add. So if I say 5, 5, one more duplicate value, if I add, it will allow. And the same thing also is allowed in a tuple. Duplicate values are allowed in a tuple. For example, if I run this, if it is a problem, it will throw me error, right? Now you can see both the things are allowing duplicate values. Then Rakesh, what is the difference? What is the difference between the tuple and list? So let me tell you, the tuple has an order. For example, the 1 is there in the position number 0, in the index number 0. 2 is there in the index number 1, 3 is there in the index 2, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, and the same thing goes with the list. But in the list, I can interchange the positions. So let me delete this duplicate and show you in demo. I have an option to interchange the order. So I can put 5 in the beginning. I can put 3 anywhere I like. I would like to put 4 anywhere I like. I can change the order of a list. So changing order of values allowed. Change of order of values allowed. But in tuple, changing the order is not allowed. I am not typing the entire word, but the change of values are not allowed. The order. Change of what? The order of values is not allowed. For example, let me show you this example. You will be pretty clear. So what happens if I say my list and if I say sort, right? And let's say I would like to sort it in a reverse order. So I'll say reverse equals to 1. Okay. And if I run this, what happens? The entire list will be printed in the reverse order. Let me use the print command. Print my list. Okay. So if I do this, if I run it, what happens? The entire order, I mean the value which was there in the position number, index number 4, now it has moved to the beginning. So the placing the values in different order is possible, right? But the same thing is not possible with the tuple. For example, if you type my tuple, right, and there is no method called sort. Okay, if you see, there's no method called sort, but in case you go about typing it and say reverse equals to 1, if you go about typing it, if you run it, it will throw immediately a error, attribute error. Tuple object has no attribute sort, so you cannot really change the order of the value. So this is one of the point in tuple that makes it very different from the list. The list where we can
change the orders. Now in tuple, we cannot change the order. Duplicate values are allowed in both of them. Okay, I can have a duplicate value in list, I can have a duplicate value in tuple, but changing the order of the values is not allowed in any means, right? For example, in my list, I can insert a value anywhere I like. For example, let's say I can remove the value, right? All these things I can do with the list. Remove value, insert value. Let's say I would like to insert in the position number 2, I would like to insert in the index number 2, I would like to insert 100. So this is possible with a list, right? So list is always can be changed. You can have duplicate values, you can mute it, right? Mutable is possible, you can change the values of it. Now print my list, right? If I do this and if I run this, what happened? 100 can be added. So the 3 was having in the position of here, that has been replaced with a different value. So the order, the position value, everything can be changed. So it's completely changeable. Remove, delete, add, right, clear, all these things are possible. But with tuple, these things are not possible, because the moment you type tuple and hit on a dot, there are 2 different options which are available. One is the count, the other one is index. For example, how the count works, let me show you. So count, let's say I would like to know the count of 1 in the tuple. So the value, okay, count of 1, and here if I say print okay and do a try to execute, you can see the 1 is available one time. If I say write 1, because duplicate is allowed in a tuple, so let's say I'm going to write 1 couple of times, and now if I run it, it will say the 1 value is available 3 times in the tuple. Okay, so the very minimal methods are available with the tuple. Now you would say, Rakesh, what is the practical use when we can do all these things with list? Why we have to really use a tuple? So let me tell you, tuple should be chosen. I mean, you should use the tuple kind of a data type only when you feel once it is created, you don't have to really change it. Right. For example, what is a practical example? Let me show you the practical example of a tuple. Let's say my tuple top ranks. So what I'm doing, I'm creating a variable called top ranks. So in the top ranks, what would happen? The tuple has to always start with a parenthesis. You have to remember the word P, right? Parenthesis. Okay. Now here the top rank, let's say top 3 ranks. Okay. My tuple top 3 ranks I have written the variable. So here the this will remain definite, right? You will not change it every time. I mean, this year who are the toppers? Let's say Rakesh. Wow, I'm a topper. Okay, John. So this values won't change, right? This values won't change. This would remain. These are the 3 toppers. Let's say Rahul. Okay. So if I'm writing this, what is happening? These are the 3 different toppers which would remain constant. This won't change its value. This will not change its position. Rahul will not become the rank 1, or Rakesh will not become this one. For this year, this is the result. Maybe next year he might be, right? So in such a condition, you will be using a tuple where you don't have to change the values, or you don't have to really change, or there will be no need of changing the order. In such a situation, you should go for a tuple. That is a practical use case what I'm talking about. Okay, so you understood how to define a tuple, you understood that duplicate values are allowed in a tuple, right? And you understood that the order cannot be changed. You cannot put Rahul at the beginning. Once it is created, it's all done. If I'm going to the next line, that means this is all done. Only you can come to the code and change it. But again, in terms of writing a code and adding, inserting values, clearing the value, remove, right, all those methods are not available with tuple. Okay, what is available with list? In the list, if you see, if you put a dot, there are multiple things you can do: count, index, insert, extend, clear, remove, append, sort, copy. All these things can be done, right? But the same thing is not possible with tuple. Okay, cannot add, remove items. You cannot add or remove items once it's created. When you are running the program, you cannot with the code, you cannot add values. Nothing can be done with the tuple. So that's the use of tuple in short, guys. Thank you very much. But there are also ways you can convert the tuple into a string and into a list, and from the list you can add new values to it. So all this tricks are available, which I'm going to show you later. But again, this should be your understanding. What is a tuple? Tuple has to start with a parenthesis, and the list always starts with a square bracket. List has complete flexibility. It can have duplicates, it can change its order, it can change the value positions, everything can be done, right? In the tuple, it cannot be done on, you cannot change the order. Once created, it will remain as it is. Okay, you don't have a method to add new values, you do not have a method to remove values, so it's just fixed one, and it should only be used where it is really required. For example, top 3 ranks of a college, right, for so and so year. So that remains constant, that won't change until next year. So in such a case, you can go for this kind of a variable. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you have got an understanding and got a understanding of the difference between the list and tuple. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn what is set data type in Python and what is the differences between the set data type, the list data type, the tuple data type. Okay, everything, if you watch only the single video, you will be pretty clear about all of these things. So let's get started and understand set. So first thing, before we understand set, if I ask you what is a collection? Collection means what? If you create a variable and inside the variable, if you assign multiple values to a single variable, this would be termed as a collection. The word collection is clear. Collection means what? A single variable holding multiple values. So in Python, there are different types of collections. So till now, what we are focusing is list kind of a data type, which is a collection. The other is a tuple, which is a collection, and the third one is a set, is a collection, and the other one is a dictionary also. So right now we will just stick on to this list, tuple, set, and try to understand the difference. So these are the different types of collections. Now, if I ask you, hey, can you create a list variable in Python and show me, and assign some values and show me? So what you do, you give it a variable, and then for list, I'll be using a square bracket. And I told you in my previous video to remember that list will always use a square bracket. I have to remember the alphabet L. If you put a bar on the top of L, it appears like a square, right? So L will be your memory reference. It's just for your memory reference, just to remember it for a long time. So here I will use a square bracket for a list kind of a variable. Okay, and I have declared a list variable. If I ask you, hey, can you create a tuple variable? Again, what you do? You create a variable name, and for tuple, I said you have to remember the P for parenthesis. Okay, the P word you have to remember. P for parenthesis. So I will use a parenthesis. And same thing, I'm going to assign few values. Clear? So this will become a tuple data type. If I ask you, how do you create a set type of data variable in Python? So you give it a name, a variable name, and for set, you have to use a curly braces. For curly braces, you have to remember the S alphabet. If you look at the S, if you try to make it slightly, modify it in your imagination, it will more appear like a curly. If you, not exactly, but again, S will be your memory reference. Okay, S. So curly braces. So curly braces, if you write, this will become a set kind of a data type. Now the biggest question that will appear in the mind, now I am confused. So what is the difference out of all this, right? That is the question that would come. Okay, let me tell you. So how do you remember the difference between these 3 data types is the biggest question that one would have. So to understand the difference, let me ask you a few questions. Does a list allow you to have duplicate values? This is one of the property, right? So a list would allow you can have duplicate values written inside a list, right? So similar, there are a couple of other properties I'm going to mention, and then we will experiment. Does it allow you to add a new value? Yes. Does it allow you to add or remove a new value? Remove a value from a list or a collection? Okay. The next property would be duplicate value, add, remove, and the next would be does it allow you to put it in order? Can I place a value from here to there, right? Does it allow? And the fifth point would be or let's say the fourth point will be, does it allow you to modify a element value? For example, here it is 4. I would like to replace that with some other number, let's say 99 or 100. Can I do it? This is one of the property of a collection. And the other fifth property is, does it allow you to change the order? For example, 5 is here. I want the first 5 to be here in the index number 0. Can I replace the order? Okay, these are the 5 different properties based on which we will remember what are the differences, or what are the differences between these 3 data types. So let's start with the very first one. Does it allow you to have duplicate values? So what I will do, I will put a comma and add some 555 to all of it. What I'm doing, I'm adding some 55 to all of this different collections, list, tuple I have added, and the my set I have added. Now if you execute this, to execute and see the output, I will use a print command, and I will say my list first, then I will say my tuple, and then I will say my set. So these are the 3 different data types I have mentioned. So now if I print it, now tell me what is the difference. So in duplicate values, when it comes to duplicate values, list will allow you to have duplicate values. So I will say yes, it allows the duplicate values, yes to duplicate values. Now tuple will also allow you to have duplicate values, so I will say yes, right? Then set won't allow you to have duplicate values, the one in the curly braces. You see I have typed 5, but it doesn't allow me to have duplicate values, remember. So that is first difference. So a set doesn't allow to have duplicate value. So for duplicate value, these are the answers. Clear? Now let's focus on the add. Can I add a new value to list? Yes, I can add. So how do you really add? For example, if I say my list dot append dot insert, right? There are different options that I have. Dot insert, right? With that, I can add a value. Let's say I want to add 100. Okay, so I'm going to remove the duplicates, okay, from all of it. Let's focus on our subject of adding a value. So I'll remove the duplicates. Okay, all looks same. Now I am working on the list. In the list, what I'm doing, my list dot insert 100, and I can mention where I would like to insert that. Let's say I would like to insert it at the position number 4, let's say 4 comma. So I can do that. Now if I run it, you will see for the list output, right? For the list output, what happened? The 100 has been added to the index number 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So addition is possible in list, adding a new value. Can you add a new value in tuple? So no, because these are all fixed values. Once created in a tuple, it's done. So if you say my tuple dot add, so you don't have a proper, if you say add, let me try it, add, and let me add a value, let's say 12. Now if you run this, it will throw you an error stating the tuple doesn't have an attribute add. So you can't really add anything. In a tuple is a fixed size, just that it allows you to have duplicate values, but it doesn't allow you to add a value to it. Getting it? You cannot add a value to a tuple. Now let's look at a set. In a set, can I add values? Is it possible for me to add values? So let's see that. All you do, take the variable dot, if you type add, yes, there's an option to add value. So let's say it doesn't allow duplicate, but I can add values. So let's say I'm going to add value 100, and if you run this, the difference that you find, the 100 has been added. Let's say I'm going to add 98. You cannot make sure that the value will always be added at the end. Okay, for example, 98 I'm trying to add. So 90 got added at the end. So you can't control it. It can add the value anywhere it likes. For example, 5. 5 was already there, so it did not allow the duplicate value. For example, let's say 8. Okay, let me try. Okay, so now it is appearing like it is always adding at the end. Let me do little modification. Okay, let's say I'm typing 8, let's say 7 comma 19 comma 12 something. I'm typing some random numbers. Now look at it. What I'm trying to say, it will add a value, but you can't control where it got added. See, this time it has added in the second position, right? So you can't control where it's going to add the value. Okay, for example, if I write 90, 99, So this is very important thing that one should know, that the moment you are trying to add a value in a set, it can add anywhere it likes. Okay, so 99, if I run it, see 99 got added at the beginning. So yes, so addition is possible, right? Addition in a set is possible. Yes, you can add, but you can't decide the order where it will be added, right? Here you can decide the order. You can decide the order where you want to add. You want to add at the end, then you can use the append. So this is possible in the list, but in set it is not possible. You can add it, but you can't decide where to add it. This is one of the important difference. Okay, this one we have understood. Let me put a comma. So two different properties we have explored, and we have understood the differences between them. Okay, you can't add. So here you can add. You can't have duplicates, but you can add, but cannot decide order, right? But cannot decide order. So these three things are very clear. Okay, so just for confusing, okay, this is fine, right? Now let's look at remove. Can I remove a value from a list? If I say my list dot remove, so yes, you can remove a value. For example, I want to remove 5. Okay, can you remove a value from a tuple? If I say my tuple dot the variable name, so is there a way to remove it? No, you can't remove. You cannot add, you cannot even remove. So the answer is no to this. So the answer is no to yes to this, right? In a list we can add, but in a tuple we can't. Okay, can I okay, so remove, I will show you, it will throw an error. And for set, okay, for set, can I remove? Yes, you can remove. Remove is highly possible in a set. So for example, if I want to remove 25 from the above set, right, I would like to remove 25. Now let's print and see the output. So what happened for the tuple? It has given the error. I told you the tuple, it has given the error. Okay, so let me remove this code, line code, which is giving error. Let me execute. So what happened? 1 2 3 4 5. So for list I have not done it. Okay, for tuple, look at this. For set what happened? I would like to remove 25, so it has removed 25. 7 19 56 it has kept, but again the typing is in a different order. See, 7 was at the beginning, but it has, so you cannot decide the order. One of the important point for the set is you cannot decide the order. It can put it in any order, because in a set indexing is not done. Okay, so all these 3 points we have verified. Now let's look at modify. Okay, can you modify a element? Is it possible to modify an element? So let me tell you, to modify an element in a list, it is possible. Okay, how can I modify? For example, if I say my list, okay, and in square bracket if I say index number, let's say 3. Okay, index number 3, you modify that value which is there in index number 3, which is 4 here, right? Modify, update that value with let's say 80. Now if you print this, you will see the value has been 4 has been replaced with 80. So it is highly possible to modify the existing value in a list. So list is very flexible. Okay, list is very flexible. But is it possible? You cannot add, you cannot remove. Do you think you can modify? No, modification is also not possible in tuple. You cannot, a value cannot be changed. Okay, you cannot change, even you cannot, getting it, you cannot modify a value in tuple. It's not possible. Only thing it allows it allows you to have duplicate values, but it doesn't allow you to add a new value to it, remove a value to it, or modify a value from it. Okay, once created is done. Tuple is very restricted. Okay, now here, does it allow you to modify element value in tuple, sorry, in set? No, the answer is no. It doesn't. You cannot change elements, but you can add and remove values, but you cannot change an existing element. There is no option. For example, you type my set. Okay, my set, let's say I want to, because a set doesn't have index number. Let's say I am mentioning 3, right? That is 0 1 2 3. 56 should be replaced with 99. See, it will immediately throw me an error. What is the error? Set object does not support item assignment. So you cannot assign or modify a value to a specific. You cannot modify it. Okay, modification is not possible. So all these things we have understood. Now let's look at the last property, changing order. Changing order means, for example, if I say my list variable, if I say short. So if I say short, what would happen? What is the output? 1 2 3 4 5 will become 5 4 3 2 1 now. Short reverse, I will say. Okay, reverse equals to 1. If I say this, what would happen? The entire value which was there like this has been modified to 5 4 3 2 1. Okay, the same thing is not possible for tuple. No, you cannot change the order. Order cannot be changed. Tuples values are kept in order and cannot be changed. Cannot change, add, remove items from tuple. So no for everything apart from duplicate values. Now in a set, can I change order? Because a set, every time you print, it can print in a different style. See, 56 has come in the beginning. Next time when you print, it could be a different order, right? It could print in any order. You can't control that. For a tuple, you can't really control it. Okay, so if let's say I'm going to add a value 99 comma, so it can automatically, it can print in any order. You don't have a control. So answer for this one, in a tuple, order is automatic. You can't decide. So because it's automatic, it's very fast to access collection data from a tuple, because the processor will not think which one to pick. So it is very fastest way. When you define something in a tuple and doesn't matter, the order doesn't matter, then this becomes the fastest way. The next fastest way would become, sorry, set is the fastest way and tuple is the second fast, or you can say faster. Okay, least faster is this one. This is slower. Okay, slower, faster, and this is fastest. Okay, this is the list. Will definitely take a lot of processing time, because you know, a lot of things can be done with this. Set takes very less time, because any order, it doesn't matter for the system. If there's a duplicate, it doesn't print. So it is the fastest way of accessing a collection data. This is the second fastest one. The slower one is this one, list. Okay, so I hope with this example you must have got a lot of clarity around list, tuple, set, and you should not forget the differences what I've taught in this video. So thank you guys for this video. We are going to meet once again in the next video. So please do stay connected, practice this several times, so that all these things I taught will be pretty clear. Okay, when you look at this, it is confusing, but when you practice, it will be pretty clear. Okay, and make a note in a notebook. This will be pretty clear to you. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and I welcome you back to my channel. In this video, we are going to learn dictionary in Python. What are dictionary? What is the practical example of a usage of a dictionary? What are different methods involved inside a dictionary in Python? Everything, almost all the details around the dictionary we are going to learn in this video. First of all, let me give you a practical scenario. If I ask you, hey Rakesh, what do? You have to store employee details in a variable, but again that employee detail should have below things. For example, it should have employee ID, it should have employee name, it should have employee location. So these are the three different attributes the employee detail variable should have. Getting it? So this is the requirement. So now you will say, how do I do it? Single variable, and there are three different attributes inside that, and I should store it. Okay, this is highly possible through the uses of a dictionary. For example, let me show you how do I do it. So I will say employee details. Okay, employee details is the variable, equals to, I will use a two curly braces, and in the curly braces I am going to say employee ID. And remember, because employee ID is a string, I have to put it in a quote, double quote or single quote, doesn't matter. Use a colon, and I'm going to say 1001 is the employee ID, comma, separate by comma, then I'm going to say employee name, right, employee name, colon, and I'm going to say Rakesh, and let's say separate by comma, and I'm going to say employee location, colon, and I want to put it in quote Bangalore. So now what is happening? This employee detail variable, one variable, is going to contain all these kinds of attributes.
One is the employee ID, it is also holding the employee name, it is also holding the employee location. So this is called as dictionary. Okay, so let's see whether it's a dictionary class or what is the class of this variable. So for that I will say print, I will say type, and then I'm going to put the dictionary name, which is employee details. If I run this, it will tell you the class is DICT, which stands for dictionary. So this much is clear. Okay, now let's say the very first thing what is that comes to our mind. Okay, I have created a variable. I would like to see the the variable and see whether all the data that I have entered is available inside the dictionary or not. Okay, very well, just type print. Just by doing this, it gives you the output that yes, whatever you have created, the variable does contain all these values. Now you will say, Rakesh, I am not happy with this data. What if I would like to only see the keys, or I would only like to see the values? How do I do it? Okay, very simple method I'm going to teach you. For that, you have to say employee. So let me use a variable x is equal to employee details dot keys. So what this will do, if I say print x, what this is going to do, if I run it, it's going to only fetch. So it is, if you look at the output, it's saying the dictionary keys are employee ID, employee name, employee location. So there are only 3 different keys. So this is one way. Let's say you are not happy with this, then this doesn't look so good. I would like to print it in a different way. Okay, for that I'll use a for loop. So I will say for x in what employee details, for x in employee details dot keys colon. So I would like to print all the keys that are available in employee details and assign it to the variable called x, and whatever one value it is coming at a time, I would like to print that. So I'll say print x. So if I do this, look at the output, how it has come. If I run this, the output will be slightly different. It is just writing one item at a time, one key at a time, right? Employee ID, employee name, employee location. So this is clear. So keys are clear. Now what if I would like only value? So all you do, replace the keys with the values. Very simple. So I'm going to replace this with the method values. Done. Now if I run this, what would happen? From the entire dictionary, what got printed? From the print text, it has just printed the everything that is there in the dictionary, and using a for each I can print the exact values. 10,001 Rakesh and Bangalore has been printed. Getting it? So this is very clear as to how you will be working on a dictionary, right? How do you get the items, how do you get the values separately? So this you have learned. Now let's say I would like to add a new key and value. Let's say the boss says, hey, you have to add the employee joining date of joining you should have. So date of joining is not there. So how do I add it? It's very simple. In dictionary, all you have to do is take the dictionary name, right? After taking the dictionary name, all you have to mention the new key that I would like to add. So DOJ, date of joining, equals to, and the value, because this is already an existing dictionary and I would like to add values inside this. So let's say date of joining is 1st January 2022, and let's print the output. We would like to see, right, does it have it or not. So I will say employee details. I will take the name of the dictionary variable, and now if I run it, you will see the date of joining, which was not there, now it has been added to the dictionary. So this is how you will add a new item into the dictionary, to the existing dictionary. Okay, this I have understood. What if I would like to update the employee ID? It is actually not 10,001. There has to be one more zero into it. So how do I update or change the value of an existing key? So to do that, all I have to do, simply take the name of the dictionary. Okay, name of the dictionary, and then in the square bracket I will mention the column, the key name where I would like to update the value. So I'll say employee ID. Now I will say equals to the same format, equals to, and I'm going to say this has to have one more 0. I'll put one more 0, 1. So I've updated it, and let's print this value and see if it has really got updated or not. Let's say, make it to 2. Okay, let's make it to 2. It should not start with 1, it should start with 2. So I'll say print the dictionary variable name, and I'm done. Now let's run it. So what happened here, if you see, the employee ID has been updated with the new value. So getting it, how to update a value inside a existing key, you understood. How to add a new key and value pair, or how to add a new item into the dictionary, you have understood, right? Now let's say I would like to make it little more sophisticated. How? For example, if I say if I would like to see if the key date of joining is present in the dictionary employee details. If it is present, if the date of joining, so do I have a date of joining now in this dictionary? No, I don't have. So if it is there, then it will print what? It will print, it will say yes, it is present. Yes, it is present. Yes, the key is present. Yes, the key is present. Else colon, enter, and I will, if it is not there, then I would like to add. So how will you add? First thing, you have to take the dictionary name, then use a square bracket and provide the column that the key that you would like to add. So I will say date of joining equals to, I would like to add a value. Let's say I would add 1 Jan 2022, right? Now, so what is happening? This is going to do only if it is not there, it's going to add. If it is there, it's not going to add it. So let's say if the column is not there, it's not going to add it. Now let's say I would like to print it, print, and then I would like to print what? The employee details dictionary variable. Now hit on enter. So what is happening now? If you see in the employee details dictionary, and the value got added with the condition, What if I'm going to copy this and already put it, and I'm going to put a comma and then paste it here. So now in the dictionary it is already present, so it should say yes, the key is present. If I run it now, what is the what should be the output? Yes, the key is present, right? That should be the output. Yeah, so here you can see yes, the key is present is the output. It is there on the top. Okay, so let me remove the print there. So here if you see, yes, the key is present. Getting it? So this is the output which has come. So one thing you can do, you can write, instead of giving a space, you can write it here, so it will become a block of code. So for example, I can say print employee details. So it is part of this else block. So this way, if I run it, it will say yes, the key is present. Let's say if I'm going to remove this and run it, now what would happen? It is going to print the entire dictionary. Getting it? So there are multiple things that we have learned till now. Now there are still few questions. What if I would like to clear the dictionary completely? Can I clear it? Let's say employee details, there is a method called clear, and now if I would like to print it and say employee details and run this, what would happen? It is clearing the data. The dictionary is still there, but it has cleared the data. Okay, what if I would like to delete it? For example, if I say delete and then employee details, okay, delete the employee detail, the dictionary name I'm providing. Now if I like to print it, if I print the employee details, you will see there is a difference between these two. The second one, the first one has printed and saying the dictionary is there, but again it's completely blank. And the second one, it's saying the dictionary itself is not there. When I'm trying to print in the line number 6, it is saying name employee details is not defined. That means it has completely deleted. Getting it? So this is one more thing that you should learn. Another thing, let's say from employee details, I would like to pass it to a different dictionary, right? I would like to pass it. So what I can do, I'll say employee overall. There's a variable, let's say employee overall equals to employee details dot copy. So I can copy the dictionary value and load it to a different variable. This can be done, and I can say print, and I can say employee overall, And if I run this, you can see the employee overall is now going to have the existing data, whatever is there. So these are the couple of different methods that we have learned around the dictionary variable in Python. We have seen a couple of practical examples, the practical situations, and how do you update, how do you add, how do you remove. So there is a lot of learning, guys. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Hey guys, in this video, let's learn about nested dictionary. What is the meaning of nested dictionary and how do you really create it? This is very, very useful. I'm going to teach you with examples. With that, let's get started and understand the nested dictionary concept. Let's say if I ask you, hey Rakesh, create a variable which is going to store employee details, right? Let's say I'm going to create a variable called employee1. And here I have to store, let's say, the ID colon, then you are giving a value, then separated by a comma, then you have to store name, then colon, and you are saying Rakesh, then comma, right? And then I want to store the email address, so I will say email colon, and then I'm going to say Rakesh @ let's say test.com. Okay, so like that. Likewise, I'm creating a dictionary and storing the value of employee details. What if you have to store multiple such employee details? For example, if I make it to employee2, okay, and let me quickly change the values to and give it a name, let's say John, and let me change the email to John, right? ID, let's change it to 1003. Let's say Rahul, and then I'm changing it to Rahul. So now there are 3 different employees. Now tell me, how would you really keep all these 3 dictionaries? So each of them are dictionary, each individual items are dictionaries. Now how do you put each dictionary into a separate dictionary? Tell me, right? So that is the concept. For example, if I ask you, create a variable called employee details, and that should have all the employee1, employee2, employee3. So how this can be done? Okay, we'll follow the same format of dictionary, employee details. Then I will have to use curly braces. So hit on enter because I have to have multiple details. And then the first thing I'm going to copy, I'm going to copy paste these 3 values inside this, and then we will make the formatting. So I've done copy pasting. Now what I will do, because in a key, if you are creating a dictionary, the first is a key, right? So here, because this is the parent dictionary, so this is a key, this is a key, this is a key, and this is the value, this is the value, and this is the value, right? The 3 values, 3 keys. Getting it? Because this is becoming the parent dictionary. So let me delete the top one. So what is happening? This is the parent dictionary, and inside that I have got child dictionaries, employee1. So here, what are the keys? This is a key, this is a key, this is a key. So now, because keys are strings, first thing what I should do, I should put them inside a quote, right? Single quote or double quote. So I need to put them into, because these are strings. Again, the moment you copy paste inside the parent dictionary, this all become a key. So all this has become a key. Now all this becoming a value. So key and value should be always be separated by a colon, not a equal symbol, right? So all I am doing, I am replacing all of this to a equal symbol. Colon symbol. Removing the equal and putting a colon symbol. And all this value should be separated by a comma, right? Comma, because this is the last one, you will leave it as it is. So now what happened? This entire thing, employee1, employee2, employee3, right? Employee3. Okay. Now what happened? The entire thing has become a dictionary, right? With these are the keys, and after the colon, these are the values. So how many total keys, total values? 3. Okay, this is understood. Now the first thing what one would like to do is they would like to print this newly created nested dictionary in Python. So if I print this, what is the value I'm getting? I'm getting the everything that are coming, right? Now the question here is, Rakesh, how about I want to fetch only the employee1? So what is the format I taught you? The format is very simple. You write the parent or the nested dictionary, and within the square bracket you have to write the key. What is the key here? This time employee1, employee2, employee3 are the keys. Let's say I want employee1, so again put it in quote and say employee1. So if you run this now, what details are you getting? ID 101, Rakesh, email address. Only the details of the employee1 is coming.
correct? So now here next question that comes to my mind, Rakesh, how about I would like to only fetch the email address of the employee? Getting it? I would like to only fetch the email address of the employee in a nested dictionary. So how do I do that? So it's very simple. I'll create a variable called x equals to, I'm saying employee details, the variable name, right? And I would like to fetch what? I would like to fetch employee 1. Employee 1, because this is the key name I have provided. Okay. After that, what I would like to fetch? The email address. So what I will do, I'll simply say email, right? Email is the one. So I will select this tab. And this email has to be quoted, right? So okay, let me write it manually. Email. Okay, this has to be quoted. So what would happen now if you try to print x? If I try to print x, the output will be the email address. Getting it? This is the syntax. Now if I run it, what is the output? rakeshtest.com. Similar way, any value that I like, I can fetch it. Let's say employee 3 and I need the ID number. So this is how you can assign these values to a variable and print them out. See, 1003 has come. Okay, so this is all about nested dictionary, guys, and all the methods that do apply to a dictionary does apply to a nested dictionary. It doesn't matter. This is just a dictionary, right? So everything, let's say I would like to add a new employee. I would like to add a new employee into the existing dictionary. So how can I do it? How can I do it? So again, I will take the dictionary name, okay, and then I'm using a what? I'm using a square bracket, and in that I would like to add what? Employee 3. So I'll say employee 3. Then what are the values that I would like to add? I will say equals to. Then these are the values I would like to add. Getting it? So I'll copy this and paste here, and I'm going to say 1004. And then I will change it to, let's say, Ramesh, and his email address is Ramesh, let's say. So this is how I'll be adding. The moment I add it, I would like to print and see if the value is there, right? So I will say print, and then I will print the entire employee details and try to run it now. Okay, so what happened? If you go to the right of my screen, if I go to the right of my screen, you can see employee, sorry, why did I say employee 3? It should be employee 4, right? Okay, run employee 4. Let me run it again. So if I do it, so you can see employee 4 has been added. Getting it? So the same rules that we have learned for the dictionary in the previous video, the same thing will apply over here. You would like to remove, delete, everything can be, all the methods can be applied to the newly created variable employee details, which is a nested dictionary. Okay, let's say you would like to know the type of this. You say type, and I'm applying it to this one, right? Now let's run it and see the type. Class is dictionary. Dictionary is a dictionary variable only, just that it has dictionaries inside the dictionaries. Getting it, guys? So with this example, it should be pretty clear how to utilize nested dictionaries. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn the next thing. How do you write a if else in Python, right? And there are various different operators that we are going to, logical operators we are going to check in this video. Let's get started. Okay, let's understand if else in Python. First of all, to understand this, we'll create two variables. Let's say I'm going to assign a is equal to 10, and let's say I'm going to assign b is equal to 10. So there are two different values, same value in two different variables. Now if I have to write a if condition, so I'll say if, and everything will be written in lowercase. Okay, if a equals to b, do you write a single equals to b, or you write equals to b in Python? So it will be equals to b colon, then if they are equal, then it should print what? It should print yes. If they are not equal, then I'll say else colon. The moment you put colon, it will take you to the left side. So this space is very, very important. This is known as the white space. This represents a block of a code. So ensure the space is there. Okay. Else print
no, right? So I will say no. Okay, so that's all. So what we are learning here, the first thing that we are learning is when you have to write a equal symbol, right? In Python, what is the symbol for that? Equals to. Okay, this is the first thing we have learned. So let's learn it. Let's run it. They can see the value saying yes. What if I say 20 to this and run it? The value will say no. Okay, this much is clear. Now let's learn the next thing. Greater than. If a is, let's say, less than. Okay, so less than symbol is simple. A less than. Okay, less than b. If a is less than b, it will print yes. Yes, in our case it is less than. So this is the symbol. So for less than, what is the symbol? Less than, the symbol is this one. Okay, angular bracket. Okay, now for greater than, it is just the opposite. So if I put greater than, what is the output? A is greater than b. In this case, no. So it will print no. So the answer is no. Output is no. Okay, so greater than is this one. Less than, if I say, if you have to write less than equals to, how do you write less than equals to? So less than equals to. Okay, for example, if a is less than or equals to, this is how you write. So it should print yes, it is less than, right? Let's say if I make it to equal, the same value if I put for b, what would happen? It is saying yes. So same way, less than equals to, greater than equals to will be written like this. Okay, so these are the couple of logical operators that is quite general in most of the programming language, no much difference. So this is what you should know about, right? So if else you have understood, I'm going to talk about what if instead of me writing such a big statement, can I write it in a single line, which you call it as shorthand code. So can I write the if else in a single line? Yes, it can be written. For example, print yes if a is less than b. Let's say I'm putting a condition just like that. If a is less than b, else print no. So what is happening? The same thing, just here, if a is less than b. So let me make it, let's say 30. If it is a is less than b, where in this case yes, so it should print yes, else print no. So here if I run this, it is printing yes. So with this, what I did, the entire couple of lines code, I put it in a single liner. Okay, this is also one of the important thing that you should know. If I make a as 80 or 82, let's say, if I run this, what happened? The answer is no. Getting it? So the conditions are executing, the symbols are important. Okay, another thing I forgot, not equals to. Okay, if a is not equals to, how do you write? So you'll put an exclamation mark and then put a equal symbol. So not equal is written like that. Okay, not equal is written with exclamation mark and single equal to symbol. If a is not equals to b, you print yes. If a is not equals to b, that means you should print yes. Okay, if I make both of them equal, then should print no. Getting it? So these are the couple of logical operators that you should know. We are going to come up with few more in the next upcoming videos. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn elif in Python. That means else if. So what is this if else or elif? What is it? Let's going to learn in Python. And on top of that, I am going to teach you how can you ask for input from user in Python. Okay, both the things you are going to learn in this video. So with that, let's get started and understand what is elif. Okay, so we will always use a practical example, right? Practical thing which we can really use it. So let me start. Let me start asking a user input. Okay, so let me create a variable called user input equals to, how will you ask to the user? For example, I would like to ask the user what is the count of number of books you have read for this month. Number of books you have read for this month, I would like to ask. So for that you will be using the input function. Okay, and inside this you can ask whatever you like. For example, what is the
count, or what is the count of books you read this month, right? If you're asking this, right, or let's say enter the count of, or enter the number of, whatever, enter the number of books you read this month. So the moment you are showing this to the user is supposed to enter a value, and that value should go to the user input. So first of all, let's understand this, okay, how this one works, then we will go further. So I'm just trying to print the output. So if I run this, let's say I'm going to enter 10, hit enter. So what is happening? It is printing the 10. Now just to make it little more, because people might enter a string or anything can happen, right? Or somebody will write 10. So I would like to convert that. So everybody should only enter a number. If not, it will throw error. So I'll put that in the int. Int means it is going to convert this value to integer format. That's all. For example, okay, if I enter, let's say I'm saying 6 in alphabet, it is going to throw an error. What is the error? Invalid literal for int with the base 10. 6 is entered. Okay, so you have to always enter a number. Okay, so this we have defined and we understood how this one is working. Now, the moment user is entering a value, we will start creating some conditions. Okay, some condition. For example, if user input is greater than or equals to 5, then I'm putting a colon mark, then I'm saying print. What I would like to print? I would like to print excellent job. Getting it? Now I'll put another condition. Now to write another next condition, I am going to use elif. That means if the first condition is not working, then go with the second condition. What is the second condition? User input. So how do you write this? User input, right, greater than or equals to 3, and right, it is greater than or equals to 3 and it is less than 5. Getting it? If it is less than 5, then you say print. So okay, you cannot simply write less than 5, you have to literally give the variable user input less than 5. Okay, then I am saying what you do, then you print what I would like to print, good job. Okay, I would like to say good job to the user. Getting it? If let's say I'll put one more condition, I will say I'll hit a backspace and say elif, right, elif, I'm using one more condition, user input is greater than 0, and user input is less than 3. Getting it? The first condition is it is greater than or equals to 3, that means could be 3 or 2. It is less than 3, so I'll say less than 3. Okay, if it is less than 3 and greater than 0, maybe it could be 1, 2, right? It could be 1 or 2. If that is the case, you will say to the user print okay. I will say okay, you need to improve the count. Okay, I said okay. All right, else I'll say else what? Print you did not read any books, please improve yourself, something like that. Okay, I'm just passing some message. So now look at this, the use of elif. Elif means I can use n number of times if I have multiple conditions, more like a switch activity. If you have heard about a switch activity, is more like that. So let me run it and see how this is executing. So here you can see in the down bottom, it is saying me enter the number of books you read this month. Let's say I'm going to say 10. If I say 10, what is the output? Excellent job. What did it say? It said excellent job. Okay, what if let me run it, and this time I'm going to enter because it was greater than 5, right? The first greater than or equals to 5, this one excellent job. Let's say here I am going to enter 4. What I'm entering? I'm saying 4. Then it's saying good job. It's saying good job.
Okay, what if I enter, for this condition I'll enter, let's say 2, right? If I enter 2, okay, you need to improve the count. Getting it? All the conditions are getting executed. Let's say it is last is what? Greater than 0. It should be greater than 0 and less than 3. This is executed. If I enter 0, what would happen? You did not read any books, please improve yourself. Getting it? So this is one of the practical use of else if. You can think of more such conditions, more such areas. For example, income tax, right? If your income is so and so, then you have to pay 5% of tax, and if it is greater than this, then you have to pay 10% of tax. So you can think of all those practical use cases where this will be very, very useful. So another new thing that you have learned today is of asking the user input in Python. In this video, we are going to learn while loop in Python. This is our next topic. So here in while loop, how do you break a loop? How do you continue a loop? How do you skip it, right? So all of these things I am going to teach you in this video. Let's get started and understand this while loop, okay? Let's say if I ask you, hey, you have to print from 1 to 10. What you have to do? You have to print from 1 to 10 in Python. Okay, I'm giving you a task, print 1 to 10 in Python. So how would you run it? So to do this, what I will do, I will use let's take a counter variable. Okay, I will say counter equals to 1. I'm going to initialize a variable with the value 1. Counter is equals to 1. And now let us use the while loop. Okay, I will use the while loop while counter is less than or equals to 10 till that time, and every loop or if condition, while loop, anything you are writing, you have to end it with a colon, hit on enter, right? Automatically it will have a white space, you can see. And now I would like to print it. What I would like to print the counter. The white space is very, very important in any kind of a condition that you are using. Okay, this is a block of a code. Okay, now what is wrong with this? If I say print counter, what is it's going to print? It's going to only print 111, and it is going to get into an infinite loop. If I run this, you will see it is going inside an infinite loop. That means the counter value is always remaining 1 and the condition is always met, so it is always printing and it's not going to stop it. Okay, that means this is not right. So what can we do? All we have to do, we have to write something known as counter is equals to counter plus 1. That means I'm increasing the value of the variable. Each iteration I'm increasing it by 1. So the first time it is 1, then it will become 2. So let's see that. Okay, it's interesting to see the values. So how can you see in PyCharm? All you do, click on the line number, you will have a breakpoint. This kind of symbol would come, red color symbol, and then hit on run and hit on debug your file. Okay, whatever the file name is, I'm going to hit on debug. And in this window, all you do, hit on console. Okay, there is something called console, hit on it. Okay, now what you do, hit on F8 key, hit on F8 key. So what would happen? It is go one by one and you can see what is happening. So what is the value of the counter now? The value of the counter is 1 now. So 1 is less than equals to 10. Yes. Okay, hit on F8. So it's going to print what? 1. So it has printed 1, you can see. Okay, now the value would become 2. So if I hit on F8, you can see the value has become, the counter value has become now 2. So 2 is less than 10. Yes. So it is going to follow the same sequence. It's going to print 2, it's going to print 3, it's going to print 4, it's going to print 5, it's going to print 6, it's going to print 7, it's going to print 8, like it is going on. Now look at this. Now counter value is equal to 10. 10 is less than equals to 10. Yes, the condition is met. Unless the condition is not met, right? Until the condition is meeting, if the condition value is true, then it's going to do the job below it. So whatever is written below it, it's going to do the job. So I'm going to hit on F8. Okay, so it has printed 10. Now if I hit on F8, look at it, the value has become 11. Now the condition will not meet. If the condition is not meet, 11 is less than equals to 10, the condition is wrong, right? It is not. If the condition become wrong, what would happen? The rest of the things that you have written below, it's not going to execute. If you say, if I hit on F8, what happened? Nothing got executed. It stopped here, right? It stopped here. Now what if I'm going to write on the 6th line, I'm going to write something. Let's say I am going to say print thank you. So when the condition is not met, it will just come out of the loop and go to the rest of the lines. Okay, so for example, if I run this, what is happening? Everything has been printed and then it is finally saying thank you. Okay, because I am running it, I am not debugging it, so it is showing the output directly. So it is coming to the 6th line and printing the value. Getting it? Okay. Now let's say I don't want to write something like this. Okay, counter is equals to counter plus 1. Let's say a few people would like to see how the print the 6th line is running. Let's do that. Okay, hit on console and I'm going to hit on F8. Okay, I'm going to do it slightly fast. You can see the values are increasing and it's typing F8, 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 F8. Okay, so I'm going to stop at 10. So it's 10. Now the counter value will become 11, right? So it has become 11. Now in 11, what would happen? This will become wrong. So the moment it becomes wrong, the entire block under this. So this is the entire block for while. So this will be completely stopped. The loop will stop and it will go to the next line. So it will come to the next line. Look at it. So if I hit on F8 now, where it has come to the 6th line and it's going to do the job. Hit on F8. So you have understood how the loop is functioning. Okay. Now let's go little advanced. What is the advanced thing? For example, if I ask you, hey, I'm not interested in writing something like counter is equal to counter plus 1. That doesn't look very cool. So in that case, what can I do? Is there a different way to write it? Yes, there is a different way. You can always say counter plus equals to 1. And this will do the same job. If I run it, you will see the output has been printed. The same output has been printed. Okay. So this is something you can make a note. Instead of saying counter is equals to counter plus 1, you can simply say counter plus equals to 1. This is cool, right? Okay. What if I don't want to print one below the other? So what is happening this time is printing one below the other. I don't like to print one below the other. Okay. So what I would like to do, I would like to print side by side. So what I will do for that, there is a function called end. Okay, end equals to, if I use double quote and give some space. Okay, if you give a single space, okay, it will print a single space. If you execute this, what is happening? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 and finally is printing thank you. So we don't need a thank you, leave it. And let's say I'm going to give little more space. If I run it, you can see the values have been printed with the more space that I've given here. So this is understood. This is also another learning that you can make a note of. Okay, all this is fine, Rakesh. Now the next thing is, what if I ask you, hey, you only print till 5. Don't print 6, 7, 8, 9. Only print till 5 if I ask you. Print until 5. Okay. So what would you do? You generally, what people can do is they can make it to 5 and this is going to give me the value, right? Okay, I don't want you to make it to 5. Rather, how can you stop the loop? Even though there are 10 times it's going to go through the loop. I want you to stop the loop at 5th point. So what I'm asking you to break the loop on a condition, right? With a condition. What is the condition? Print till 5. So what I will do, below this, I'm going to write a if condition. Okay, if counter equals to 5, if the counter value is equals to 5 colon, then I want you to break. So use the break function. What this will do, if I execute this, okay, the moment it is becoming 5, right, the moment it is becoming 5 equals to 5, it is going to break. It's going to break. So here it has from 4 it has improved to 5 and 5 equals to 5, it is breaking. So it is printing until 4. To how do I print till 6? All I have to do, change it to 6 and print until 5. So change it, improve it by 1 number. So you can see now the output has printed till 5. Now let's see, okay, how this is happening in the debug. Okay, how this is working in the debug way. So I'm going to hit on console and then hit on F8. So you can see the first value, look at the value is 1. Okay, 1. Then the counter is running. It's going to print 1 and the counter value will now become 2. So it will check, is 2 equals to 6? No. So it will skip it. Whatever written below, it is going to skip and go to the top. So I'm going to hit on F8. You can see it has come back to top. This understanding should be there. Now how this one is working, if you have a visual understanding, that is what we need. So now let's quickly run it. Okay, 4 it is printing, right, one by one. Now it has become 5. Now after this 5th line, the value of counter 5 will become 6, right? If I hit on F8, what is the value now? The value has become 6. 6 equals to 6. Condition is met. That means it's going to do the job what is written below it, right, within the if block. Okay, if I hit on 8, what would happen? It has met the condition. It has met the condition. The moment it meets the condition, and if I hit on F8, what happened? The loop is completely broken and the execution has stopped. Getting it? The execution has stopped. So what is the use of break? The break is used to stop the loop with a condition. Stop a loop, right? Stop a loop. You can put a condition to stop a loop. So this is understood what is the uses of a break in a while loop. Very good. Now, what if I ask you, let me remove the break, okay? Remove the break, execute. So now it is going to print 1 to 10. What if I ask you, hey Rakesh, what you do, print 1 to 10, but do not print 5. What I'm saying, print 1 to 10, but do not print 5. Okay, how this can be done? Okay, this can also be done. So what I will do, the printing is done here, right? So before the printing, what I'm going to say, I'm going to say if, okay, if counter equals to let's say 5. If the counter equals to 5, then there is a syntax. You have to use a colon mark, hit on enter. Then there is syntax. There is a function called continue. What this continue will do? Continue is like a skip. Continue is like skip. It will skip the loop. Okay. If counter is equals to 5, then skip it. First of all, let's see how this one is working. Okay, how the continue is working, we will see, and then we will try to improvise the logic. So now hit on run and debug and try to see how the values are coming. Okay, I'm hitting on the console. The understanding is very important. That's why I'm spending a lot of time. Hitting on console, and I'm going to hit on F8. Okay. So what is the value of the counter? Counter is 1. So if counter is equals to 1, it will continue. So what will happen if I hit on F8? Did it come to the line number 5? It did not come. It directly come to the print. So what it's going to print? The value is 1. It's going to print 1. So if I hit on F8, what it did do? Print 1. Okay. Likewise, if I go, now the counter value has become 2. It has improved the value here in the line number 7. So if I do hit F8, what happened? The count is still not equals to 5. So it is going and printing 2. Getting it? So like that it will continue 3, 4. Now look at it. Now the value is 5. What would happen when the value is 5? If I hit on F8, right? What is happening here? The value is 5. So it is going to continue. It is going to continue. Where it will continue? If I hit on F8, it will continue to the while loop. It will continue to the while loop. And if I hit on F8, what is the value now? The value is still remaining 5. Getting it? So it's still remaining 5. Now if I hit on F8, because it did not come to the counter plus 1, right? The value did not increase. So if I hit on F8, what is happening? The value, it will keep on going in the loop and it's not doing anything, because it's not able to reach here, because the value is still 5. So the counter is, you are increasing below in the 7th line. So it is not able to come to the 7th line and improve the value to 6. So that's why the loop will go in an infinite loop. And what I asked you to print 1 to skip the 5 and print till 10, you cannot achieve with this logic, right? See, it's not increasing. Many times I do, it's not increasing. Okay, so what is the answer? The answer is, what if I carry this counter is equal to 1 on top of this? So with that, when the loop is running, it is going to increase the value. So let's see. Let me going to stop it. Okay, let's stop it and try to debug it once again. Debug. Okay, hit on the console. Yeah, and let's debug it. Okay, so hit on F8. So now the counter value is equal to 1. So counter is equal to counter plus 2. So the counter value has become 2. Okay, so if condition did not meet, it's printing. So what it's printing? This is printing 2. This is printing 2. Okay, but it did not print 1 because I'm putting the counter value on top. So how do you solve this problem? So if I hit on F8, again it will become 3. Counter plus 1, after it executes, it will become 3. So 3 is not equals to 5. So it will come, the continue will not execute. It will come here. Okay, then I'm going to hit on F8. So it is going to print 3. Same thing, it will happen. It is going to print 4. Now look at it. Now the print, because the value counter value is 4 now, it is going to increase to 5. The moment it increases to 5, it will meet the condition. It is going to meet the condition 5 equals to 5. Then it will come to the loop. It will come to the 6th line. Till now it was not coming to the 6th line. It will come. So what will happen? It will skip it. So below, whatever written below this, so whatever lines you have written below this, right, below this while in this while block, whatever you have written below this is not going to execute. So it was coming to the 7th line. Because it came to continue, this is going to come, it will come, it will jump to the while. That is the use of continue. It is again will jump back to the while loop. So if you see, if I hit on F8, where did it jump from the 6th line? It has jumped to the 3rd line. That means anything written in this block of code, in this while loop, this is not going to execute anything written below it. Getting it? It will jump, it will take the loop to the initial condition. So that should be your understanding. Okay, you have understood. Now what is the value of counter? 5. So hit on F8. So now it will become 6, right? If I 6 is equal to 5, no, the condition will not meet. Now it is going to print. So what it will print? It will print 6. So it did not print 5. So our goal is achieved, but one thing it could not achieve. Let me hit on F8. So until 10 it will print, right? So once it will become 11, the loop is closed. Okay, so process finished. So it is printing 2, 3, 4. 5 is not printed. We have achieved our goal. Now the biggest question is how do I print 1? Can you think of, guys, how can I print 1? Okay, to print 1, what I will do, just think of it. Okay, take some time, think of it. So one thing we can do is I will use a if counter is equals to 1. Only when the counter is equals to 1, then you print. Okay, because with that logic 1 is always skipped. So I will say print, and I'll say print counter. So it's going to print 1. Okay, print, and I would like to print in the same way, right? So I will use a comma and give it an end, tab, and whatever the spaces I have given, I will try to give that. Okay, now execute. So now what is happening? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is written. Okay, so this is quite interesting for you to learn. So you don't remember anything, don't try to remember anything, just try to debug and understand how things are working, and you can build your own logic. You don't have to remember how I have written, or you can build your own logics. You can try to do it in a different way. Okay, you can be completely creative. Only when you know the syntaxes, you can be completely creative and do in your own way. Hey guys, in this video, let's learn for loop in Python and the syntaxes involved in for loop in Python. Let's get started. We'll take a very simplest example. Let's learn with the simplest example. Let's say if I write for a in, and I'm going to say in double quote Python, and then after that you have to use a colon mark. Do not forget the colon mark, and say print, and I'm going to print a. So what exactly this is doing? So here a stands for a variable. Can I write any other variable like a, b, c, d, anything you like, you can enter, doesn't matter. So this is a variable in Python. So it is going to search one item in Python. So it's going to print p, it's going to print y, t, h, o, n, like that, and it's going to print. So let's get a practical example. So what I do, I hit on this button, and they will get a breakpoint. Hit on run so that we can see how this is working. Okay, and then we can hit on debug with my file name that I have. I'm hitting on debug. Okay, hit on console, and let's see how the output is getting printed. Okay, hit on the console, and now I'm going to hit on F8 key. So what is happening? The moment I hit on F8 key, the first line number 2 got executed, and at this time the value of a is p. So it is picking the first alphabet from the word p. And now the moment if I hit on F8, the second line, the third line will get executed, and it should print p here. Let me hit on F8. So what happened? This line got executed and it is printing p. Now it went to the second line once again because it is in a loop, right? It's in a for in loop. So it's going to the second line. So if I hit on, the second line will get executed once again. Now after execution, what is the value? Y. So it is picking one value at a time, and this time if I hit on F8, it's going to execute the print and is going to type y. So whatever the value was there in y got printed. Okay, likewise, let me do F8. If I do it, it is finally going to print the complete thing. Okay, you can see it has printed Python.
So this is understood. Okay, let me give you one more example. Okay, what I will do, instead of this, what if I write a list, for example 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 different values, right? So what this will do, this is going to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me run it. Okay, if I run it, what happened? The output has come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Let's say I would like to print it in a different way. All I taught you in the last video, end equals to, and I give a space, couple of spaces, whatever you like. Run like this, so it is going to print in this format 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a single line. Okay, so this is understood how the loop is working. It is just picking one item from, it could be a string, it could be a list, it could be a dictionary, it could be a tuple, it could be a set, it could be anything, doesn't matter. For example, let me make it a set. So you know set, right? It cannot have a duplicate values inside this. So all this I've explained. So if I run it, again is going to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I make it to a tuple, which can have duplicate values but always kept in order, so you can see it is printing. So this one we understood. I mean, how the for loop works, we understood. Now there are a couple of more things. What if instead of me printing A, what if I print something else? Let's say print, I would like to print my channel name, automate. Let me print my name, that's it. Okay, so how many times it will print? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is printing 5 times. What if, are you going to read like, are you going to write a code like this to print something 5 times? No. Is there a smart way to do this, Rakesh? Yes, there is a smart way. Or what you do, remove this, and there is a function called, built-in function called range. So I will use range, and here I am going to provide, okay, I have to print it 5 times or 6 times. Let's say 5 times I want to print. So if I hit on run, what would happen? It's going to print, okay, I forgot the colon mark, okay, the colon, and then you can see it has printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Okay, so this is the smart way. Now let me also show you what happens. Okay, this range actually starts from, do you know, it always starts from 0 till 4 it runs. I mean the index, it is the indexing. It will start from 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So how do I know? All I do, if you type a and try to execute, it is going to type the value that is going to a. Sorry, because I put a double quote. Let me simply write a, and if I execute, what is happening? The value, when you say range, right? When you say range, the first value is assigned as 0, then assigned 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. This is clear. Okay, what if let's say I would like to print till 100. Okay, I want to print till 100. So you will say range 100, and I want to print in probably a single line. I'll say end equals to, I'll give some space. Okay, now if I hit on run, what would happen? This is going to print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it has printed till 100 in single line, if you see. Okay, so it's too much to see, but again, so it did not print 100 because as I said, 100 it'll only start from 0 till 99. So until 99 it has printed. If you want it to be printed till 100, then write 101 and execute, and it will print from 0 to 100. Okay, it always starts from 0. Okay, so this one we understood. And now what if I would like to print from a specific range? Let's say I would like to print from 10 to 20. So what I would say, 10 till 20 I would like to print. So instead of saying 20, I should say 21, right? One extra number I'll give. And if I run this, what is happening? It should be a comma. Okay, 10, comma 21, and execute. So what is happening? It has printed from 10 to 20. Okay, this is also very useful if you want to, you use it in a situation where you would like to do like this. This is very useful. What if I would like to 10 to 60, but it should jump 5. I mean 10, it should first print 10, then it should print 15, then it should print. So I'm giving a difference of 5 by putting one more comma. If I run this, if you see, the output would come 10, then 15, then 20, then 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. So like that is coming, right? So this will also be very useful when you know how this syntaxes work. Okay, so a lot of things you have learned. Now let's say, can I use a else with for loop? Can I use a else command? Yes, you can do it. Let me hit on the backspace and type else So once it is done, I want to say program ended, something like that. Okay, so if I execute, what would happen after doing its job? It will simply say, it will come to the else block, right, and it should print program ended, right? Okay, so I should say print, no, print. Okay, now let's execute. So what is happening? It is saying program ended. Getting it? So this is how things can work. This is how we can design your own thing, right? So I want it to appear in the next line. So how should I do it? Do you know? If I say /n and try to run it, you can see it has appeared in the below line. So you should not give a space. So let me remove a space. So it has come in the bottom line. So all these things you can design. Okay, so once you go through all my videos, you will learn the small tricks and techniques which would really help you to build Python programs. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn what is a nested for loop, right? The meaning is very clear. For loop inside a for loop, with a very nice example which is going to help you to build your logic. Okay, that is very important. And if you would like to become a programmer, how well you can build a logic is very important as a skill set for a developer. So let's get started. Okay, so nested for loop. Now we should have some practical example to understand. It's not just about syntax that we should learn. We should also learn some practical examples. Okay, so let me give you one example. Let's say I'm going to create a list and I'm going to enter a few numbers. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, right? These are the 4 different numbers I have entered in a list. Now I'll give you one more list. This list will have some random numbers. Okay, doesn't matter how, but it'll have some random numbers, something like that. You know, I'm typing some random numbers like that. Okay, so now your job is to find out how many times 1 is present in the second list. So if you count how many times I have 1, 2, here it is 3, here it is 4. So 1 is present 4 times. How many times 2 is present? Only 1 time. How many times 3 is present in the second list? 2 times. How many times 4 I have? 0 times. Now tell me, how will you create a logic in Python to build this, right? So this is where, so pause the video, think for some time and see what is the logic can be built. So you actually need a nested loop. So let's see that how this can be done. Okay, now first of all, what I will do, I will use a for loop. Okay, so for the first one I will say for a in this list. Okay, for a in this one, and for the second one I'll put a colon, hit on enter. Okay, and for the second one I'll say for b in this one. So what is happening? I am trying to run a first loop. That means the first value to a will come as 1, right? The first value will pick and a will have 1, and inside that I am running another for loop and I'm saying it should pick the value to the b. So here from this array, from this list, the first value which will come is 0, the second value which will come is 1, like that will be coming. Okay, put a colon mark, hit on enter. Now what I want to do in this specific one, right, in this specific one I would like to compare. Okay, now just imagine, okay, your imagination power is very, very important now. So now tell me, what is the first value? Just imagine we are running it for the very first time. So what is the first value in a? Will be 1. So a is 1. Now I have a loop inside this, so this entire loop has to complete, then only it will go to the first loop. Only when this inside the inner loop is complete, it will go to the outer loop. So inner loop has to complete. So the first value from the inner loop which will come is 0. So what we will do, you will use a if condition. So I'll say if a equals to b. That means it will say the a value is 1. So it will say first time when it runs, a is not equals to b. But when the second time it runs, it will say okay, 1 is equals to 1. So when this meets the condition, I would like to use a counter variable, right? Counter is equal to counter plus 1, or you can write counter plus
equals to 1. This is also another way to write. So counter is equal to counter plus 1 also you can write, or this way also you can write. Okay, now this counter variable, what I will do on the top, I am going to give it a value. I will say counter is equal to 0. The default value will be 0. Okay, so what is happening here, just imagine 1 has been picked and it's going to compare with all of this with the inner loop. The first time when it comes, it will be 0, so it will not come to this loop, to the if condition. Second time it will pick 1, so 1 is equal to b, a equal to b, 1 equals to 1. Then it will improve the counter to 1. That means I found 1 first time. Then the third time when it runs, then the value will become 1 to 2. So it has found 2 times. Like that, it will keep on comparing with each one. The moment a equals to b, that time it will become 1. Okay, so let's see this. So what I will do, the counter value is increasing. It's a global variable. I've kept it on the top, so it is going to increase. So once it increases, I'll hit on a backspace. Okay, so where I should type this, I should type this inside the primary for, right? So it should type, hey, a is found so many times. So this is the inner loop. So I'll skip the inner loop. I should print it in the outer loop. So I'll hit on backspace. I'll hit on. So here I'm going to write, I will say print. Okay, I'll say print. What I want to print, I will say a is the variable, comma, is present so many times, right? He is present, I will say. Then I will say comma, and then which is keeping how many times? The counter variable is keeping that data. So I will say counter. I'll use the counter name. So that means a is present 3 times. So I'll put a comma, and in double quote I'm saying times. Getting it? So this is how. So let's see the output. So there is something still wrong. Okay, I will show you what is wrong. So first of all, let's debug it. Always good to debug as a beginner. You know, one should always debug and try to see. So I'm going to hit on debug. Okay, now I'll hit on console in PyCharm, and then I'm going to, okay, before you hit on debug, let me stop it. So before you hit on debug, what you do, you know, select a click on this line, the first line, and now I'm going to hit on debug. Okay, now let's see, I'm going to hit on console and then hit on F8. Okay, so what is happening? Look at this. Let's understand. Okay, our understanding is more important than anything else. So what I'm doing here, the counter value is 0. Okay, now if I hit on F8, the third line got executed and the a value is equal to 1. Okay, a value is 1. Now if I hit on F8, then the fourth line got executed, the b value is 0. The first value of the array is 0. Okay, whatever the value is there, it is picking that, so it's 0. So what this will do, it is coming and saying a is equal to 1, b is equal to 0. Is a equals to 1, will the condition will meet? No, the condition will not meet. Okay, if the condition doesn't meet, what would happen? This block will run, this block will continue to run, right? This inner block should continue to run. So if I hit on F8 again, okay, b is equal to 0, this did not match. So you can see right now b is equal to 1. Because the b is equal to 1, the b value is picked second time is 1. Now the counter is increasing. Okay, if you see, if I hit on F8, the counter value has increased to 1. That means it found 1 time. If I hit on F8, it found second time. So the counter value has gone to 2, right? So like that, the logic will run. Okay, so I'll fast forward. Okay, so now what is the output? It's saying 1 is present 4 times. Getting it? So it is saying 1 is present for 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is able to calculate the logic. So let me stop it. So what is wrong with this logic? Tell me. If I run it again, what is wrong with this logic? It's saying 1 is present 4 times, 2 is present 5 times, 3 is present 7 times. So there is something wrong. So what is happening when it comes to the primary loop, the outer loop? It is still the counter value is not, we are not resetting the counter value. The counter value the first time has become 4 and still remaining. So the counter value we need to reset here. So what I will do, hit on enter and simply say counter is equals to 0. So I am trying to reset the value of the counter. Now if I run, you will see there is a proper output. 1 is present 4 times, 2 is present 1 time. Is it correct? 2 is present 1. Yeah, 1 time it is present. Now 3 is present 2 times. 3 is present 1, 2 times. Yeah, that's correct. 4 is present 0 times. So 4 is not at all there. right? So this is how the output has come. So hope you are able to build this logic, guys. So building logic is very important. Okay, that's where you have to spend a lot of time. If you have to spend 1 hour for just to build a logic, please do it, because our brain has to develop itself to build logics. That is what a programmer would have a skill. Syntax and all is fine, they are required definitely, but again, keep on practicing. The syntaxes will be there in your fingertips. You don't have to recall anything. You will be able to automatically type it. Just that the logic you have to build. The logic is something nobody will help you, right? You have to keep on start with small exercises, and by going through these exercises you will be developing your logical power. Okay, so thank you guys for watching, and I hope you guys have already subscribed to my channel. Please do subscribe and support me. Please hit on the bell icon to stay up to date with the latest content I am going to upload. So thank you guys for all this support till now. We are going to meet once again in our next video. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn functions in Python. One may not have complete knowledge on functions, what it is, right? What exactly, when to use it. So everything with practical examples you will learn from this video. Myself Rakesh. Please do subscribe to my channel Automate with Rakesh, guys. Please do support. Please do hit on the bell icon to stay up to date with the latest content that I upload onto my channel. With that, let's get started and understand functions. Okay, for example, what is this function? We need to have a simple example first, then we will get on to complex mode. So what I will do, the functions are always defined using the def keyword, means define. So I'm defining and I'm trying to say the function, I'm trying to give a function name with this parenthesis and colon. Simple. So this is the syntax, def space, and then you write the function name with parenthesis then colon. Now hit on enter. Inside this, whatever you would like to write in this function that it's supposed to do its job, you can write it. Let's say I want to say welcome to Automate with Rakesh. Okay, I want to print this. So what is the use of this? Now you will have Rakesh, okay, you have created this, but what is the use? For example, during my programming, if I like to call welcome, so I don't have to write. If I have to print welcome to Automate with Rakesh, I don't have to write this entire code, right? So here I can simply run this. Just by running this function, it will automatically type. So because there is only one line, just imagine there are multiple lines. Print, okay, print, would you like to, just imagine there are multiple things that you have to do inside the function. Would you like to learn Python? Then you reached the right place. Okay, so just imagine there are multiple lines of codes inside this function. Then it becomes quite easy, right? Just by calling this name, it will do the entire job. For example, if I run it, it is printing 2 lines. I don't have to type the 2 lines every time I need it. Let's say I need 10 times in my program where I have to, on different places, I have to use the same function or the same set of things that has to happen repeatedly in my program. Then this saves a lot of time. Once you have created a function, you can call this as many times you require. For example, if I run this, now you can see it will print 3 times. So it has printed 1, 2 and the 3rd time. Okay, so that is the benefit of a function. Now let's get on to little bit let's make it a little more customizable. For example, if I want to say I want to take the name of the user. So what I will do, I'll create a parameter. So this is called parameter. So when you write a variable inside the parenthesis, this will known as a parameter. Okay, so when you're calling this, when you're calling and passing a value, let's say I'm going to pass a value Rakesh. So when you're passing the value, this will become argument. Argument is which is holding the real value, and while creating the while you are defining the function, or while you are creating the function, when you are writing a variable inside this will become this you will call it as a parameter, and this you will call it as an argument. For example, if I run this now, okay, so what is the output? Welcome to Automate with Rakesh is the first sentence which got printed. The second sentence got printed. Okay, what we have not done is we did not use this parameter. So what I will do, I will say name, comma, and then I'll say welcome to Automate with Rakesh. Then I will here again I will use name, comma, and then I want to print this. So let's say I want to pass a different value. Let's say John, and I'm going to hit on enter. So what is going to happen? The John value, when I have called, so this value will go to this name variable, this name parameter. This argument will go to this name parameter, and then this name parameter will use it however we have designed it. So it is going to say, John, welcome to Automate with Rakesh. John, would you like to learn Python? Then you reach the right place. Getting it? So this is the benefit of, so remember there are two different terms you are learning. When you are defining a function and you are writing a variable, what a number of variables that you are writing, this will become a parameter, and when you are passing the value to the function, you will call this as a argument. You are passing the argument, and the parameter is going to hold that argument value, and then it is going to use it inside the function. Getting it? So you got to know what is a parameter and an argument. Okay, so this is a very simple example, and we understood how this one is working. Let's get into a slightly more complex one. Okay, let's say I would like to add two numbers. What I would like to do, I would like to do sum. So what I will do, I'll create a function called sum, parenthesis, and because I would like to add two numbers, I will create two different parameters, a comma b. So this is how you create parameters, a comma b. Hit on enter, and then here I would like to say output. I'll create a variable called output is equals to I will say a plus b. Okay, output is equal to a plus b, and I'm going to say, hit on enter, and I'm going to say print output. So what I'm creating a function, right? I'm creating a function, and the function I have defined two different parameters, and this, using these two parameters, it's going to do the sum and going to show the output in the print. Okay, so this is just the function I have created. Now let me use this function. Okay, let me use this function. For that, what I will do, I will take the name of the function. I will simply say sum. So I'm taking the name. The moment I type it, telling me this particular function has got two different parameters, a and b. So what I will do, I'm going to pass two different values inside this function. Let me type it again, sum tab, and then I'm going to pass 10, comma 20. This is how you pass it. Okay, now if you run it, what this will do, this is going to pass the value 10 to a, it is going to pass the value 20 to b, it is going to sum that, and then finally show the output. So if I run this, the output is coming 30. Similar way, you can create multiple functions. Let's say I want to create one for division, let's say. Okay, so subtraction, let's say. So I'll say subs, the function name is subs, and I'm going to create. So you can design your own thing, right? You can design all your modules that you want to create. So I say subtract. So a comma b, again I'll pass two different functions, two different parameters, and then I'm going to say output equals to I'm going to say a minus b. Okay, a minus b, and then I would like to hit on enter and then say print, and I would like to print the output variable. Is that clear? So what I'm doing is clear. Now let's say I would like to use the sub function in my project multiple times. So I'll say subs. I will take the name of the way you have defined, because I've used a capital word. I have to type it in the same way, and I need to pass two values. Let's say I'm going to pass same value 10, comma 20. So what should be the output? In minus it should show, right? So if I run this, the first output, it has shown 30 for the sum in the line number 9. In the line number 10, it has shown 20. So same way you can keep on designing as many functions as you need in a project, and you just have to call them just by taking their name and passing the arguments, and it will go to the parameter and do the job how you have defined it. Getting it? So this is how a function works in Python. This is just a basic example, but again with this example, if you are very clear, okay, this is how it works, then nothing like it. Now next thing comes is, how do you really remember? So function, remember, function has to be defined. So I have to use the keyword
def, define, and I have to give a name within parenthesis. Okay, I have to give a name within parenthesis, colon. Anyways, you know, every time you are writing any block of code, it has to end with a colon, and then hit on enter, and with a white space you are writing the entire block of code in Python, right? Similarly, this is another block of code. So there are two different blocks of code. So like that, you can define as many functions that you want, and you can just call them and pass the values. It will do its job. So is it not that simple? If I have to use sum 10 times, I don't have to write this the same thing 10 times in my project. All I have to do is just call using the name, and it will do the job by passing the arguments. Okay, so these are called arguments, and when you are defining a function, this will be called as parameters. With that, let's get started and understand arbitrary arguments. Okay, what are this? Very useful concept that I'm going to teach you. So for example, here if you see, in the previous video I have shown you how do you create a function and you are passing only 2 values. But how do you know that he is only going to pass 2 values? What if he wants to pass 3 values? What if next time he wants to pass 4 values? What if he wants to next time pass multiple values, right? So how do you make it completely dynamic? It doesn't matter how many parameters he is passing or how many arguments he is passing to this parameter, right? So I told you that when you pass the values inside the function, you will call them arguments, and when you are defining the function, while you are creating the function, you will call the variables inside the function as parameters. Okay, this is clear. Okay, now arbitrary argument. Okay, so I gave you the concept. If I have to add let me delete the subtract. Okay, let me remove this, and I will only have sum. Now tell me, if I have to add this one multiple times, okay, if I have to do 10, 20, 30, doesn't matter how many values I'm passing, how can you design it? Is it possible or no? So let me tell you how this can be designed. So what you do, instead of typing a comma b instead of having specific parameters here, what you do, you put a star, and then write a variable. Let's say I'm going to say a. So what I'm writing, a. So don't say tab, just simply say a. So a is the variable name, or let's say x, whatever you like. Okay, you are entering a variable name over here, or you can say values. Let me give a proper name. Okay, so the variable name is values. So I'm putting a star. So how this star would work and how this sum will work, we have to use a different logic this time. Okay, now what I will do, whatever the values, the when we are using the calling the function and we are trying to pass the value, right, to the function, doesn't matter how many number of values we are passing, it will catch. So once it catches, what I will do, I'll use a for each loop. I would use a for loop in Python. For x in, okay, for x in, then the variable name is value, so I'll use values colon. Getting it? So for x in values, that means it's going to pull one value, and let me first print and show you. Okay, then we will build the logic. I'm going to say print x. So whatever values I'm passing, let's say 10, 20, 30, 45, if I run this, right, when it runs, what is the output? 10, 20, 30, 40. What if I delete one? Let me delete this 2 and enter some other number. Let's say 100 I have entered. So the moment I'm entering, the for each loop is the function has been called. So how this is working? 10, 20, 100. So the 10, 20, 100, all the 3 values are passed at a time to the values, right? So this will become a tuple. So I'm looping through the tuple. You know, right, what is a tuple? Written in parentheses. So I'm looping through those set of tuples, values, and then 10, 20, 100. So it is printing one by one by going through this list of values that it has, or tuple of values that it has. Now if I have to add, so what is the logic I should build to add the values? Can you think of? Okay, let's do one thing. What we will do, we'll create a variable called total equals to, I'm going to give it a default value 0. Okay, then I'm going to say total equals to total plus the values are coming in the variable x, so I will say x. So every time this is going to keep on increasing, okay, and the final value will be there in the total variable. Okay, so this is understood. Now hit on enter, go to hit on the backspace, and here at the end of this entire loop is done, then I would like to print the total value. So print
tab total. Okay, now what is happening, this total, because you have declared inside this block of the code, it becoming local. Okay, for example, so what is the problem? I'll tell you. If I run this, so it is only giving me the value as 100. Okay, it is not really printing the value properly, because the last value was 100, it's printing last. So what you do, this total variable that you have created, right, it has to be a global variable. So under this I'm going to paste it. Okay, not here within the block. So I'm making it a global variable for this function, so anywhere I can call it. So total is 0. Now that the global variable value will change. Now if I print, what is the output? 130 is the output. Getting it? So your logic, you should be able to build the logic, slowly, go slow, but again you should be able to build the logic. So this way it doesn't matter how many numbers I am going to pass. Let's say 50. If I entered 50, if I run it, doesn't matter, it is printing the value and giving me. Why did that? Okay, dot I have entered. Okay, comma 50, comma 80, comma, doesn't matter, how many numbers you want to pass, you have the luxury to pass now. Okay, now if I hit on run, then 423 has come. Okay, so this is how you can create a dynamic set of values can be sent to a function using the star mark or the wild character. Let's get started and understand what is a keyword argument. Right now, first of all, we have to be very clear about arguments. There are two different things you will hear. One is called argument, the other one is called parameter. Right, so in the previous video I have already explained. In case you have missed that video, this is going to help you. So let's say I have to create a function in Python. For that I will be using the keyword called definition, def. Okay, def, and then you can write your own function name. So I'm giving the variable name as my function. You can give any name. Okay, after that, what I'm doing, I'm using a parenthesis and I'm writing 3 different variables, let's say, and ending with a colon. Hit on enter to get onto this second line, to the next line. Now here, if I ask you, hey, print all this parameters. So anytime you are defining a function and whatever the variables you declare inside the parenthesis, you will call them as parameters. Getting it? All these variables will be known as parameters. Okay, now let's say I'll be printing the parameter a. Okay, and then I want to print the parameter b and c, like that. Okay, so copy, paste, paste, and I'm going to change it to b, and then I want to make it to the third one, I will make it to c. Clear? So what is happening here, I created a function whose job is to print 3 different values. Okay, alright. Now if I have to use this function anywhere, all I have to do is take his name. For example, you want to call a boy, you take his name, right? Hey, come here, Rakesh, come here. So similar way, when you take the name of the function, it will automatically do the job whatever is mentioned inside it. Okay, so here if I pass 10, 20, 30. So what is happening, the moment I enter, what happened? It printed 10. So it understands that 10 has to always go to the variable a, right? 20 has to always go to the variable b. C, the 30 has to go in the variable c. So every time it maintains a order, right? What would happen if I do not send one value? It will throw error. So if you see, it has thrown error. So every time what happens, I have to pass the same set of values as per the number of parameters it has. Same way I have to pass the number of arguments. So passing the values through a variable or through direct values will be known as arguments. So when you are calling it, right, and you are giving some values to it, that time it will be known as arguments. Right, for example, you are giving a kid, hey, for 10 rupees you bring this, for 20 rupees you bring that, 50 rupees. So it always, what is happening in this case, it is always maintaining the order. So 10 is always going to be passed to a, 20 will always be passed to b, and 50 will always be passed to c. So what if I don't want to pass it in order? Let's say it should go 10 means c value is 10, and let's say a value is 20, and let's say b value is equals to 50. What would happen if I do this? Is it going to work? So what I'm doing, I'm telling, hey, C value is supposed to be 10. It should not take it in the order, but how I'm mentioning, it should do that way. Is it allowed in Python? Yes, it is allowed. So when you are mentioning the variable, you are specifying the arguments and their values together with a key and a value, key and a value, key and a value. When you do this, this kind of arguments passing is known as keyword argument. That means you are using a key to pass the value. So what would happen? Will it work? Yes, it is going to work. So what would happen? Now if you see, when I say print A, what it has printed? 20 it has printed. When I say print B, what it has printed? 50. Now when I say print C, it has printed 10. So it carries the exact value to the variable. So this specific kind of nature of passing the value through a key name is known as keyword argument. Clear? Now let's understand a practical example. Okay, so this is just to understand the functionality, so which we have understood. Let's understand a practical example, guys. Okay, so let me create something called product. Okay, I'm going to define a function called product details, or I will say, okay, product details. So this is the function which I have created. Now here I want to pass two different things. Okay, PID, which is nothing but your product ID, PID. Then I want to pass something called P name, that is product name. Then I want to pass P small PID, P name, and then P what is that? PID, P name, product ID, and cost. Let's say product cost. Getting it? These are the three different variables which I'm passing. I will make I capital to maintain order. So fine. So this is done. So what I am doing, I have created three different parameters: PID, P name, P cost in the definition of the function. Hit on enter. Now let's keep it very simple. I'm going to print a word. Okay. I am going to say P name. Write it in the same way. P name. Let's say for example mango. What I say? Let me think of an example. So let's say product name, for example mango, whose, I want to write a sentence, okay, comma, and I want to say whose P product ID is, and then I want to say comma is PID, that means it's going to print that value. Okay, and then a comma, cost, I want to type cost of each cost of each product, or each product, price of each, or let's say cost is colon, and then I want to say comma P cost. So what I'm doing, I'm simply trying to type a sentence. Okay, so it doesn't matter how PID is the first, but I'm using here in the second, doesn't matter how I'm using it, but what I am trying to achieve is I should be able to pass the product name, product ID, product cost, whichever format I want. Okay, for example, let me call it, okay, let me call this function whose name is product details, and let's say I'm going to pass the value. So I will use the keywords, exact keywords, PID, the way it is, PID equals to, I will say, you can put in any order. Okay, let's, for example, P cost I want to type first, doesn't matter. P cost is, let's say, 80 rupees per kg. Okay, 80 rupees per kg, let's say, and I will put that in the double quote or single quote. Okay, understood? Comma, and let me say P name equals to, product name is, I will say mango, let's say, comma PID, doesn't matter how, so it is going to understand with the keyword the value will be passed. So PID is equals to, and let me say ID number is 521456, suppose something like that. Okay, this is the product ID. Okay, now what would happen when you run this? Automatically all these values will be passed and the print function will work. So let me run it. If there are any errors, we will rectify that. What is the error? Product details, okay, P cost 80 kgs, P name mango, PID, this one, type error, got an unexpected keyword argument PID. Okay, I did not type it in the right way. Okay, let me rectify that. Okay, errors are good. Mango, so here you can see the product properly. It has typed mango, whose product ID is, right, product ID is, whose product ID is so and so, cost is so and so. If I run it, mango whose product ID is so and so, cost is so and so per kg. So likewise, and I just gave a example just to let you know, when you have to pass values in any order, the order doesn't matter because we are using the keyword. So wherever you are using, how you are using doesn't matter, it is going to pass the value. Now let's say you will ask, Rakesh, is it possible if I do not pass one of the value or one of the key, will it work? I think it's going to give an error, it won't work. Okay, you have to pass the number of parameters. When you are calling the function, you have to follow the rule of passing the same number of values. If you don't want to pass this same number, then you have to go for the arbitrary keyword argument, which I'm going to teach you next. Okay, arbitrary keyword argument. So let's see how the arbitrary keyword argument works in the next video. So thank you guys for watching this. I hope you are learning, step by step, and you are documenting everything that you are learning onto a book, and have a habit of just to revise it, every day when you get up, just go through those pages that you have learned. That is where you will be a master in terms of syntax. Keyword arbitrary argument. Now, to understand any new concept, you need a very, very simple example so that you understand how things function. Then you can go for a complex things. So let's get started. Let me create a simple function and I will name it as function1. You can give any name. So define function, and here what I'm going to do, let's say if I say a comma b comma c. So what is happening here, every time you are passing a limited number of parameters. You're passing a limited number of parameters, and if you have to use this anytime, right? If I say print, let's say I say a comma b comma c. So what is happening here, I have got limited options. What I'm doing, I'm passing only 3 different values in this way using the keyword, and this can be printed. Okay, so this example you have already got it in the previous video, but again, just to help you refresh, what I'm going to do, I will take the name of this function and I'm going to pass with the values with the keywords. For example, a is equal to 15, any value you like. Let's say c is equal to any order you like, that is the benefit. So 80 comma then what is left, b is equals to, let's say 55. So I'm passing 3 different values. Okay, or keep it simple, 1 2 and 3. Okay, like that I'm passing the values. So what is happening, in this there is a limitation. So I'm passing the values. When I say print a, it has printed 1. When I say print b, it has printed 3, and when I say print c, it has printed 2. You can see the output. But again, this has a limit, you have to always, so only 3. What if I don't know how many parameters I should pass? I don't know, it could be 3 arguments. So when you are writing here, you will call it as arguments. When you are defining the function, you will call that as a parameter. So ABC here are parameters, ABC here are arguments. Okay, this should be very clear. Now, if I don't know how many arguments I have to pass, this could be 3, this could be 4, this could be 5, this could be 10. So in that case, you will be using the concept called keyword arbitrary argument. So in this case, what I'm going to do here, I will put something called 2 asterisk symbols you will be using. Okay, 2 asterisk symbols, and whatever your keyword, let's say I'm going to the variable. Okay, so here I'm passing the variable, all the values to something called values. I've created a variable called values, or just to keep it simple, I will say capital A. Okay, capital A is going to hold all the values. Now if I'm passing A, C, 2, B3 like that, now if I run, is it going to run? Because if you see, I have put 2 stars and it is not able to recognize A, it is not able to recognize B, not able to recognize C. So what is happening in this case, what you do, let me print this way. What I will do, print, and I will say it is getting passed to the dictionary, right? This is the dictionary A, and I will use I will use a square bracket, and in that, let's say I want to print A. Okay, if I run this, if you see, the output now is printing 1. What if I don't write anything? I'll simply say print A. I'm simply saying print A. So when I say print A, what is happening? The curly braces is an indication of a dictionary with the key A value 1, key C value 2, key B value 3. So key and value pairs are there. If you see, this is a dictionary. Okay, so you understood. When I'm passing anything, can I pass multiple? Doesn't matter how many values you want to pass. Let's say I want to pass something called x, y, z is equals to 15. Okay, whatever you pass, doesn't matter how many arguments you would like to pass, doesn't matter, it will take everything inside it. Okay, now how do I print all of them at a time? You can also use a for each loop inside the function while you are defining the function. Okay, so I will say for, and I will say x in, and then I'm going to say x in A. A is the very argument, which is parameter which is going to hold the values, right? So A, and here if I say print x, so what would happen? This is going to print all the values. If I run this, you will see it has printed. What is it has printed? A, B, A, C, B, X, Y, Z. It is printing the keys. It is not printing the exact values. Now how do I print the values of it? Values of it can be printed by using A, and then I can say X. Okay, A is the dictionary. So when I run this, what is happening? All the values getting printed. There's another way. You can also pass it something like this. I think you can write dot keys. Let me try that. Dot keys. Yeah. So with this, you can also, instead of writing this way, you can simply say print x. So you are learning so many things. Okay. Tab. If you run this, you can see it is going to print all the keys. If you want all the values to be printed, simply say values. So what is happening? All the values got printed 1, 2, 3, 15. So it doesn't matter how many parameters you would like to use. Let's say you want to specifically access a specific value. For that case, in that case, you will be doing print and then you can say dictionary name in square bracket. Let's say I want to print only XYZ value or access XYZ value XYZ. So whatever the key name is there, you put that key name in a single quote or a double quote. And this way you will be able to access the value of this variable. You can see the 15 has been printed. So what is the benefit of keyword arbitrary argument at the end? It doesn't matter how many number of arguments I would like to pass, 1, 2, 3, 10, doesn't matter. It is going to take n number of argument, keys and values, doesn't matter how many. For example, if I delete one, if I run it, still it's going to work. Okay, what would happen if I delete all the, I'm not going to pass a single argument to it. Let me delete. Is it going to work, or it's going to throw an error? It will throw an error because you are trying to access the function. If I don't use the function, if I run it, what is happening? Expected an indented block after function definition on line number 2. So there is no line number 2. I'm not really doing anything. Let me do in this way: print and then say A. So I want to print the dictionary. So you can see the dictionary has been printed. So you can pass it blank, but again there will be no value inside it. It's not going to throw an error like normal because this is an arbitrary argument. So 0 value, or you can pass 0 values or unlimited values, doesn't matter. You can pass number of arguments you would like to do it when you are not pretty sure about how many values to be passed to the function. That time this double asterisk marks will help you. So what is the learning point here? To create a keyword arbitrary argument, all I have to do is, after the function name within the parenthesis, I have to use the 2 asterisk symbols and write the variable name, whatever the variable name it could be. Okay, and to access the values, the way we access values from a dictionary, we can do it either using a.keys, a.values, or by a square bracket and then you writing the key name. So different ways you can target the values that you would like to use. So that's all about keyword arbitrary arguments. Let's get started and understand what is this default parameter is all about. Okay, for that let's create a simple function first. So I'm going to create a function. So how will you create? You use the keyword def, define, and I'm going to give it a name called function1, let's say, and I'm going to create a parameter called a. I've created a parameter a. Now if to use the parameter, I will say print a. Okay, I'm taking a very simple example so that first of all you understand what is this default value, what I'm talking about. So when I pass a value called 10 here, right? So what I'm expecting, this function when I'm calling with its name and passing the value 10, it is going to print the value 10. That's all I'm expecting. Okay, done. What would happen if I don't pass a value? I don't pass a value. So what is happening? It is throwing an error. Now what is this default parameter value? Here is the parameter, right? This is the parameter. So let's say I'm giving a value called 0. Default value I'm giving 0, right? Now here I'm not passing a value. I'm not passing a value. So instead of it was giving an error, now it is printing 0 because the default value has been passed. Now what would happen? Now tell me, what would happen if let's say I'm passing 40 here? If I'm passing 40, is it going to print 0 or is it going to print 40? So if I run this, it's going to print 40. If you see, it has printed 40. That means if you're passing a value, it's going to override that. If you're not passing anything, that means the default value what has been given, that be utilized. Okay, so once you have understood the concept, can I apply it to multiple things? Yes, you apply u, comma b, comma, let's say I'm going to say 40, comma c, I'm going to say let's say 50, right? And here I'm passing 40, and then I am passing b equals to let's say I'm going to make it 80, right? Comma c equals to, I want to say let's say 70. If I do this, see, I'm writing in a different way. So what is happening, because I'm saying print a, it has printed a. If I say print b, or let me say comma b, comma c, now tell me, is it going to print 0, 40, 50, or how it's going to work? So it has printed 40, 80, 70, 40. So if I don't pass any value, then how it will be printing the values? It will print 0, 40, 50. Getting it? So once you learn how it is working, it is quite easy for you to apply your own logics and do whatever you would like to achieve. Okay, so default parameter passing, that is a short video, and that's all about the default parameter value function. How do you pass that in Python? So that's all about it. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn one more important concept around return statement. So what is this return statement? How that can be used inside a function, we are going to learn. So till now you have seen how the function is working. For example, here I have created a simple function. What this will do, if I say print a, what is going to happen? It's going to print 10 because I'm going to pass 10. I'm passing 10. So the output is 10, right? It is pretty simple one. Now if I ask you, hey, can you do something like this? Let's say print, and I want to print function directly like this. Is it going to work? Right? It's saying none. It has printed 10, but for the line number 6 it said none. So why is it happening? Is there a way in Python to do it? Yes, there is a way to do it. For that, all you have to do, there is a statement that you have to use is return. So I'm using return and I'm writing a. You don't have to use a parenthesis. Simply you can say return a. So with that, what would happen? Here I am passing a value, so it will go here and it will return it and it will print. For example, if I done this, it is returning and printing 10. So last time it has printed none. Now you will say, Rakesh, what is the use of this? Okay, let me show you a use. For example, I want to multiply whatever the value has been passed. I want to multiply it with, let's say 10. Sorry, add by 10 or whatever you would like to do. Let's say plus 10 I want to do. So now when I'm passing 10, if I run, so I can do a mathematical calculation, and it is saying the output value is 20. What if I write this sentence multiple times, right? Control V. Here I'm passing 10, here I'm passing 20, here I'm passing 30, let's say, right? So if I run this, what is happening? The output is again this adding and returning, it's returning multiple times. Getting it? Now you will say, Rakesh, okay, you are passing one value. Is it possible to pass two values at a time? Okay, let's do that. Let's say b, comma c. Let's say I'm passing three different parameters I have created, a, b, c, and here I want to make a calculation. Let's say a plus b, then you should always do c. So let's say this is the formula, a plus b minus c. Okay, so what I will do, I'll pass two different values. Okay, let me delete all this, keep it simple. 10 comma 20 comma, it should always do a minus 1. Okay, so these are the values I am passing. So 10 plus 20 minus 1 it's supposed to do. So if I run this, the output is 29. So different way you can use it. Okay, different ways you can use it. Now you will say, Rakesh, can I use the return statement one more below this? No, because you have to do, see, if the moment I am writing, it is giving me a warning. What is the warning? This code is unreachable in line number 5. So you can't have multiple ones in one function. I'm using only one time, because whatever you would like to do, write it over here. Whatever the formula, whatever the calculation you would like to do, write it over here, and the final value will be returned. That's all the use of it. Okay, that's the use of the return statement, and you have understood through the example how this one was running and showing you the output. Okay, so I have done the mathematical calculation a plus b minus c, and I'm passing the values, and all these things I have taught you, right? Arbitrary, this, and all this can be utilized. So that requires a bit of logic, and I taught you what are the arbitrary arguments in the previous video. So try to experiment with all those functions. But in simple, the return is going to return whatever you have mentioned, how it would like to return the value. Depending on that, it will take the value inside, and directly with one line I can print the value, or you can pass it to another variable. Let's say x is equal to function 110.20 comma 1. Okay, even that can be done. For example, x is equal to, you can pass the value of this one function, and then you are passing something like 20 comma 30 comma 2, let's say, and I would like to print x. So whatever way you would like to use it, you can do it, doesn't matter. Okay, now look at the output of this. The output is 48. 20 plus 30, 50 minus 2, 48. Okay, so this is how you can use a return function, guys, return statement. Recursion. Recursion in simple meaning, recursion means calling a function inside the function. Right, that is the exact meaning. So let's start with a very simple example. If I ask you create a function, you will write def, which stands for define, and I'm going to give it a name called function1, and I'm going to pass the value through the parameter n and put a colon mark. So you are defining your function, and I am asking you, hey, don't do anything, simply print n. What do you do? Print the parameter n. So let me come out of it, and I need to call this. So to call it, what I will do, I will take the name of the function, and I'm going to pass a value 3. Clear? So what is the output of this, guys? The output is simple 3, because I am calling the function 1, so the output is simple 3. Okay. What if I am going to call the function once again with the name and the parameter n? What would happen here? So what would happen? Let's understand one by one. First of all, it's going to send 3, then it is going to print 3, then again it's calling 3. So what will happen? Again it will go. So let's understand how this one is working by putting a break symbol in all over the lines. Okay, and I'm going to hit on run, because this understanding is important. Okay, so let's run, hit on debug in PyCharm, and here what you do, hit on console just to see the output. Now, because from line number 2 to line number 4, this is the entire block of the function here where we have defined the function, and the line number 6 is the place where we are calling the function. So the moment I hit on F8 key, it has directly come to the line number 6, because you know a function definition cannot run until you call its name. So you have called its name here, function1, and you are passing a value called 3, or the argument you are passing is 3. This value would go to the definition line number 2. So what happened? From line number 6, it has jumped to line number 2, and with what value it has jumped? With 3, because we are passing 3. Okay, hit on F8. So what is happening? Because n is 3, it's going to print 3. So the moment I hit on F8, the line will get executed. Line number 3 got executed, and it has printed 3. Simple. Now in the line number 4, I am calling the function once again with the value 3. So what it will do? It will go to the line number 2. Anytime you are calling a function, what it does, it always go to the line number 2. Doesn't matter where you call. N number of times you call, it will always go to the line number 2, and it will start, right? So here inside the function I am calling, this is called recursion, right? Calling the function inside the function is called recursion. So here I am doing the recursion where I am calling the function here with the value 3. So what would happen? It will go to the line number 2. So hit on F8. Did it go to line number 2? This is important, okay. Once I have an understanding of this, I'll be able to understand the rest of the things quite easily. So it went to line number 2 again. Again, what is the n value? N value is 3. It is again going to print 3. So you can see it has printed 3 again. So like that, it will go into infinity loop. So you can see it is printing 3 several times, right? As many times I am hitting on F8, it is printing, because it's nothing to do. It will continue till the infinity. But in Python, there is a limit of 1000. So at 1000 is going to stop. So let me stop the execution here, the debug execution. If you simply run it, I'm simply running it. So if you see what happened, it has printed 3 several times, almost 1000, around 993, 94, 92, like that. It will print, not exactly 1000, but it will print. So it is saying maximum recursion depth exceeded while calling the Python object. So Python has an inbuilt function where it will stop you when something goes into an infinity loop, because nobody dedicatedly wanted it to go into infinity, right? Nobody wants it to happen in infinite times. So you can see previous line repeated 993 more times. Getting it? So Python will automatically stop you. Okay. So but you understood this logic is creating an infinity loop because there is no condition here. Okay, this much we have understood. Now let's do one more thing. What if I ask you, you do n minus 1? What you do? N minus 1. If you do n minus 1, what happens? First is going to pass 3. 3 will be printed. Then 3 minus 1. Then what would happen? 2. It will send 2. Then 2 will be printed. So let's see that once again in the debug mode, because our initial understanding will build the knowledge. Our initial understanding is important. So I'm again running in the debug mode. Okay, run debug the file, whatever the file name is. Now hit on F8. So the moment I hit on F8, which line it will come? To line number 6. What value it is going to pass? 3. N is equal to 3. What is going to print when I hit on F8? It is going to print 3. Now look at this here in the line number 4. Here in the line number 4, what is happening? 3 minus 1. What it's doing? First it's doing, it is calling the function, and then what value it is passing? 3, because n is 3, right? Minus 1. That means what? It is going to pass 2. Where it will pass? To the line number 2 once again, because it will go like this, right? It will go from here to the line number 2. It will go from here to line number 2. Okay, so if I hit on F8, you will see, look at this. What happened? The 2 value got passed, n is equal to 2. So what is going to print? It is going to print 2. It has printed 2. Okay, very good. Now what value has come? Now the value has come. I'll put a comma, okay, just to make a reference. So what value has come? 2 value has come, minus 1. So what is the output of 2 minus 1? Is 1. So it is going to send 1. Okay, if I hit on F8, what happened? It has sent 1. Now what is going to print? Because the n is equal to 1, it is going to print 1. Now scroll up, okay, slightly scroll up this console button. That's where you will see. Okay, so here you can see 3, 2, 1 it has printed. Now what is the value? What is the value? Comma. What is the value? Function. What it's trying to call? 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1. That means it's calling 0. I mean the parameter value is 0. So it will send 0. If I hit on F8, what value it has sent? It has value 0. So what is going to print? 0. Now what is the n value? Is 0. So n minus 1 will become minus 1, isn't it? So here it is, next it is going to call function. What's it's going to call? 0 minus 1. That means 0 minus 1 is what? Is 0 minus 1 is equal to minus 1. So it is going to send minus 1. If you see, if I hit on F8, what is going to send? Minus 1. It is going to print minus 1. Right? If I scroll up, if I hit on F8, the line number 3 got executed and it has printed minus 1. So like that it will continue. Okay. So you can see it is printing like that. It will continue to the infinity loop. Okay. So it is continuing to type. Okay. Okay, this much we have understood. What we have understood, let me stop this. What we have understood here, the moment I am writing a mathematical formula n minus 1, when I am doing, what exactly it's doing, it's exactly trying to send one value, new values to it, and it is printing that new value here. So the output here we have seen 3, 2, 1, 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5. It must have continued. If you simply execute this, you can see it has continued till minus 992. From it started from 3, it has continued till minus 992 and it has stopped. So because it has a limit, right, up to 1000 there is a limit, so 993 more times, and then it has stopped with the error. Okay, so this much we have understood how when somebody is writing function n minus 1.
many will have that doubt, what is this n minus 1? So n minus 1, you have understood how the n minus 1 becoming one value, one lesser value, and then it is going here and is printing, because we saw the output also. So this much is understood. Okay, very good. Now let's move on to little more advanced mode. Okay, this much is understood, clear how it is working. Okay, now because it's printing, what is happening is printing till unlimited numbers. What will happen? What would happen? Let me remove all the breakpoints so that it looks decent. Okay, now what would happen if I put a condition here? So I'm going to remove all these comments. Okay, now keep it simple. Now what would happen if I put a condition here before the before we are calling? I am saying if n is greater than 1 colon, and again because it is there in the same line, there has to be indent, right? What you do, hit on delete, bring it up, hit on enter. So this will become one block of code. So it will only call because it was printing unlimited times. So I want to stop it with a condition. If n is greater than 1, then only you would do this, n minus 1, otherwise leave it. What I'm saying, only when the n value is greater than, so it was going to minus, right? So only when n value is greater than 1, then only you do it, rest otherwise you leave it, don't call it. So I'm putting a condition. So now if I execute this, what is the output? 3, 2, 1. Why 3, 2, 1? Now tell me. Now this, you have to imagine. Okay, 3. So what value went? 3. Printed 3. 3 is greater than 1. Yes. Then what? 3 minus 1 become 2. So what value is being sent? 2. So it has printed 2. 2 is greater than 1. Yes. So 2 minus 1 is equal to 1. 1 is sent. So printed 1. So the output has 3, 2, 1. Getting it? So this much concept is clear. Very good. You are actually going one step ahead. You are learning very nicely. Very good. So now we have learned why the 3, 2, 1 output has come with this condition. Okay. Very good. Now we will get to the next step of understanding. What I will do, I'll create a variable called x equals to. What I'm doing, I'm simply adding a variable called x equals to function 1 n minus 1. Simple. What I did till now, you have understood, right? How the 3, 2, 1 got printed. Here what I'm doing, x is equal to function 1 n minus 1 I did. Now what will happen if I like to print the value of x? That means I'm saying whatever the output of this is coming, you transfer it to the variable x and you finally print the variable x. Getting it? That's all I'm asking. Now let's understand in the debug mode. Okay, let me apply debug mode because this is very, very important. This is where people will fail. This is where people will not have much understanding. So let me explain. So here in the recursion, how this is working, let me explain. Okay, now I have applied the breakpoints. Let's go to the run, hit on the debug. One by one, slowly we are going. Hit on console. Okay, now here in the console, let's hit on F8. Now I'm into the console. I'm hitting on the F8 key. So what happened? The first value which went is 3. Simple. Now what it's going to do? It's going to print 3. Very simple. We have understood that 3 is greater than 1. Yes. So what is happening here? Here it is better while you are practicing also you write it. Only when you write you will have a proper understanding. So what it is doing? It is doing function. What is the n value now? The first value is 3. So it is doing 3 minus 1. That means it's sending 2. So it has sent 2. If I hit on F8, it will execute and it has sent 2. Correct? 3 minus 1, 2. It has sent 2. Okay. Now hit on F8. So what happened? It's supposed to, if I execute, it has printed 2. N value is 2. It has printed 2. 2 is greater than 1. Yes. Okay. Now what is happening? 2 minus 1. So write this. Okay. Writing this is very important. Function. What I'm doing? 2 minus 1. So what is the output of this? 2 minus 1 is 1, right? 2 minus 1 is 1. So what would happen? The n value will become 1 now. If I hit on F8, what is the n value? The n value is 1. Print n, right? So it is going to print. Now look at this. From print n, if I hit on F8, it has printed 3 to 1. Fine. Fine. Very good. It has printed. Now look at the line number 4. N value is 1. N greater than equals to 1. Does it meet the condition? No, it is not meeting the condition. That means when I hit on F8, the line number 4 will not execute. The line number 4 will not execute. Then where it will go, tell me?
Will it end or what will happen? Now remember, last time there are two functions were called, function 2 minus 1. Function 2 minus 1, it has done its job, but again this function 2 minus 1, has it got any value? When I ask to do something, it should return some value, right? So has it got any kind of a value from here? No, right? It has printed, but again there is no value here. Look at this. This is very important. Now there is no value. So what would happen from here? There are two different functions were sent. Because if you see, the line number 6 was never executed. Every time the function was called, it was jumping to line number 2. Remember, from line number 5, it was always jumping to line number 2. Because you are calling a function. Now after one function, again there is another value, then it is becoming another function. Then again from line number 5, where it is going? To line number 2. Every time from line number 5 to line number 2, it was going until the condition was met. Now the condition will not meet because the n value is 1. If I hit on F8, what would happen? The last two functions which were sent, this is going to have none value. For example, if I hit on F8, now the line number 6 will get executed. For what? The first function which we have sent, function 2, the last function, last in first out. So this will first have the value, then this will have the value. The function 2 minus 1 which we have sent, because there is no mathematical formula we have written, or we are not using the return command here. We did not use the return, right? We do not return. So because we are not returning any value, the function 2 minus 1, the output of this one is none. What is the output of this one? The output, sorry, so the output equals to, what is its output? The output of this one is equals to none, because we did not write any mathematical formula as of now. As of now, I have not written, so the output is none, right? Because this output is none, the function 3 minus 1 also waiting for this output, right? So this, because this output is none, this output is also will become none. Because I did not write. The moment I write a formula, next step I will do that. I will write a formula and the none value will change. So here, because we are not returning any value, the values are still none. So now what happened? The condition did not meet. So it has directly come to the line number 5, because from the line number 5 last time, this one was sent and the value is none because nobody returned a value to this function. So if I hit on F8, what happened? It is going to print the function 2 minus 1 value none. So if you see, if I scroll down, what got printed? None got printed. Now the second function which we had sent prior to that, that's why I asked you to write it one by one. So how many times we have sent? 2 times we have sent. So this one, because the first value is none, it was waiting for the value. Even this value has become none. So if you see, if I hit on F8, it will again write none. So how many times none came? 2 times. Okay, Rakesh, why this none is coming? I mean, I want a value, right? Why this none is coming? So first of all, I want you to understand why none is coming. So you understood why none is coming, because we are not returning any value. That's why the none is coming. Okay. What if I will make little bit of change? Okay. Let me remove all the breakpoints. Let me stop it and remove all the breakpoints. Okay. So this one we have understood how the none value is coming. Now let me remove the comment also. Now what would happen below this? I am going to say else colon. What I am saying, else if n is greater than 1. Let's say if the starting value itself is 1. So what would happen? It will directly come to else block. If the starting value itself is 1, where it will come? It will not bit, it will not call. So what would happen? The starting value will become 1. So whenever it is 1, I want you to print just 1. So what I will do? I will say x is equal to 1. What I am saying? I am saying x is equals to 1. Okay. Now I will hit on enter. Remember, here I am not writing under else. I'll come back and I'm writing this one under the definition block, the function 1 block, right? Here I am writing in this line. So the space are very important. Okay, this is part of E block. All these are part of the function block. So in the function block I want to write. So I'll hit on a backspace and here I will say return x. What I'm saying? Return x. Where I am saying, where I am writing this, I am writing in the main block. This is important. So in this case, what would happen? You tell me. First, you imagine what is going to happen. So here, okay, let me, So now what is happening? Look at this. Let's say I am going to pass 1. Start with 1. If I pass 1, what value will go 1? So it will print 1. It will print 1. After that, this condition will not meet, so it will not call this, right? It will come to directly the else block. Then x is equal to 1. It will return x. It will return x. So the final output is anyways already printed here, right? Anyways, it's already printed here, so it's going to return x. Now let's say I'm going to pass 3. Let's understand this in debug mode once again. I'm passing the 3 value and I'm going to apply. Okay, I'm going to apply. Nobody will have patience to explain you all these things, but again, good, you are doing good job. You wanted to understand. That's how a developer should be. You need to understand. So I started debug. I'll hit on console. Okay, so what is the value I'm passing? What is the value I'm passing? I'm the passing value 3. So if I hit on F8, it has come to the line number 10. Hit on F8, it went to the line number 2. Anywhere you are calling, it will always go to the definition. So it went to the line number 2. With what value it has gone? With 3. Now what would happen? The 3 will get printed. 3 got printed. Very good. Now 3 is greater than 1. Yes, 3 is greater than 1. Now what would happen? It will come to the if block and x is equal to function 1 n minus 2. So what it's calling? Again write it. Okay, why I'm saying write it? Only when you write you will understand. So what is the n value here? 3 minus 1. Right, which is 2. So from here it will not execute the line number 6 or anything else below that. It will directly from line number 5 it will go to 2. So anywhere you are calling a function, it will always go to the definition. Remember this one line. Anywhere you are calling a function, it will always go to the definition of the function. Right. So here the line number 2 contains the definition. So here if I hit on F8, with what value it is going to go? 2. So what is the n value? 2. Now it's going to print 2. Now you can see it has printed 3 and 2, right, in the debug mode. Okay, it has printed 3 and it has printed 2. Okay, very good. Now n value is equal to 2. 2 is greater than 1. So again it will come. So what is the value now? Comma, you write it. Okay, this is important. Function, what is the value we are sending? 2 minus 1. So what is 2 minus 1 is equal to 1. So n value will become 1. From here it will jump to line number 2. If I hit on F8, the value is 1. So print n, it is going to print n. So you can see 3 to 1 it is printed. Now from line number 4, because it is not meeting the condition, now where it should come? It should come to the else block. So it will come to the line number else block, right? Line number 8, it has come to the else block. In else block, what is happening? I am saying x is equal to 1. What I am saying? X is equal to 1. And below this I am passing the x. So where it went, if you see, last time it was coming none, right? Because nobody was returning a value. This time we are returning what? 1. So for 2 minus 1, which is that means function 1. For function 1, what it has happened? It has got a value 1 for this. So there are two functions we have passed. For this one we are returning x, so it has got the value 1. So 1 will pass to this one. So this value, this output also will become 1. So what is the output of this one? Right, so the output of this one is what? 1, because this output depends on this output. So this output also, the output of this one equals to what? 1. So what I am expecting, I want another 2 to be printed below this. Getting it? So the x is being sent. Only when you write a formula, the output will be different. Otherwise, if I am not writing any formula, whatever x value is equal to 1, I am returning. So 1, 1, 1 will print. So there are two functions which were been sent previously. For that, the first one become out 1, and they say output of this one is equals to output of this one. So it become 1. So 1, 1, 1 has been passed. So if I run this, sorry, what did I do? Cancel. So if I hit on F8, what is happening? It has gone here, right? The output is 1. It will print 3 to 1. After that, it will print another 1. If you see, it has printed another 1. Now again it is returning x. So again it will go. The output is x is equal to 1 for this function, for the previous sent function, and it is going to print 1. Getting it? So how it has printed? 3 to 1, 1. So this much you have understood, right? Okay, very good. Now let's get on to that, because I am sending a value. It is doing. What will happen if I am writing an expression? So this much I understood, Rakesh, how the return only if you are not returning any value, then it will print n, none for a number of functions previously sent. If you are returning a value, whatever value you have sent, that is going to print. This much I have understood. Now let's understand in much deeper way. What if I ask you, let me stop this, okay? This is understood. Okay, now let me remove all the breakpoints. Now let's come to the real scenario. What is the real scenario? You have heard about factorial, right?
For example, if I ask you factorial of what I'm asking you, okay, so I'm asking you calculate the factorial of 5. So what you do? So factorial of 5 is equals to, you multiply 5, below that there is another number, right, into 4, below that another number, right, 3, then below that another number 2, then below that another number 1. So when you multiply 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, I think the value is 120, because I remember this particular number. But again, if you multiply using calculator, right, it will get 120 output, right? If I ask you factorial of 4, or let's say factorial of 3, what will you do? First you will multiply 3, then into you will do 2, then into you will do 1. So what is the into 1? Okay, until 1 you will do. So 3 into 2 into 1 is equal to what? 6. The factorial of 3 is 6. Okay, so I will need to achieve this. Okay, I need to achieve this. So what I will do, first of all, let's try with 3, because 3, you don't have to go through multiple iteration. It's easy to understand. So we'll go with 3. So the output should be 6. Okay, so what I will do, first of all, I don't want to print here anything, so I'll remove that. Okay, so I have a condition if n is greater than 1. If n value is greater than 1, then what you do, I'm going to remove all this. Okay, this explanation I'm going to remove. So x is equal to function 1 n minus 1 is going to call that. But here what I want to do, because we need a multiplication of that with the below 1 number, right? So the same formula I'll apply. So the value will remain in n into function n minus 1. Does it meeting? So multiple times it will come, because here it is a kind of a recursion is happening, right? It is calling the same thing again and again. So the value will keep on decrease, and the same formula will get applied. Okay, now we will see, okay, how everything is working, we will see. So whatever the output has come over here, right, whatever the output has come over here, that going to stay. So I'm not going to print anything over here. I'll keep it simple. Okay, so the output is going to stay in x. Okay, and with the same condition what we have done, final output would be printed here. So if I say print, instead of printing inside the definition, I'm going to do it this way. Okay, I'm going to do it this way. Now first of all, let me show you the output. Okay, so what is the output? 6. If I send 5, I'm going to explain, don't worry, I'm going to explain. 5, what happened? 120. If I send 4, is 24, right? 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, if you do, it is 24. So it is giving the proper factorial output. So if I say 20, execute, it is printing the, oh my god, it's a bigger number, right? If I print 1, if I send 1, the factorial, so 1 means x is equal to 1, the output will be 1, right? 1. If I send 2, 2 into 1 is equal to 2. So how this one is working, let's understand. Okay, now till now we have got an understanding. Let me pass 3. Easy to understand how the flow is working. So I'm passing 3. Okay, so 3, let's apply the breakpoints everywhere. Okay, now run hit on debug on PyCharm. Let's understand the recursion. Go to console, and here I'm going to hit on F8. So where it will come to the line number 8. Anytime a function is called, it will always go to the definition of the function, which is there in line number 2. So the value first sent was n is equal to 3. Okay, so 3 is greater than 1. Yes, condition met. So it will come to the inside the block, and inside this block, what I am doing, I am saying n into function n minus 1. Function n minus 1, I always want you to write it here for understanding. So what is the value it is sending? It is sending 3 minus 1. Getting it? What is the n value? 3 minus 1 it is sending. Okay, now 3 minus 1 is equal to 2, so that means sending 2. So if I hit on F8 from here, instead of going down, it will go to the definition number 2, because the function is called. Anytime function is called, it will always go to the definition line. So it went there. Okay, so 2, so the value is 2 now. So what is the output? 2 is greater than 1. Yes, condition met. Again it will come. So what is here? Again it is calling the function one more time. Okay, it is calling the function one more time. What is the how it is calling? 2 minus 1, like, because the value n value is 2, so 2 minus 1 is equal to 1. So what value will go to the top to line number 2 is 1. 2 minus 1 is equal to 1. So if I hit on F8, what happened? The n value is 1. So if n is greater than 1, so here what, the moment it comes to the line number 3, this condition will not meet, because else if it is not, n is greater than 1,
only then it will come here. Because it's not meeting the condition, it will go to the else block. In else block, what we are doing, we are simply assigning x is equal to 1. When I'm assigning x is equal to 1, what last time the previous function which was executed is nothing but function 2 minus 1 was executed. So what would happen? The x is equal to 1, so this 1 will go here, so the output will go here. Getting it? 1 will go here. So the output of this one is now 1. So what would happen if I hit on F8? What happened? The x will become 1. Do you see? Or it is showing you the output x is equal to 1. Now if I hit on F8, it has come to the line, and because the output of function 2 minus 1 is equal to 1 and the n value is equal to 2, because n is 2, right? N is 2, but the output is 1. So what it is doing? N 2 into what exactly it's doing? It is doing 2 n into output of function 2 minus 1 is 1. So 2 into 1 is equal to what happens? Is equal to 2. So the output of this one, the first previously sent function, is 2. Okay, getting it? So because it's 2, this 2 will get transferred here. So this become the output of this function. So the output of this is 2, but the n value is 3. So what would happen? Here 3 into 2, it will do 3 into 2. So because n value is 3, look at, that's why I told you to write 3 minus 1. So you know the n value. The n value when the function was sent was 3. The output is 2 because the output is carried from the previous sent function, right? So 2. So 3, n value is 3 into the output of this one is 2. So the what is the result? The result is 6. So 6 has been passed. So what would happen? The x value is 6 now. The final x value is 6 now. So if I hit on F8, where it will come? It will directly come to the return block because this is part of the definition. So it will come here. So what is the final value? 6. So 6 will come here in the line number 8 and get printed. So F8, okay. Okay, so final. So I did not do F8 last time. So you can see x value is 6. So x value has come over here, and finally it has printed 6. Getting it? And the same logic would apply whatever number you enter, 5. So if I hit on 5, the same logic will apply and the output will become 120. Okay, so this took a lot of time for us to understand recursion, but again, one who has got an understanding, I'm pretty sure you will not be afraid. You are pretty sure how things are working, and you know if things are failing, why it is failing. So all these things I have explained pretty well. Okay, so when you're returning, ensure the return is always written in the part of the definition block, not inside the else or x. Okay, this is how you will be writing a factorial code. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn what is a lambda function in Python. What is lambda in Python? So it has got a couple of properties, that it's a function, it is anonymous. What is anonymous, by the way? Right? There are so many different other properties I'm going to talk about in this video. In case you do not have any understanding, this video is going to give you a complete understanding around lambda function in Python. Now let's get started and understand lambda. So I said lambda is a function. Okay, so before we get on to lambda, if I ask you, I'll ask you few things. Okay, if I ask you, hey, can you print reminder of two numbers? Reminder of two numbers. That means when you are dividing two numbers, for example, 10 divided by 2, when you do, what is the remainder? Remainder is 0. When you do 11 divided by 2, what is the remainder? Remainder is 1, right? So how do you find this remainder? If I ask you, how do you write this? What is the syntax? A single line syntax you can write just by doing print. What I'm doing? Print, and then I'm saying 10, and I'm using a modulo symbol. What is this symbol called? The percentage symbol to find remainder. You have seen in different programmings we use mod, right? MOD mod. Similar way, here the percentage symbol is known as modulo symbol, or modulo operator, you can call it. Okay, modulo operator. So this is responsible to find remainder. It will find remainder. So if I write 10 modulo symbol 2, what would happen if I run this? It is going to give me the remainder value, which is 0. If I, let's say, let me change the value, let's say 11. If I run this, now the remainder is 1. 11 divided by 2, remainder will be 1. So this is how you write. Now if I ask you, hey, do one thing. Okay, good. Now what you do, you create a function, right?
whose name will be find reminder. So what you do, you write, use the def, right? You define and then you give it a name to a function. So remember, every function we create, it has to have a name. Can you create a function without a name? No. You have to have a name, right? Define, then you provide a name, and then you are passing the parameters. So here there are two different values. So I'll say a comma b. I'm passing the parameters. I have to write the parameters and put a colon. So this way, this is the syntax to define or create a function. Okay, very good. Then how do I write the expression? I will say return, and then I'm going to say a modulo b. So what would happen? A modulo b means it is going to return whatever the output to whoever is calling his name. So let's say, let us come out of this, and here I'm going to call the function by its name. So what I'm doing, every time I'm using a name, isn't it? I'm using a name. So here I'm passing, let's say I'll pass some other number, let's say 11, 3. So what should be the reminder? So the reminder is 2. So here what is happening, by calling the name of the function and passing the arguments, right? Passing the arguments to the parameters of the defined function, then it is doing the calculation and returning the value here. It is returning the value whoever has called it. So it's going to return the value. So this is how it is working. So what is happening here? We have to use a function while creating a function. What is mandatory? Function name is mandatory. I cannot create a function without the function name. What if Python says, hey, you can still do it. There is a way. You can still do it without a name. So that is known as lambda. Lambda means a function which doesn't have a name. So that is why it is called anonymous. It's a kind of a function in Python which is anonymous. What is anonymous? What is the English meaning of anonymous? Anonymous means what? For example, if I say, hey, there is some anonymous person came today to our door and he has gifted you something. Let's say the anonymous person has come and he has donated blood. That means we do not know who is that person. We don't know the name of the person. So we say the anonymous person has come and he has donated blood, right? So we do not know. So when you do not know a name when we don't have a name, we call it as anonymous. So lambda is an anonymous function. It is a function but is anonymous, which doesn't have a name. Okay, now you will be interested. Hey Rakesh, then how that can be created? Okay, let me tell you. It's pretty simple. So first of all, I have to use a variable, because what I'm going to write is an object. It's going to pass the value to a variable. So I'm going to say lambda. Okay, so the syntax is very simple. X is equal to lambda, or any variable you take. And here, what are the different two parameters that I'll be passing? A comma b, right? Then colon. So this is what the syntax is. Okay, lambda space a comma b, and then I'm going to write the expression a percentage b, a modulo b. So what this do? This is going to take the values and going to find the remainder of a modulo b. Now how do I pass the value? That is the next question. To pass the value, so here what is happening, this one doesn't have a name, right? It is just a function which doesn't have a name. For example, every function will have a user defined name, but this is a Python defined name, but again it doesn't have a separate name which can be defined by the user, right? So it's lambda. So when you cannot define, you say anonymous person, right? Anonymous guy, anonymous person. So same way, here is the function from Python which is anonymous, which doesn't have a name. Okay, or the user cannot define a name. Okay, now what I will do, I will say I need to pass the values, right? So I will say result equals to, I will say x, and in parenthesis what I will pass, let me pass 10 comma 3. So what would happen, that 10 will go here and 3 will go here. So it understands x means x is combined with lambda, so it's going to send it and it will do the expression and going to print the result. So to print the result, all I have to do, I will say print, and I have to mention the variable name. Pretty simple. Now if I execute this, if you see the second output 10 comma 3, the remainder is 1, 11 divided 3, the remainder was 2. So this is how a lambda is created. Now what are the key points that you should remember? Lambda is a function. It's a Python function which is anonymous. That means a user cannot define a name to the function, anonymous, and it can have n number of arguments. So for example, a comma b, you can have c comma d, you can have multiple arguments can be passed. So here I'm passing 2 arguments, but again you have option to even pass more arguments. For example, 10 comma 3, comma 1. I'm passing 3 arguments. So same way I will create C, and then I'm going to say plus C. Let's say I'm going to do this way. Now if I execute this, what is the output? 2 is the output for this one. 1 was the remainder, 10 divided by 3, and 1 plus 1 become 2. So this is how you can pass n number of arguments. This is another property of a lambda function, and then you can only write one expression. So you can see I have only written one expression. You cannot have expression below this. Okay, this will be considered as a different one. So in one line you can have only one expression. It can be as long as possible, doesn't matter, but again it has to be only one expression. You cannot have two different expressions. Getting it? So that is the use of lambda function. That's all about lambda, what you're supposed to know in and how to use that inside a function. That is something advanced I'm going to teach in the next video, so please do watch. So here this is all about lambda in Python. So thank you guys for watching it. We are going to come up with the next video. Please do support me, please do support my channel. I am trying to ensure anybody who goes through my video will have a clarity in concept. They will have a complete concept of anything I'm trying to teach. That is what my objective is. I hope I'm able to deliver that. Please do support me, and please do motivate me by subscribing to my channel, and please do hit on the bell icon to stay up to date with the recent uploads that I do on my channel. So thank you guys. Till then, take care. Bye bye. We're going to meet once again in the next video. Now first thing, if I ask you write a lambda function, so how do you write it? First you take a variable, and because lambda entire function is an object, right? So I have to pass it to a variable. So I'll say lambda, and then I'm going to say let's say the parameters required is a comma b. Then I will put a colon, and I'm going to write the expression. So here I want to find the remainder. In the previous video we have seen we're trying to find the remainder this way. So a modulo b. So what is the operator I'm using? Modulo operator, which is nothing but the percentage symbol. So this is going to find the remainder. So this output is going to find the remainder. Now how do I call a function which is already created? The lambda function you have already created. Now how do I pass a value, or how do I call that lambda function? That is pretty simple. All I have to do, write print, take the variable name, and within the parenthesis I'm going to pass two different values. Let's say 10 comma 2. So what is the remainder? The remainder should be 0. So when I hit on run, what is the output? Output is 0. If I change the number, for example 11 comma 2, then the remainder will be 1, right? So this is the simplest way of using a lambda function in Python. Now let's understand how can I use a lambda function inside another function. So for that, let's do one thing. Let's create a function named define, and I'm going to create a function called find a remainder. Okay, find remainder, and in this one I am going to pass only one argument, or I'm defining only one parameter here. So I'm going to pass only one argument, colon. So this is done, and then I want to say return, and I will say lambda, then I'm going to say b colon. So it has to do the modulo of a divide a percentage symbol b. So what I'm exactly doing, I'm writing the same expression. Okay, I'm writing the same expression a, right, the same expression, but again what I'm doing, first I'm passing a argument, right, through the function name, and that means when I'm passing a, whatever value I'll be passing, it is going to occupy this particular space. And for the v value, I have not passed the v value yet. So what I will do, I will call something like this. For example, I'm going to say x, right, equals to, I'll take the function name find remainder. Okay, find remainder, and here I'm going to pass the value, let's say 10 I'm passing. So what this 10 will do, the 10 will go to a, right? That means here if I put a comment here, a will become 10, right? And here what would the expression would look like? The expression would look like lambda, right, b colon, a value is already sent through the function, so it will become 10 modulo symbol, and it will be b. Right, this is how the expression would look like. Now this expression will be returned where? It will be returned to the x. The same expression will be returned to x, because what is happening here, the x is equals to the function name 10, so it will pass the 10, and the entire output, which is nothing but this, will be passed to the line number 7, that is x. Okay, now what this x will do, what I will do, because
this expression b yet has not received any value, right? B has not received a value. So what I will do, I'll simply say x, and within the parenthesis I'm going to pass a value, let's say 2. So the a value is 10, which was passed by the function, right? And the b value I am passing it by normal calling, like you call a lambda function, right? Same way I'm passing, but I'm passing only one argument here. So one argument was passed through the function, the other argument was passed through the lambda function. Getting it? So this is called lambda inside a function. So I'm using lambda inside a function. Getting it? And this is how I'm passing the next value. So what would happen? The 2 will go. So how the final output would be? So it will look something like this, right? Lambda b is already we are passing, so b will be passed. So how the expression would look like? 10 modulo symbol, and then because I'm passing 2, it will occupy the b space, right? So it will say 10 modulo 2. In that case, if I run this, if you see the line number 8, the line number 3 has printed 1 because 11 divided by 2, remainder will be 1. And in the line number from 5 to 8, in the line number 8, what was printed, because I am dividing 10 by 2, right? I'm passing 2 here, so the remainder is 0, right? So let's say I want to change it. 15, let's say 6. If I run this, what is the remainder? Remainder value is 3. Okay, quite obvious. So you got it, right? So how a lambda function can be called. So just for a practical understanding, so this is how you will be calling it, and this is how you will be passing the value to a function as you normally do, right? And to the lambda function, because the output of this one, the x will contain this one. Now to pass the value to the another argument, you will be doing this way. Okay, so this is how you will be passing different values, and this is an example of lambda inside a function. This can be, again, you can make it slightly more complex. You can pass multiple elements here, multiple parameters here, multiple parameters here. So all this can be done once you know the concept. Okay, I hope this one is clear to you. Please do practice this exercise once so that you will have a complete understanding how this one is working, and you can also run it in the debug mode and see how the values are getting assigned one by one. Hey guys, if you would like to know what is a class and an object in Python or any programming language, right? Any programming language which is the object oriented programming language, there they will be using class and object. And what is this object? What is this class? Most of us will have doubt. So this video I am going to make it absolutely crystal clear so that you understand. End of the video you will understand what is an object and what is a class and how to use them in detail. First of all, if I write a equals to 1, what I'm doing here, simple, I'm writing a is equal to 1. Now in this one, first of all, you learn the a is taking a value, right, from the right hand side parameter. It is taking a value from the right hand side and then getting assigned to a. So a is what? A is an object, right, built using the value 1. So what? First of all, you understand what is an object. So what is happening here? The a is an object which is built using built using the value 1. This is clear? Okay. If I write b is equals to 1.1 or any value you put, okay, doesn't matter, any decimal value, let's say I'm putting. Now here what I am calling, b is an object which is built using the value 1.1. So this sentence should be clear. So what I am saying, the b is an object. Now you will say, Rakesh, a is a variable, we have heard, b is a variable. Yes, they are variables, no matter. But again, in the programming context, if I tell you the a is an object, and also b is an object which is built using the value 1.1. Getting it? Now if b is an object, so I should be able to understand, okay, this object belongs to the material that it has used, the value that has used 1, right? Now this is of what type? For example, before we get on to that, let me give you a simple example. Let's say if I type tumbler. So a tumbler, if I go to images in Google, so a tumbler could be made of different materials. One is, a tumbler could be made of a steel, A tumbler could be made of plastic. It could be made of both plastic and steel. It could be made of, you can see, plastic and steel. It could be made of aluminum. It could be made of glass. It could be made of copper. So the object, these are the objects, right? This tumbler is an object. This tumbler objects could be material, could be made of different things. It could be made of a glass, it could be made of a steel, it could be made of different copper, different things, right? So what is happening, because A, here the object A is built of built of 1. If I say what kind of a material is used to build A, if I say in Python, if I put A here, right, and if I run this, what exactly it is saying, your A object is made of class integer. That means the value that you have used 1, this belongs to that class integer class, because 1 is an integer, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, positive or negative numbers, and all the whole numbers are integers. Now here, because the object A was built using materials from the class integer class, so integer is a type of class, then what are you calling? Now this A belongs to the class integer. This object which you have created, for example, if you built a tumbler or using the copper material, then you are saying this glass is of a copper. Similar way, this object A is of integer. Now if I say B, if I say B, what is it? If I run this B, it should say B is of float, right? So it is saying the B object which you have created, that is using the material 1.1, which is from the class float type. Class means, so first of all we need to, so this is understood. Now let's understand the definition. Okay, what is a class? So what is a class? The definition of a class, you should know. What is the definition? So it is actually what we are doing, we are defining the property, right? Defining the property of an object, right? Used to define. So this class means used to define a particular type of a object, right? So if you see the object A, so object is A equals to 1, used to define a particular type of object. That means the A belongs to integer kind. When I say B is equal to 1.1, because I'm using the material from the class 1.1, which is a float kind of a material, right? So because I'm using a material to build this object or to construct this object, okay, use these words. So to construct the object, what material I'm using? To construct the object, I'm using the materials from the class float. So the object belongs to the class float. Getting it? So this much is understood. What is an object? What is a class? Class is nothing but used to define a particular type of an object, or it is actually used to construct the object, right? The properties or the values from the class is used to construct the object. So this much is understood. What is an object and what is a class from this example. Now let's understand something in Python. Okay, now if you say, we understood what is if I am creating an object A is equal to, and whatever I'm writing, so whatever I'm writing, that value is getting assigned and this object is built from that, and this object will belong to that specific class. This I have understood, Rakesh. Now teach me something more. For example, if I ask you, hey, how do I create my own class? For example, I was giving you the example of a tumbler. Okay, it could be made of different things, glass, steel, it could be made of. Let's say I'm going to create a object called create a class called glass. So to create a class, you have to provide the name of that class. So I'm creating my customized class. Okay, here I'm doing custom built class, custom built classes, or user built classes, you can say. So I'm building my own class. So I'm saying class, I'm giving a name and putting a colon mark. Hit on enter. And here, let's say for a glass, what is the color? I'm defining few properties here. What I'm doing, I'm defining the property of that glass. So if it is a glass material, then the color will be what? It will be transparent. Go through this example, it will be pretty clear. Okay, you will like it. Then let's say what is the strength of the material? Okay, strength is equals to this is fragile, right? So I would say fragile. Then height of the material, let's say I want to build a tumbler out of this, I want to build an object out of this. The height you should keep, the standard height should be 5 inch. So I'm defining all the properties. So what are this? Whatever I'm defining, these are nothing but properties. So inside the class, what you are defining properties. I'm defining properties. You can define functions, different things you can define. So these are the properties I'm defining. Okay, properties. So how to define a function inside a class also I will teach you in the. So right now you understand I'm simply defining properties of the class here. So if it is a glass metal, these are the properties. Now let's do one thing. Let's copy this. Okay, let's copy this and paste it here. So here I will make it for, let's say, and I will prepare another class which is of steel, let's say. Right now, steel, what is the color of steel? It could be silver, right, or silver, or could be slightly gray, silver hyphen gray, right, something like that. Okay, strength is very hard, it is very strong, you can say hard or strong, whatever. And when you are building a material using steel, then ensure the height is kept 6 inch, or you can height or thickness, whatever you like. Okay, so here I have built how many different classes I have built? I have built 2 different classes, right? 2 different classes I have built. Now out of these classes I want to build an object. Let's say I'll build an object called X. Using what class I want to build an object X? Using the class, so what is the class name? Glass, right? So I will say take the name of the class, so which is, take the name of the class, and I'm putting a parenthesis. So what is happening? The X object that is being, X is the object now. This object will be built using the class called, the name of the class is glass. So using this class I am going to build an object. Let's say if you are building an object using glass, if I wanted to understand, hey, what is the color of that material, right? So what I will do, I'll say print, right? I will say print, and I'm going to say X. So this object is built, and I'll put a dot. And you can see the moment I put dot, the 3 properties of the glass we have created, color, height and strength, I can get this. The moment I put, I can get it. So if I say color, what would happen? Now it is, say if you are building an object X using the type glass, that means it is going to use the material glass, then the color would be, it will go to that specific class, and it is fetching the data for you. It is saying it will be transparent. So like that you can do n number of things. Let's say I will build another material, let's say Y, and this time I will use the second class, second material, which is steel, right? So I'm using the class steel. Okay, so S was capital, so it is not coming, so let me type in capital. Okay, S, steel. So I'm using this class. Okay, all I have to do, close it in the parenthesis. So now what happened? Now this object Y has been created using the class steel. Now if I say the same thing, if I say print, right, what would I like to print? The object Y dot color of this, right? The moment I do this, what is happening? You can say the color is gray, silver gray, right? For the first print it is saying the color was transparent. For the second one, it is saying, the second object, it is saying the color is gray. If you are building an object using this class, then the color will be silver gray. Getting it? So you, in this classic example, you have understood how you are creating a class, how you are creating different properties and assigning attributes. These are the attributes of the values of the property. This is the property, these are the attributes. Getting it? Property, attribute, property, attribute, property, attribute. Okay, and this is the class name. This is the class name. Again, property, attribute. Getting it? Now creating an object is pretty simple. X is equal to name of the class within the parentheses, and we are done. And if you would like to understand any kind of a property, dot color, dot strength, whatever you have created, if you put that, and it will automatically fetch you the moment you put a dot, right? We saw that the moment we are putting a dot, right, we saw that it is fetching the all the properties that was defined inside the class. So I can, if I print it, it will tell me the strength, right? What is saying? The strength is very hard for the Y. Getting it? So this is the way you can build a class and access different properties within the class that you have created. So this is the basic understanding you should have. What is an object? What is a class? How to create a class? Okay, class is nothing but, class is a kind of a type. What is a class? Used to define a particular type of object. So the object X you have created, so what type of it is a glass type. The object Y you have created, what type it is a Y type. So class is nothing but, the definition is important. Okay, if you just remember this word class,
because later you might forget, right? What is class? Class is used to define, right? Class is used to define a particular type of a object. So that means using the materials of the class or using the class, we are building the object. I mean, we are constructing an object. In other terms, we are constructing an object using the class. Okay, so here I am constructing the object X using the class, right, glass. So here I am building the object Y using the steel class. Getting it? So if you go through this example, your class and object concept will be pretty clear.
Hey guys, do you have any difficulty in understanding creating a function inside a class, right? And there are so many different syntaxes, underscore, init, underscore, self. There are so many different terms which are coming, which might confuse you. So if you are, if you want to have a complete and clear knowledge on how do you create a function, you must watch this video. First of all, if I ask you to create a class, okay, so what you do, you use the keyword class, and then here with that you will be typing the name of the class. So let's say I'm going to give it a name called person, for example, to keep it simple, okay, and then you put a colon, right? And then let's say you have to add a value, let's say name, and here I'm going to say James, and let's say age, and equals to, let's say I'm going to say 36. Okay, so these are the two different. So now what is happening, this is person is the class name. Okay, you need to identify this is the class name. What this is called? Name is called the property of the class. What it is called? Property of the class. And what this is called? James is the, what is James? It is the value for the property. Getting it? For the property. So what you call, so name is a property of the class person. Age is also a property of the class person. Property means person has name, person will have a age, person will have a height. Properties of a different thing, right? The same way, so these are called properties of a class, and these are called values. These two terms should be pretty clear. Okay, only when you should proceed next. So you understood class, you understood what is a property, what is a value, what is a property, what is a value. So in this class, how many different properties it has got? It has got two different properties because I have defined only two. Okay, all right. Now let's say I'm going to create a variable X is equals to, if I write person, and it should automatically come. Let me try again. X is equal to person, yeah, tab. Then if I put a parenthesis, so what this does, the X becomes the object here. So all these terms is very important, okay, otherwise you will be confused. So X is an object, okay, X is an object, and here person is nothing but assigning the class. We are trying to assigning the build class. So on the top we are building the class. In the line number 2 we have built the class, right? Now this particular class that we have built in the line number 2 till line number 4, here when I say X is equal to person, X will become an object, right? And this object will be built using the properties of the class. Getting it? So don't get confused with the names when I say class, object, class. So don't worry. Class means this, property means this, X is an object. That's all you should know. Okay, don't get confused. Object, class. So to pass the values to the object, all I have to do, X is equal to name of the class, whatever the name of the class it could be, doesn't matter. Okay, this much is understood. Now if I write, what would happen if I write print and I say X dot name? So what is happening, because this object is built with this class. So if I say x dot name, it will be able to access the property of the class. So this is the property I told you. So this is a property. So all I am doing, x is an object built from this class. So whatever properties are defined, this object x can access it. Simple. So x dot name means x is able to access the name. If I say print x dot age, that means the object x can access the property age. Whatever the value is assigned to it, it can access that. So when I run this, what is the output I am expecting? James and 36 has been out. Let's say I want to write something else. Let's say I want to write here, I will change the value James to Rahul, let's say. So what would happen if I run this? Whatever the value is assigned to the property, it is going to be fetched. So now it has got Rahul and the age value was 36. Getting it? So this is how, once the object is created, whatever the properties are defined inside the class can be accessed. Is it clear till now? This is clear. Once the object is created with that class, whatever the properties, these are the properties, okay, is there, that can be accessed just by writing a dot and the property name. It will be able to access the value of that particular property. So this example is clear. Okay. Now let me ask you one thing. Okay. So let me delete all this just to keep it, keep it clean. Okay. Now this much you have understood. Okay. Now if I ask you, hey, now what you are doing, you have created a class called person, and inside that class you are defining your own values. What if I don't want to define, I want to pass it dynamically? So what is the ask here? I am asking, need to pass values to the class properties. So where you are passing the values? You are passing the values to the class properties. Dynamically. If I have to send it dynamically, how can I do it? Right? How can I do it if I have to send it dynamically? Okay, so how this can be achieved? Tell me. So here we are simply defining the values here. I don't want to define the values. Okay. Now to do this, this is actually pretty simple. All you have to know is couple of different different syntaxes that you have to know. So this is clear. So you have written it down. Okay, you have written it down. So what I will do here, below this, right, below the class name, because I have to send it dynamically, I have to create a function, and this function will be created using a built-in function. The built-in function name is init. What does this init means? If you want, for example, I want to pass a value directly from here. Let's say I want to pass let's say Ramesh, or let's say John, let's say, okay, I want to pass, let's say John, and I want to pass a value, let's say 28. Okay, so I want to pass John and I want to pass 28 like this. I don't want to define here. Okay, this should not be defined here. Okay, I don't want any value. This has to go dynamically. So for that, all you have to do, so let me delete all this. So for that, how you can do this, let me tell you. To achieve this dynamic, you understood, right? What is the requirement? Requirement is to send the values dynamically to the class properties. So here I have, you have to say init self. Okay, and then what are the two things you want to pass? One is name and age, right? These are the two things. Now you will say, Rakesh, what is this init and what is this self? Give me complete. So what is this init? So the init here, I'm writing a comment here. Okay, what is this underscore init, right? Init underscore. What is this? This is a built-in function in Python. When you have to pass values, at the time the object is getting created, that time you are trying to pass the value. In the previous example, the values are already kept inside the properties, and here you are creating an object, at the same time you wanted to pass the value. When you want to do such thing, what would happen? When you write init, it will understand, hey, for this class I have to start from the line number 3 and take the values. So this self is nothing but, self is a parameter which is used to assign values to name and age. I'll show you in the next line. Okay, so let me write the next line, hit on enter. So what is self? The self is a parameter. When I say dot name, it will refer. So in this initial function, in this inbuilt function, name and age are two different properties to which it should assign values. So how it will assign value? Self dot name equals to name. That means this John will go to the name, and here self dot name is equal to name. So with this we can access the property name. I will show you how this is being done. So let me first write it. Self dot, the next is age is equal to age. Getting it? So that's all I have done. So by doing this, what would happen? Let me put it on a backspace. So what is happening here? The John will be, so look at this, how it is working. Okay, so John, because I am writing initialize, so what would happen in understand in the line number 3 is where I should pass the value. Okay, so John, it will go to the init. So init means what? A function. It's an inbuilt function in Python which always executed when the class is being called, right? So when I'm assigning a dynamic value while creating the object and I'm passing the value, it will be called and it will go here, and self is just a parameter to refer these two variables. Okay, how many number of variables are there? Just to refer them, self is used. So here what I am doing, self dot name is equal to name. That means this value that is passed will be carried to name, and the value 28 will be carried to the age, and here what would happen, it will get assigned. So why it is getting assigned? For example, okay, now anytime you have to access the value, right, specific property values, what you generally do, you simply say print, take the name of the object, right, and then you write the property name, right? That's all. You simply write the property name. Now because this property names are not in the previous one you have seen, right, it was just written below the class, name equals to John, name equal to whatever, right, it was written directly, so you were able to access it. Now because it is inside a class, you have one more function, that's why the self parameter is used. So self dot name means it will tell Python, hey, anybody who calls the object dot name, that means you pass the value, whatever the value is being here. So that is the indication. Okay, so if for example if I print name, what would happen? The John got printed. Let's say if I change it to age and run it, then age will get printed. Okay, so whatever values you are passing dynamically, it doesn't matter. So let's say I'm passing 50, now you will say 50 has been printed. Getting it? So this is what the meaning of the dot underscore init underscore function and the self parameter. The self parameter is used just because when you have to pass the values dynamically and you have to call them using dot age, right? When I'm calling the property just by putting a dot, property of the classes, then all I have to do is I have to use self. The self is mandatory. It's a syntax, okay? Syntax for Python. So self dot name, self dot age equal to age. So all the values will be passed, and this is how a classic example of creating a function inside a class. Getting it? So both the things I have shown you. How do you create a simple function, and how do you how to create a simple class, and how do you create a function inside a class. In this video, we are going to learn how do you inherit the class property. So Python inheritance is the topic. Now what is inheritance? To understand inheritance, let's say a father has properties. All the properties of the father will go to his child, isn't it? By default it will be inherited by the child. So properties of the father will be inherited by the child. The same concept applies in Python, and we are going to learn everything in detail, and I'm going to help you how do you really remember the syntaxes properly. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so I gave you the example of father and child. Now how do you really create a class? If I ask you, hey, create a class, so how do you do? If I ask you create a function, how do you do? You write def and the function name, and then within the parenthesis you write the parameters and colon. In the class there is nothing called def. Simply you say class and then you type the name of the class. So I am saying parent and put a colon. So this is the syntax, and then hit on enter. Now inside this class block I am going to create two different properties. Okay, I will say it as property 1 equals to, I will say home. You can give any name of the property, not required property 1. You can say p1, p2, whatever you like, x1, x2. So just to get proper understanding, I am simply writing property 2, and let's say the father has a car, the parent has a car. So these are the two different properties of the parent I have created. Now let's say there is a child class I have to create. So hit on backspace. So for child class, again, how do you do? So you'll simply say child, but to pass the values of the parent. So the parent has got two different values. All these values to be passed to the child. Now for that, what I will do? Simply I'll use a parameter, parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis I will say parent. That is the syntax, pretty simple, and put a colon. Getting it? So I have created a parent class with some properties just to create a child class child, and passing the parent name here and putting a colon in after the parenthesis, putting a colon. That's simple. Because the child class has to remain blank in this case, so I will say pass. So pass is the function that you have to use anytime you have to leave it blank, the class has to remain blank. In those specific times you have to write pass. This much is understood how we have designed. Have a look. Okay, all right, now let's move on to, okay, now what we have done, all the parent property we have passed it to child, but how do I see that? Right, to see that, first of all I'll create an object. So to this object I'm going to pass the class called child. So I'll write the child class, and I'll use the parenthesis. So this way, whatever the child has got, that particular class has got, it's going to pass it to the object called x. So with using x we will be able to work, right, in Python. So I have passed it. Now I want to see the values. So the parent has got property 1, property 2. If I write print, okay, and then I'm saying x is the object which is holding everything. Now I'm going to say property 1. Okay, if I say this, or let's say I'm going to say property comma x dot, every time you have to say x, this is a property of x, right? So property 2, without his name you cannot really call it. Okay, so now is it going to print home and car? Yes, absolutely, it's supposed to print the home and car. So you can see home and car has been printed. So this much is understood, pretty simple. First we have created a parent class, and inside that we have created two different properties, given some values. We created a child class, and we have written class child, and inside that we have said parent and colon. If you remember of this example, parent child, you will be able to design this. Okay, the syntax is important. And then I'm saying a pass. Now after everything is done, all the values are now, which is holding, the child is holding, so I don't have to use the parent, I'll be using the child. So I will say x is equals to child, and right, how you generally call a class, use a parenthesis. So that way I have able to pass all the values to the variable called x, which we generally call object. X is an object now. The object has got multiple properties. So here it has got two different properties at this time. So to call the property, all I have to say x dot property 1, x dot property 2. This much is understood. Okay. Now let's get on to the second stage. So this should be printed in your mind. Okay. Now let's get on to second stage. In the second stage, what I want, let's say instead of me calling property 1, property 2, 1 values I wanted to know, is there a way that I can show all the properties, right, all the properties directly, you know, total property or total net worth of my father, something like that. Okay, how to do that? So for that, what I will do, I have taught in the previous chapter, there is something called, you can say, define init, right? I will create a function called self, and I'm going to hit on delete and going to hit on enter. So this property which was part of class, now it is part of this specific function. Okay, now again delete, hit on enter. So this two I have put inside a function called init. Okay, so all this I have explained. How do you inside a class, how can you have a function? So I've created an initial function, and here I am saying home and car. Now what I will do, I'll hit on enter. So all I am doing, just to help you to remember the syntaxes. Okay, now the next thing, I will create a function called define total net worth. What I'm saying, total net worth. Okay, total net worth, and because this is a function, I will use parenthesis. So in this, the self will come. And remember, when I'm writing properties, one of the very important thing I forgot is you have to write self dot property, because self is the variable which is going to represent the properties inside that class, inside this function. Okay, so you have to always write self. Okay, this much is understood. When the self is used, this is the syntax that one has to use. Okay, now I want to say print inside this function. I will say print total net worth of parent is colon. Okay, something like that I want to print, comma, you can, if there are values, integer value, then you can add, all those things can be done if you know the syntax. Okay, so here all I will say self net worth. Instead of saying net worth, we can say total number of assets, total assets we can say, right? So let's say asset. This is not net worth. Asset. Okay, asset, total assets, I can say S. Okay, assets of parent is, then which is that containing all this. So self dot property 1 contains it, comma self dot property 2, right? Self dot property 2. Getting it? So this way, this, if I call this specific function, it is going to show me everything at a time. So to do that, how will I call it? Instead of writing x1 dot property 1 property 2, what I will do, this will also work, let it be there. Let me show you how this can be written. So here, what is that function? Like you call any property, same way you can call the name of the function. So that is total assets. So I will say x dot total assets tab. Okay, so this is a function will be called, and whatever you have defined inside the function, that will execute. So if I run this, okay, quite very easy and fun way. So you can see first print has printed the home and car, and the second one has printed total asset of parent is home and car. Getting it? So this way we are inheriting the properties of the parent class to a child class, and we are passing that to an object. Passing that object is very simple, x is equal to child. So when you keep on practicing this, you will be able to remember the syntax. So once you remember the syntax, any kind of situation thrown at you, you will be able to design it. That's the concept. Okay, so hopefully you have understood how the entire thing has been designed. Make a note of this so that anytime you forget, you can always refer to this specific note, or else my videos are always there on YouTube. You can always refer that. In this video, we are going to learn Python iterators. So what do you generally understand by iterators? Iterate means there is a collection of data and you like to go one by one. And this is a different function that we are going to learn. You have already learned about for loop. Using for loop, you can iterate through the collection. In this one, we are going to learn something different. So let's get to the video. So for that, let's create a variable called numbers. And I'm going to enter few numbers inside. So now what happened? A variable is created which is having collection of various numbers. Okay, now if I have to iterate through, I will use like this, right? So what happens by using x in numbers? It is going to iterate through each of the data inside the collection, and I would like to print, I will say print x. Simple. Now if I run this, what is the output am I expecting? 1 2 3 4 5, right? Whatever the numbers are there inside, it got printed. So this is one easiest way we know. There is also another method. Okay, the another method is also important to learn. Now let's see how the other method works. So the other method is known as iter or iteration. Okay, so what I will do, I'll create an object and then I will say iter, and within the parenthesis I'm going to pass the variable which is holding all those collection of numbers. With that, all the numbers that are there inside the collection variable, inside the numbers variable, everything would be passed to x now. Now how do I print these values? Okay, now to print these values, you have to use another function called next. Okay, so how it works is I will say print, then I will say next, and then within the parenthesis I will say x. Okay, so this is a simple way. Now if I run this, what should be my output? It has printed only 1, because the first number you said next, so it has printed only 1. Okay, now what should I do to print the next one? So this is a different way. This is a different way of getting the data from a collection. Now here if I let it be x, it has to be x. If I run this, what happens? Then it says 1 2. So if I have to run all the collection, if I run through all the collections, or let's say there is an entire collection of data, right? There is an entire collection of data. Let's say I wanted to only deal with the first 4, right? So there will be practical use of this will vary depending on the situation, right? But again, you can imagine when I'm writing next, what is happening? I'm just selecting the first 3. Right, the first 3, and I'm trying to print. This is another way. Instead of using a for each loop, you'll be using a iteration next. If it is really required in certain situations, probably you can use that.
This is the entire loop, but again I want to use just the first data, whatever comes in the loop. So I'll say print next x. So whatever the collection, doesn't matter, it is always going to work with the first data, right? So that is one of the use which I have explained. So remember how to use iteration function, and in combination with next it has to be used. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and in this video we are going to learn about Python scope. There are two different kinds of scope. One is the local scope, the other one is the global scope. What are these? We are going to learn everything in detail. So please do watch this video till the end. So first of all, to understand the local scope and global scope, let's create a function, okay? So the function will be created with this syntax. You can give any name that you want, okay? And then I am going to write a variable. Let's say I'm going to say a is equal to 500, and I'm going to say print, and I'm going to say a. Now if you call this specific function, right, this way you can call the function by taking the name of the function. Now if I call, what is the value will be printed? Of course 500, right? So now what is happening, this function, this value of this a remains 500 all the time. Let me first run it, right? And this variable a, which is getting printed through this function, the value is 500. Now is this value a local value to the function or not? Yes, of course it is a local value to the function. How do I know that? If I say a is equal to, outside the function, if I'm writing 600, if I'm writing 600 outside, or let's say below this, right, outside the function, if I'm writing a is equal to, let's say 800, I'm writing two different values. Now tell me, is it going to print 800 or 600 by any chance? No, it's not going to print. Now if I say print a, I'm going to say print a. Now tell me, is it going to print 600, 500 or 800? Right, it should print the 800, the latest one, right? So if I run it, for the first function it has printed 500. For this one, of course we know, because that's a local variable, but for the line number 8 it has printed 800. So any variable outside of the function, right, will become a global scope. It will come under a global scope. That variable can be used anywhere inside your Python code. Very simple. So that becomes a global scope variable, or you can say global variable. And anything inside the function will be known as a local scope. This much be understood. Now what if I am going to ask you something? Okay, let me delete that. And what if I am going to write a child function inside the parent function? So I am going to say child function, okay? And here if I say print, and I'm going to say a plus 1. Now what would happen? Is it going to, the child function which I have created, will it simply work? No. For that I have to call it by going to the main block. So I am going to the main block, and in the main block I should be able to call it. So how I am calling it? Child function. So what would happen anytime you are calling this function? Let me remove the line number, this one. Okay, so now when I call this function, what would happen? A value 500 would get assigned, and in the line number 5 it is going to print 500. Now anyways, this two lines won't run unless they are called. So here if you see in the line number 8, it is called within the function I am calling the child function. So what would happen? It will come back to the line number 6 and is going to run this particular code, which is a plus 1. Now because it's a plus 1, it is going to print over here in the line number 7, and it should print 500 and 501. Now let's run it. So you can see 500 and 501 has been printed. Now what do you say? This variable is a local variable, local to the function. Anything created outside of it will become a global variable. Even if you are taking the same name, doesn't matter, right? Once it is outside, the variable is going to take its own value, whatever you are going to mention it here. For example, a is equal to, if I'm going to say 800, now this a variable will have a global value of 800. So anytime in general, if you are using this particular variable, let's say for example, if I say a is equal to a plus 100, if I say, so the output will be what? The output will be 900. Right now, if you see for the line number 7, line number 10, it has printed what, 500, and because it's calling the child function, it has printed 501. But again in the line number 12, it has printed 900. Getting it? So this is what the local scope and a global scope, what you need to learn. Anytime a word you find, local scope, global scope, you can think of, okay, function. Inside that, if there is a variable, that I will call it as a local with a local scope and a global scope. Anything outside of a function, if it is created, then that becomes a global scope variable, right? So with this little bit of knowledge, because there are so many things to remember in Python, there are so many multiple syntaxes that one has to master, so it is easy to remember with an example. If you could recall the example, it is quite easy to remember what is a local scope and what is a global scope. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and in this video we are going to learn about Python modules. So if I ask you, can you write Python codes in a single file and save that file, and will you be able to use that file anywhere, and how to use that, right? So Python module, when I say, or anybody says Python module, is nothing but it's a .py file, and we know .py is the extension used to save Python codes in a file. Like you save a notepad file in .txt format or any other file, right, in their own application format. Similar way, Python files or the codes that you have written in a Python file, that should be saved always in .py format. Now how do I create this file, and how do I really import this file and use this as Python modules, we are going to see in this video. Now first of all, I need to create a separate file. So I am using a main.py file. I will create a new file now. So how do I create a file? So creating a file is pretty simple. Right click and hit on new, and here I am going to hit on Python file and give it a name. Let's say, first let's start with a simple one. Okay, I am going to create a module called greetings. What is the module name? Greetings module. Okay, I'm just giving an entire name, you can keep it short. Greetings module, and hit on enter. So what would happen? You can see greetings module has been created. Okay, now here let's write a simple statement, some few lines of code in Python we will write. I'll create a function called define, and I'm going to give it a name called greetings, and within the parenthesis I'm going to create a parameter called name, and then I'll use a colon mark and hit on enter. Okay, we'll keep it simple. First of all, let's learn the basics, then we will get on to other things. So I'll say print, and then here I'm going to say hello, in double quotes I'll say hello, and then I'm going to say the variable name, let's say name. Okay, that's it. So 2 line of Python code I have written in a .py file. Okay, so now this file, let me save it. You can do a Ctrl S, or else you can do file save all. Okay, you can do this way. Now what we will do, we wanted to really see this file. So right click on this file, and then you have the option to open in Explorer. Okay, open in Explorer. If you do this, it will take you to the exact project location of the Python files, and here you see I have 3 different files. One is the main, the other one just now I have created greetings.module, and this one. Now if you right click and see, this file has an extension .py, that means it's a Python file. Right click and you can open on properties in case you would like to see. Anyways, it has got the PyCharm symbol, but again, in case you are interested to explore and understand, you can see it has a .py extension. Okay, so we have understood, we just created a file, and inside this particular file, .py file, we have written few piece of code. That's it, we have done nothing. Okay, now I'm going to, so this is the file which I have created and I have saved it. Okay, I don't need this. Okay, let me close it. Now let's say there will be a situation where I have to use this module several times in my code. It should say hi, whoever is the customer. It could be John, it could be Rakesh, it could be anyone, right? So anybody who is going to come to the shop, it should say hi or hello. So how that can be done? So I have created a module named greetings.py, greetingsmodule.py file. I need to be able to call that file. So that is the module you have created, right? When somebody says Python module, that means you have created the module called greetings.module.py. It's a py file, very simple. Now how do I use that py file? So you created a Python module. Now how to use that? Let's see it. Okay, so all I will do, I'll simply say import. Now I need to type the name. Now look at it, I'm typing the name. See, on the left hand side greetings module is there, but it's not appearing. If I simply type greetings module, why it is not coming? And it is giving me a error, this one, right? There is an error. Why? Because in Python everything is case sensitive, right? So if you look at your greeting, G started in a capital letter and you are writing here in a small letter. So that means you cannot call this kind of a module. So because everything that you're creating in Python, they are case sensitive. Okay, so you have to really call exact way. Okay, so how should I call? I should type G. The moment I'm typing G, it has come. Do you see? Automatically it has come. Getting it? So many people will make mistake. They will type the name, but it's not coming. See, it's not coming. Don't worry. Now I have another file also here on the top. So if I type A, it's not coming, but if I type capital A, it is coming. Getting it? So it is case sensitive, remember that. So let's type it in a right way. Let me type G and this has come. Okay, that is the first point. People will make mistake, so you should type it in the right way. How the case is mentioned, the same way you have to mention. If you are starting with a lowercase, start with a lowercase. Starting with the uppercase, you have to start with the uppercase. Okay, that's all. Alright, so this one thing we have got it. Now I have called it. That means in the main.py file, now the greetings module has come. That is a separate file, but again the entire module now I have brought it into a new file. It is a different file. Think it's a different file. It's not part of the project. It could be a different file. But again, that greetings.module.py should be inside your project folder. Otherwise, you know, there are other ways to do it. But again, in this case, if you see, I have the greeting module kept inside the same project folder, so it is easy to handle it. Okay, so now I am able to get this module. After that, how do I really use this? Okay, so to use this, you have to use the name of that module. See, name of the module. Again, it's case sensitive, so be pretty careful about that. So I have typed G in capital. So greeting module has come, and then what should I do? I have defined a function inside that. If you remember, I have said define greetings. So the moment I am typing a dot, the function that I have defined inside that, let me open it beside it so that so this is the function which I have created. Now the same function, the moment I am hitting a dot, it is automatically coming. All I have to do, I have to pass an argument value. So what is the value? Let's say I'm going to say John. So if I say John, and if I'm going to execute this, it's saying hello John. Getting it? If I pass it another value, doesn't matter. You are just calling that module, and whatever codes you have written inside that, it is just getting executed. It is just taking the value from this file and is going to that specific file, passing it on, and getting whatever statements you have written there, it's going to do it. Right? Now you will have a question. Okay, Rakesh, can we do something little different? Let's say, can I create a add module? Anytime people are sending values to it, it should go and add those two values and show it in this file. It's a different file. Yes, let's do it. If you are interested, let's do it. Now what I will do, let me create a file. Okay, right click, new file, Python file. Okay, select Python file, and then I'm going to say add. I'm simply giving us add m. Add m means add module, let's say. Okay, I'm just giving a name called add m. Okay, so the py file got created. Now here let's create a function called define addition or define add, and then I'm going to say so a I'm writing in capital because add is a inbuilt function. Okay, that's why I'm slightly careful. I'm writing in capital letter A. Now here I need two parameters, so I'll say a comma b. So when you are defining a function, you call that parameters. You don't call it arguments. Okay, you call it here parameters while defining. Remember these terms. Okay, now let it print a plus b value. Okay, that's it. Okay, a comma b is the two parameters I've cleared. You should just join it. Okay, or add it. So this is done. Let's save it. Control S, or you can do file save all, whatever you like. Okay, done. Now let me import that. So I will say import,
And remember, while typing it should be case sensitive, so I should say add m. So I have called the module name called add m. Done. No colon, nothing here. Okay, you don't have to do anything here, just hit on enter. In import you are not putting a colon or parenthesis, nothing. Now here the module name is add m. Again type it in the same way, they are case sensitive. Then the moment you put dot, whatever method that you have created inside that is going to show you. Let's say we have created one module called add. Now let me pass two values. Let's say 2, 4. There are two different values I'm passing, and now let's execute. Now what is happening? The output has automatically come in this file, main.py file. That is the importance. So you are creating piece of blocks of codes in different py files, and in your main project, whatever is required, you are just calling them. Getting it? You are creating small modules of codes in different files, and you are just calling them. So the benefit of that is when you are creating in small modules, you can call those files n number of times, right? You can utilize them in multiple times. You don't have to write the same code 10 times. If I have to add 10 times, again I have to write the same piece of code 10 times. Now here, because I have already imported the module to this file, main.py file, all I have to do is add m.add. If I write this one sentence wherever in the project I need, I can just do it with a single line. I don't have to write multiple lines. Because this has got only 2 lines of code, it might appear simple, but again in practical world there will be multi-line codes in a single file, and that entire code I can just utilize just by calling in the main py file with its name. Which is easier? Would you like to write the entire code once again, or it's easy to call the file and utilize everything written there multiple times in this, right? That is why these modules are very beneficial. And in a real time, when we have to build projects on Python, you would be asked, hey, you create this module, hey, you create that model. You'll be given multiple modules, and you'll be creating those modules, and during the project integration, all those modules that has been created will be called in the main.py file, and here I'll be calling all those modules that developers have created, and I can just integrate them and get what I need. Getting it? So that is how in a real-time world it will happen. We are going to see that as we progress, but I am pretty sure you must have understood the meaning of Python module and how to create it with this simple example. Okay, then we'll get into more complex situations as we proceed. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and in this video we are going to learn one more important aspect around module, right? If the module is created with a dictionary variable, how do you really access those values from the module? Let's see this. Let me create a new file and give it a name. I'll give it a simple name called module1, okay, and hit on enter. So the module1 py file got created. If I go to my Explorer, you can see module1 in the project folder, it got created. Now in this one, let's create a variable. Let's say I'm going to create a variable called student1. Okay, student1 equals to, and I'm going to create a dictionary here. For dictionary you will use the curly braces. Now here let's say the name of the student is equals to let's say I'm going to give John. Okay, this is one value. Let's give it age, and everything has to be in double quotes because these are strings. Age is, let's say the student age is, let's say 12. Okay, comma, okay, and dictionary should not be written in equals. Okay, remember it should be colon mark. Yeah. So all the syntaxes, okay, all the syntaxes you should remember. Name, age, and then what should we give? Standard, let's say, with standard the student is standard, colon, let's say he's in the first standard. Okay, so these are the 3 different values which I have given, and I'm going to save it. We can do a file, save all, or Control S. So this module is created. Okay, now in a different file, in a main.py file, I'm going to import the module. The py file which got created, I would like to import that. And how you have written the name, it is case sensitive. If I type aim, see it's not coming, so you should type in the right way. So you should look at the name of the py file properly. So here module1.py, So I will simply say module, no colon mark, no parenthesis, nothing used here. Simply import and the name. Even you are not writing .py, okay? Just leaving with the name. And they are case sensitive. Now how do I get the values of the variable which you have created? So the variable is there in which module? In the module 1. So I should say module 1, name of the module or name of that py file, dot. The moment you type dot, it will automatically show you in PyCharm there is a variable created called, you can see the V symbol, that means there is a variable created called student1. Fine. Okay, now if I leave to this, for example, now let's say I want to understand the name of it, name of that, what is the name stored inside that variable. If I do this, if I say print and if I say a, what is going to happen? The a object is going to print the value, right? So the a variable has printed the value called John. Getting it? So I got the value from this module. It is going and picking the value John. Now what if I want to know all of name, age, whatever is there, I want to see everything. If you want to see everything, then this is the variable which is a dictionary variable, dot, I can say values, right? If I say values and hit on run, what would happen? It is going to show me John 12:1, all the 3 different things I have got. Let's say I want to know what are the different keys available, so I will say keys. So all this I have covered in the dictionary video. How do you manipulate dictionary and how do you access items inside the dictionary in Python. I have shown that. Now if I simply say keys, what would happen? Getting it? All the name, age, all the keys have been printed. There are multiple different ways to do it. Okay, for example, let me use a for each loop. Let's say I will use a for loop. So I'll say for x in a is containing the entire dictionary, right? All the keys, colon, and if I say print x, right? If I do this and hit on run, what would happen? All the name, age, standard has come. Generally you need the values, not the keys. So let's say I will use values and run it. What's happening? John 12:1 has come. Yes or no? First John, then 12 and 1. This is where you can see all the 3 things. Now let's say you would like to assign one value to 3 different variables. That also can be done. So the variable name, the dictionary variable name is student1, and then in square bracket, right? That's how you can access the each element. Let's say I'm going to access, put name here, and then b is equal to, I'll repeat the same thing, module1 dot the variable name, and then here I'm going to say age, okay, and then c variable, and I'll repeat the same thing, dot student, and here standard, right? You can always open the file and look at the spellings and everything. Okay, so done. Now let's print. So now they are in 3 different variables, a, b, c. Now if I run this, what would happen? John 12:1, right? 3 things has been printed quite well. Getting it? So these are the different ways from the module. How can you access a variable, right? It could be a dictionary variable, it could be a tuple, it could be a list, right? Or it could be a normal variable. So how do I pull those variables from a module? You have seen all. In short, all you have to remember is you have to import with the name, and anything you would like to access, you have to always take the name and then say the variable name or the function name or the class name, whatever it could be, right? You just take the file name dot, and if you write, everything will come. Only thing is you should know the syntax. The dictionary variable, how to access it. If it's a list, how do you access it? All those things you should know. That's it. Otherwise, it's all a simple thing. How do you import a module? And in this video, we are going to learn how do you create a Python alias for a module. When I say alias, means a nickname for a module. So first of all, what is this module? How do you create this module, and how do you really provide a nickname or an alias to a module? We are going to see everything from the start. Now first of all, what I will do, I would create a new module. Module means what? In Python, module means creating a py file. So let's create a Python file. Right click, new, and I'm going to select Python file. Okay, let's give it a name. Let's say I'm going to give it a name called automate with Rakesh By the way, this is my channel name. I hope you have already subscribed to my channel. If not, guys, please do subscribe to my channel and do support me. So I'm going to hit on enter. So what would happen? Automate with Rakesh, Python file got created. Now in this, I am going to write few lines of Python code. So let's go with a simple one, wherein I will say define, and I will say greetings, and then I'm going to create a parameter called name, and then I'm going to put a colon mark. Simple. And here I'm going to say anytime this module is used and the function is called, it is going to print the name. Let's say if somebody is typing John, Rakesh, Rahul, whatever he types, it is going to automatically say hello and then going to take the name of the person which is being passed. So here I will simply say name. I'll use the parameter name. Okay, simple, done. I'm going to save it. You can do a Control S or maybe save all. Okay, done. Now in the main.py, I would like to import it. So generally to import, you have to take the entire name of the Python file. So here something like this, it is case sensitive, so I have to type it in a right way. So I've done it. Now if I have to use that specific function which we have created named greetings, right? This is the name of the function. Now to use this, every time what I do, I will use the name of that module, and then I'm putting a dot, and then I will call that specific function, and here I'm going to pass, let's say I'm going to say John. So what would happen? Now I am not writing any print command in this main.py file. Because I am using a module, if I run it, through the module it will get this John data will pass to that function, and it is automatically printing hello John. Getting it? So this is the use of the module. I mean, you are calling a Python file which is set of Python codes, you are calling that file and using in another Python file, right? In simple terms. Now it may be sometimes very difficult to take the entire name. You can see automate with Rakesh. I don't want such a big name. I would like to make it small. For example, I'll say as M1. So to create a nickname or alias in Python, we have to use the keyword called as. So here I'm saying as M1, right? So instead of writing this entire name, what I'm going to say, I'm going to say M1.greetings. So is it going to work? See, it's printing without any error, right? So this is easy, right? When you have to give a nickname rather than a long name, we call it a nickname. Generally to a person who has a long name, we give a nickname. If he's okay, we call by that name, right? The same way, giving a nickname or an alias in technical terms to a module, Python module. So this is how you create it. Let's say I'm going to pass my own name. Let's say Rakesh, or let's say I'm going to say RK. So if I do this, what would happen? Hello RK, it will say, right? You can see. So that way I'm using a small nickname, but you should be careful how you are giving the name. You should be able to remember that, right? So you should give it a proper name. So for example, I've given M1, but you in real programming you give a proper name. Alright, but you understood how to create an alias of a Python module through this video. In this video, I have a question for you. How do you know how many functions are defined inside a Python module? Is there a way to know how many different variables are there inside a module? Is there a way to know how many functions defined inside a module? So this video is going to help you to know all that in a very, very simple way. So here on my screen, you can see I have already created a module with one function called greetings. Okay, now inside this, let me create few more variables. So by this time you already know what is a module and how do you create it. So I'm going to create two different variables with two different values. Okay, and I'm going to save it. Now if I go to the main py and I'm going to import the module which I've created, they are case sensitive. Okay, and I'm going to create a alias or a nickname, and let me give it as a nickname called M1. Hit on enter. Now to use any function, generally what you do, you write that module name and then type the function name. But what if you don't know what is the function inside? What if you don't have that Python file with you, right? So you must be having the Python file, but what if you don't want to open the file, and how do I get it? So in that case, there is a way in Python that we can type to know how many different variables are defined inside a module. how many different functions are defined inside a module. All this can be known by simply using an inbuilt function called directory, dir. And here I simply have to give the name of the module. That's it. And if I do this, and if I try to print the value of x here, I'm going to get all the defined functions and the modules inside this. So all you do, just go to slightly right and you'll be able to see A, B and greeting. So these are the variables and one function called greetings is available. So that way it is easy to know, and then using them you can do whatever you like. So this is one of the way. The learning point from this video is dir, directory inbuilt function, through which I will be able to find how many different functions and variables are available inside a given module. Okay, so that's the learning point. We're going to meet once again in the next content. Till then, take care. Bye bye. How do you import a specific function in a module, in a Python module? So in this, our objective is pretty simple. I would like to import a specific function in Python. Now to understand this, I am going to take a blank py file. Okay, I have created a py file and I'm going to write something here. Now to understand this, let's take an example of students. Okay, so I'm going to store few student names. Let's say student 1. You can call a function or call a variable specific portion of that module. Okay, I'm going to show you. So I have written student 1 and I'll be using a dictionary. So I'll be using curly braces, and let's say I want to write name, then you have to use a colon, and the name is, let's say, John. Okay, comma, and then let's say age, again colon, and then the age is, let's say, 12. Let's store something called grade, again with single quote or double quote. Grade doesn't matter, colon, the grade is, let's say, he's in 5th standard. Let's say, I'm just taking some random examples. So here I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, let's say, a couple of times, and I'm going to simply change the student 1 to, let's say, student 2 and student 3. Simple. And let's say the names we will change to Sam. The student 3rd is, let's say, Harry. Okay, and the age, let's say, changes to 15. Let it change to 14, something like that. Okay, and then let's say he is into 7th standard. Let's say he is into 9th standard, something like that. I'm just entering some random data. So here what is happening in this py file or in this module, I have got multiple different data and I would like to only import a specific data from it, or a specific function or a variable, whatever you wanted to import. So how that can be written, we need to learn. Okay, it's very simple. Initially, how you used to do, you used to simply write import and the function name used to write, right? The module name used to write. But in this case, because I have to import a specific thing from the module, for that I will be using a keyword called from. Okay, from, and then I'll have to write the name of the module, which is automate with Rakesh. Okay, and I can say import. What you would like to import? I would like to import, let's say, student 2. Again, these are all case sensitive. Student 2, right? So I have imported only student 2. Now let's say I would like to see the value of let's say I want to assign the name of the student 2 into the variable called x. So what I will do, I'll use the student 2, that specific variable, because I have already imported. I can take the name without using the module name. I'm simply taking the variable name now, or the function name, whatever you are trying to call, student 2, and then I would like to see, let's say, the name. So I will simply say name. Okay, turn enter, and let me try to see the value. So you can play around with this, but again, this is the simple way to get it. And you can see the value Sam has been printed because student 2 name was Sam. So likewise, you can fetch any value of that specific function or a variable. You can call it and import. So here, what is the learning point? The learning point is just to remember the syntax. Anytime I have to import a specific function in Python from the module, in that case, all I have to write is from and the module name, import, and the what exactly I would like to, let the function name you have to provide, or the variable name, and then you can pass it like this, or there are multiple different ways.
through which I can get the specific values because they are stored in a dictionary. So how do you access a dictionary? All that would apply here and you can get the values as you require. So thank you guys for watching. This is a simple video just to let you know the syntax and how you can use it. How do you fetch the current date and time, and a couple of other things around the date and time I'm going to let you know. Now the date time, many things in Python can be achieved through the modules, okay, and this thing can also be achieved through the module. For that I'll be using the import, right, and the module name, which is date time. Now you will say, Rakesh, you're saying date time, that means there has to be a .py file. That's why you are importing, right? Import means you're importing a file, nothing but a file you are importing, a Python file you are importing. So there should be a file. Okay, now let's first of all have a understanding where that file exists. So all you do, go to your C drive, okay, open your C drive, and if you have used the 32 version of the Python application, go to program files, otherwise go to program x86 or go to program files. Okay, now in this, of course, I have to look for the Python, right? So you can type P. Okay, there it is, Python 3.10. That is the latest one at the moment. So let me open this. Okay, now here there is something called lib or library, you can call it. Scroll down, you will find there are so many Python files, and one of them will be date time. If you hit on D, or else scroll down and see where the D starts from here. Okay, look at this. There's something called date time, and this one, if you open the properties of this is nothing but a Python file. Okay, you can see it's a .py file. Do you see? It's a .py file. Okay, now we would like to really see that file, right? What exactly? Because all this while we have created small Python module files, writing small codes. But again, this one is again, everything has been inbuilt. These are called inbuilt modules. So in this inbuilt module, there are many things written. See, datetime.py, many things written. It's a very huge file. A lot of functions can be done through date and time. Many classes being defined. Many functions are defined inside this. If you search for, let's say, class, there will be class. Okay, class time delta. There are so many different, so many things has been written inside this, which you don't really have to design, because if I have to use date time, I don't have to write such a file. All I will do, there are already inbuilt files available. I will import them and start using it. That simple that is, right? Okay, so you had a look of this file, right? That's good. Now let's say I have imported this file, date time, this module, you call it as a module. So you have imported the Python module named date time. Now what should I do with this? Okay, let's create an object, date time object. Let's say I'm creating an object called X. So the object will only be created when I'm passing the module or a function to it, right? So here I'm passing the module and then passing the class. So this is the date time. I'm passing a class, that's where the object will be created. So date time has been passed. So what is a class, what is the object, all this I have created contents. In case you would like to really see that and understand what terms I am using and why am I using, you should see all those contents I have created. Okay, so let's get started. So date time, the class I have used, and then I am going to use a function called now, or a method or function, both are same. So now, so if I do this, and if I would like to print the object which is X, and if I run this, what happens? The output has come in the year, the month, and this is the date, which is 12th. And then the time, this comes in the 24-hour format. So 11, and everything can be modified. Okay, everything is possible. So 11, and then 16 is the minute, and this is the second, and this is the milliseconds or microseconds, you call it. Okay, so you can see 11 AM, 16 minutes, 34 seconds, and so many milliseconds when you run. Now what if I would like to only see the year? Is it possible just to see the year? Yes, that's possible. Of course, everything is possible, right? So print, and then X dot, I will say year. So this is going to print me the year. If I run this, do you see year 2022 has been printed? Okay, what would happen? Let me copy paste, and let me say this as month, right? I'm trying to access the different properties of it, right? These are called properties: class, object, properties, a lot of things. I have explained all these videos. If you go to the Python playlist, just follow all the videos, you will learn a lot many things. Let's say I want to say month. Okay, this is also one way. You can also see the day, so let me write everything. There's also a property called day, you can access this. So if I run this, 2022 7th month 12th date, everything has appeared pretty nicely. Okay, there's also, what would happen, can I pass a date? Let's say I want to pass a date, so you should not use the dot now. That's a method, means it's going to pull only the current date, time, and whatever you like to pull it. Let's say I would like to pass, so I will use the class, and inside the class I am going to pass some arguments. Let's say 2022 comma, let's say 15th comma, let's say 7th month. Now if I run this, what should be the output? Whatever data I have passed, it should go and print the output, right? Date time dot date, okay, month must be in 1 to 12. Okay, this is second one is the month, right? I forgot. So let me enter 7 here and let me enter 15 here. Okay, now let's execute. Month must be in 1 to 0. Oh, why am I making mistake? Delete. Let me run it. Okay, so you can see 2022 7 and 15, everything has been printed in a pretty way. So this is only portion of data time. A lot many things can be done with date and time. As we go, we will learn slowly. Okay, but this much you should know. How do you, so what did we learn from this video? To get the current date and time, I just have to write dot now. This is the method I have to use, and rest I can delete, right? This is the way you can pull the current date and time. If you want the year, x dot year by passing to an object, x dot month, right, x dot day, like that you can get the day, month, year. Similar way, hour, minute also you can do it, but at the moment let's learn only a little bit, right? Slowly we will go. And then if you would like to pass a specific date, then remove that dot now, and within parentheses maintain that year, month, and date format. Okay, so, and with that way you will be able to get whatever is required. So that is the learning from this content. So thank you guys for watching it. We are going to really come up with more such interesting contents, which is going to provide you in-depth knowledge around Python. Okay, in depth, I mean, you should be able to really understand everything. When somebody says class, object, properties, you should be able to really recall what are those, and everything I have created nice contents, you can really take benefit from them. Okay, so thank you guys now for watching this content. We are going to meet once again in the next video. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and today we are going to learn how do you change the date time format in Python. How do you really change the date time format? Generally you might get it in US format or maybe year, month, date format. How about you changing it to date, month, and year? Is it possible? Is it possible to change in Python? Yes, of course. So how to do that? Let's learn it from this video. Before we get started, I would request you guys to please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Please do help me by subscribing. I hope you have already done that. So let's get started and understand how do you really change the date time format. First of all, in the previous couple of videos I have informed you, just to to get a date time, what you do, you will import the date time module from Python. And in the previous video I have shown you where do you find this datetime.py file and how do you access this module. I have shown in the previous video. Now let's get a little advanced and try to understand a few more things. So what we have done, we have created an object called x is equal to date time. I'm creating an object, I'm using the module name, and then I'm going to say date. Okay, date time is the class, and then I'm going to use something called now. So just by doing this, what is the output that we get? If I say print and if I say x, right? So what is the output that I'm expecting from this one? I'm expecting this kind of output. So it is saying year, then it's saying month, and it's saying the date, and then it is giving the hour, hour in 24-hour format, right? 11 a.m. 47 minutes 44 seconds, and this is the milliseconds or microseconds. So this much we know. Okay, now how do I change the format? Now to change the format, there is something called strip time. Okay, using strip time I can do that. So there are a couple of things. First of all, let me type something, okay, so that you understand how this one is coming. If I type %a, what is happening? It is saying Tuesday. So this date what we had got a few minutes back, today's date is Tuesday, it is saying. Okay, great. So how you get, what would happen if I write %d? If I run this, what's happening? It's saying 12th. It's saying 12th is today's date. So how do I really get all this? There has to be something, right, where I can refer and learn, because it's not very easy to remember everything, right? So where is the place where I can really refer? There is something called docs.python. Okay, so we will go to documents from Python and we will try to refer that. Okay, so what you do, simply type date time format Python in Google. Okay, hit on enter. Now from this date time format, I'm going to select the Python page. Give it a few seconds. It's taking a little time to open. Okay, let me type it again. Python date time format. Okay, so here you would find something called docspython.org. okay, just open this specific page. All right, now here there are a couple of things that you should understand. What you do here, simply do a Control F and type, let's say %a. I'm typing, hit on enter, or simply type percentage and %a, let's say, and then scroll down. Okay, so it will show you in the third or fourth result, somewhere at the bottom of the page you find all the syntaxes available. Okay, so this will be pretty interesting. We'll go one by one. Okay, not everything we are going to test, but few things. So the first interest will be, how do I get in date, month and year format? Okay, for that all I have to do, read through this list, and there is something called %d. What this means, day of the month as a 0 padded decimal number. So 01, 02 until 31 it is going to show me. So let me use %d. So let me go back to my PyCharm, and here I am going to say %d. Okay, I have written that. Then I want to put a dash. It's up to you. Okay, or you can give a space. Let's say I want to give a space. Up to you how would you like to do it. Now I would need a month as a 0 padded, so I want this way. So I will say %m. Okay, now I want year in entire format I want. Okay, like this. So I will use a capital Y. So there are multiple ways to do it. I'm going to show you. So done. Now if I run this, the output has come in 12, which is the date, then the month, then the year. Getting it? Okay, this is quite interesting. Now what would happen if I make it let's say D M? What would happen if I write, if you write %m means it stands for minute. Okay, let me see. Okay, if I want in this format, Jan, Feb, like this I want. So for that I have to write %b. So just copy from here, and instead of %m I'm going to write %b. Now if you see, this was the old output. If I run this, I'm getting a new output which is saying July. Let's say I want the entire month. Again there is a format called %b. Okay, so if I write a capital B here, that gives me the entire month format. If you see, 12th July 2022. How about me getting a like we said Tuesday and all that, right? Sunday, Monday, Saturday, or in this format. So if you write a %a, if I write a %a, let's go here. I'm going to say %a. If I write %a, look at the output is going to change. So what happened? Tuesday, 12th July 2022. So likewise, if I make capital A and run it, it will say Tuesday 12th July. So all these are written here, okay? Whichever format that you need weekdays, right, Sunday, Monday, how you want, or you want year in this format or 2 decimal, right? So there are multiple different things you can experiment by using one by one and try to see how things are coming. If I add a %h, that means just give me an hour format. Let's say I'm going to add it here. So all these things can be defined, okay? Sorry. So it should all be within the double quote. So here I'm giving a space and writing %h. So if I run this, what would happen? The hour would come in, right? You can see 11th, that means 11 a.m. Okay, if I want to format, let's say I want a forward slash, so I'll put a forward slash everywhere. This is quite simple, right? Give it a second. Yeah. Then I'm using a forward slash, leaving that space, and now if I run it, what would happen? The format would change in this way, Tuesday. So however you like, you got to know, right, how you can really change the format as you need. So all you need to do is you have to just open the page, keep it open, and the way you need the format, you can simply check this out, check these examples, and depending on the example how you want, you can really craft it up to your need. Okay, so that's simple it is. All you need to know is strip, time, and then the symbols that one has to use. For that, you already have a page to refer. You know, by practice you will remember a few things. In case you would like to refer it again, you always have a page to refer and write your own format of date time.
So let's get started with our today's topic, which is Python math module. So what is this math module? Let me first tell you. When I take the name module, generally you have to use something called import, and you have to take the name called the module name you have to take, and then whatever you like to call from that module and utilize those functions, you can do it. But when it comes to math, there are a couple of inbuilt modules for which you don't have to really import the math. For example, let me tell you, you will understand this through an example. If I say I need to find a minimum value from the set of various different values, okay, if I have to find a minimum value, all I have to say print x. So it is quite easy in Python. Simply by writing min, I will be able to find the minimum value from the set of values. So here it is saying the output is 1. Okay, this is one thing which doesn't require you to import the math module. There's also the same thing, max, min and max. So if I run max, it's going to give me the maximum value from this set of values. These two things are clear, right? Okay, now there is also something called let's say I would like to find the power. Okay, I want to find power of let's say power of 2, 3. That means 2 into 2 into 2, which is supposed to be 8, right? So if I write print, and if I write x and run it, what is the output? 8. If I write let's say 1 into 1 into 1 would be always be 1, right? The 1, right? So this is also one of the function for which you don't have to really import the math module. For example, 5 into let's say 2 times, which will be 25, right? So this is also one of the function for which you do not require a math module. This is an inbuilt one. There is also something called ABS, absolute value. Okay, what is this absolute value? For example, if I am going to enter a negative number into this, let's say minus 89. So if I write a negative number, it's going to turn it to a positive number. It doesn't matter if it is a floating number or an integer. Let's say I'm going to enter something like this. It is going to completely turn this to a positive number. Getting it? That's absolute. So these are the simple ones wherein you don't have to import. But for example, if I ask you, hey, can you find the square root of a number? Now to find the square root of a number, you actually require the math module. Okay, so I'm importing math and then hit on enter, creating an object called x, and then math module, and there is something called square root. Now square root, for example, 4 into 4 is 16. So square root of 16, the answer will be 4, right? So if I say print, and if I say x, shift F10, what is the output? The output has come as 4. Getting it? So this is one of the function for which you have to import math. So if I don't import this, it will throw an error. For example, if I put a hash, you can see it has given an error. It is going to throw an error. Or if you simply write sqrt, see, it has got an error. So getting it? So for a couple of these kind of things, you have to import. Okay, so let me put it the way it was. Okay, square root. Let me think of few more. For example, if I want to find a reminder, okay, for example, I want to find a reminder. How do I find a reminder of something? For example, I'll create a object called x, okay, and I want to find the reminder. For that, you will be using called fmod, okay, and here let's say 10 divided by 3, the reminder will be 1, right? So every time I have to say math.fmod. Okay, done. Now if I have to print x, shift F10, what is the output? 1.0. Now you will say, I don't want 1.0, it should say just 1. No worries, all you have to do, simply convert this to integer, int, and put everything inside this integer. So that way you will be able to get in proper integer value rather than a floating number. Okay, so this is understood. There is also a couple of other functions. So let's say sum. If I have to do sum, okay, so x is equal to math.fsum, right? Let's say I want to add few numbers, like 10, 2, 12, 3, which is 15, 15, 5, which is 20, right? So this way, print, and if I have to say x, this is going to throw an error. Reason being, there is something I have missed. All I have to do is, did you get it? What you have to do, you have to convert that to a tuple or a list. So if I do this way, right, and try to run it, it should give me the value called 20. So total 20. So can I use something like this? Let's say I want to use a curly braces. Okay, so if I use a curly brace and run this, so now also it is printing. Okay, so tuple, list, something like that you can use. So fsum you have understood. You have understood fmod, square root you have understood, right? Okay, there is a couple of other things I will show you. X is equal to, if I write math.sale, and then I'm going to write a number, let's say 2.2 I am writing. Okay, 2.2. So what would be the output of this? Do you know what is the sale option? Let me show you what is this. So if I run this, what happens? 2.2, it will go upward and see what is the nearest integer value, not a floating value but an integer value. So the upward, it will go upward, so the floating nearest value is 3. Getting it? Now if there is also something called floor, okay, floor, okay, floor, if I write, what would happen? It will go downward. Floor means down, right? So downward it will go, and the nearest value will be 2. So these are the couple of math functions. Now the question is, Rakesh, okay, these are the simple ones, but if I have to really need a complex math function which I have to do, where do I find it? Don't worry, Python has its own documents page. So all you do in Google, simply type Python math modules. Okay, so there will be docs.python.org. From there you can get it. Okay, my Chrome is not responding, give it a minute. Okay, so Python, it's taking time. Okay, so I will say Python, come on, okay, give it few seconds for it to respond back. Okay, otherwise, you know, right now it's not responding for some reason, but again, all you need to do, simply type Python math. Okay, let me type Python math module. Okay, if you type this Python math module, you will get a page from Python docs.python.org. okay, and that would help you to understand different because it's not easy to remember everything at the same time, right? So you should go to that specific page, look for certain areas which you really need to use it. I don't know, something went wrong badly on my Chrome. Come on, man. Okay, so this is the one I was talking about. Okay, docs.python.org, and here this has got multiple Python modules. Okay, you know, anyone who is really into this mathematical stuffs, probably they will have more knowledge around this. So this is the place I am just letting you know where you can find a lot of different mathematical functions available here, completely listed out with examples, with definitions, so you will be able to utilize this specific page. Let's get started. Now I'm talking about Python JSON. First of all, what is this JSON is all about? So JSON stands for Java Script Object Notation. Okay, JavaScript Object Notation. Now in practical world, what is that we need to understand? For that, let's visit a website called randomuser.me. Okay, just open this website. Now this website generally produces random users. Every time I refresh, what would happen? A random user is produced in the on the web page. And if you see, this web page has a couple of details. For example, the name and then the email address. If I click on this, then it gives the birth date. If I bring my mouse over here, it gives the address. If I bring my mouse over here, it gives the phone number. So it has got multiple data in the front end. So these are the multiple data in the front end. Now if I have to see how the backend data looks, for that all I will do, I'll simply say API and hit on enter. So what I did, I simply wrote API, and if you see, the backend data looks something like this. So it has a gender, so every time you run it, it will keep on changing the data. So it has a name, it has the email address, password, username, age, right? So there are multiple details available here. So this is the background data, how your web page works. It could be XML, HTML, or the JSON format. Generally, JSON format is used to carry the data from the server to your client or from your machine to the server. If you like to, you know, you're requesting a web page or you wanted to open a web page, let's say Facebook, you see entire data. So all the data that appears on your screen, this appears because of the JSON data getting transferred from the server to your machine. Okay, so now this is the JSON data, but again this doesn't really give you a complete understanding. So what I will do, I'll copy this data. I'm going to copy this data and I will go to, there are so many JSON viewer, okay, online available. So open any one of them on Google. So I'm opening let's say this one, and here I'm going to copy paste the data which I copied from this randomuser.me API. Okay, now if we hit on format, generally what this will do, this will convert the entire thing in a proper format. And you can see the gender is male, name is so and so, first name. So this is quite readable, right? This is quite readable. And then I can see there is an email address here. You can see there's an email address. Okay, let me enlarge the screen a little bit. Okay, so you can see there is an email address, name, street address. So everything is there in a proper. So this is the JSON format. The JSON format is responsible to carry the data from the server to your machine or from the machine to the server, vice versa. Okay, so JSON data. So this is the one of the popular way of transferring data. It is generally used to transfer data from server to your machine or from the machine to the server, right? So you can see this is how the JSON data looks like. Okay, you got a fair understanding how the JSON data looks like and how this data comes from the server to my machine on my browser now. And same thing, sometime when I have to send some data, let's say you are entering the username and password, so you are sending that data. So you are sending username colon whatever you have entered, then the password colon, then there is a secure key that you are entering, and that data will carry from your laptop to the server and verify, and then it will return the data. Then it will return and it will give you the login page. So you can see it will give you the, after you log in, it will give you that web page, let's say Facebook, you can imagine. So for all this, JSON data is used.
Okay, now you got right now only understanding you should have a JSON data will start with a curly braces, end with a curly braces, and there's a bunch of data which has a key and a value. There's a key and a value. For example, first there's a first name, last name, location, street, number. So likewise this will be organized, email address, right? Date of birth, date, age. So like that, there is a key and there is a value. There is a key and a value. So this is how the data is organized. Now this is a simple understanding we have. Okay, now how can I really utilize that on Python? Let's see it, with very simple examples so that you understand what is this JSON object and how do you deal with it. So first of all, what I will do, I will create a object called X and I'm going to create a dictionary object. So what I will do, I'll use a curly braces in Python for dictionary, and then I'm going to say name, comma, and let's say I'm going to store a name, let's say Williams. Okay, and then comma, then I will say age, then colon, and then I'm going to enter some age, let's say 25, comma, then I will say city, which city he belongs to. These are the three simple data I'm going to store. So what is this now? This is a dictionary object, and how do I know it? If I simply say print, and if I say type, right? If I do this and if I run this, it's going to tell me, okay, the X object which you have created with this value, this belongs to the class dictionary. So the object belongs to the class dictionary. So this much we have understood. This is an object, X object I have created with the dictionary. Now JSON. Now how do I convert this to JSON? For example, I'll show you. Let me create an object called Y. Okay, now to convert anything, first of all you need to have the module. What is the module name? JSON module. So you will import that JSON module. Done. And then I will create an object called Y equals to, then I'm going to say JSON dot, there is something called dumps. Okay, dumps. So what I would like to dump, the X object I would like to dump and convert that to a JSON format. So few minutes back I showed you how the JSON format looks like, right? So let's see if this one comes in the right format or not. So what this will do, this is going to convert the Python object to, it could be any kind of an object, okay, doesn't matter. So here we are using a dictionary object. So Python object to JSON string. So it will convert it to JSON string. So how that happens, let's see that. How I will see, simply print the Y. So if I print the Y, if I run it, what happens? The JSON object has come. So it has printed the JSON object Y. But again, this is not in the same format how I saw. It is appearing something like this. So how do I get it in this kind of a format? It is quite easy. All I have to do, while I'm trying to convert that to JSON string, put a comma and there is something called indent equals to, let's say I'm entering 5. So if I do this, it's going to convert that to a proper format. Now you can see this has been converted into a proper format of JSON, how a JSON would look like. Okay, so this much is understood. So what we have learned here, we have learned how do you create an object and how do you really import the JSON and then convert that object into a JSON format and print that JSON in a right JSON way. So you can see it has printed the value in this right way. Okay, this is one way. Now how about now this got the Python object got converted to JSON string. How about the JSON string getting converted to an object so that I can access the value? For example, here what I will do, I'll create another object called Z equals to, I will simply say JSON, this is the module, dot, there is something called loads. Okay, so loads, and here I'm going to load the JSON string. So what am I doing here? I'm trying to load the JSON string. First thing, I created an object, Python object, I converted that to JSON string, and this way in the line number 7 I'm converting the JSON string to an object, and Python object to a Python object. Okay, so let's see this. Let's print Y. Okay, I'm going to print
the type type Z. Okay, now let's run this. Let's execute this and see what is the output. So what is the output? It has come. The first one in the line number 6, it has printed the JSON string. So you can see this is the JSON string got printed, and in the line number 8, it is saying now because you have converted this to a Python object, so this is now belongs to a dictionary. The object Z belongs to a dictionary. So these are the two different functions which are very important. How do you convert a Python object to JSON string using json.dumps, and you have to import the JSON module. Okay, so this is the first one. And the second one, how do I convert the JSON string to a Python object, vice versa, right? So that can be done by using loads, json.loads, and that will convert back to the object, okay, the Python object. So you can see now the Z output has come as, it's a dictionary type, right? It is a dictionary type. Getting it? So this is how you will be able to, so this is the basics I am giving. Later on we will learn more complex things around this, but again at the moment all you need to learn about how do you import a JSON module, what are the JSON, what is a JSON object looks like, how the JSON strings looks like. So this is the JSON string, right? And how they are useful in a website, and then how do you JSON string, how do you convert that to a Python object. So all these things from this video you have learned. Now as we move forward, we are going to learn more complex aspects of Python around the automation we are going to learn. Now let's get started to today's topic. Our topic is Python JSON, and it's a part 2 of the Python JSON, and we are going to learn few more things around this. Okay, so first of all, what we will do, in the previous video I have given you explanation of how a JSON format looks like, right? And also I have given you an explanation on how do you convert a Python object to a JSON string in the previous video. So here we are going to learn little more, couple of new things around Python JSON. So here first of all, let me create an object. So I am going to create an object called, I'll create a dictionary object in Python, and let's store something called name colon, and I'm going to say, let's say Harry, comma, double quote age, then colon, and then I'm giving some value, let's say 28, comma, and then let's say city, let's say he's from London. Okay, then let's say the email. I'm just creating multiple things, email, and here the email address is, let's say harry.test@test.com, something like that. Okay, just for an example. Okay, so this is the Python object. What kind of object this is? As a dictionary one. Okay, all right. Now how do I convert this? To convert this to a JSON string, I'll first import JSON module. Okay, after importing the JSON module, what I will do, I'll create an object called y, and inside this I will simply say json.dumps. So dumps is the function used or a method used to convert the Python object to JSON string. Everything I have explained in detail in my previous content. Okay, so in this one what we will do, we'll learn few more things. Let's say I'm doing x, and then I'm going to say indent equals to, let's say I'm giving an indent of 5. Okay, so what this will do, this is going to print the object into a JSON format, right? So I will say print y, and if I run this, you can see it has printed in the name, age, city, email. The way it is listed, the same way it has been printed. What if I would like to sort them? So to sort, there is an option called, simply type sort keys. Sort keys is equals to, I am going to say true. Okay, this true will be written in capital. If you write in small, this will throw error. So hit on run. Now what happened? This age has come in the top, then C, then E, then N, right? It has sorted in the right order.
So this is one thing that you have learned. Now this, and one more thing I would like to also let you know, there is something called separators. So here if you see, all your separators are with the colon mark. What if I would like to put a equals mark? Is it possible? Yes, that is possible. So what you do, put a parenthesis after writing separators. So I'm using a parenthesis and double quote, comma, and in the next double quote I want an equal symbol. So if I run this, just see what is going to happen. Like this, the data is like this, and if I execute this, what happened? Now all the colon mark has been replaced with a equals to symbol, right? Okay, can I put any other symbol? Can I put let's say something like this? Can I put it? Okay, so you can see it is changing that colon mark to other separators that you would like to use, for example like this, or I would like to put semicolon, right, instead of colon. So even that is possible. Getting it? Now what if after 28 I would like to put a dot? So if you like to put a dot in the first double quote that you have written, here inside this whatever format you like to put, let's say I want to put a dot here, so I'll put a dot over here. And then if I wanted to run this, what would happen? You can see after everything there is a dot. Now dot may not be appropriate. Let me put a comma. Let's say I want to put a comma, and this is supposed to remain equals to. So if I run this, what happened? Then you got a comma after every. So this is the way you can format the JSON string, right? How you like. So this is one of the two different things that you have learned: short keys and separators. How do you format that JSON string? So that's all about in this video, guys. So thank you. Please do support me by subscribing to my channel. I am going to come up with more such small modules, and finally once we are done with everything, we are going to come up with automation modules, right? How do I do certain automation using Python? Slowly we are moving, but again we need to have complete knowledge about everything. That's where we should get onto that specific area of accessing and practicing automation using Python. Hey guys, myself Rakesh, and in this video we are going to learn how do you use regular expression in Python to find a string. We'll go step by step. Regular expression itself is quite complicated to learn. So if you learn through this video step by step, you will be able to learn a lot of things around regular expression. So first we will start with how do you really find a string from a set of text. Right, you find there's a set of text from which you need to find a simple string using regular expression in Python. So how to do that? Let's get started and understand. So let me open PyCharm and see how this can be done. Now to do all this, you need to import a module called RE, which stands for regular expression. Okay, import RE. This is the first thing you should remember, because we are dealing with regular expression, right? Okay. Now let's write a text into a variable called text variable. Let's say I'm going to say John is a Python developer. What I'm writing, John is a Python developer. So this is the simple sentence I'm writing. Let's say I would like to find Python. So in a Word document, if there are a lot of text, what you do? Generally you do a Control F and then find that, right? Control F and find it. It's more or less similar to that. Okay, we are going to find a text, a simple text from the entire set of text. So how to do that? Using regular expression, because this is a basic class, so we'll go step by step. Okay, so let's create a variable called x, and here I'll be using a module name called RE, and then I'll be using the method which is called search. So what this search will do, this is going to find out the first match. So here in this entire text there is a Python word. So how I would search it? Search, and I'm going to simply say Python, and I'm going to put a comma, and then where would I like to search it? In the text variable. So this is the simple way to write it. RE is the module name, dot search, and then what text I would like to search, and then where I would like to search. That is there in the text variable. Simple. Very good. Now let's do one thing. If I print x, what's going to happen?
if I'm going to print x, what is the output am I going to get? Okay, so let's run it and you will see the output is a match object. So what is a match object? Match object is generally telling you the word that you have searched for, let's say Python. This word starts from the index number 10 and ends by the index number 16. So if you count here from 0, the index number always starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, space is also counted, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. So you can see the P starts from the 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It ends at 15. So the next value is 16, right? So that is how it is saying from 10 to 16, the starting string and the last nth string is 16th. 16 means not exactly 16 but before 16. That's how the index is generally taken. So 10 to 16. So here is the word Python and there is a match called Python. The word is there. What would happen if I write Python once again? Simply I'm writing Python once again and I'm going to run it. Is it going to give me the second value? No, it always ends for the first match. In the entire set of strings, it's find the first match. We will see there are different ways to find it. Okay, there are different methods to use. So search is one of the method we are going to learn in this video. Now let's learn little more beyond this. What if can I use a if can I use a if command and try to see if I can do something around it? So if I say if x is found, if x got a value, so the moment it finds a match, it returns a match object, and match object will have that index number 10 to 16 and it will say match is equal to, so it is an entire set of value. It is called match object. So if match object is found, then it should print yes, the word is present. Okay, if it is not there, else, and I'm going to say else print no match found. Okay, simple. Now if you see, if I run this, what is going to happen? Because there is a match, it is saying yes, the word is present, or there is a match, it is present. If I say some other word, let's say I'm going to say Java and I'm going to run this, so what would happen? No match found. Getting it? So first you learn how to utilize the RE module dot search. Okay, make a note how to utilize. Let's go one step at a time so that you will learn everything in detail. So this is the first step, and there are multiple things to know around regular expression which I'm going to teach you, but again this is the first thing you should take a note. We are going to meet once again in the next content. Hi, in this video we are going to learn how to find all matches using regular expression in Python. Let's say a word is present multiple times in a string, in a text, right? In a set of text or in a paragraph. How do I find how many times that word is there, or how do I find how many times that word is there in the entire paragraph? So to learn that, we need to go through this exercise. So let's get started. How to find all matches. Now first of all, let's write a text. Okay, so let me say text. So take some simple example. Okay, let's say John is learning Python. So I am writing John is learning Python, and let's say, just to make it so that the Python words repeats multiple times, I am writing some Python 3 times. Okay, this is not the exact word, but it's fine. We need to learn the technique. So here John is learning Python. There are 3 times written. Okay, so how do I find how many times that Python word is there in this entire string? So to do that, it's pretty simple. First of all, as we are using regular expression, we'll be using import RE. Okay, import RE, and then once you import the regular expression module, then we can write the exact function to do that. So let me create an object called x is equal to, and here I'm going to write module name RE, and there is a function called find all. Okay, find all, and then here I'm going to write what I would like to find. Let's say Python I would like to find. Where I would like to find? I would like to find in the text. Okay, now
what this would return, let's print it. Okay, what kind of a value will return in X? So if I say X and if I run this, what am I finding? It's saying Python, Python, Python. Now what would happen if I make one of the Python capital letter? Is it going to find it? So let's run it. So what is happening? It is exactly matching. It is case sensitive. It is exactly matching. So now this time only 2 results have come. If I make it this to small and if I run it, now it is finding 3 results. So it is case sensitive, one thing. Now find all. What you are learning, the module re.findAll is finding the exact text which is case sensitive, and there are multiple ways to make it. Let's say I don't want to make it case sensitive. How to do that? We are going to learn that on a later stage, but let's keep it simple. So this is how we are able to find. Now what this print X is, this is a list. To know that, what you do, simply say type X. I would like to know what type this X object is. So if I run this, it tells me this is a list class. This is coming from the list. So this is a list. Now let's say I would like to find a count, how many times that Python word is there. We are finding the entire result Python, 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 but I need the count. So how to get the count? It's quite simple. So what I will do, instead of saying print X, or let's say I want a count, I am going to create another object called Y is equal to, I will say count, or let's say X dot count, and then I'm going to pass the word what I would like to count, Python. I would like to count how many times in the X object Python is there. So the X object is a list. So the list has got Python, Python, Python. So it will just count how many times Python what is there in that, and let me print Y here. Getting it? Quite simple. So if I run this, it is saying the total number of times Python is there is 3. Okay, getting it? So this is how you will be able to find a word in a, just imagine there's an entire big paragraph like a Word document, and inside that you would like to find how many times this word is there. Then this is the easiest way to pass the values in a text, in a variable, and then find what exactly you need. So I am saying Python, and then Python has found 3 times. So we're going pretty simple, so that slowly we will learn one by one. Okay, so this is the re.findAll, and you saw what it returns. It returns a list, and from the list, if I would like to know what is the count, all I have to do is x.count, and then the word I would like to count in that list, I provide that and provides me the count. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn how to split string in Python using regular expression, right? Using regular expression, how can you split the string? So let's get started. So for that, all you have to do, let's create a variable called text and enter a text. Simply I'm saying John is learning Python. This is my string. Now I would like to split it. Let's say there is a comma here. I would like to split by comma, okay, or split by white space. All this we can do. So for that, first thing I need to import the regular expression module by writing import re, and once that is done, then all I will do, I'll create a variable called x, and in the x I would like to say re dot split. So this is the split function in regular expression which can be used from the re module. I am using the split function. So here all I have to do, let's say I would like to split it by comma, and then I have to simply provide the variable which contains that entire string. So what is the output? So if I say print x, if I do print x, what is the output that I'm getting? John, comma, so this is a list. If you see carefully, this is within the square bracket. If it is square bracket, so it should be a list, right? It is a list. So how do I remember is L starts with, if you look at the L, it has a half square, right? That square bracket. So likewise you can easily remember when this symbol is coming, that means it's a list, and separated by comma. Now if you see, John is one value and is learning is another value. So it is giving 2 different data. If you want to know the type of this, you can always say type. In case you are confused, you can always try this type x, and if I'm going to run this, it is going to say it is a list,
it is coming from the list. Okay, now what if I would like to split it by space? So can I give it a white space just like this and run it, and let's print X. Okay, rather than type X, let me print X and run it. So John is learning Python. So this is also doing the job, but for white space there is a specific symbol. Okay, that is it the forward slash or backward slash? Yeah, so backward slash. So backward slash S, if you write, it is going to split it with the white space. If you see John, this is one word, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 different words. Let's loop through it. Okay, just to see it in a proper format. I will say X, print Y in X for Y in X, and then I would like to say print Y. So if I run this, you can see John is one word, is learning Python. It has printed all the 4 different data inside the list. Getting it? So these are the different ways using split you can do it. Split it by white space, split it by comma, and all these things can be done using the split function in regular expression. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn how to search and replace string in Python using regular expression. How will you, just imagine there's a set of data or a set of paragraph in a Word document, let's say, and you would like to find and replace, find a word and replace with some other word. How that can be done in Python using regular expression, we are going to see. Let's say, let's take some example. Okay, let's create a variable called text, and let's use something called John is learning Python. Okay, John is learning Python is the sentence what I have. Now I would like to replace Python with the word the latest Python. I would like to replace this word Python with the word called the latest Python. How can I do it? So first thing, we need regular expression because we are learning regular expression. So I will say import RE, stands for regular expression, hit on enter, and then I will create an object called X, and then I'm going to call the module RE, and I'm going to use the sub function. Okay, remember the sub function is used to search and replace. So here what would I like to search? I would like to search Python, and these are case sensitive. Okay, so P is written in capital, so I'm writing in capital. If it is written in lower letter, write in lower letter. So Python, and then I would like to replace this, put a comma with the latest Python. I want to write something like this. Okay, the latest Python. Okay, now where I would like to replace, in the text. So this is the format. Okay, take a note of this format. Alright, now here I would like to print X and see if the value has been printed to this object or not. Let's run it. So if I run it, what happened? The initial value of the text was John is learning Python. If you look at the output, John is learning the latest Python. Getting it? Okay, what if I am going to write Python once again? So in this word I will say, just for testing purpose, okay, I'm saying Python, and one I am writing in lower letter, Python, or let me write all in similar way, then we will change it. So there are 3 Pythons now, so that means it is going to find all the 3 Python and going to replace that with the latest Python. So let's see, if I run this, if you see John is learning the latest Python, this is one word, then it found another word called Python, then that has been replaced with the latest Python, then it found another word called Python, and that is also replaced with the Python. So this is understood how it is working. Now if I make it a small one, P is a lowercase. If I run this, what is happening? The last one Python has not been replaced, but the other 2 Pythons has been replaced with the latest Python, and this is also the latest Python. So this is it is taking as per the match. Okay, as per the match. There is also a way to not match it, it doesn't matter, uppercase, lowercase, it should take it if the word is there. That is also can be done. I'm going to teach you that later, but again now you understand how this is working. Okay, after that let's say I would like to only replace, so let's make it capital Python. If I run this, it is going to replace all the 3 times. Let's say I would like to replace only the first one, not the other 2 Python. So that can also be controlled by putting a comma and writing the counter. So if I write 1, if I run this, what is happening? The first one got replaced and the second 2 Python has been left as it is. You can see in the output. Now if I write 2, what would happen? It is going to replace the first 2 occurrences. So if you see the second occurrence, the first occurrence, the second occurrence has been replaced with the latest Python. Okay, likewise you can do 3 and run it. So it has, what would happen if I write 5? So you can see it is just, it is just doing up to 3 and the 2 words are not there, so it is not doing anything with that. So this much is understood, right? To search and replace, you will be using the function name sub and the module is RE, regular expression module dot sub, RE dot sub if you write, and this is the format. If you know, that is good enough for you to understand how do you search and replace a text. These are all in simple format. Now there will be complex regular expressions which we will learn slowly, okay, one by one. So till now we have learned 4 different things. Okay, we have learned the search, we have learned find all, right, and then we have learned what is that, split we have learned, and this is the sub. So these are the 4 different functions we have learned till now. After that I'm going to teach you little complex ones. There are a couple of syntaxes that I'm going to teach you after this. So this is the video for you to know how do you search and replace a string in a simple way. So thank you guys for watching it. We're going to meet once again in our next content. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn use of meta characters of regular expression in Python. These are very important meta characters and you should at least have little knowledge around that. I mean, it's hard to remember, but again, at least when a regular expression comes, you should be able to understand what they are. So just go with the example what I'm going to teach you. Just go with this example and you'll be able to understand what is the meaning of this, what is the meaning of that, so that when an expression is built in a complex way, you will be able to make sense. Okay, this is the meaning, that is the meaning. So let's go with a very simplistic example through which you will be able to learn how to use them. Okay, so let's get started. So let me open my PyCharm. One by one we'll go. First of all, what I want to do is I'm creating a text variable and write a very simple word, okay, or a simple sentence. Let's say hello world. Okay, we'll go with the very simple example. Reason being, if you put a complex sentence, all these meta characters you will have little difficulty to, you might have little difficulty to understand. So first thing, you go with the simple one, okay, and see how they are working. Then you can think of complex examples. Otherwise, it will be little mind-boggling. It will be slightly difficult for you to understand. Okay, so go with this word, hello world, let's say. Okay, let's start. Let's understand how they are working. Then you can proceed how complex you would like to go. So first thing, because it's regex, I'll be importing the module called RE or regular expression, import RE. Okay, so once I do that, next thing, let's create an object. Okay, and here we are going to apply the function. Let's say I'm going to use the find all. Now the very first meta character that we are going to learn is this one, the 2 square brackets or square bracket, right? Square bracket. So in this one, how this exactly works, let me tell you. For example, if I say this, and in this I'm going to say A to Z, that means what? In the text, in the string, how many words are there between A to Z? That is the meaning. So A to Z, all lower character. Okay, so here I am going to pass the text variable and let's print the output of this. Print, I am going to print X. Okay, let's go. That's why I'm saying write a small sentence, it will be easy to understand. If you write a complex sentence, it will be slightly difficult as to how things are working. Okay, and ensure the first thing which we are entering, A to Z, it should always be in the double quote. Remember,
That is how you will be passing the value to search in that string. Okay, so here if I run this, what is saying? It is finding in this entire string how many alphabets are there between A to Z which are in lowercase, A, L, L, O, O, R, L, D. So it is finding in a serial, if you see E, L, L, O, then W is capital, so it is not finding that O, R, L, D. Let's say I would like to find the capital ones. So you can say A hyphen Z. Okay, so go with the simple example, you will understand. So HW, there are only two words which are in capital HW. So that is the use of the square bracket, you have understood. Let's move on to the next one. There is something called special sequence. So what is this? If I am going to write, let's say /d. So what this stands for, it will find the digits. Let's say I'm going to write few digits. Let's say 25 I have written. In the string I have written 25. Now if I write /d, what happens? If I run this, it says there are two digits. /d means 4 digits. So 2 and 5. So that is how it is returning the value. Okay, so that is the simple use of /d, special sequence. There are a lot many other things, but let's go with the simple one. Now there is something called dot, which stands for any character. What is this? This is because this is the one where people will slightly be confused how to really use this D. Okay, so how this one works, for example, as I said, let's say I want to find hello. So I will say HE, right? I am simply writing HE and putting a dot within the double quote. Okay, so HE dot. So what would be the output? Dot stands for any character, so that means the output will be HEL. So if I run this, what is the output? HEL. What would happen if I put another dot? Are you understanding dot meaning? What is the meaning of dot? The meaning of dot is any character. After HE, whatever the character is there, you pull it out. So if I am putting two dots, it is pulling 2L. Getting it? So that is for dot stands for any character. This will be pretty useful. So remember this. Now moving on to the next one, which is a caret symbol, which is there in on the number 6. Okay, or maybe in the function button on your laptop. Generally it will be on the 6, on the number of 6. It will be a caret symbol will be there. So how to use this caret symbol? Caret symbol stands for starts with. Okay, starts with. For example, if I say if the string or the sentence starts with, remember this is not a word or anywhere inside the word starts with. No, the entire string that you are passing, here I am passing text. So from that entire string, if that starts with a hello, for example, if I say if the sentence starts with hello, all I have to do within the double quote, use the caret symbol. I am saying HELLO. So here the output would say hello. That means hello, the sentence, the entire string is starting from hello. What would happen if I am going to write the hello? So what would happen? It is not going to return any value. You can see it is an empty list. It is not returning any value because the the caret symbol always stands for if the provided string, here we are passing through the text, if that string starts with that word what you have mentioned. So does it starts with hello now? No, it starts from the. So if I am writing instead of hello, if I write the, then it will say yes, it starts with the. Getting it? So that is the meaning of caret symbol. Now the next thing is a meaning of dollar, ends with. The same thing, the similar function, just that look at the, if the entire string that you have provided, does that end with something, right? For example, here in our case it is ending with 25 or 5, let's say. So I am saying 5 and I'll put a dollar. Anywhere there's a instance where you have to check, does it end with certain data, dot or some word, if does that end with that. So you write that word or that entire word or one alphabet, whatever you like, dollar, depending on your requirement. So when I say dollar, it will say yes, it returns. If I'm putting anything else, let's say instead of this, if I'm putting a dot, it will give a empty. That means it doesn't. How come it has? Okay, sorry, it's not a dot. Dot means any character, right? So it is getting me that 5. So I should not use a dot, but the entire word. So $5 means yes, it is present. If I'm writing something else, let's say I'm writing 6, so it should come up as a empty
list. Okay, so dollar symbol is understood. These are also very, very important symbols, caret symbol and dollar symbol. But remember, caret means the entire string that we are passing. If that string starts with certain word or alphabet, whatever you are passing, and dollar also if that entire string ends with certain thing. Okay, don't confuse finding if there is a long sentence in between that there's a word you want to pick it up, starts with you don't use this one. There is a different way to do it. Okay, so the meaning of this should be clear. Now the next one is zero or more occurrence. Okay, this is very interesting. This will be very interesting. So let me show you what is this. For example, if I say if I write HE and put 2 dots, so what happens? We saw just few minutes back, right? So after HE it is pulling any 2 characters. Getting it? What would happen if I put 1 dot? It will pull only single character, so HEL. HEL. Okay, if I put a star, so star stands for 0 or more occurrences. Matlab, if after that dot, after that any character, if there is any more characters available after that, is going to 0 or more. So the output of this, if you see, after HEL, right, it is pulling everything. So let's say I want to stop it at somewhere. Let's say if I'm writing last word is O, last word is O. So if I'm writing last word O, what would happen? The output would be hello. See, until WO it is pulling, because hello world, right? So it is pulling till here, right? So hello. So wherever that last possibility is there, until there is pulling hello WO, right? So let's say if I say LO. Now if I say this, what is happening? It is going to pull hello. So it depends, depending on the string I am passing, it depends. But the meaning of star is any character, any number of character after the HEL. So this is the meaning of this is HEL, and after that whatever number of characters are there, it's going to pull it, and the last word should be LO. So that means there was nothing in fact here. If I am writing, let's say I am going to change the spelling like this. Okay, now you can see entire word has been pulled. Okay, let me put it back. Now if I use a plus symbol means star means 0 or more occurrences, plus means 1 or more occurrences, minimum 1 should be there. Okay, for example, if I change it to how it was, hello, so if I run this, what is happening? HELLO. So one occurrence is there, right? HE, and after that you have a L. So one occurrences. If let's say for example, if I'm going to change this hello, and I'm going to remove this one L. So now there are 4 words. Now with the 4 word, if I see, it is giving empty sequence. Why it is giving empty? After HE the word LO is there, but in between there is at least 1 should be there, right? If I use a star, look at this, now the output is nothing. Okay, now if I use a star and run this, the output is coming HELO. But if I use a plus, because star means what? 0 or more occurrences, so it is 0 or more occurrences, fine. But here if I am using a plus symbol, because after HE and the last word is LO, in between there is nothing, so it requires at least minimum 1. So that's why the output is coming empty, because it is not, there is no 1 data after HE and LO. Within that there should be at least 1 data. Getting it? Any character, right? It is used in combination with that dot means any character, so that any character should come at least 1 or more time. If I put a star, means that any character should happen 0 or more times, right? If I put a question mark means the meaning of question mark is 0 or 1 occurrence. 0 is also fine, or at least 1. More than that it's not fine. For example, if I run this, hello is coming, that means 0. If I put one more L and run this, what is happening? 0 or 1 it will accept, right? The meaning of question is 0 or 1 occurrence. If I put one more L, you getting it, right? You are able to make this difference. So that means it's more than 1 occurrences. Within this HE and LO, there are more than 1 occurrence. There are 2 occurrences now.
two characters now, right? So if that is this thing, that time it will give you empty, so it will not going to find that. If you want to really find it, you should actually use a plus sign. If I use a plus sign, what would happen? One or more occurrences, so it's coming. Getting it? So that is the difference. There is also something called within the curly braces, right? Get number of characters or occurrences. So I want to define, okay, how many characters I need. So I'll put any character, and within this I will say I need only one character. So here, how many times within the HE and LO, how many times L is there? 2 times L is there. Now if I am writing 1, what would happen? Only 1 L will come. Did I write it properly? HE, okay, let me remove this. HE, after that we have LO. What would happen if I put 2? Let's see. Okay, so when I'm saying 2, after HE it's pulling 2L, right? 2L it is pulling, and then LO. Okay, if I'm writing only one occurrence, so it is saying any word within the sentence, if there is only one data between HE and LO, then you pull it. For example, I'll show you why it is not giving any data. Reason being, for example, if I'm writing a word here, okay, so HE and LO is the two different words. So inside this I'm going to write one character, let's say 1 I'm writing, or any word you are writing. So this time it is printing HE 1 LO, so it is only accepting 1 in the entire string. If there is only one character anywhere, then you should pull that. If there are more than that, don't pull it. That is the meaning of the curly braces. Getting it? So for example, if I write 2, so does it match anywhere? So this matches, right? So this is going to pull this particular word, HELLO. Getting it? So that is the meaning. If you want to really restrict that, I need only, if the word within these two words, if there are only 2 digits or one character, one occurrence, then I should get that. Okay, and there is this pipe symbol is for either or. I mean, for example, here I'm going to say HE, if it is 2, you pull it. So 2 means this word will pull, or you pull it this way. So you pull HE dot, and then if there is one character also, you pull it, I am saying. Okay, so in that case, what would happen? You see, both the words has been pulled, HE1.LO and HELLO. Okay, so both the things are getting pulled. So this is the pipe symbol used. So these are different meta characters which will be pretty useful. So through this example, practice one more time. It will be slightly mind-boggling, to remember all those things, but it doesn't matter. Only once if you got to know, later on whenever there is a requirement, you will be able to make sense. Okay, that making sense is more important, because all these things will be there on the internet. The videos are there, you can always watch. So it doesn't matter if you can't remember, but again, good to know. Okay, good to know. It will be better if you remember this. So thank you guys for watching. We are going to meet once again in the next content. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Myself Rakesh. So in this video we are going to learn about some special sequences in regular expression, and these are very important in regular expression to understand. I have listed down some of the important ones. There are many more, but again, these are the important ones which will be used on a regular basis, I would say, whenever you are going for a regular expression. So how to use that with examples and how to remember all this, more important. I'm going to explain everything in detail. So let's get started. Okay, now to do that, let's open. I am on my PyCharm, and on PyCharm I am going to first of all create a variable called txt, and in the text variable let's write a word, and let's go with a simple word, hello world. Okay, so I am writing a very simple sentence. Because simple, why I am taking simple sentence? Because this is easy to remember, okay, easy to use it. So go with a very simple sentence. Okay, now
because I need to deal with regular expression, which is the module that I have to import, that is the RE, stands for regular expression, import RE. Okay, and then once I import, let me create a variable X, or an object you generally call. So I'll create an object called X, and then I'll take the name of the module RE, and I will simply say find all. Okay, now if I ask you, hey, you need to find a word if a word is present in a string. String means a set of words, or could be a single word, doesn't matter. But again, in this set of word alphabets are there or characters are there. Inside that I need to find a single word. So how to do that? Simply if I say THE, comma TXT, the variable if I pass, this is the syntax. So this is going to find me, it will going to check and find me whether the word is present or not, right? If I'm going to run this, what would happen? It says, hey, yes, the THE is present in the entire word. This is clear. Now let me ask you a different question. If I ask you, can you find out if the THE is there at the beginning of the string? At the beginning of the string, if the word is present at the beginning of the string. For that, you have to use something called /A. So how it is working, let me show you. So if I say /A, and if I run this, it is going to tell me, yes, my sentence is starting from THE, with the word THE. What if I'm going to cut this and going to paste it at the end of it? Is it going to give me any data? It is saying no. There is no words THE starting. The string is not starting with the THE. So /A is used to find the word if it is present at the beginning. Now the question is, how do I remember this? So remember, regular expression starts with the word R. So if you put your right hand, R starts with, regular expression starts with R. So right hand backward slash. So if you put your right hand, people give this pose, right? So this pose, if you remember, you cannot do a left hand. This will be a forward slash. This is a backward slash. So I have to use the right hand, regular expression right hand. So like this. So this is the easiest way to remember. Okay, so /A, this is going to find me if a word is present or an alphabet is present at the, you can check with one word also. Let's say T. I want to check with if the string starts with the word T. You can see, okay, I did not start. So here, if I write T, and if I run this, it is going to say yes. So there is a space. Okay, why it is not working? Because I have given a space. Let me remove the space and run it. Now it is saying yes, it is starting with the word T. So this is understood with the experiment. Okay. Now if I ask you, how about you checking, some alphabet? There is this string has got 3 different words: THE, hello, and world. If I have to find if each these 3 words, out of these 3 words, if any of the words starting with an alphabet or set of alphabets or set of characters, how do I do that? Using the /B. So how this /B works, let me tell you. If I write /B, and this has to go with the word R. R stands for raw string. Okay, because it has to check not the entire string. The first one is checking the entire string as a whole. It is checking raw string. I mean, each word is going to check one by one. In the entire string, I have got multiple words. It's going to pick each word and going to see if any of the words starting with T. For example, if I run this, it says there are 2 words in the entire sentence which is starting with T, which is correct in our case. You getting it? So /B is meaning it checks each word by word. Okay. What if I would like to check if that starts ends with something? For example, if it is ending with a O or not. So for that, if I type O, and this /B has to be kept at the end of this word. Okay, so /B. If I write this, it is going to check if any of the word ending with O. You can see there is a word, single word, which is ending with O. For example, I'm going to write one more O here, and if I run this, it is going to give me there are 2 different words which is ending with O. So the use of /B is understood, and this has to be used with the conjunction of R. R stands for raw string. Clear? Very good. Let's get on to the next one. If I have to check digits, okay, D stands for digits. If the word contains any sort of digits, so to do that, if I simply write /D, and you don't need R. Okay, only for that /b R is required, otherwise you don't. So here let me put some numbers. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. So what happens, it is going to check, yes there are numbers, but again it is going to pull out each number 1 2 3 4 5. What are those numbers? It is going to pull out by writing /d. Okay, D stands for digits. It's quite easy to remember. Now let's get on to the next one. If I have to find out if a word contains white space, okay, let me correct the sentence, it has become something else. So the hello word. Okay, if I have to check white space, all I have to do, write small w, and if I run this, it is going to see, yes, you know, for white space it is S. I forgot. So backwards S. So if I say S, what would happen? It is going to check how many white spaces are there. So you can see there are 2 white spaces. So it is saying there are 2 white spaces. Okay, that is for S. Now what is this W? I was writing any word character between A to Z or capital A to Z or 0 to 9 or underscore. What are this? Let me show you. If I write W means word. Now if I run this, it is going to give me your entire string contains T, H, E, capital H, E, L, L, O, D, but it did not pull the exclamation mark. If I replace this with an underscore and run it, it is going to pull that. So only the underscore can be pulled, no other special characters. For example, if I write @ or anything like that, if I'm going to run it, it is not going to pull that. Okay, you can see the output. Getting it? That is for the any word character A to Z, 0 to 9 or 0 R. This is also very useful. Okay, now /G, set of characters end of a string. For example, if a word ending with LD @ for example, I want to find out. So for that, all I have to write the word, let's say I want to find LD @ and then this is ending with this one. If any word is present which ends with LD, so you can see capital G is written to find anything at the end if it is present. Okay, so if you remember this specific ones, there are also if I write a capital W, if I write a capital D, there are other things, but again these are the important ones which are for you. It is very important to learn that. So the capital one is the negative ones, it's not present, something like that. So I'm going to this is pretty simple one. So all these things you should remember when you have to learn regular expression. So go with this basic set, and rest of the things you can always find out on Google, or there will be, if you type regular expression, all the syntaxes are available anytime you need to use it. But again, if you know these basics, it will help you to understand a regular expression. In this video, we are going to learn what is pip, or which is also known as package manager for Python, or package installer for Python. I remember that way, package installer for Python. So this is responsible for managing packages. What are those packages, and how do you really manage what are this, right? So if you have these basic questions, this video is going to help you. So please do help me by subscribing to my channel. So let's get started. Okay, first of all, what you do, you open command prompt. Okay, let me open command prompt. To understand pip, first thing you do, open command prompt. Now in the command prompt, first of all, we understood the definition, package installer for Python. I call it that way. So it is a package manager for Python. So first of all, let me see if I have pip. For that, how do you check? If I ask you, hey, can you check which version of Python you have on your system? So you write Python and then you write version, right? This is how you check. So let me enlarge the screen. Okay, so this is how you check. So it tells you right now I have the latest package as of date 3.10.5. Same way, if I ask you the package installer for Python, if I ask you pip, what is the version? So it goes with the same syntax. If you type pip version, it's going to tell you which version of pip that you currently have on your system. Okay, let's wait for a few seconds. Okay, so it is telling me 22.0.4, and this one is there inside the side packages pip. The moment you see this, what you do, you should always visit this place just to see where this is located. So C program files Python, whatever the location it shows to you, go to that location once. So let me go to C drive, program files, and then it said Python 310, of course. So let's go to Python 310, and then it said lib, which stands for library, and then script, side packages, right? Side packages and pip. So here you can see there's a pip folder, pip 22.0.4 distribution info. Okay, so this folder is there. Okay, so right now we got 22.0.4 version of pip. Now the next thing that we would like to know, so we have understood how to check the pip version, right? If I need package installer, right, that means it should help us to install packages, upgrade packages, delete packages, anything related to managing packages, right? Anything I would like to manage around the package, remove package. So how to do that? First of all, I should know all the syntaxes. If I write pip and if you write minus h, that means help. Okay, so the moment I hit enter, okay, so what happened, hyphen h, so when I write, so it gives me list of commands. Like how, if you would like to install, then you need to use the command called install. If you would like to download, then you have to use it called download, uninstall, freeze, list, show. There are multiple things that one can use it. Okay, so let me clear the screen. Okay, so how to check my, how to get help on pip is simply any command in Python, just writing dash h. If you write, it is going to give you the required list of commands. Now the next thing, there is very important aspect. Okay, what is that? I'll let you know. Your pip, right, to check pip list or use any other command, you have to go to something called scripts. Okay, so for example, let me show you. If I go to C drive, program files, and then open Python. So this Python 3.10 could be in a different location for you. It could be C drive, users, your name, and then app data, local programs, and in that you should have the Python, whatever the Python version that you are using. It could be anything. Okay, so it could be in that specific place, right? Or it could be 10. Okay, so there will be script folder. Look for that script folder. Okay, for me, I have made a customized installation, that's why it is inside here. So here is the script file. This file, anything you want to deal with pip, right? So this is required. So let me copy this. I am going to copy the path. I'll go to the command prompt. Look at this. So it could be a different path for you. For me, it is program files. For you, it could be application data, local program. So go there to this location on your C drive and check that where you have this script folder. Finally, you need to reach to the script folder. So once you get the location of the script folder, I am going to change the directory. Okay, change the directory, space, and enter that, copy paste, and hit on enter. So what would happen? It is now pointing into that specific folder. Now anything I would like to do, for example, I want to list what are the packages available in my system. Okay, so in the script folder 3.10, pip3, pip, these are the couple of so what are the current packages? So let me check it through the command prompt. The moment I type pip list, so it will give me what are the current packages which are currently there. So I have got two packages. One is the pip package, the other one is the setup tools package, and it is giving me a warning. You are using pip version 20.0.4. However, there is a 22.1.2 is available. You should consider upgrading by the 310 python.exe m install upgrade. So it is telling you how to even do that. You can copy paste this entire thing and you can do it, or else there is also a different way. Let me try that. So you can also use this command, pip list we have understood, pip install upgrade pip. Okay, so we can try this command, pip install upgrade pip. So let me try this. Let's see that if there is any kind of error. Defaulting to user installation because normal site package is not writable, requirement already satisfied, pip C program 22.0.4 collecting pip. okay, installing collected packages for pip. So it is doing the installation. So this way you can upgrade the current version of pip. It gives you the command. You can try the above command too, and upgrade your current pip to the new one. Installing collected packages pip. So this is going to take a few minutes of time, so let's wait for this to complete, and then so once the pip is upgraded, so I am here trying to upgrade it. Okay, once it is upgraded, I would like to install some package. So there could be multiple packages. Okay, we are going to see one example of a package which I'm going to install and show you. Okay, so here successfully installed pip. So if I type pip version from, it was 22.0.4, right? Now it is 22.1.2, 22.02, 22.1.2 it has become. Okay, so it has been upgraded. Okay, very good. So once it has upgraded, let me install a package. Okay, so I need to install a package. So to install a package, all you need to do, you need to say pip install. This is the command, and then what is that package name? Let's say here I want to use camel case. Okay, install camel case. You have to give the package name and hit on enter. Okay, collecting camel case, downloading camel case, running setup install camel case, done. Successfully installed camel case 0.2. So the camel case is now installed. So I have installed a package which is not there. Now if you see pip and list, if I do hit on enter, last time it was showing only 2, right? Now you can see camel case package is also there. Now I have installed camel case, pip setup tools. Likewise, in the future, whatever the packages is required, depending on your requirement, you can install those packages if you know the name. Okay, so now here I am going with the simple one, camel case. In the future we are going to see more things around the pip installation and a couple of other packages that we need while building the project. I'm going to talk about that, but as of now let's go with simple one, camel case. Now let's open PyCharm. Okay, so now in the PyCharm, let me try to import camel case. So this package is installed, so I'm going to import the package to my py file. Okay, so here it is giving a warning. Let's see that no module named camel case, so it's not able to find that. I think I need to restart it. Okay, meanwhile let's use the idle. This is again the more like PyCharm. This is given from Python to practice integrated development learning environment, which I have shown in my starting couple of my videos. So let me open this, and inside this we are going to try. Okay, if I can import the camel case and do the rest of the things. Okay, so here let me open a file. Let me try it here first. Import camel case. Is it working? Yeah, it worked. Okay, no error. Import camel case. Now let me create an object. X is equal to camel case dot camel case. This is the, I think this is written in this way, camel case. Hit on enter. So now the object has been created with camel case. Now if I say print, and if I'm going to say x dot, there is something called, there's a method called hump. Okay, now within the hump, if I pass a text, let's say I am going to write all in lowercase, hello world. Okay, so now I'm passing this. Let's see, hit on enter. So you can see it has been converted this all thing to camel case. Getting it? So this is one of the package which I have installed, which helped me to change it to camel case. So likewise there are multiple packages which anyways we are going to learn, but again as a basic knowledge you have got it from this video as to what is a pip. Okay, so what are the things that we have learned? Let's go back to the notepad, escape. Yeah, so let me go back to the notepad. So we understood how to check the pip version, how to check the different commands by taking help, okay, writing h, and then going to the script folder and then trying to list out what are the current packages currently available, and then using pip list by typing pip list, and then if it is giving you a prompt to upgrade your pip, then pip install upgrade pip. By writing this I'll be able to upgrade my pip. Okay, so for that, first get into the script folder by doing a change directory cd. I have shown that, and then I have shown you the how do you install a camel case or any package. For one example I have given of camel case, how do you install a package. Okay, pip install and the package name, if you write, it is going to install. So these are the couple of things that we have learned. Right, so please do continue with my channel. I have got a lot of stuff for you to learn in Python, so please do subscribe today and do not forget to give it a like to this video. In this video we are going to focus how do you find packages that you have installed in Python. How do you find that package path in Python? Okay, that is the topic. So first of all, to understand everything in detail, I'm going to show you from the scratch. First thing, what you do, you open command prompt. Okay, I'm going to open command prompt, and in the command prompt let me type pip, and when you say list, right, it gives you a list of packages. So it says currently you have camel case, I have I have pip, and I have setup tools. These are the three packages which is there. Now when I went to my location, which is C drive, what is C drive, and if I go to program files, I have done a custom installation of Python, and all my program files are there inside Python 3.10. okay, so here if I went to library, okay, library, and then if I went to site packages, I do not see, for example, here it is saying pip 22.1.2. Now here if I see pip 22.0, not 1, so it has the older one. And next thing it says setup tools 58.1.0, that is same, but camel case is not there. See, camel case is also not there. So in this case, you will be surprised where that package is. I have installed the package, but where it's gone, where exactly that package is located. No worries, I am going to help you. What you do, type idle and open idle on your system. Okay, now on this, what I'm doing, I'm going to create a file. I already have a file. You can create a new file, or else if you already have a file, open that. So any file, any py file that you have, open it or create a file by hitting on new. So on my desktop I have a file. Okay, so this is the file which I have. Now I'm going to delete everything, leave it blank. Now I got to know that I have a package called camel case, right? Where is that? Escape. Okay, so here I saw that the package is 0.2 is there, but how? So that means I'll be able to import it, right? So if I type import camel case, I should be able to import without any error. Okay, fine, it is importing, but again that I am not able to see that exact path on my folder, right? For that, what I will do, I'll create a variable called file path, let's say, okay, equals to, I will use the package name which is camel case, and now here I am going to write dot and then put two underscores, and then file you write, and then put two underscores. Fine, and then let's print this, so that let me know where exactly that package is installed through this method. Okay, so I'm saying file path, and then hit on run, hit on run module, and hit on OK. So this is going to tell me, hey, your file is exactly here. So it is giving me the entire path. So what I will do, I'll copy this until camel case. Let me copy it. Okay, so it is in a different location. So let's go back to Windows and go to the file explorer, and here I'm going to copy and paste it and hit on enter. Now I see, so if I go to site packages, see camel case is there, pip is there, 22.1.2 version is there. So in the previous path, because we are looking at a different path, so it could be you might have installed the package somewhere, but you are not sure where exactly that got installed. This is where it got installed. Okay, camel case. If I go to camel case init, this is where the function starts, the package usage will start from here, right? Initialization, this is where the package will initiate. So this is the path. How do you find a path in Python? Okay, so this is how you will be able to find the path, by writing this. Okay, this is one of the learning which people might wonder on the internet, how do I really find I installed a package and I'm not able to get it. So this is one of the way using which you will be able to get the proper path where exactly that package is installed. Okay, so thank you guys for watching it, and also do have a note of this path. Okay, so it is coming from C drive users, your username, app data, roaming, Python, Python 3, 10 site package. Okay, so this is what the exact path. If you have to really travel this entire path, let's do that. C drive, then users, then your username, then he said app data, right? It said app data. So let's go to what is the app data, man? Yeah, here it is, app data. It will be hidden. Okay, so ensure view hidden items is enabled on your Windows system, and then it went to roaming, and then it went to, where is that, roaming, right? It went to roaming or something else it went to, let me check. Roaming, and then it went to Python. Yeah, Python, and then Python 3.10, and then within the site packages you have all this. Getting it? So this is how you'll be able to find the package installed through pip. So how to install packages I have shown in the previous video. You must have already watched it. If not, you can definitely take benefit of that video. Thank you guys for watching it. Please do subscribe. I need your support. Kindly subscribe to the channel, guys, and support me. Thank you. We are going to meet once again in our next content. Till then, take care. Bye bye.